Chapter 1. The Shadow of Sand. In a land of wind, within a certain building of the village hidden in the sand, a lamenting voice echoed, "6 months have passed." Mused Rasha, languidly sprawled on the couch at home. How am I to endure this? Likun, Bing Kuo Luo, and the spicy strips of soul, the internet, the diamond number of electric won this life, is unbearable in a fit of despair. Rasha's body twisted like a maggot. I long for my teachers stored on the hard drive, my 2 terabytes of underprivileged instructors. It has been 3,066 days since I departed from you with this thought. Sorrow overwhelmed him, and tears welled up in his eyes. As a common youth born under the red flag and raised in the gentle spring breeze, Rasha found himself in a lackluster career, having just been laid off, an average family background born in a rural area with an older brother, and a mediocre education, truly ordinary strangely. He had stumbled into the world of Naruto passerby. Could the author be any lazier? Fortunately, he still had his brother at home. Otherwise, he would have long considered seppuku, hoping to return home, concerned for his parents. What is this nonsense? Rasha, a heavy internet addict, could not accept his current predicament. According to the script, the Second Great Ninja War has just concluded. I should normally survive until a few years before the Fourth War in between. It's an endless cycle of mining, an endless cycle of procreation, then tormenting the children, only to be cruelly killed by my own son and buried deep, truly a testament to filial piety. A bizarre phenomenon in the human realm, a model for parents, a labor model in the shadow. Undoubtedly a tool, contributing not only myself but also future generations. In his previous life, Rasha was akin to a mechanical dog, having graduated in mechanical design, manufacturing, and automation. Not a filler word after graduation, he did not face unemployment, but secured a position in a nearly publicly listed company with an annual salary of $36,000, though, after over 8 years of resignation. The owner still struggled to list the company due to insufficient funds. He had undertaken various roles, all within militarized firms' Japanese-style labor laws. There weren't even the Geneva Conventions. However, he bore no resentment toward the government or animosity toward society. Why had they thrust him into this world? Gazing at his 10-year-old form and his short, unplaced legs, Rasha murmured, "There's 7 years until the Second War. As a future wind Shadowne, as a fan of Hokage, I should have no problem surviving, but what if a butterfly effect occurs? What if, wait a moment." With a sudden leap, Rasha rubbed his chin. What was my signature jutsu? It seems to be gold release. No, it's magnet release, Sand Gold series. Suddenly, a background score blared. I am the brightest child on this street. His eyes morphed into the shape of renminbi, as his expression twisted into a grotesque grin. Heaven as I spare me. Oh, heavenly beings, haha. I like this opening gold. Sand Gold burial. Sand Gold figurines, water shadow. Figurines, what else? Who would have thought that years of mining iron could yield such unexpected gains? Others make their fortunes by drilling for oil. Do I need that? Mining for gold sounds so much better. Isn't our village's wealthiest man the one who dredged for gold? Relying on sand gold, I should have no problem becoming the richest in the sand village. Resolute in his newfound ambition, he set a modest goal to earn 100 million. As for becoming Wind Shadow, what was that? Generations of Itwo, was that? I don't recognize them. Lost in his daydreams, Rasha remained oblivious to the ludicrous expression on his face. Had he been outside, Aunt Zhaoyang would have likely seized him and delivered him to the Umbu. Chapter 2. The Village of Sand. Question: what specialties does the land of wind offer? Answer: wind and sand. As Rasha traversed the streets, his visage was as serene as water, yet tumultuous thoughts churned within. As one destined to become the wealthiest in the sand village, Rasha confronted a grave dilemma. He had no means to legally and rationally mine for sand gold. Owning mining equipment was one thing, extracting minerals was another. The sand gold mines belonged to the village as communal property. Unauthorized mining constituted theft of state assets, punishable by execution. Doesn't that sound familiar? If he revealed his bloodline jutsu, he would still be fated to a life of toil as a gold miner. Surveying the dilapidated streets, piled high with yellow sand, he noticed the absence of greenery aside from the wind shadows. Had the village, in a single word, was poor. I should have realized this sooner, Rasha lamented. Failing to grasp his own situation, who could foresee such things when it took him over 6 months to remember gold release? Daring to ask for money from the Senju, Hashirama, and Madara? The village must be desperate for funds under these circumstances. How could I dream of striking gold? What a pipe dream. Through his inquiries, Rasha had grasped the village's economic structure. The 2 main pillars of the sand village were mining and ninjas. Mining encompassed, but was not limited to, sand iron, sand gold, and sand by ninja work was the prevalent means of earning money in this world. As for agriculture, industry, and tourism, only handicrafts like puppet techniques could be considered viable. Everything else was utterly dismal. At this juncture, someone might suggest, If the real economy falters, why not explore virtual economy through online stores to broaden the market and engage in trade? Such sentiments were likely from those with underdeveloped minds. If there were no actual product from production, how could one hope to engage in online trade? It was no different from a pyramid scheme. Pyramid schemes? Now, that's an intriguing notion. But wait, as an exemplary young pioneer, how could I resort to such things? The key issue is that I lack the capital. Isn't that the main reason? Moreover, what would a 10-year-old child be doing in such matters? Surely, even the river crab deity would not permit that. Rasha fumed, his thoughts spiraling further into frustration, akin to a bug trapped in a loop. At that moment, a small hand rested on his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Rasha's reverie was interrupted. Kaluo. I was pondering nothing much, he replied, looking at his wife with a lack of enthusiasm. You claim to be thinking of nothing, yet you walked past me without acknowledging my presence. Kaluo feigned irritation, and look at Yakimaru, even the little one is upset. Rasha glanced at Yakimaru, who was nibbling on his finger, and asked, Is Yakimaru upset? Abba, are you still angry after having a lollipop? Amu. All right then, Yakimaru has forgiven me. Kaluo was momentarily speechless at Rasha's antics. What kind of apology is that? And Yakimaru, you little traitor, faced with his future wife's inquiry, Rasha stated, consider an apology. Plus, it's so windy and sandy outside. Why did you bring Yakimaru out? We should head back. He must be hungry. What are you saying? Yakimaru just ate. Wait, I'm asking you, what were you thinking just now? Kaluo reiterated her previous question. I was contemplating how to become the wealthiest in the sand village. Rasha responded casually. Why do you want to become the village's richest? Kaluo countered. Did Rasha need a reason to aspire for wealth? Chapter 3. The People of Sand. Does one need a reason to become the wealthiest? The question posed by this soul left Rasha momentarily speechless, his thoughts spiraling into reflection as he pondered. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I heading? No, that's not right. Rasha gazed intently into Kaluo's eyes. She shyly averted her gaze and asked, Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? After a moment's contemplation, Rasha began, Kaluo, you see, we need to eat, correct? We need to change clothes, right? We need to marry, yes? We need a big house, don't we? And we must raise children in the future, right? Which of these does not require money? Completely oblivious to Kaluo's reddening cheeks, Rasha continued, Without money, how can I provide security for my partner? Without money, how can I give our children the best education? Without money, how can I ensure a better life for my family? Do you understand what I mean? Kaluo took a breath, calming herself, and spoke in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. I understand, but your thoughts seem a bit flawed. What flaws? Rasha inquired. The village has a communal dining hall for meals. The village provides ninja uniforms for clothing. Housing is allocated by the village. Rasha incredulously asked. Our village still allocates housing? Kaluo confirmed, yes, it happens every year. This was akin to a planned economy with a rationing system. What about the bride price? Rasha pressed, unwilling to concede. We have a marriage contract, and I don't require a bride price. And what about raising children? I will work hard alongside you. This was absurd. The protagonist is indeed foolish. As Rasha beheld Kaluo's bashful smile, he spiraled into a deep self-doubt. What kind of society was this? What sort of environment had he found himself in? It was said that the village was impoverished to the core, yet its values seemed remarkably sound. What on earth was he doing? Then Kaluo continued. They're the ninja school for children's education, and it doesn't cost anything. At her words, Rasha felt as though he had glimpsed a light through Kaluo's presence. She appeared so grand, so noble, casting a stark contrast to the insignificance and pettiness of his own soul. Reluctantly, Luosha cautiously inquired, What about the sense of security? Kururo pondered for a moment before responding, We reside in a desert, and besides, we're ninjas. What could possibly be unsafe? Luosha retorted, Isn't that sense of security synonymous with safety? Let's go out for a meal. I am famished. Luosha finally acknowledged, realizing the protest of his stomach, certainly not a diversion from the topic at hand. Very well, Kururo replied with an innocent smile, walking alongside her uncle Yashimaru and Luosha toward the grand dining hall of Sunagakure. Upon entering the cafeteria, Luosha casually selected a seat and prepared to order. Previously, in his earnest attempt to uphold the noble tradition of being a good homemaker, he had confined himself to cooking at home, not out of fear of revealing his true self, but rather due to the necessity of consuming military rations. He was on the verge of being repulsed by them. Contemplating that after months of a monotonous diet, he could finally indulge in a satisfying meal, he declared, Kururo, please order anything you desire today. The bill is on me. Luosha, he then turned to the proprietor and exclaimed, They'll have everything on the menu. After an agonizing wait, the proprietor presented a large platter of military rations. Chapter 4. The Way of the Sand. All human endeavors begin with the pursuit of sustenance. We either eat to live or live to eat. Gazing at the generous serving of military rations before him, Luo Sha found justification for his ambition. To become wealthy isn't the ability to enjoy more delectable food a compelling reason? After persuading himself in an instant, he swiftly entered a state of introspection. Though he wished to transcend this state, his resources were lacking. Player: Luo Sha. Skills: Bloodstained Magnetic Release Sand Gold Series. Available options: all known ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and sealing techniques of Sunagakure nobles are always afforded certain privileges. Tangible resources: none. Discretionary wealth: 60,000 Rio. How much can a 10-year-old save in a village where money is paramount? Social connections: virtually non-existent again. Youth is a hindrance. Present challenges: 1. Poverty. 2. Poor diet due to poverty. 3. Poor diet leading to stunted growth. 4. Stunted growth resulting in the third child being the only one capable of inheriting magnetic release. 5. Stunted growth leading to the third child inheriting magnetic release and ultimately producing a powerful descendant. As one can see, the core issue is unequivocally encapsulated in the single word: poverty. Proposed solutions: 1. Utilize magnetic release ninjutsu. For mining, though, this bears the risk of misappropriating state assets, which could result in a life sentence as a gold mine slave with some political rights. 1 has rights but no wages ASS. 2. LAMB. What was that again? Awkwardness ensued. There was no LAMB at all. Luo Sha tugged at his hair in frustration. Beside him, Kururo looked on in alarm, struggling to suppress her curiosity and stifling the urge to voice her thoughts. Luo Sha, if you're unwell, we should seek treatment, don't delay. She could not fathom why someone seemingly normal would suddenly lose their composure. Pulling at their hair as if harboring a deep-seated grudge, yet she recalled her mother's repeated warnings. Kururo, remember to keep your distance from madmen. Last year, an old man in the village had a seizure, and someone who tried to intervene ended up losing half an ear. But Luo Sha is my fiancé. Distancing myself from him now seems inappropriate in that moment. Kururo, too, began to feel a surge of frustration, torn between her mother's advice and her own feelings. A passerby remarked, "These two must be unhinged. I should steer clear of them." Unbeknownst to them, no living being remained within a 5-meter radius. As the saying goes, a tranquil environment fosters boundless inspiration. After much deliberation, Luo Sha came to face the reality that there are no shortcuts to wealth. Question: how does one typically amass wealth? Answer: by enhancing productivity. Follow-up question: what mechanisms can enhance productivity? Response: as learned in middle school, science and technology are the primary drivers of productivity. Another inquiry: what are the tangible manifestations of increased productivity? Subsequent answer: mechanization replaces manual labor, scientifically reducing labor positions or alleviating labor intensity, thus improving efficiency. In summary, the current phase necessitates the acquisition of an exceptional mechanical engineer to elevate productivity and fulfill his modest wealth aspirations. And where might such an engineer be found? How fortuitous that this profession aligns perfectly with Luo Sha's expertise. Upon realizing this, Luo Sha felt an immediate sense of clarity and joy. Seeing Luo Sha return to his usual self, Kururo also regained her composure. That's wonderful. Luo Sha has returned to normal. Chapter 5. The Possibilities of Sand. Hard work leads to prosperity. How naive. Observing Luo Sha's sudden normalization, Kururo felt a tinge of discomfort. After all, who could easily adapt to someone who inexplicably spiraled into madness twice in one day? Tentatively, she asked, "Did something happen again?" Luo Sha responded with enthusiasm, "Nothing of concern. I've discovered a new frontier, and the joy in my heart is boundless." What new frontier? By utilizing raw materials to create machinery, we can enhance work efficiency and reduce labor intensity, allowing me to ahahaha. Witnessing Luo Sha's exuberance, Kururo inquired, "What exactly is machinery? Is it a type of ninja tool?" Oblivious to Kururo's peculiar demeanor, Luo Sha replied casually, "Something like that." Can it replace manual labor? Indeed. Can it also improve workplace safety? Absolutely. Can one person operate multiple ninja tools? How do you know that? Luo Sha was taken aback. Luo Sha, have you experienced some trauma that affected your cognitive functions? Should we consult Grandma Chio? Kururo expressed her concern. Unease gripped Luo Sha's heart. Could it be that Kururo has uncovered something? Unaware of his turmoil, Kururo continued. Luoshikin, may I pose a question suitable for a first-year student at the Ninja Academy? Oh, of course. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire is renowned for its fire release and forbidden techniques. The Land of Water is famous for silent assassination techniques, and swordsmanship. The Land of Earth is known for earth release ninjutsu, and its well-organized forces. The Land of Lightning is distinguished by its taijutsu. So, what is our wind country, Sunageki, rely upon? Luo Sha confidently replied, in theory, I ace that class. The wind country certainly relies on sand manipulation techniques, and in an instant, he found himself as mute as a chicken caught by the throat, mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. And what else? Kururo, unyielding, pressed her advantage. After a brief pause, Luo Sha uttered those 3 weighty words, puppet technique. The Land of Wind is characterized by its harsh natural environment and possesses the sparsest population among the 5 great nations. A small portion of its food supply is produced in the border regions with the Land of Rivers and the Land of Valleys, while the majority relies on imports from other nations, resulting in a significant trade deficit. As early as the era of the Second Wind Shadow, in response to the population challenges faced by the Land of Wind, the Second Wind Shadow, Shaman, established a puppet army centered around the puppet technique, hoping to minimize personnel losses in warfare and thus achieve the greatest victories. However, under such measures, the affluent dreams of Luo seem to have transformed once more into mere illusions. What a predicament! Is it truly so difficult to attain wealth in these times? Is it truly fair for those who paved the way to leave no path for future generations? Luo Sha vehemently exclaimed, the Wind Shadow is utterly insignificant. Do you truly believe that? Of course. Before Luo Sha could finish his words, the remnants of his rationality made him aware of the speaker's voice, which was remarkably firm, causing a reflexive tightening in his chest. He then observed Kururo rise to greet the approaching figure. My lord, the Wind Shadow. As the neck of Luo Sha became rigid, it turned slowly as if he were a puppet manipulated by a scorpion. The 3rd Hokage, however, did not afford Luo Sha a chance to speak and directly remarked, have you been practicing ninjutsu while secluding yourself at home for over 6 months? Seeing such diligence in my student brings me immense satisfaction. With a sycophantic tone, Luo Sha promptly responded, it is all due to your exemplary guidance, master. How could I dare to be complacent? Indeed, the 3rd Hokage continued, how have your studies progressed? Have you made any advancements in magnet release ninjutsu? I shall assess your progress shortly. As he spoke, black sand and iron began to gather around the 3rd Hokage. Watching the swirling particles, Luo Sha's throat bobbed nervously. Chapter 6. The Path of Sand. One must stand firm when facing punishment and accept the consequences of their mistakes. Such is the wisdom of the world. Those who speak ill of the village bully or their teacher will surely face retribution. Should I report to the Education Bureau or the Anti-Crime Unit? Ah, but this is the world of Naruto. Speaking ill of the leader of the Sand Hidden Mercenary Corps is a trivial matter, merely a few death sentences. Look at how Colonel Ka offended arms dealers of similar status, yet faced no grave repercussions, merely the destruction of their homes and families. With this thought, Luo Sha steeled himself. I must fight with my back against the wall, take a bold leap, unafraid of peril or sacrifice. Then, a perfect act of prostration appeared before the 3rd Hokage. Master, I was wrong. This gesture astonished all those present. The superficial villagers could only think, isn't he merely humiliating himself before his fiancée? How shameful. Kneeling before his teacher, how could that not be a disgrace? Does the Luo family care for such trivial matters? With my various endorsements and now kneeling before my master to admit my mistakes, the methods differ, yet the effect remains the same. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. The proud 3rd Hokage had never encountered such an audacious act, prompting him to reflect on whether his educational or leadership methods were flawed. As such a peculiar bloom had unexpectedly emerged among his students. Caught off guard, the 3rd Hokage had no choice but to forgive Luo Sha. Having received forgiveness, Luo Sha confidently surveyed the disdainful gazes around him and boldly declared, ninjas take pride in achieving their goals by any means necessary. What is a mere prostration compared to that? You remain on the 1st tier. How can such individuals inherit the will of the sand? The 3rd Hokage's eyes suddenly brightened. The will of the sand? Pray, elaborate, Luo Sha. Certainly, master, Luo Sha replied after bowing respectfully. The Land of Wind lies amidst a desert where not a single blade of grass can thrive. It is precisely in such an environment that I have come to understand the essence of the will of the sand, to shed one's true self. For all else is mere illusion. Trees may wither, lakes may dry up, yet the boundless yellow sand endures. We, the sand-hidden ninjas, are akin to this yellow sand. Though the wind may scatter us and water may engulf us, wherever we gather, we shall cover all. Ultimately, our goal shall be achieved. Luo Sha paused briefly before continuing. The yellow sand has but one destination, and a ninja's sole pursuit is their mission. Who truly cares about the journey to achieve that end? Personal reflection, as long as the goal is attained. The purity of the lotus may be disregarded. The 3rd Hokage seemed momentarily affected, yet his expression remained unchanged. I comprehended his unspoken sentiment. Yet the words you have uttered are hardly reflective of a student of mine. Thankfully, I managed to navigate through that. Luo Sha exhaled in relief as the 3rd Hokage continued. It appears you have not been idle these past 6 months. However, A ninja must remain anchored in strength, otherwise, one risks becoming akin to the hypocritical denizens of Konoha, endlessly pondering over mere words. From tomorrow onward, resume your missions to hone your abilities. Let us all pretend we did not hear what you just said. Understood, Lord Third. That will be all. We are dismissed. Rosa feebly raised her hand and softly remarked, I haven't had my meal yet. Sanda, Garuro. Numerous extras. Chapter 7. The predicament of the sand life is such that it evokes both tears and laughter, often intertwining the two in a symphony of emotions. Just like now, an individual's aspiration is to become the wealthiest in Sunagakure. Can working in a factory fulfill this ambition? Clearly, it cannot. At this moment, a rebar worker interjected. Ninjas merely execute missions. How did it become a matter of factory work and becoming a pretty boy? Youth is indeed fleeting. Factory work comes with 5 insurances and a provident fund depending on circumstances. Do ninjas have such benefits? In the event of an injury at work, the family may receive compensation, whereas if a ninja encounters an accident, not only is compensation unlikely, but one's entire estate may also be seized, referring to the early life experiences of the prince. Not to mention, did the prince receive any inheritance from the 4th Hokage? This truly affirms the assertions of certain experts. Everything a worker possesses is granted by the company. Should one cease working, they are expected to return their savings to express gratitude for the company's nurturing. If one is unhappy with factory work, they may change jobs. However, attempt to switch careers as a ninja and see what happens. The only ninja known to have a favorable outcome from such a transition is Madara, at least in his previous life. Comparing ordinary pretty boys to Madara is laughable. They are not even worthy of holding the keys. What relationship does Madara share with the god of ninjas, the legitimacy of which remains debatable? Consider Madara's strength and status. Even in death, he engaged in heartfelt exchanges with others, making him uniquely unparalleled in the ninja world. Even amidst such a challenging employment landscape, countless individuals, though not many, as only a few hundred from a village apply annually, significantly easier than civil service examinations, aspire to join the Sunagakure mercenary corps and obtain formal positions. One might think that having experienced the lowest strata in the previous life, the depths of capital's depravity are truly unfathomable. Indeed, regardless of societal changes, the essence of capital remains unaltered. The stark contradiction between the exploiters and the exploited is, no, I have mistaken the scene. Luo Sha diligently executes the assigned D-level tasks. In his heart, memories surge forth, reminiscent of his youthful ignorance regarding the factory's merits, mistakenly perceiving labor protection as mere grass. Luo Sha found himself in a state of regret, pondering the peculiarities of the situation at hand. Restaurants capturing scorpions, rattlesnakes, and sand lizards. What an odd assortment of tasks for an establishment dedicated to cuisine. What purpose could these captures serve, if not for culinary endeavors? With a furrowed brow and eyes wide with curiosity, akin to that of the second tube, he meticulously searched for diverse missions, transporting grain from the land of rivers, an A-rank task, escorting sand iron to the land of iron, also an A-rank task, and escorting textiles and grain from the land of fire back to the land of wind, a prestigious S-rank task. How could such missions be classified as S-rank? Shouldn't S-rank tasks involve espionage, assassination of feudal lords, or the overthrowing of ninja villages? The plan to dismantle Konoha was indeed a noteworthy undertaking, which explains why the feudal lord of the Land of Wind later sought to reduce the funding for the ninja of Sunagakure. One could easily outsource such endeavors to others. Who would benefit from assassinating the feudal lord of the Land of Wind? It was ludicrous, a land so desolate that even birds would not settle there. Did one truly expect the lavishly attired lords to make it their home? The notion of toppling Sunagakure seemed unnecessary. It was on a path of self-destruction. It was no wonder that during every great war, Sunagakure fought the fiercest battles yet retreated the earliest. Without conflict, internal strife would ensue, and prolonged warfare could only lead to surrender due to logistical failures. This raises the question, what is the ultimate purpose of war? Chapter 8. The structure of sand war is a means to compel the enemy to acquiesce to our will. Yet, during the 3 great ninja wars, did Sunagakure truly compel its foes to submit? They were subjected to humiliation. Time and again, Konoha faced 4 opponents alone when they could not triumph head-on. They resorted to attrition. I possess the means to withstand your assault and delay your advance into Konoha. I do this not for any other reason than the wealth I possess. Such audacity, yet they suffered losses thrice. Luo Sha, in his previous life, had not learned from these defeats, still aspiring to launch an offensive against Konoha alongside Orochimaru. Encountering such individuals, one could only remark, obstinate. After the previous exchange in the cafeteria, Luo Sha had independently undertaken tasks for nearly 2 months. At this point, the structure of the trio had yet to mature, and the various ninja villages primarily operated under a model of independent ninja actions. Luo Sha had begun to grasp the economic structure of Sunagakure, which was alarmingly singular, relying on mineral resources to exchange for grain. However, minerals would one day be depleted, while food could always be cultivated, despite previous Kazekage recognizing this truth. No one had effectively altered the status quo. Upon this realization, Luo Sha chuckled, for in the 21st century, what is of utmost importance? Talent. The same holds true for Sunagakure. Luo's entrepreneurial vision was to cultivate the desert, employing drip irrigation techniques. His objectives were clear, first and foremost. To achieve self-sufficiency in military provisions, or rather, the freedom to produce rice or steam buns. Was drip irrigation a daunting task? Difficult, yet simple. The essence lies in utilizing minimal water to irrigate the maximum area while adequately supporting crop growth. Drawing from his previous life's graduation project, he could adapt the design of an automatic watering device by modifying it with chakra. Thus, he resolved to act. Step 1. Identify a suitable plot of land. As the bearer of the magnet release bloodline limit, securing a vacant plot within the village posed no challenge. Step 2. Establish a testing base for irrigation using magnet release techniques. Although not depicted in the anime, Luo Sha was indeed proficient in manipulating sand. Step 3. Excavate deep pits. The intent was to dig deep enough to discover hidden underground rivers. Should he succeed, it would be fortuitous, but if not, it was inconsequential. The reality proved that an optimal solution was elusive. After excavating the 96th pit, Luo Sha confirmed he lacked the protagonist's halo. Was there truly no underground river in Sunagakure? Or was his luck simply abysmal? Step 4. Construct a water collector using sand gold. The temperature of the earth differs from that of the surface, theoretically. By continuously channeling surface air into the depths, moisture in the air would inevitably condense into liquid. This is where vessels crafted from sand gold would prove beneficial. Step 5. Energy. To transport surface air underground, energy was requisite. While one could harness wind energy through blades and spiral veins, such efficiency would not meet agricultural water demands. Thus, the most vital force in this world, chakra, was called upon. The design concept was straightforward. By storing chakra and creating scientific ninja tools, chakra could be directly transformed into various forms of energy to propel the fan blades, maximizing the efficiency of cooling water production. Consequently, Luo Sha encountered two significant bottlenecks in this design: energy storage and conversion. Chapter 9. Piling sand into towers. Discover, uncover, then utilize. Rosa walked towards the wind shadow building, gazing at its pot-shaped structure, and suddenly realized he was famished. Oh, how I crave pot chicken. Why is there only a pot and no chicken? His yearning for food subdued his trepidation towards the third wind shadow. Fortunately, he wasn't here to seek his teacher. Otherwise, it would have been yet another joyous day. Listening to his mentor's teachings, invigorating him with a sense of vitality in the comforting presence of his instructor, Rosa's survival instinct surged as he quickly responded. What nonsense am I spouting again? What brings you here today? Have you completed your mission? The third casually inquired. Ever since Rosa's rebirth, he either remained a reclusive homebody or undertook missions, but more often than not, he found himself lost in a daze. With one notable characteristic, he never ventured within 100 meters of the third. Were it not for his manipulation of sand and magnetic release bloodline, the third might have suspected that Rosa had been swapped with someone else. Completed? No. Wait, teacher, is there ever a time when missions are truly finished? Rosa cautiously posed the question. The third remained silent, directly asking, what brings you to the wind shadow building? I came to gather some information regarding ninjutsu. Indeed. A faint smile finally grazed the eternally stoic face of the third. Do tell. Rosa felt a pang of anxiety and timidly added, Teacher, I did not come to seek you. I am here to consult Granny Chiyo. What do you want from her? To learn puppet techniques? No. I already have magnetic release ninjutsu, so there is no need for that. I wish to learn some sealing techniques. Preparing for the future, are we? Go ahead. The third turned to leave. Rosa stood there, perplexed. Preparing for the future? What does that even mean? Regardless, he decided to address his own concerns first. The path to wealth awaits. With resolute strides, Rosa headed straight for Granny Chiyo's office. As a senior advisor of Sunagakure and the foremost commander of the puppet troops, Granny Chiyo's status and reputation in the village were unquestionable. Even the Wind Shadow would consult her before making significant decisions. All of this was rooted in her exceptional ninja talents, not to mention her puppet techniques. Her sealing arts were among the finest in the ninja world, capable of sealing shikaku without the need for the Uzumaki sealing technique. Her skills were already remarkable. And during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the sealing team from Sunagakure played a vital role. Rosa's mission was to learn her outstanding sealing techniques. Drawing from his memories from a past life, the chakra storage technique represented by Tsunade's in sealing was not easily mastered by ninjas, nor was it what Rosa sought. Instead, he needed a method for mass production, an affordable industrial raw material, akin to the scrolls that the scorpion could produce. Surely, his grandmother could manage that. Just as he thought of the scorpion, a small red-haired boy appeared before him. Rosa generally had a soft spot for ruthless individuals. After all, who else could transform themselves into a puppet, and thus felt a deep sense of respect for such persons. Hello there, little rascal. You must be Chiyo's grandson. Quite impressive. The scorpion glanced at Rosa, unimpressed. What is so impressive about that? It's remarkable indeed, to be a grandson at such a young age. How cold. Chapter 10. The pursuit of longing. Some heal their entire lives through their childhood. Others heal their childhood through their entire lives. It is unreservedly true that a person's childhood experiences directly shape their future conduct and personality. The voids recognized during the most vulnerable phases of life compel individuals to spend their lives in pursuit of what they lack. For instance, before Rosa stood the scorpion, who sought throughout his life merely for a joyful childhood, and he perished in the embrace of his parents. Now, as a child, he has already begun to feel the absence of that emotional bond. Allow me, dear brother, to fill the void in your heart, Rosa thought mischievously. Indeed. Since arriving in this world, certain tasks must be undertaken. Otherwise, if the timeline remains unchanged, Rosa may not survive past 40. What a pity that would be. Who are you? The scorpion asked, utterly focused on his puppet, not even looking up. I am Rosa, the future wealthiest individual of Sunagakure. No, I mean, of the entire land of wind. Rosa replied with a cheeky grin. What is the name of this puppet? Would you mind sharing? It's called Crow, and you're too close for comfort. The scorpion replied, noticeably displeased. Oh, don't mind that. Distance breeds beauty, but it also creates barriers. Let us get to know each other better. Rosa shamelessly edged closer. What is so impressive about being someone's grandson? The scorpion's development seemed to take a troubling turn. No, I meant this piece called Crow, Rosa chimed in, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Could you provide a detailed introduction? This was the first time the scorpion had been asked such questions by anyone, and a strange feeling surged within him. Like a child with a new toy seeking someone to showcase it to, the introverted scorpion, who devoted most of his time to crafting puppets, shared this innate need, even if he himself was unaware of it. Granny Chio could easily discern the puppets that the scorpion was currently creating and provide the best advice directly. It was a shortcut, but also a pressure. Perhaps a couple of times, it would not matter, but over time, it could instill in the scorpion a sense of mediocrity. Prolonged exposure to this would lead to increasingly radical and rebellious thoughts in a child whose mindset did not match his prodigious talent. Why do you wish to know about Crow? The scorpion avoided directly answering Rosa's question. Are you also a puppet master? Not really. I excel in magnetic release ninjutsu, and puppet techniques are not my forte. I'm just curious to learn more. After all, I have yet to see this creation. Rosa was not pretending. He was genuinely curious about the mechanics of puppetry. He had once chosen a mechanical specialty after being inspired by Transformers and wanted to create his own, the true reason. Now, standing before a half-finished creation, how could he not be intrigued? For the next hour, the scorpion detailed Crow 1-0 to Rosa, and upon finishing, the scorpion's expression was one of frustration, while Rosa's was one of shock. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Such malice in one so young, who taught you this? Rosa was genuinely taken aback. I want to escape, but how? Are there any gaps in the floor? Let me look. Luckily, at that moment, a savior arrived. Chapter 11. The real world, what truly lies within the world of ninjas? Precision assassinations, strikes that never miss, elegant exits, enduring humiliation, and living grandly? None of that is true. Every scroll bears the same two words, cannibalism. What should a 5- or 6-year-old child be doing? Cuddling in their parents' arms, playing with peers. The most arduous scenarios we can imagine barely involve tilling fields. Yet, what is the scorpion engaged in? Researching puppetry, or more accurately, developing highly efficient methods of killing. The fault lies within this world. Luo Sha has always felt out of place in this world, perceiving everyone around him as mere NPCs. Yet, he has forgotten that no realm exists where every individual caters to him, and no one will indulge his whims. Absent are the tropes of a protagonist's script, the golden finger, or a guiding system. In this world, one can rely solely on their own knowledge and skills. When Granny Chio approached him, Luo Sha sincerely felt as though she were a bodhisattva. At 10 years old, I discussed murder with Scorpion. A scene so twisted it would terrify even the most grotesque horror films. Little ghost Luo Sha, what brings you to seek my grandson? Granny Chio inquired. I'm here to discuss puppetry. No, I'm specifically looking for you. I have some uncertainties regarding ninjutsu and sealing techniques, and I hope someone can assist me. In my search among the village's esteemed ninjas, I believe only you possess the requisite knowledge, Luo Sha replied earnestly. Why not ask your teacher? The third Hokage is surely the most suitable for matters of magnetic release, Granny Chio responded, puzzled. It's not about magnetic ninjutsu. I have questions concerning sealing techniques and summoning arts. Oh, I see. Come to my office, Scorpion. You should join us as well. Certainly, Granny. The trio then proceeded to enter Granny Chio's office. The space was modest, furnished with a few chairs, tables, and shelves, which were laden with scrolls, while the desk was cluttered with documents. After Granny Chio took her seat, Luo Sha and Scorpion found chairs for themselves. Now, tell me what questions you have. Granny Chio prompted. Luo Sha, it is as follows. I am currently endeavoring to enhance my chakra capacity. However, during the practical exercises, my chakra depletes without yielding any tangible benefits. Thus, I ponder whether it is possible for us to store chakra through certain means for later utilization. Chio contemplated briefly. Indeed, there exists such a ninjutsu, albeit it is limited to a singular attribute with a fixed output. That's sufficient, Luo Sha exclaimed with excitement. Grandma Chio, could you impart this ninjutsu to me? Chio replied. This is a secret technique of our puppet masters, documented within the advanced techniques of the white secret arts. It is not impossible for you to learn, but Luo Sha, my young friend, You must do something for me in return. Whatever you require, I shall assist you. As long as it is within my capabilities. Of course, if it is exceedingly difficult, then you understand, Luo Sha said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, revealing creases of flattery. Observing Luo Sha's current expression, Chiyo suppressed her discomfort and remarked, the task is not arduous. You simply need to spend time accompanying Scorpion from now on. Very well, I agree without hesitation, Luo Sha replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Scorpion, seated nearby, appeared somewhat agitated, muttering. Who asked for his company? I barely have enough time to craft my puppets. How charmingly tsundere, Chiyo mused. In the depths of his heart, Luo Sha quietly reached a conclusion. Having this little demon assist him was rather advantageous. After all, he was a prodigy. When the time came, he could have the tool Scorpion handle the trivial tasks of tightening screws. How clever of me. Isn't this akin to employing child labor? Luo Sha indulged in his daydreams, oblivious to whether he could persuade or deceive Scorpion, for he deemed that consideration entirely unnecessary. Having never tasted the grand feast, how could one not envision its splendor? Utilizing the cunning strategies from his previous life as employer was sufficient, coupled with a divine perspective. He had a clear understanding of Scorpion's future trajectory. If he could not secure this, he might as well take his own life. Unaware of Luo Sha's inner musings, Granny Chiyo did not realize that she was unwittingly pushing her own grandson into the clutches of darkness, only to later demand payment for the ninjutsu scroll. I leave him in your care, Luo Sha. Rest assured, I shall look after him well. As for Scorpion's opinions, what could a 5-year-old possibly contribute? Regardless of his genius, he was still but a child of 5. If not now, then when? Today, the common folk rejoiced. Not only did they gain access to secret techniques without cost, but also an additional tool at their disposal. Luo Sha swaggered back home, eagerly unrolling the scroll. Only to encounter a dilemma. He could not comprehend all the characters. Chapter 12. Puppets and Machinery. Life incessantly offers both delightful surprises and startling shocks. As an ordinary mechanical engineer, aside from the frivolous, his most frequent encounter with foreign languages was with English. As for Japanese, only a handful of phrases sufficed, such as Matamoto and Yamit. Why could Luo Sha speak Japanese, you may ask? The inheritance of memories was incomplete. He had only inherited the language, not the written form. Was that unreasonable? Quite the contrary. Let us not dwell on this matter. He must first learn to recognize characters. Fortunately, strategizing for Scorpion would take time. His focus should remain on Scorpion for now. Luo Sha swiftly transitioned his mindset. How to strategize? His thoughts raced with fervor. If he could not win over Scorpion, then nothing would change thereafter, and he would meet his end at 40. Unacceptable. No, he could not allow that. Luo Sha vigorously shook his head, and after some time, a smile akin to that of an ant graced his lips. Steel is evolution. The next day, after a sleepless night, Luo Sha found Scorpion, who was diligently crafting puppets. Good morning, Scorpion. Oh, you little brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Raza retrieved a book he had previously discovered during a task, one that delved into the art of puppetry. I have perused all the tomes on puppetry within the sand-hidden village. Do you believe I would require your book? Scorpion remarked casually. Indeed. The brilliance of a genius is not solely due to innate talent, but is also a product of diligent effort. As Raza marveled internally, his resolve to conquer Scorpion's expertise intensified. Come here, little one. The kindly big brother will take care of you, he coaxed playfully. Really? Raza inquired. Could you answer a few questions for me? Test me? Scorpion replied impatiently. Speak quickly. Once you are done, do not trouble me further. My time is precious. Very well. May I ask, what is the yield strength? What is this? What is the elastic modulus? How is the ballistic curve determined? How is the Fourier transform executed? What is the purpose of the Lagrange equation? Is this even a language? Scorpion felt insulted. He understood each word Raza uttered, yet their collective meaning eluded him. Is this related to puppetry? Raza continued. Of course it is. If you do not know how to calculate the yield strength of materials, how can you ascertain the load-bearing limits of your creations? If you are unaware of the elastic modulus, how can you measure deformation under stress? If you do not comprehend the ballistic curve, how can you accurately strike distant targets? Raza spoke fervently, observing Scorpion's eyes light up with growing intrigue. Seizing the moment, he unveiled the fruits of his labor from the previous night, fundamentals of mechanical design. Young man, do you wish to embrace eternal beauty? Do you yearn for boundless wealth? Take this. Everything you desire lies within these pages for merely $9.99. Ahem, Scorpion. Would you like it? Like a whimsical uncle enticing a young girl with a lollipop to gaze at goldfish, Raza waved the textbook enticingly. Scorpion's gaze followed the book's movements, and he found himself captivated. Just a few words had struck a chord within him. This was hardly surprising at that time. The design of ninja tools and puppets in the ninja world lacked systematic knowledge, relying predominantly on individual ninja experience, with little to no reliability analysis. Thus, the performance of such tools could only be summarized in 3 words, roughly adequate. At that moment, Scorpion had yet to pursue eternal beauty. Yet he had already grasped certain issues in practical design, such as the timing of puppet malfunctions. Imagine, during a battle, if a puppet were to fail, it would be as maddening as a jammed rifle during the Vietnam War. Consequently, puppet masters would leave considerable gaps in their designs, causing the puppets to emit jarring sounds during actual use. While this was manageable in routine practice, it became exceedingly awkward during infiltration and surprise attacks. This was also the reason why the Sand Ninja did not opt for small unit infiltrations during the two Great Ninja Wars. As a puppetry prodigy, Scorpion naturally pondered this issue, but due to the constraints of his era and his youth, he was unable to devise effective solutions. After listening to Raz's discourse, it seemed as though a new door had been opened for Scorpion, a door that would transform him from merely excellent to truly exceptional. His keen intuition informed him that the contents of this book would revolutionize his understanding of puppetry. What is it that you desire? Scorpion inquired directly. Luo Sha, it is nothing, merely a moment of exchange among friends. I, Luo Sha, am a trustworthy young gentleman. The title of Timely Rain bestowed upon me is not without merit. Timely rain? Scorpion questioned. But isn't it true that rain rarely falls in the sand-hidden region throughout the year? Awkwardness ensued. Do not dwell on such trivial details. I can gift you this book, but in return, you must set aside 2 hours each day to stroll and explore with me. Scorpion, puzzled, asked, why? There is no reason. It is a simple proposition. 2 hours is excessive. Let us settle for 1 hour. Agreed. Luo Sha raised his right hand, making a gesture as if to clap. What does this signify? We shall seal our pact with a clap, signifying the establishment of this agreement. Scorpion glanced at his own right hand and then gently clapped with Luo Sha. The oath is established. Now, let us proceed. Luo Sha handed the fundamentals of mechanical design to Scorpion. Upon receiving the book, Scorpion murmured, this feeling is rather pleasant. However, this bliss was short-lived. As Scorpion opened the pages, his expression shifted dramatically. What is this script? Chapter 13. The Crimson Sand. Scorpion gazed at the myriad characters and codes inscribed in the book, feeling akin to an illiterate. Although he recognized many characters, their meanings eluded him, rendering the situation quite embarrassing. Rasha felt quite awkward. Without waiting for Scorpion to inquire, she proactively explained, I stumbled upon this book by chance. I only comprehend a portion of its contents. The remainder requires our collaborative exploration. Is there any issue? Scorpion's dubious gaze made Rasha somewhat anxious, fearing that her secret might be revealed. However, Scorpion soon acquiesced. Then let us commence. Thus, for the entirety of the day, Rasha and Scorpion engaged in a meticulous word-for-word translation of the fundamentals of mechanical design. Approaching 5 o'clock, Rasha called a halt, declaring, let us pause here for today. It is time to step outside. She stretched lazily, moving her limbs slightly, and took Scorpion by the hand, leading her outside. Where are you taking me? Scorpion inquired. Yet she offered no resistance, willingly following Rasha into the open air. Luo Sha, it matters not where one goes. Wherever one finds oneself is sufficient. Remaining cooped up at home day after day will inevitably lead to stagnation, and an extended life of solitude can foster feelings of despondency. So yeah, if there is no destination, what is the purpose of embarking on a journey? Luo Sha, why must we embark on our journey with a purpose, regardless of the direction? We can walk first and contemplate our destination along the way. If we stray, we can simply correct our course upon realization. With this thought, Scorpion sank into contemplation. However, Luo was not one to grant anyone the luxury of reflection. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the sand-hidden village school. Observing the bustling school, teeming with children being picked up by their parents, Scorpion fell silent. Why have you brought me here? Scorpion's tone was frosty, entirely uncharacteristic of a 5-year-old. Do you not find this place vibrant? Research indicates that lively environments significantly uplift one's spirits, and the likelihood of suicide diminishes considerably. You've been cooped up at home for so long. Aside from the dining hall, this is surely the most animated spot in the entire sand-hidden village. It is indeed lively, Scorpion replied, his gaze drifting over the scene, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy. My teacher praised me today, haha. Just like my son. My teacher reprimanded me for failing the exam. That's all right. We can try again next time. I got into a fight with my classmates today. Who won? Of course, I won. Little rascal, don't run away. Do you dare to fight again? Just wait till I catch you. Please, Dad, no. Scorpion remarked, it truly is vibrant. A faint smile graced his lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. What is the matter? Are you pondering something? Luo Sha stared at Scorpion, then glanced at the passers-by, wondering if he had been bewitched. Ignoring Luo's reaction, Scorpion eventually turned and said, it's almost time. I must return. Are you leaving already? Yes. I'll research new puppets when I get back. Scorpion paused before continuing, you will come tomorrow, right? Of course. I have many questions I wish to discuss with you. Then, we shall meet tomorrow. Until tomorrow. With that, they parted ways and returned home. Unbeknownst to Luo, Scorpion wore a subtle smile as he left, and that night, he slept particularly soundly. Tomorrow, then. Chapter 14. A turning point in history. 2 months later, for Luo Sha, anything that could be utilized was swiftly mastered. Before him lay a machine he named the ninja tool of the desert breeze, capable of directly converting chakra into wind energy, which would spin blades and drive a turbine, channeling the air from the ground into an underground condensation chamber. The only maintenance required was to clean the wind sand filter, a mere tattered cloth and some stones. Considering the severe dust pollution in the land of wind, Yet when Scorpion encountered this oversized hairdryer, his mind struggled to comprehend. Did you really create something like this in just over 2 months? What purpose does it serve? Scorpion inquired, curiosity piqued. This device is incredibly useful. With it, we can dispense water effortlessly, no questions asked, just lavish. Water? I do not lack for water. Given his tone, it was no surprise, after all. His grandmother was the esteemed advisor, Chio. Your abundance is irrelevant. The crucial point is that sand-hidden village is in dire need. Just selling water alone could yield substantial profits. Oh, I see. But I do not lack for money either, Scorpion continued, embodying a modest demeanor reminiscent of Jack Ma's disinterest in wealth. However, Luo Sha was not one to indulge such attitudes. Are you truly devoid of financial concerns? Let us calculate. Puppetry requires funds, research necessitates expenses, purchasing materials incurs costs, and new materials, new weapons, and puppet maintenance all demand money. After accounting for all of this, is your wealth truly sufficient? Without hesitation, Scorpion replied, it is sufficient. The puppets I sell each week adequately support my endeavors. What? Scorpion is actually in the puppet business? Upon listening to Scorpion's words, Luo Sha finally grasped the essence of extravagance. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could a collector of figurines possibly lack wealth? Scorpion's innate talent for puppet crafting was virtually unparalleled, and the puppets he created were renowned within the puppet army. In an instant, the astute Luo conceived a name for his shop, the fourth son of the Red Sand Scorpion. Returning to the matter at hand, the scheming thoughts within Luo Sha began to bubble forth. Scorpion, look, you have an abundance of water, correct? Well then, can you ensure that every villager has access to it? Perhaps this could be achieved in the short term. But what about for the decades and centuries to come? What is the purpose of human existence? What do we strive for? Or rather, what is it that you pursue? I seek the eternal and undying beauty, Scorpion replied without hesitation. But how can one achieve eternal existence? At that moment, Scorpion was at a loss for an answer. Rosa promptly inquired, who was the first puppet master? Manzawaman, came the reply. Who established the current structure of the shinobi world? The first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, and the shinobi Azura, Uchiha Madara. How do you know of them? Because they both created remarkable legacies. Rosa corrected Scorpion's assertion. Manzawaman founded the system of puppet jutsu, while Hashirama and Madara established a relatively peaceful order in the shinobi world, although they have long since passed. Their deeds and the intangible wealth they left behind continually influence the world. Scorpion nodded involuntarily. At this juncture, Rosa continued, all tangible things will eventually fade away. Although Manzawaman's J-Ninja are still in use, are they truly the same creations crafted by Master Manzawa himself? While Hashirama's would release and the Shinja clan, as well as Madara and his Uchiha clan, still exist, do they hold the same essence as when those two were alive? Throughout history, countless individuals have achieved great feats. Even the likes of Hashirama and Madara cannot claim immortality, yet how many truly remember them? Not to mention, the warriors who once dominated this world now merely curl up in a corner of the Land of Iron. Who can assert that there were no similarly mighty warriors in the past? How many names of these formidable warriors are etched in memory? And after us, will the names of Master Manzawa, Hashirama, and others be forgotten by all? Certainly not, for their legacies perpetually shape future generations, enabling them to stand on the shoulders of giants and gaze upon the world. At this point, Rosa raised his voice, declaring, thus, I contend that life is a journey from birth to death, an inevitability for all. Existence is fraught with suffering, and the essence of life lies in preventing future generations from enduring the pains we currently bear. Scorpion pondered this. Yet he recognized that resolving certain issues invariably leads to a multitude of new challenges. What then should one do? Each generation bears its historical responsibilities, and problems are never fully resolvable. As long as the issues within our capacity arise, we must address them. The dilemmas of future generations will be their historical responsibility. Therefore, can this ninjutsu you have fashioned alleviate the water scarcity currently afflicting Sunagakure? Certainly, Rosa replied. However, shouldn't ninjutsu and puppetry be instruments of death? Who decreed that ninjutsu and puppetry exist solely for the purpose of killing? And what is the ultimate goal behind taking lives? Rosa responded. Murder cannot salvage the Land of Wind, yet construction can. For too long, we have wielded ninjutsu as weapons to extract benefits for the Land of Wind, neglecting the core issue, which lies in the interests of the village rather than the weapon itself. If we can derive benefits through alternative means, what is there to prevent us? After losing both of the previous wars, we recognize that utilizing ninjutsu for the purpose of national gain is flawed. Now, I wish to embark on an unconventional path. Is this to begin with the ninjutsu you crafted? Indeed, Rosa affirmed. Rather than hoarding vast resources for the next war, it is far wiser to allocate a portion towards exploring new avenues. The risk for Sunagakure at present is minimal. Yet, should we succeed, this newfound potential could elevate us to stand alongside all the greats of history. We, too, could become figures of reverence for future generations. Rosa's impassioned speech seemed to ignite a fervent desire within Scorpion, who gazed upon Rosa's modest stature with admiration. I see now. This is your line of thought, Rosa. Once again, the familiar voice echoed in a similar scene, causing Rosa to tense up. Old master, what brings you here? Rosa trembled as he looked upon the third Kazekage and a throng of high-ranking villagers beside him, far removed from the spirited demeanor he had just exhibited. The third Kazekage replied, "I heard that you have developed a new type of ninjutsu over the past 2 months. Since the meeting has concluded, as your teacher, I naturally wish to check on my student, only to overhear some remarkable proclamations." After speaking, the third Kazekage directed his gaze towards the new innovations of the desert. "Show us your latest creation. Let us witness the foundation of your bold assertions." The third Kazekage, undeterred by Rosa's hesitations, commanded directly, "Very well, master. This way, please." With no choice, Rosa led the assembly to his secret base. Soon, they arrived at the site, filled with excavated tunnels. Without inquiry, the third Kazekage stated, "Let us begin." Luo Sha installed the desert new wind apparatus in its designated location and promptly powered it on. Without further ado, the precision of the turbine, formed through magnetic aggregation, was remarkable. There was no need for recalibration of dynamic balance, and it was ready for immediate use, producing almost no noise. After running for 23 minutes, the collection pipe began to drip clear water, drop by drop. Luo Sha quickly fetched a cup to catch the water, continuing for approximately another 10 minutes. The condensation pipe had gathered more than half a cup of pure water. As the onlookers beheld this half cup of clear water, the fervor in their eyes intensified. Before the testing concluded, Sandai picked up the cup and cautiously took a sip, exclaiming that it was excellent. Noticing this rare compliment directed at him, Luo Sha hurriedly brought Xie to his side and said, "And Xie, these designs are the result of our collaboration. Xie deserves recognition for this as well." Xie, though somewhat reluctant, accepted Sandai's praise. Sandai then instructed Luo Sha, "Xie, please prepare a detailed report on these devices within 2 days and submit it to my desk." Luo Sha, taken aback, thought to himself, "Is he trying to take advantage of me? How shameless." Teacher," Luo Sha stammered. Sandai, noticing Luo Sha's reluctance, remarked, "Over 2 months ago, a batch of sand gold was lost from the mine, and currently, there is a shortage of personnel at the site. We need to dispatch more hands. What are your thoughts, Luo Sha? Rest assured, I will complete the report by tomorrow and personally deliver it to your desk." Luo Sha responded, standing straight, chest out, and with a resolute demeanor. Xie gazed at Luo Sha, thinking, "Indeed, he is my student. Luo Sha, you've worked hard. It's no trouble." "It's for the service of the Wind Nation," Luo Sha replied. Xie pondered. Was the previous Luo Sha merely an illusion? Chapter 15. What is surprise wealth acquired through power may vanish with the loss of that power. Luo Sha found himself perplexed. How could he lose wealth not acquired through power? The answer lay in the very essence of power itself. After the departure of the 3 generations, the suppressed fury within Luo Sha erupted without restraint. "If you dare to steal my techniques, then do not flee. I shall ensure you are left battered and bruised." Scorpion, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "The iron sand is far more formidable than the gold dust. Moreover, is not the purpose of crafting these tools to benefit the entire Sunagakure?" Luo Sha resembled a child bereft of a cherished toy, expressing, "Do you comprehend the extent of my efforts? Months of sleepless toil, 2 months devoted to verifying design proposals, the assembly of prototypes that I meticulously crafted. What else is there?" Scorpion inquired. Cultivation, indeed," Luo Sha suddenly realized. "My purpose in undertaking this endeavor is to achieve the liberation of noodles. Water collection is merely a means to that end." Liberation of noodles? Scorpion appeared to have unearthed something significant. While the new wind of the desert can indeed harvest water, you must grow crops, and this limited water supply may prove insufficient. Luo Sha finally discovered the pride of a time traveler. Observing the little brat before him, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Let us wait and see." With that, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way home. Scorpion initially deemed the cultivation of crops improbable, yet the notion of the desert breeze sparked an instinctive belief that everything was indeed possible. Transforming the impossible into the possible is truly a fascinating endeavor. Even Scorpion himself was oblivious to the fact that since encountering Luo Sha, he found himself smiling more frequently. In the third Hokage's office, after pondering for an extended period while gazing at the desert breeze on the table, the third Hokage finally spoke. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" He surveyed the room, where Granny Chiyo, Elder Hai, and several other senior advisors were seated, all fixated on this novel piece of ninja equipment. Granny Chiyo remarked, "The structure of this ninja tool is remarkably simple. Its essence lies solely in the central chakra converter, while the other components can be mass-produced. Once we receive the report from that little rascal, and after we analyze the details and principles, I am confident we can complete the village's water collection project within a month." Elder Hai added, "Indeed, I took a brief look, and the structural costs are exceedingly low. The key components can be molded directly using magnet release. The only parts requiring maintenance are the filter and the chakra charging section. The filter can last a long time with regular cleaning, and the chakra charging can be maintained according to actual needs. A lower-ranked ninja can operate it for 3 days after charging, and if we can optimize the charging seal scroll, the energy storage capacity could be enhanced. As for the other components, they are one-time investments, which the village's finances can easily accommodate." The third Kazekage concluded, "Excellent, let us proceed with the execution." Complete the transformation of the village's water collection within 2 months. Yes, everyone replied in unison. The third Kazakage continued, furthermore, the energy storage scrolls need to be encrypted, and the ceiling must be kept confidential according to the village's secret techniques. Granny Chiyo, I entrust this matter to you. Rest assured, Granny Chiyo replied. The third Kazakage then said, next, let us discuss Luo. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone sat upright, listening intently. The other day, Luo secluded himself at home, presumably contemplating these issues. I did not anticipate that this little rascal could achieve such progress, remarked the third Kazakage. Indeed, this child seems to have undergone some transformation. His approach to problem-solving and perspective is quite extraordinary, Granny Chiyo noted. Elder Hai chimed in, moreover. His assertion that ninjutsu can be utilized for both destruction and construction is something we had previously overlooked. However, he is correct, as long as it benefits the village. The manner in which ninjutsu is employed is of little consequence. Granny Chiyo recommended, I suggest we provide Luo with some special consideration. A portion of the village's funds and materials can be allocated to him, and certain secret techniques can be made accessible. Everyone agreed. The third Kazakage added, as for Scorpion, let him work alongside Luo. They represent the future of the village. Everyone concurred. Unbeknownst to Luo, who was peacefully slumbering at home, he had already captured the attention of Suna's higher-ups. Similarly, Scorpion, engrossed in crafting puppets at home, remained oblivious to the emotional ties known as bonds, gradually intertwining him with Luo. Chapter 16. Staying true to one's original intentions. The advancement of technology may merely signify a new approach to unlocking potential. Much like how stainless steel was originally intended for gun barrels, sanitary napkins were designed for treating wounded soldiers, and high-heeled shoes were crafted for men's convenience in riding horses. Luoxa's desert breeze, however, was conceived for the purpose of cultivating crops. Why not? I simply wish to cultivate my land in peace. What is wrong with that? Is it a sign of failure? People rely on food. After all, Luo exclaimed passionately, completely disregarding Scorpion's incredulous gaze. Scorpion, observing this seemingly frivolous individual, found himself at a loss for words, pondering how many times he could scoff at such antics. Is a serious ninja supposed to farm? Can a farmer truly be a serious ninja? Nevertheless, Scorpion could not deny that Luoxa's design ideas were remarkably innovative, often leaving him in awe. For instance, Luoxa's assertion that he could cultivate crops in the desert, a feat no one had accomplished in thousands of years, was audacious. Although Scorpion yearned to believe in him, such belief was fraught with skepticism. What does it matter that no one has succeeded for millennia? Luo declared confidently. That is merely due to insufficient technological accumulation. And the most crucial reason is that I had yet to be born, you shameless brat. As Scorpion gazed at the contraption before him, he stifled his urge to scoff and directly inquired, so, where do we begin? Luo, let me think for a moment. The first step is to identify a prime location for feng shui, which must face south while sitting in the north. The second step involves constructing a sufficiently large reservoir to accumulate pristine water. As for the third step, it entails zoning the land and controlling the variables in a stepwise manner to ascertain the most optimal irrigation strategy. Optimal, indeed. Based on my observations, during actual irrigation operations, plants absorb only a minuscule portion of the water. The majority is lost to evaporation, resulting in a significant waste. Our goal is to determine the precise quantity of water needed, which will then be established as a standard, enabling us to maximize the utilization of our limited water resources in the future. I have a question, Scorpion suddenly interjected. According to your calculations, I estimate that this technology will take at least 6 months to a year to complete, and most of that time I must dedicate to recording data and monitoring crop growth. During this period, I will be unable to do anything else. How then am I to manage the puppets? Scorpion seemed somewhat displeased, his expression barely concealing his frustration. What's so difficult about that? In Shine Village, there are plenty of tools available. Oh, I mean, lower-ranking ninjas. We can simply hire a few, Luo replied nonchalantly. As long as we prepare a table of the data we need to collect and instruct the lower-ranking ninjas to fill it out as per the guidelines, we can gather the most data with the least effort. That's true. Initially, we can teach them how to record the data, and then we will summarize it ourselves. Achieving a win-win situation, Scorpion added. All right, let's commit to this endeavor. With the season being favorable, we shall strive to grow stronger and more prosperous. Luo declared with fervor, though his enthusiasm lacked the brilliance one might expect, instead radiating an air that made one want to give him a good thrashing. Subsequently, Luo utilized magnetism to manipulate sand and flatten a depression, evenly dividing the area into several plots of uniform size with sand gold. Simultaneously, he constructed 3 layers of hollow walls around the perimeter to prevent sand intrusion and retain warmth. Scorpion, in turn, set up pipes and sowed seeds using his puppetry. Upon planting the final seed, the two completed their tasks for the day. The application of ninjutsu and puppetry in agricultural work seemed remarkably suitable to me, leaving me puzzled as to why no one had attempted it before. Engaging in conflict and violence is counterproductive. Harming nature and its flora and fauna seems inappropriate. Does it not? Isn't it far more appealing to cultivate the land peacefully? At the same time, Scorpion reflected, while puppetry undoubtedly enhances efficiency, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. According to the original plan, each evening, Luo Sha would seal the top of the experimental field using magnetism, leaving only a few ventilation holes. By daylight, he would return to dismantle the roof. However, everyone had overestimated Luo Sha's patience. By the third day, he could no longer endure the repetitive labor. It is a disgrace for us to perform such menial tasks manually, Luo Sha lamented. Thus, on the third day of the roof assembly and disassembly, Luo Sha approached Scorpion to discuss a plan for redesigning the roof. In the same environment, with the same individuals. Yet a different topic at hand. Today, our discussion centers around the renovation of the experimental field. Please, everyone, feel free to express your thoughts. Luo Sha presided over the meeting from an elevated platform. As for why it was everyone, Scorpion glanced at Kururo and the somewhat larger Yashimaru beside him. Time rewound to a day prior. According to the plan, Rasha intended to hire a lower-ranking ninja to record the experiment. Yet, before he could reach the mission hall, his petite fiancée approached him. Rasha, said Kuru, yesterday we received a large pot of water, and I heard it was transformed from a ninja tool you created. Is that true? Rosa nodded in surprise, taken aback by the remarkable efficiency of the third Kazekage, who had managed to produce and implement the ninja tools just a day after receiving the materials. Is that true? Impressive indeed. You truly live up to your reputation, Rosa. Karura gazed at Rosa with admiration. Where are you headed now? May I accompany you? Ah, of course. I am going to the ninja hall to issue a mission. What kind of mission? Are the requirements stringent? It involves some clerical documentation. It's suitable for a genin. I see. Rosa, may I take on this task? Karura inquired with a hopeful tone. What? Certainly. I did not anticipate that you would wish to undertake this, Rosa replied, intrigued. May I ask why? Karura responded. I simply wish to assist you. Luo Sha. This reason is utterly impossible to reject. Thus, Luo Sha's small team welcomed 2 new members, the 10-year-old Jiaoluo and the 1-year-old Yashimaru. Now, let us return to the present moment. Upon the conclusion of Luo Sha's discourse, Xia interjected, inquiring about the purpose of designing a canopy and the issues at hand. This illustrates the perspective of individuals well-versed in advanced technology, as they succinctly address the crux of the matter. Presently, the canopy serves to provide warmth and shield against the wind during the night, while it must be removed during the day to avoid obstructing sunlight for the crops. I propose employing a puppetry technique of precognitive summoning, whereby insulating panels could be conjured when necessary and retracted when not required, Xia suggested directly. This is an excellent proposal, Xia. Do you possess the capability to implement it? Alas, I must admit that I lack the skill in this area, and thus, it appears I am indeed following the path of the virtuous. Xia began to deviate from the intended course. Raza, what nonsense are you spouting? Who taught you that? The crowd turned their gaze towards Raza, creating an awkward silence. Ahem. Does anyone in Sunagakure know the sealing technique? Sasori, Chiyo-sama does. Before Sasori could finish, Raza anxiously interjected, we cannot consult Chiyo-sama. If she finds out, it would be tantamount to our teacher knowing. And if our teacher learns of our techniques, they will be rendered useless. Karura, but Luo Sha, there is no but. We must devise another solution. Scorpion, how about trying a glass folding rack? In the world of Naruto, is there truly such a thing as glass? Indeed. Not only glass, but even greenhouses exist, as evidenced when Sakura gathered herbs for healing Kankuro within a greenhouse. Scorpion suggested, we could create a glass roof equipped with pulleys, opening it during the day with puppet strings and closing it at night. Scorpion's ingenuity is commendable. Having only recently studied mechanical design, he has transcended conventional thinking, employing a purely mechanical approach to tackle real-world challenges. I believe we can proceed, Scorpion. How many days will it take to construct these items? 1 day will suffice. The structure is remarkably simple, although we must procure the materials in advance. Very well, let us split up today to gather supplies and commence our work tomorrow. Raza promptly finalized the plan. Karura observed the 2 before her, somewhat entranced. She had long sensed Raza's transformation but refrained from sharing this with others. For she could still feel that Raza remained fundamentally the same person, which was sufficient for her. The change in his methods did not concern her. She yearned to draw closer to her future husband, unwilling to be left behind, and hoped to assist him in any way she could. Therefore, she took the initiative to inquire about Raza, not wishing to be a mere bystander while he bore the weight of his burdens. What troubles you? Raza could not help but ask, feeling Karura's intense gaze upon him. Nothing. I am merely curious as to why you do not seek assistance from the third Hokage. If I were to seek help from my teacher, I would end up receiving unsolicited aid. Are you fearful that the third Hokage will discover your endeavors? Indeed. But you do realize that, even without you saying anything, the third Hokage will find out, right? Carefully, Karura added, Raza, you must not forget that the third Hokage commands a directly subordinate Umbu unit. Do not speak of it. Chapter 17. The Great Leap Forward. Do not say the path ahead is devoid of understanding, for the true fool is I. Luo Sha felt that he could not blame himself for the situation. The reason well, was simply that he had forgotten. It was genuinely amusing. On this day, Luo Sha experienced the sensation of self-deception. I am not the protagonist. I am not the protagonist. I am not the protagonist, he repeatedly chanted upon returning home, attempting to hypnotize himself in this manner, embracing the philosophy that if he did not feel embarrassed, then it was others who should feel awkward. Luo Sha finally completed his psychological fortification. He was still too young. There would be no next time. Luo Sha reassured himself once again, deceived himself. It was foreseeable that once the drip irrigation technology was completed, the fruits of labor from Luo Sha, Scorpion, and Jialu would inevitably be reaped once more by the third-generation Wind Shadow. Luo Sha could even envision the gaze of the third generation upon him, akin to that of a lush green chive. The mere thought of this made Luo Sha's complexion pale. No, this cannot be. I must turn passivity into initiative. Luo Sha's resolve strengthened. Mechanical devices, once disassembled, hold no secrets. To protect one's intellectual property, it is imperative to possess a core technological advantage. What is my technological advantage? Luo Sha pondered deeply. In this era devoid of patent laws, to secure a technological edge, the critical factor was to ensure that only he could fulfill all the necessary hard conditions. His only advantages were the memories from his past life and the bloodline of this life. But how could these two elements be combined? Magnetic escape, magnetic force, magnetic linkage, magnetoelectricity. A bold idea emerged in Luo Sha's mind. What if he initiated an electrical revolution and delved into semiconductor technology? Raza was initially startled by this revelation. However, after a brief moment, he began to meticulously analyze the situation. The high-purity silicon raw material could be refined through the art of sand manipulation, combined with the fire-release ninjutsu for preparation. As for the etching of chips, it could be achieved through magnetic release techniques. Although I am not adept at creating large-scale integrated circuits, the fabrication of ordinary diodes and transistors poses no challenge. Various sensors could certainly be developed through experimentation to uncover underlying patterns, and material preparation could be efficiently resolved through magnetic sorting. Furthermore, the operational programs, the sealing techniques of the young man, are worth exploring. Raza gradually felt a surge of excitement. Most remarkably, the magnetic release technique was exclusively possessed by the sand-hidden village, effectively locking down the hardware processing techniques. Moreover, since the teacher could not be present every day for instruction, I inadvertently monopolized the semiconductor processing industry. Regarding production volume, a single batch would suffice for downstream manufacturers' extensive processing for an extended period, simply perfect. What is the most lucrative pursuit in this world? The answer, monopolization. What constitutes the ideal job? The answer, plentiful rewards with minimal responsibilities, proximity to home, elevated status with light burdens. The most basic requirement for a netizen is a learning console. In contemplation of this, tears of uncontainable emotion welled up in Raza's eyes. For the advancement of science, for societal progress, for the enhancement of my life, I am here for the electrical revolution. Without hesitation, he decided to commence with the simplest task, the creation of the first diode. On this day, the history of the Wind Country, the sand-hidden village, and indeed the entire ninja world was irrevocably transformed. Future generations would commemorate this day as the miraculous occasion of discovering the key to a new world. At that moment, Raza was unaware of these monumental implications. He was diligently recalling the fragmented memories of his previous life, striving to weave these fragments into a coherent narrative. A diode is an electronic device made from semiconductor materials such as silicon, selenium, and germanium. It consists of an N-junction paired with corresponding electrode leads and encapsulated within a shell. By employing various doping processes and diffusion techniques, two types of diodes can be fabricated, PN and NN types. The specific classifications are inconsequential. It suffices to understand that two materials are mixed, one serving as the primary and the other as the secondary. As for which is which, well, that is of little importance. It was precisely on this day, within the final 10 minutes of the miraculous occasion of discovering the key to a new world, that a resounding cry of manipulation echoed throughout the sand-hidden village. Though these words were not uttered by Raza himself, let us consider it an unspoken truth. After all, great revolutionary pioneers do cherish their dignity. Fragmented learning and selective memory have become the predominant modes of modern education. Individuals tend to remember certain aspects while conveniently forgetting others, only to revisit them when the need arises. This represents the tragic reality of learning for most. At this moment, Luo Sha is fully experiencing the bitter fruits of ignorance, realizing the value of knowledge only when it is needed. Chapter 18, Theoretical Foundations. The evolution of any product is not solely determined by a breakthrough in a particular technology. It is inevitably a reflection of changes and upgrades within the entire industrial chain and structure. Luo Sha aspired to leverage the technological advancements of his previous life to amass wealth in this one, a notion as impractical as wielding the swords of a bygone dynasty to strike down the officials of the present. The disparity in systems creates an insurmountable barrier to technology. Yet, is there no way forward? Certainly not. Pathways are forged by those who dare to tread them. Upon recognizing this dilemma, Luo Sha instinctively began to outline his objectives. Goal: achieve technological monopoly through magnetic escape. Means: innovate semiconductor or semiconductor-like technologies. Implementation: 1. Establish a comprehensive semiconductor industrial framework with his ordinary undergraduate capabilities. How on earth did you manage to thrive in your previous life? 2. Provide guidance and nurture talented individuals, like Scorpion, subsequently developing the industrial system, with an estimated timeline of around 50 years. 50 years. By then, I'll be 60. What use is being a wealthy magnate then? 3. Seek mature alternative technologies, amalgamating them with modern science, and rapidly propel a technological revolution through hybridization. What a splendid idea. It is akin to suddenly discovering an entirely new periodic table of elements in the past life, even with just a few elements. Science and technology would experience exponential growth in a short span. The successful application of new materials, such as graphene, would lead to significant advancements in science and technology. Looking beyond the surface to grasp the essence, the core principle of semiconductor technology lies in the diverse reactive responses of various components upon receiving external stimuli, manifesting as electrical signals. This implies that if one can induce corresponding reactive responses in tools or other entities when subjected to external stimuli, the theoretical foundation of semiconductor technology is established. Upon this realization, Luo Sha smiled. If I can utilize sealing techniques to create chakra storage, then employing similar techniques for modulation, amplitude modulation, frequency modulation, voltage boosting, and voltage reduction should not be far-fetched. Moreover, with magnetic escape at my disposal, the refined manipulation of magnetic escape is inherently designed for ultra-large-scale integrated circuit techniques. Simultaneously, aside from magnetic escape, are there superior methods for programming logical circuit procedures? Essentially, I possess mastery over both hardware and software circuits. Oh, how delightful. With this thought, Luo Sha erupted into laughter. First, let us construct the foundational logic circuits, chakra pathways, including in gates, Oregon gates, and NOT gates. If I cannot navigate microcontrollers, how could I possibly navigate LC? Let us proceed. Step 1. Clarify the input-output patterns and efficiency of the sealing technique. Step 2. Develop logical judgment sealing techniques while simultaneously practicing the depiction of sealing techniques with magnetic escape. Summarizing experiences. Step 3. Create an external testing platform to validate the sealing techniques. As for the third Kazakage wishing to benefit from my technology without cost, let him be. Akin to the chip industry of later years, one can easily search online for the chip manufacturing process, yet only a handful of companies can execute it. Why? Because the manufacturing process is closely guarded. Likewise, I can unconditionally share the technologies I am developing, yet others simply cannot replicate them, not due to any concealment on my part, but because they lack magnetic escape. I wonder if that frustrates them. The following day, Luo Sha remained sequestered within his home, not venturing outside. Scorpion and Karura found it quite peculiar, as they had agreed to complete the experimental canopy together that day. Fortunately, Scorpion was capable of accomplishing the task alone. In the evening, the two made a special trip to Luo Sha's residence. When Luo Sha opened the door, both were taken aback. He appeared as a panda, his dark circles were profound, and Karura looked as though he might weep. Scorpion inquired, "What has happened to you? You look utterly exhausted." Luo Sha stifled a yawn, exclaiming that inspiration struck yesterday, leading to an entire day spent on compiling materials, just now concluding his efforts. Scorpion's interest was piqued. Let us take a look. Without further ado, he pushed the door open, with Luo Sha and Jiayuro following closely behind. Upon entering the living room, Scorpion was taken aback by the sight of drafts scattered everywhere, casually picking up a sheet of paper to read. As he perused one page after another, his astonishment grew, not from fear, but because the content inscribed upon the pages unfurled a brand new path before him. Rosa could no longer endure the fatigue and collapsed onto the carpet, drifting into a deep slumber. Karuro sat beside him, gently fanning the air in hopes of providing a more restful sleep. After a considerable time, Scorpion finished reviewing all the manuscripts and roused Rosa from his slumber. Scorpion inquired, "Is everything inscribed here truly feasible?" Luo Sha, "In theory, it is entirely feasible. However, the duration required for this process is exceptionally long, and the workload is significantly substantial." Scorpion, "These matters are inconsequential. What prompted you to consider the use of sensors? It appears somewhat superfluous." Luo Sha, "Why is it superfluous?" Scorpion, "Under the same circumstances, I could easily employ several more lower-ranked ninjas to accomplish these tasks. In terms of the time, effort, and resources invested in sensor development, it is simply not cost-effective. Wasn't it you who expressed a similar sentiment when we needed to document the drip irrigation process?" Luo Sha, "Scorpion, the calculations are not as simple as you think. Please wait a moment." Luo Sha rose and entered the kitchen, soon returning with 3 cups of water. He gestured for Scorpion to place his fingers into the cups. Although Scorpion felt a twinge of confusion, he complied with the request. Luo Sha, "What does it feel like?" Scorpio, "A cup of hot water, a cup of lukewarm water." Luo Sha, "Now, I would like you to place both of your fingers into the room temperature water cup and see what happens. Scorpion complied. And the moment both fingers were submerged, he seemed to grasp the essence of Luo Sha's intention. Scorpion, are you implying that human sensations are unreliable? Truly. You are a genius puppeteer of the Sand Shinobi, yet your assertion is not entirely accurate. Luo Sha responded with unwavering confidence. Scorpion withdrew his hands and respectfully said, please, go on. Luo Sha, machinery differs fundamentally from humans. It lacks the capacity for independent thought, operating instead with rigidity and adherence to protocol. Consequently, in practical applications, mechanical tasks may lack flair, yet they also remain devoid of errors, ensuring a stable production process, precisely what we require. To achieve this stability, the presence of sensors is indispensable. Akin to the detonation of an explosive trigger, the controlling logic follows a sequence. The presence of a person activates a wire, which in turn ignites the explosive. If we perceive the explosive trap as a stable mechanical entity, then the triggering wire serves the function of a sensor, discerning the presence of adversaries and determining whether the explosion will effectively incapacitate them. Similarly, for machinery to perform appropriate actions at opportune moments, continuous feedback is essential, underscoring the significance of sensors. Scorpio remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Luo Sha continued, stating that the response time of an ordinary person to stimuli typically ranges from 0.1 to 0.5 seconds. Unless one possesses extraordinary talent, it is quite challenging to surpass this limit. In contrast, the response time of sensors is entirely contingent upon manufacturing precision, presenting a more remarkable potential for advancement than that of the human body. While humans may experience fatigue and irritability, machines remain impervious to such limitations. This constitutes the second advantage of machinery. Luo Sha continued. The third advantage of machinery is precisely the reason I ultimately decided to pursue this technological development. What is it? Scorpion inquired eagerly. Mass reproducibility. It was the first time Luo Sha had seen Scorpion so impatient. For instance, when I created the first set of Desert New Breeze, it took us over 2 months. However, for the second and third sets, as long as the materials are available, we can swiftly transform research outcomes into tangible benefits. Similarly, once we develop the first sensor, the subsequent work will merely involve replication and duplication. This is a capability that humans can never rival, for there are no two individuals in this world that are exactly alike. After hearing these words, Scorpion fell into deep contemplation once again. After a long pause, Scorpion tremulously asked, so, you mean to say, as long as the technology of the sensor is sufficiently advanced, I could produce puppets that do not require the manipulation of a puppeteer, correct? Luo Sha was taken aback. While I was still contemplating how to develop automated machinery, you are already aspiring to create a Terminator? My vision was indeed too limited. Yes, however, it necessitates the integration of information processing. For the complexities of real-life scenarios demand an entirely different magnitude of data and responses compared to basic production feedback. I see, Xie chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips, one that resonated with the innocence befitting his age. Xie's innate talent often led others to overlook his youth, but in that moment, a glimpse of childlike purity emerged on his face. In essence, as long as we can produce a variety of sensors and combine them with sealing techniques, we can transform the unfavorable circumstances of the sand-hidden village, altering the villagers' outdated way of life. Will we finally be able to enjoy meat? Asked Kalu. Luo Sha. It is essential. Everyone should enjoy the freedom of braised pork. Xia. The puppeteer can transcend their own limitations, managing puppets without the strings. By that logic, is it possible for me to become a puppeteer beyond the likes of Men's Wei Men? If one day you achieve this, you could genuinely be hailed as the foremost puppeteer. Even Uchiha Madara would acknowledge you as the strongest. Luo smiled softly as he observed the two little ones, embracing limitless aspirations for the future, quietly standing behind them. Luo Sha. Now, let us commence our experiments in the experimental field, beginning with the documentation of our findings. Xia, which specific aspect shall we focus on? Luo Sha. Firstly, we should continue the current operational model of the experimental field. We require a successful case to facilitate future requests for human and material resources from the village. Meanwhile, Scorpion, we need to commence the development of our first experimental sensor. I plan to start with a humidity sensor and a temperature sensor to monitor crop growth. Scorpion, from where will we obtain the readings for temperature and humidity? Luo Sha. The land of rivers and the land of fire are both nations renowned for their agricultural prowess, possessing the most extensive farmlands, particularly the land of rivers, which is predominantly under the control of villages. In such circumstances, gathering intelligence should not pose significant challenges. Xia, what standard unit shall we employ? Surely there must be a benchmark. Luo Sha. We shall establish the unit standards ourselves. For instance, let us denote temperature with Scorpio, designating the freezing point of water as 0 Scorpio. What do you think? Scorpio. In that case, we shall represent humidity with sand, defining the moisture level of parched soil devoid of water as 0 sand. Ah, young man. You are quite astute. Likewise, Scorpio retorted. Rosa gazed at Karura and said, "I apologize, but I must rely on you for matters concerning the experimental field for the time being." Karura smiled and replied, "It is no trouble at all. I am glad to assist you." Meanwhile, Scorpion quietly munched on dog food nearby. The following day, Rosa and Scorpion commenced their study of sealing techniques. Class location, Kazakage Tower Instructor, Granny Chio. Is there anyone in Sunagakure more proficient in sealing techniques than her? Students, Rosa, Scorpion. Granny Chio, having just received her grandson's request, felt a profound joy within her. She sensed that Scorpion had changed from his former self and understood the reasons behind this transformation. Thus, she readily agreed to the endeavor. During the class, as Rosa and Scorpion posed inquiries such as how to trigger seals under various environmental conditions, whether sealing techniques could be reused, and the minimum size for a sealing technique, Granny Chio began to wonder if the two harbored misconceptions about sealing arts. Nevertheless, she diligently addressed each question and generously imparted all her knowledge, as a loving grandmother would for her eager grandson. 3 months have elapsed since Rasha and Scorpion completed their studies in sealing techniques. According to Granny Chio, both of them have made initial progress in their mastery of these skills, and their future advancement now rests entirely upon their own efforts. After expressing their gratitude to Granny Chio, the two returned to their secret base. Over the course of these 3 months, the experimental crops at the base have flourished remarkably, a testament to Karuro's diligent efforts. Observing these crops, Scorpion was astonished, even though he had anticipated the outcome. He could hardly believe that wheat could truly be cultivated in the desert. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha remarked, "What is the cultivation of wheat? In due time, I shall be able to grow strawberries as well." "What are strawberries?" asked Luo. "They are a type of fruit, exceedingly delicious. I long to taste them," she replied. "Do not worry. Soon, we shall have them," reassured Luo Sha. "Now, let us not linger on idle chatter and commence the experiment," Scorpion declared. With that, Scorpion produced a device resembling a classic mobile phone. This was a humidity detector, composed of a probe and a mechanical dial, akin to an old-fashioned voltmeter, with an enchanting sealing scroll crafted by Luo Sha embedded within. "Luo Sha, let us commence preparations, gathering calibration materials in accordance with the gradient." Upon concluding his statement, Luo Sha utilized his sand manipulation technique to amass a substantial bucket of soil, while subsequently, Luo readied various weights of water. It is worth noting that the water scarcity in the sand-hidden village has been largely resolved. Although bathing remains a distant luxury, drinking water is now virtually unlimited. Following this, Scorpion initiated the calibration of the instrument's discrepancies, during which Luo Sha diligently monitored the instrument's fluctuations, contemplating optimization strategies. By the time a box of instruments had been calibrated, the night had deepened. The 3 of them, fatigued, succumbed to slumber amidst the array of calibrated instruments and fields of golden wheat. Chapter 19. The Season of Harvest. What constitutes happiness? Happiness is the ability to savor a steaming bun after enduring months of military rations. Lacking aspirations, one might as well indulge in a meat bun. The third wind shadow and the senior officials of the sand-hidden village gazed in disbelief at the sprawling fields of golden wheat. From the establishment of the sand-hidden village to the third generation's governance, or rather, since records began in the land of wind, the barren sands had never yielded crops in such a manner. When the Umbu reported this situation to the third generation, they initially believed it to be a mere trivial experiment. However, upon witnessing the bountiful 10 acres of rice paddies, the third generation comprehended the immense value of this technology. Third wind shadow, Luo Sha. Is this technology amenable to dissemination? Luo Sha, certainly, in theory, as long as there is land, one can cultivate various crops. What is most abundant in the land of wind? Undoubtedly, it is land. The reason it has remained largely undeveloped is primarily due to a lack of water. Aside from a few oases, the majority of the land in the land of wind yields little to no produce. Now that Luo Sha's technology has surmounted this challenge, it is foreseeable that the vast land resources of the land of wind will be swiftly transformed into economic benefits. The third generation and the higher-ups all smiled, their expressions brimming with joy. Luo Sha, the time for reaping has arrived. Sandai, where are the harvesters? Raza, look, isn't that over there? Raza gestured, directing the gaze of the onlookers towards Scorpion's position. Noticing their attention, Scorpion leisurely produced a sealing scroll, the crimson secret of the agricultural harvester. Summoning forth a puppet, he revealed a creation unlike any humanoid puppet before. It featured a tractable structure, adorned with a myriad of sharp blades. It resembled a miniature combine harvester. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Scorpion deftly maneuvered the agricultural harvester to reap the wheat. The machine, anchored by the furrows of the field, sliced through the crops with precision, akin to a razor trimming hair. In less than 40 minutes, the entire experimental field lay harvested, with piles of wheat towering like small mountains. Observing the 2 youthful faces of the small spirits before him, the third Kazakage understood, from this moment onward, the inhabitants of Sunagakure would no longer regard these 2 as mere innocents, but rather as true ninjas. Third Kazakage, Raza, Scorpion, splendid work. What is the next step in our plan? Luo Sha, Our next step involves establishing experimental fields on the outskirts of the village, where we shall cultivate a variety of crops, fruits, and vegetables. Once the number of experimental fields accumulates sufficiently, or when we achieve self-sufficiency in grain, I will begin raising poultry and livestock. I have calculated that in approximately 57 years, we can realize food self-sufficiency in the village. So the development of agricultural puppets must also be prioritized. These agricultural techniques will entirely rely on sealing techniques and puppet arts to conserve labor. It has been assessed that a team composed of wind-release ninjas, puppet masters, sand manipulators, and 3 ordinary ninjas would be adequate to manage 150 to 200 acres of land, producing enough yield to sustain the basic needs of 80 to 120 individuals after expenses are accounted for, depending on the crops cultivated. Corresponding puppets will also need to be developed accordingly. Chio, there are no issues with this plan. The village will allocate sufficient resources and manpower to accomplish these goals. So I will fully support you in these endeavors. Third Hokage, Luo Sha, please compile the subsequent plans and deliver them to my office. The core focus of the village's work over the next 5 years will revolve around these cultivation techniques. Tomorrow, I will visit the daimyo's residence to request ample land for the establishment of the experimental fields. Luo Sha inquired, "Teacher, how much land can we acquire?" Sandai glanced at Luo Sha and responded, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Luo Sha, "Indeed, esteemed teacher, the water collection efficiency of Desert New Wind operates within certain thresholds. The extent to which it can harvest water is entirely contingent upon the aridity of the specific locale. The exceptional water collection observed in Sandy Hidden Village is a result of its oasis setting. Should this capacity remain unchecked, it will not be long before its water collection capabilities will no longer suffice for agricultural needs." Sandai pondered for a moment. Proceed. Luo Sha, therefore, is it possible to request a piece of land towards the southeast, near the sea? The sea? The crowd had not anticipated such a term. Roshan elucidated. The ocean possesses nearly limitless water resources. Provided we apply them judiciously, the entire land of wind could amass water resources without constraint. Our objective is to establish several fortifications along the coastline for the construction of the new winds of the desert, subsequently employing earth release techniques to create subterranean canals. We shall reinforce the canal structure with sealing techniques and conceal the traces of these waterways using earth release and sand manipulation techniques. Along the banks of the canal, we will establish settlements, around which we will develop farmlands and aquaculture. I have named this grand endeavor East Water-West Transfer, ensuring that we need not fear that adversaries may destroy our canals during times of war, whilst allowing for the sustainable and reasonable development of our villages. The surrounding individuals fell into silence. After a considerable pause, Elder Kaibara was the first to speak. This indeed could facilitate tremendous growth for the village. However, the scale of this canal project is rather immense, requiring it to traverse half the land of wind. The feudal lord's administration is unlikely to allocate the necessary resources or manpower for us to realize this undertaking. Luo Sha, there is no need to worry about the issue of resources. I already have a plan in place that should resolve it within 2 months. However, is the village truly in such dire need of ninjas at present? Chio, the current number of ninjas in the village is entirely sufficient for initiating this project. Nevertheless, the primary duty of our ninjas is to safeguard the borders to the north and northeast. The southeast is the land of water, which, due to its ample depth, requires only a few outposts for early warning systems. The remaining ninjas must perform daily tasks to generate income. It appears I have finally uncovered the reason for the village's impoverishment. It seems that the majority of our ninjas are engaged in non-productive activities. No wonder the village's finances are so strained. The ninjas stationed at the borders are primarily tasked with guarding against a Wagakure and Kanahagakure, correct? Luo Sha pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, if we could reallocate some of our forces, could we sufficiently support our project? Reassigning the 13th Division from the border headquarters would suffice, and it would significantly alleviate the pressure on our resources. Eyes hesitated briefly before responding to Luo Sha's question. Then I have a proposition that could allow us to mobilize at least half of the border troops. Luo Sha's statement astonished the assembly. What proposition? The third Tsuchikage asked impatiently. To establish an alliance with Kanahagakure. No, before Luo Sha could finish, the third Kazakage interjected with a firm refusal. Why not? Luo Sha was taken aback. Based on past experiences, our relations with Kanahagakure have not been irreparably damaged. The 2 great ninja wars were not instigated by them. If we were to sign an alliance treaty, there would be no need for as many ninjas to guard the northeastern border. Simultaneously, the northern border would exert additional pressure on a Wagakure due to the alliance between our 2 nations, thereby enhancing our security. Scorpion interjected. Why not forge an alliance with a Wagakure instead? A Wagakure has a history of betraying its allies. The third Tsuchikage, Noki, is a stubborn old man who, in pursuit of his own goals, would disregard the bonds of alliance. As for Kanahagakure, both Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju have passed away. They suffered significant losses in the last Great Ninja War, and the newly appointed third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, did not ascend to power through a normal succession. He took the role following the death of his predecessor without external support, which has inevitably led to dissent within the village. Currently, Hiruzen Sarutobi is in dire need of achievements to quell internal opposition, and a treaty of alliance with Tsunegakure would present him with the optimal opportunity. Moreover, despite having endured 2 great ninja wars, the overall strength of Konohagakure remains formidable. Clans such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and others like Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Kurama possess significant combat prowess. It is undeniable that Konohagakure stands as a powerful ally. Ultimately, we require time and resources. The Land of Fire is the most affluent territory in the ninja world. Our previous motivations for waging war were to acquire more land for the development of our village. Yet conflict did not yield our desired outcomes. Should an alliance treaty be signed, our trade with the Land of Fire would undoubtedly flourish, and we could even negotiate favorable terms for grain procurement within the treaty. In summary, this represents our most advantageous option at this juncture. Rosa expressed his views in one breath, awaiting the response of the third Kazekage. I concur with the establishment of an alliance with Konoha, Grandmother Chiyo proclaimed. The third Kazekage responded, Grandmother Chiyo? She continued, as young Rosa has articulated, forming an alliance with Konoha is indeed the most prudent course of action. It is highly likely that Konoha will acquiesce, and once the alliance is solidified, it will yield immense benefits for our village. The third Kazekage interjected, however. Grandmother Chiyo replied, Death is the fate of a ninja. Harboring animosity toward one another serves no purpose. Personal vendettas are insignificant when weighed against the welfare of the village. Moreover, the number of ninjas who have perished in battles against Konoha far exceeds just this couple. It would be unjust for the village to forfeit greater opportunities for growth simply due to my own grievances. It was then that Luosha recalled that Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, who were also the parents of Sasori. Luosha turned to Scorpion and inquired, Scorpion, are you all right? Scorpion remained silent, merely shaking his head. Scorpion, if you oppose. Before Luosha could finish his sentence, Scorpion interjected, When we first embarked on this journey, it was with the intention of becoming figures revered by future generations. Then you introduced the drip irrigation technique, and I recognized your uniqueness. Luosha, you are exceptional, and I trust you. Therefore, I will believe in and support all of your decisions. Raza was deeply moved. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that someone had placed such trust in him. The third Kazekage declared, in that case, let us confirm the decision to ally with Konohagakure. The assembly responded affirmatively. As for the envoy to Konohagakure, Lord Hai Laozong, we kindly request your assistance in this matter. Hai Laozong replied, understood, Kazekage. Furthermore, Raza and Scorpion will accompany the delegation as well. What? How did my involvement come to be? Raza was taken aback. Since it was your suggestion, it is only natural that you bear full responsibility, the third Kazekage stated sternly. What about the experimental fields? Raza protested reluctantly. The model for establishing the experimental fields has been nearly perfected by the Umbu, coupled with your report and Karuro's assistance. It will be sufficient for the construction. Moreover, the establishment of desert new winds in the coastal fortress will require time. During this period, you should take the opportunity to observe Konohagakure closely, the Kazekage explained. Karuro added, do your best, Raza. Luosha, how could I have forgotten about this matter? Scorpion, I require the development of new puppets. Chiyo, please assist me in gathering sufficient materials for my experiments en route. Scorpion, how could you betray us so easily? We agreed to be lifelong friends. Third Kazekage, Luosha, Scorpion, do not underestimate the significance of this mission. It is essential to bring back the alliance treaty, which necessitates a demonstration of our strength. Your selection was intentional to ensure our village is not underestimated by Konoha. The glitch of a competition. It is merely a veiled Shunin exam. But, teacher, is it only Scorpion and me going to Konoha? Aren't there any additional members? Luosha felt that their numbers were somewhat insufficient for the task at hand. You need not worry. I have already identified suitable candidates. You will form a 3-person team to journey to Konoha together. Very well, teacher. Konoha village. At the familiar Hokage rock, a figure stands upon the visage of the third Hokage, wearing a conical hat and the Hokage robe. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Sarutobi was merely a youth, unmarked by the age spots of the future, and far from the lecherous old man he would become. Teacher, can I truly fulfill the role of Hokage? Sarutobi murmured to himself. At that moment, a silhouette appeared behind him. Had Luosha been present, regardless of any alteration in appearance, the cross-shaped scar on his chin would have been sufficient for him to identify the man as Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, you have returned here again, Danzo stated calmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling somewhat agitated, responded, here, I can find solace. Is it because of the village's affairs? Indeed, although the village appears calm on the surface, beneath the surface, turmoil brews. I require your strength, my dear friend, the third Hokage earnestly expressed. Konoha is a towering tree, and at present, I need roots strong enough to protect it. After a moment of silence, Danzo resolutely stated, let me be the root of Konoha. Allow me to assist you, Hiruzen. You are the ever-warm Hokage under the sun, while I am the decisive root in the shadows. Together, we shall ensure Konoha rises once more as the strongest ninja village. In that instant, The bond between the Hokage and the root was forged, establishing the foundational political framework of Konoha during the third Hokage's tenure. Land of Water. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. His violet Rinnegan warning all who beheld it of the perilous nature of its owner. Gradually, a half-black, half-white figure emerged from the ground. White Zetsu. During my slumber. Have any intriguing events transpired in the ninja world? Lord Madara. Senju Tobirama is dead. Madara's pupils contracted. How did he die? He was ambushed by Kin and Jin. Then hunted down and killed. Madara fell silent. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Senju Tobirama for having slain his brother, yet out of respect for Hashirama. He buried his resentment. It is regrettable that I could not kill him myself. Are there any other matters? White Zetsu replied, in the land of wind. An interesting young boy has emerged. He can cultivate crops in the desert. Cultivation? In the land of wind? Has Sunagakure fallen so far? Never mind, they are insignificant insects. Lacking any utility, and do not warrant further attention. Uchiha Madara was proud. In his worldview, the ninja world was ultimately governed by strength. Were those who engaged in frivolous pursuits still considered ninjas? Such individuals are not worthy of notice. Meanwhile, far away in Sunagakure, Luosha was unaware of these events. He was diligently writing, planning the future of Sunagakure. Chapter 20. The mission to Konoha. What preparations are necessary for the mission to Konoha? First, we must submit the official documents, followed by multiple reciprocal visits to probe and verify authenticity. What if both parties merely exchanged false documents to gather intelligence? Next, we must confirm and verify the number of delegates. Finally, we shall embark on our journey. To what extent may the complexity of the procedures reach? For instance, it is akin to obtaining approval from a certain department of a foreign nation. One must prove that your mother is indeed your mother. Raza initially believed he would embark on his journey within a few days. He toiled late into the night to produce the necessary reports for the third Kazekage, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. However, after waiting for over a month, time during which he could have made 3 round trips to Konohagakure, he found himself still in limbo. In contrast, Sasori remained remarkably composed. The third Kazekage undeniably had the upper hand in this regard. Throughout the month of waiting, Sasori crafted numerous puppets, including sewing puppets, tilling puppets, and specialized puppets for regulating sunlight. Believe it or not, Sasori self-studied the impact of sunlight exposure on crop growth. It is no surprise that he was hailed as a genius. The 3 puppets received widespread acclaim from the higher-ups in Sunagakure upon their debut. After a week of idleness, Raza began to pursue his own research. It is worth mentioning that after the completion of their humidity sensor, Raza and Sasori undertook a mission to gather data on soil moisture in the agricultural environment, with the location set in the land of rivers. Once the humidity data was collected, Karura prepared to commence detailed experiments aimed at cultivating the maximum yield with minimal water usage. Rasha observed the other 2 members of the trio bustling about with relentless energy, prompting him to consider his own contributions. Within a mere 3 weeks, propelled by the development of humidity sensors, he had successfully completed the temperature and airflow sensors, while also making significant progress on proximity sensors, salinity sensors, and light sensors. It must be said that the foundational sciences of the shinobi world are rather straightforward, whereas in his previous life, he was rooted in materials science. Here they seamlessly transitioned from hardware disciplines to software disciplines grounded in sealing techniques, while Scorpion was also capable of crafting these sensors. The quality of his creations fell slightly short of Rasha's. Even though Rasha had explained the advantages of magnetic release techniques, Scorpion, proud as a genius puppeteer, could not bear the thought of being inferior to others. Consequently, he set forth on an alternative path to sensor creation. When Rasha first learned of Scorpion's decision to pursue this new route, he was so frightened that he struggled to sleep for several days, plagued by suspicions that Scorpion intended to turn him into a human puppet. Eventually, unable to contain his anxiety, he inquired about Scorpion's intentions. After Scorpion assured him countless times that he had no designs of making him a puppet, Rasha finally felt at ease. As for Scorpion's subsequent exploration into the realm of human puppetry, that was a matter beyond the concerns of Rasha, who was blissfully unaware of the intricacies involved. At that time, Scorpion had yet to master the technique of human puppetry. The timeline now returns to the present. Luo Sha, are all the preparations in place? Yeah, rest assured, my puppets are fully prepared and ready for deployment at any moment. Luo Sha, a new puppet? Bring it to me, I wish to broaden my horizons. Scorpion, let us wait until the time is right for a demonstration. It is not convenient at present. Luo Sha, that's fine. By the way, have you heard from Granny Chio about who our other teammate is? Yeah, I didn't ask. Nor do I care about such matters. To me, it makes no difference who the teammate is. Luo Sha, however, I do care. What if my teammates are difficult to get along with? Team collaboration is of utmost importance, isn't it? Yeah, I am the grandson of Chio. And you're the direct disciple of the third Kazekage. Who in the village would dare to challenge us? Luo Sha, how delightful it is to hear such words. I never expected that at such a young age, you could perceive the essence of things so clearly. You truly deserve the praise. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a melodious voice interjected. Are you waiting for me? As Rasha and Scorpion turned their heads, they were greeted by the sight of a charming little girl. Her deep green hair, adorned with bright orange tips, exuded a playful allure. Hello, Rasha and Scorpion. I am Yukura. I look forward to your guidance in the times to come. As soon as the little girl completed her introduction, Rasha's facial expression twitched slightly. What was I thinking in my past life, sending such an adorable little girl to be a sacrificial pawn? Such a thing shall never occur again in this life. Greetings. Yukura, I am Rasha, and this is Scorpion. From now on, we shall be comrades. Understood. Just as she finished speaking, the third Kazakage and Elder Chiyo arrived. Are we all prepared? The third Kazakage inquired. Scorpion touched his sealing scroll, Yukura checked her ninja tool pouch, and Rasha lifted his gourd filled with sand. We are ready. The three responded in unison. Then let us set forth. Elder Chiyo, I entrust the task to you. Yes, Lord Kazakage. I shall fulfill the mission without fail. Thus, the Sand Ninja Envoy officially embarked on their journey. In the Land of Fire, at the Hokage building in Konohagakure, Saratobi Hiruzen asked, what is the progress of the investigation regarding the Sand Village's envoy and our alliance? The Hokage, the investigation is nearly complete, replied a member of the Umbu. Please elaborate without omitting any details, urged Tsunade. Yes, the Umbu paused briefly to gather his thoughts before continuing. The Sand Village intends to reduce the number of ninjas along the Land of Fire's borders to execute other missions. This is likely related to a new type of ninja tool emerging within the Sand Village. A new type of ninja tool? Have we obtained any specimens? Mito Gate's inquiry was filled with urgency. We do not have any physical specimens, as this tool has not been mass-produced, and its production is strictly controlled and recorded, rendering it inaccessible to our operatives. What is the primary function of this ninja tool? Can we ascertain its operational principles? What is its lethality? This tool primarily seems to produce clean water, as evidenced by changes in the daily water supply allocation for sand villagers. Its operational principles remain unknown for now, and it appears to lack any lethality. A ninja tool devoid of lethality? Why would the Sand Village seek an alliance with us based on this? According to intelligence, the Sand Village has successfully cultivated a significant amount of wheat using this tool. Reports suggest that the experimental area is no less than 10 acres. Furthermore, on the same day they proposed the alliance, they dispatched ninjas to the Land of Rivers to gather intelligence, carrying another type of ninja tool. We managed to acquire one of these. What is the function of this tool? It appears to only measure soil moisture levels and similarly lacks lethality. Due to the tool's self-destruct feature, the core components have been destroyed, leaving only visible external structures. Measuring soil moisture? Is the Sand Village planning to seek water veins in the Wind Country? But why test in the Land of Rivers? Analysis from the Intelligence Department indicates that the Sand Ninjas collected soil data from areas where crops, fruits, and vegetables are cultivated. The likely intention is to plant crops in the Wind Country to achieve self-sufficiency in food. The words desert, self-sufficiency, and ninja tool echoed in the minds of the Konoha leaders. Was this not a far-fetched notion? The conclusion was unanimously drawn. That concludes the intelligence gathering for this time. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave, Saratobi Hiruzen said. Yes, the Umbu responded. That is the current situation. What are your thoughts? Based on the current intelligence, it seems the Sand Village has grasped the techniques for cultivating in the desert, which is not favorable for us. If their experiments succeed, a formidable Wind Country will emerge at Konoha's flank, posing a threat to us, Mito Gate expressed. I concur with Mito's perspective. We should not allow the Sand Village to grow stronger. Rather, we should refuse their request or restrict their development within the alliance, Tsunade added. What is your opinion, Danzo? Saratobi inquired. I align with their viewpoint. A weakened Sand Village serves Konoha's interests, Danzo replied. After a prolonged silence, Saratobi contemplated deeply, the stillness of the meeting room fueling his thoughts. Ultimately, inspired by the smoke of tobacco, Saratobi reached a decision. We should agree to the Sand Ninjas Alliance request. Why? Both Tsunade and Mito asked. 1. The Sand Village's desire to form an alliance indicates that not only can they reduce their border forces, but we too can draw troops from the Sand's borders to bolster our defenses against the Land of Earth. Furthermore, the Sand Village will likely position their defense center along their border with the Land of Earth, inadvertently applying military pressure on them. 2. The Sand Village's enhanced strength hinges on the success of their desert cultivation techniques. If successful, their desire for external conflict will diminish once their food issues are resolved, leading them to strengthen cooperation with Konoha as their needs extend beyond mere food. Conversely, if their cultivation plant fails, they will rely more heavily on Konoha economically and may even downsize their ninja ranks due to material shortages. This presents no detriment to Konoha. 3. Following the Second Great Ninja War, although we emerged victorious, we lost our beloved teacher, and the village has been in a state of gloom. We require something to inspire hope and restore confidence among the villagers. What could be more uplifting than an alliance with the Sand Village? Lastly, even without this alliance treaty, would the Sand Village not progress? Clearly, they would. Their development is inevitable, unaffected by the success or failure of the alliance treaty. Conversely, if we extend a helping hand at this moment, we might cultivate a powerful ally. Let us not forget, as the Sand Village progresses, Konoha too is advancing. I am confident that with Konoha's foundation, we will surpass the Sand Village in progress over time. We require time more than they do. Based on the aforementioned points, I firmly believe we must sign this alliance treaty. Saratobi concluded, and the others in attendance pondered deeply. After a lengthy silence, Danzo spoke up. Hiruzen is correct. I agree. I concur as well. Midogate and Tsunade chimed in. Then the decision to ally with the Sand Village is settled. We shall further discuss the treaty's contents later. The outcome must be determined before the Sand Envoy arrives. Also, Danzo, Saratobi turned to him, you are tasked with investigating the specifics of the treaty from the Sand side. We must clarify their precise requirements for the Alliance Treaty. Leave it to me, Danzo replied. Very well, this meeting concerning the Sand Alliance is hereby concluded. In the Wind Country, Yukura could hardly contain her curiosity as she asked, Elder Chiyo, what is Konoha truly like? During my previous mission, I heard that Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the world and the most prosperous place in the ninja realm. Is that true? Indeed. The prosperity of Konoha exceeds our wildest imaginations, Elder Chiyo affirmed. In that case, will Konoha agree to our alliance request? Of course. For we of the Sand Village are strong enough as well. Yutsong, is that true? Then why is our village so impoverished? Hai Lao Zong. Yutsong, can you engage in conversation? Luo Sha observed Hai Lao Zong's embarrassment and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Luo Sha, Yutsong, power and prosperity are not synonymous. Yutsong, what distinguishes them? Luo Sha, strength pertains to military power, while prosperity refers to economic prowess. Economic strength can bolster military might, and conversely. Military power can also reinforce economic vitality. However, numerous factors determine these two forms of strength. Yisong, for instance, Luo Sha, take our village as an example. Although the Land of Wind boasts a considerable population, the number of ninjas in our village is relatively small compared to the 5 great ninja villages. The reason for this disparity lies in our limited economic resources, which restrict our ability to sustain a larger ninja population. This illustrates the profound impact of economic strength on military prowess. However, the quality of ninjas from the Land of Wind is comparatively superior among the 5 great villages. This is attributed to our harsh living conditions, which have fostered resilience and skill among our ninjas. Thus, we have managed to secure our place among the 5 great nations. Rasha continued, stating that although Konoha is formidable, a comfortable environment inevitably leads to a certain degree of corruption in the fighting spirit of the shinobi. While 1 or 2 individuals may not reveal any issues, 100 or 200 could prove to be quite alarming. Furthermore, during the 2 great ninja wars, Konoha bore the brunt of the united pressure from the other 4 nations due to its geographical positioning and inherent strength. In such circumstances, even a victory could be deemed a Pyrrhic one. They are in greater need of allies to share the burden. Yekong, so we can indeed succeed in forming an alliance with Konoha this time, correct? Luo Sha, indeed, forming an alliance is an inevitable outcome. Yisong, then why do we still need to demonstrate in Konoha, especially as mere chunin, rather than the elite jonin from our village? Xie, because the essence of alliance extends beyond the present, it is more about the future. A lasting treaty of alliance must be established under conditions of mutual strength. When one party possesses greater potential for development, they hold a more advantageous position at the negotiation table, thereby securing greater benefits. What we fail to obtain in war may be attained through diplomacy, such as the nature of politics. Yitsong, if negotiations can yield what we desire, then why must we engage in war? Rosa, war is a means of compelling the adversary to submit to our will. That which cannot be attained at the negotiation table can only be acquired through conflict. Chapter 21. On the road at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, the delegation encountered the welcoming party from Konohagakure, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. As the representatives of Sunagakure approached, the leader stepped forward from the group, adorned with the leaf headband and sporting a spiky hairstyle. When the gaze fell upon the emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle on his arm guard, it became evident to all present that the visitor was none other than Uchiha. Greetings, esteemed members of Sunagakure. I am Uchiha Kagami, the captain of this reception delegation. I am Aizawa, the leader of the Sunagakure delegation. Lord Kagami, I look forward to your guidance. Hello, Lord Aizawa. For the next 3 days, we shall escort your party to Konohagakure. I kindly ask for your cooperation. That is to be expected. Thus, over the course of the next 3 days, the joint expedition of Sunagakure and Konohagakure proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the village of Leaves, during which time mutual exchanges and intelligence gathering were inevitable. Who would have thought that a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan would lead the welcoming delegation? It is indeed the renowned Uchiha Kagami. Is this uncle truly formidable? He seems rather amiable. Luo Sha, one must not judge by appearances. This esteemed elder is indeed formidable. It is said that Konoha was jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans, both of which have produced countless formidable warriors. Uchiha Kagami stands as an exemplary figure among the Uchiha clan, a direct disciple of the Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama. Moreover, he is a contemporary of the current Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, making him the most fitting choice for the leadership role. Yakura, why is he the most suitable? I recall that there were 6 disciples of the 2 previous Hokages. Scorpion, the reasons are quite simple. First, he is an Uchiha, the foremost clan in the ninja world, renowned for its illustrious legacy. The others hail from either ordinary civilian families or lesser clans, regardless of their abilities. They cannot compare to a clan that has stood at the pinnacle since the age of warfare. Furthermore, while a member of the Akimichi clan also possesses a respectable reputation, the Akimichi clan has traditionally allied with the Yamanaka and Nara clans, with the Nara clan typically serving as the intellectual representative of the three clans, rendering him unsuitable. Second, there's the matter of factional alignment. Uchiha Kagami is part of the Hokage faction and a close friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which ensures his emotional support for the Hokage. Third, in terms of strength, Uchiha Kagami possesses the Sharingan, making him one of the elite warriors in the current ninja realm. Having him oversee or monitor us would undoubtedly instill confidence in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kagami, the young ones from Sunagakure are quite impressive. But might I kindly request that you show me some respect? Is it too much to ask that you do not discuss matters behind my back? Your actions leave me feeling rather unaccomplished. Luo Sha, do you care about such matters? Gathering intelligence on each of us is indeed part of your duties. Is it not more prudent to hand it directly to you? We, the Sand-Hidden Village, come to Konoha with genuine intentions, harboring no ulterior motives against Konoha. Honesty is the foundation of our alliance, is it not? Jing, honesty, you say? Young ones, what are your names? Luo Sha, I am Luo Sha. And I implore you to remember this name, Lord Jing. Xia, and I, too, wish to introduce myself. I am Isan. Jing, I am Uchiha Jing, in Konoha Village. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me out. My residence is located in the Uchiha clan area. Upon your arrival, simply find any member of the Uchiha clan, and they will escort you to me. Luo Sha, very well, Lord Jing. In return, you may pose some inquiries to me over the next 3 days, and I shall answer you truthfully, provided the topics are not too sensitive. Jing, excellent. Then let us begin with the true purpose of your visit. Forming an alliance is indeed a goal, but what compels you to seek out Konoha? Rosa, is it because Konoha is the strongest that we have come to recognize its will of fire, believing it to be a worthy ally? Mirror, are you familiar with the will of fire? Naturally, I did not watch my anime in vain during my previous life. As Rosa pondered this in his heart, his lips continued to move. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding of new leaves. In essence, the youth represent the hope of the future, and the older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices made by the elder generation are not in vain. Rather, they serve to inspire the youth, who will become the pillars of tomorrow. The flames consuming the fallen leaves symbolize the brave sacrifices of the elders, while the new leaves represent the younger generation. I firmly believe that a village with such awareness will never betray its allies. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. Mirror repeated this phrase, recalling his teacher, the second Hokage Tobarama. Teacher, was this the reason behind your decision to hold the rear? After a long silence, Mirror spoke. Rosa. Thank you. May I inquire about the contents of this alliance? Luo Sha, Lord Jing. I am afraid I cannot provide you with that information, even if I were aware of it. Jing. Aha. You make a valid point. However, it doesn't hurt to try. Who knows, you might just divulge it. I have heard whispers that you have cultivated wheat in the desert. Could you elaborate on this matter? Luo Sha, Lord Jing. The ability of Konoha to gather intelligence is indeed remarkable. At this moment, Luo Sha cast a glance at Hai Lao Tsang, and upon receiving his approval, continued, we do possess such technology, albeit still in the experimental phase. Jing, is it achieved through ninjutsu? Luo Sha, indeed. Jing, what made you consider using ninjutsu for this purpose? Ninjutsu should be employed for. At this point, Luo Sha interjected, for killing. Am I right? Jing, yes. Luo Sha, what is the purpose of murder? Jing, is it for plunder? Luo Sha, to be precise, it is the plundering of resources in pursuit of greater living space and survival necessities. Am I correct? Jing pondered for a moment. Indeed. Luo Sha, in other words, murder is merely a means. Acquiring resources is the ultimate goal. Jing, indeed. Luo Sha, since we can now acquire resources without resorting to slaughter, why should we continue to kill? This left Jing momentarily speechless. As one of the most distinguished ninjas of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jing had devoted his life to following the will of the first and second Hokage, aspiring to transform the Uchiha clan and realize peace within the ninja world. However, constrained by the limitations of his perspective, he had been unable to conceive an appropriate path. Yet now, the young shinobi from the sand had presented him with an entirely different avenue, one that had never been traversed before. As the heat of the moment prevails, Raza asserts, Lord Kage, you must be aware of our circumstances. The land of wind is vast, in terms of land area. Our territory surpasses all others in the ninja world. However, our living conditions are the most dire among the 5 great nations. This is precisely why the first Kazekage insisted on monetary compensation rather than the acquisition of tailed beasts. The involvement in warfare stemmed from the desires of the second and third Kazekage, who aspired to alter the harsh realities of Sunagekyu's existence through conflict. Now that a path towards peace and reconstruction lies before us, we are resolutely committed to pursuing it, regardless of the obstacles. Kage replies, Raza, you are commendable. But do you truly believe that you can achieve this endeavor? Luo Sha, indeed, the land of wind is my homeland. And we are all heirs of the will of the sand. I hold an unwavering belief that I shall inevitably realize it. What is the will of the sand? It is the courage to act despite knowing the futility of the endeavor. As men of the land of wind, we must contend with the heavens, the earth, and our fellow humans. We shall employ every means at our disposal to forge a more prosperous existence for the people of our land, ensuring that the sufferings we have endured do not befall our descendants. Upon concluding this declaration, Luo Sha radiated in extraordinary brilliance. Yitsong, Luo Sha. Your gourd appears to be glowing. Luo Sha. Nonsense. The entirety of sand gold is crafted. How could it not radiate? Jing, did you not just mention that sand is struggling to survive? Luo Sha. Indeed. Jing, then what about the gourd on your back? Luo Sha. This is my ninja tool. As a magnetic release ninja, is it unreasonable for me to carry a gourd of sand and gold? The crowd gazed at the gourd, nearly as tall as Luo Sha, in the Thames. The familiar faces, the well-known atmosphere, at the Hokage building in Konoha. The Konoha F4, alongside a messenger from the Umbu, were scrutinizing the intelligence transmitted by Uchiha Kagami. What? Why isn't Akimichi Shikaka here? He only has a dozen barbecue shops to inherit, worth hundreds of thousands, and he cares about politics? Pa, how lowly. Is the intelligence confirmed? Mito Gate Kurenai spoke incredulously. It is confirmed, returned by Lord Kagami, the Umbu replied resolutely. Tsunade Koharu. Incredible, these words are actually spoken by a mere child from Sunagakure. Is this child not a disciple nurtured by a teacher? Umbu. Luo Sha, a Sunagakure native, inheritor of magnetic release, a direct disciple of the third Kazekage. Moreover, it is rumored he is likely to succeed his master and become the fourth Kazekage. His deeds have seemingly drawn the attention of the higher-ups, implicitly endorsing the third Kazekage's decisions. Evidence indicates that recently, both the gathering of water ninja tools and crop cultivation have been led and implemented by him. Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed, where the leaves dance, the fire flourishes. What a splendid description of the will of fire. How could such a person not be from Konoha? Danzo, what is this child's strength? Umbu, as Luo Sha has only recently become a genin, the Umbu lacks specific combat intelligence on him. However, it can be estimated that his combat capability should be among the best of his contemporaries in Sunagakure. Saratobi Hiruzen, what is his character like? Umbu, Luo Sha exhibits a lively personality, unconstrained in thought, with commendable insights into management and development. He does not overly venerate brute strength. Saratobi Hiruzen, so, does this imply that the current Kazekage will likely continue the alliance established with us into the next generation? Umbu, according to intelligence analysis, yes. Moreover, it is said that the primary figure facilitating the alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure is indeed Luo Sha. Saratobi Hiruzen, understood, well done. You may retire for now. Umbu, understood. Mito Gate Kurenai, based on the existing intelligence, Sunagakure genuinely wishes to ally with us and coexist peacefully for the long term. We must strive to facilitate this matter. Tsunade Koharu, I agree. We can make appropriate concessions in the peace treaty, with the extent of those concessions determined by Sunagakure's conditions. Danzo, however, Mito Gate Kurenai. However, what? Danzo, if this is merely a smokescreen set by Sunagakure, how should we respond? Let us not forget that the enemy may strike when our guard is lowered. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the past. Perhaps Sunagakure intends to mislead us this time. Saratobi Hiruzen, Danzo raises a valid point. Nevertheless, Konoha needs an ally. Prior to confirming any hostility, we must regard this alliance ceremony with utmost seriousness, ensuring Sunagakure feels at ease. We should strive to accommodate their needs without violating our principles. And families within the village should dispatch representatives to welcome the Sunagakure invoice. Agreed. As for the defensive measures, Danzo, that responsibility falls to you. Danzo, very well. Thus, the meeting was adjourned. After the dispersal, Saratobi Hiruzen, akin to Uchiha Kagami, pondered those two sentences, though only he knew what thoughts lingered in his mind. Simultaneously, Danzo was on his way home, his mind stirring with unusual thoughts following these two meetings. News of the alliance with Sunagakure was officially conveyed to the villagers of Konoha. Many families and some commoners, upon hearing this news, reacted with surprise at the third Hokage's capability to forge an alliance with Sunagakure so quickly after taking office, while a minority of families remained indifferent. Regardless, Sunagakure's initiative to ally rekindled the spirits of Konoha, which had suffered with the loss of the second Hokage. Yet, where there is light, darkness inevitably springs forth. For every joyful soul, there exists one in sorrow. Konoha, Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Elder, have you heard about the Wind Country situation? Uchiha Second Elder, indeed, it is unexpected that the Wind Country would choose to ally with Konoha at this time. Uchiha Chihiro, Kagami has already been appointed as the lead to receive the invoice from Sunagakure. Uchiha Third Elder, it is merely a show of power, while simultaneously serving as surveillance. Elder, in this way, Saratobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage will be solidified, making it all the more challenging for us to ascend. Second Elder, there is little we can do. Our support within the village is scant, compared to the formidable Uchiha. Smaller clans like Saratobi and Shimura garner the recognition of weaker families, especially given the direct correlation between the passing of Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara. Third Elder, our current predicament is quite unfavorable. Not only is our bid for Hokage challenging, but even our influence within the security department is somewhat unstable. Elder, fortunately, Kagami is mediating between the village and the clan, so the situation is not entirely dire. Uchiha Chihiro, what should be our next course of action? Elder, given the circumstances, we must support Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance. However, Kagami must also gain a voice in the higher echelons. Perhaps we could delegate some authority from the security department to him, while you, Chihiro, continue to oversee the department. Agreed. A similar deliberation transpired simultaneously in family meetings throughout Konoha, with outcomes mirroring one another. Events were unfolding as anticipated. And on the third day, Luo Sha beheld the gates of Konoha. Chapter 22. Wind and Fire. What is Konoha like? Sunshine, justice, and harmony? In his previous life, Rasha shared a similar perspective at the outset. However, his views have since transformed entirely. Konoha is a devourer, consuming not others. But the two prominent clans, the Senju and Uchiha, those families that do not align with the village's interests. It preys upon the isolated and the helpless, the extinguished lineages, and the fallen warriors. Behind the facade of stability and tranquility lies an obscured multitude of stark white bones, an uncountable number of sorrowful tears and heartaches. Konoha has always adhered to a singular tenet: the living must mourn the deceased for 3 minutes, while the flesh and blood of the departed are shared among those who endure. The upper echelons of Konoha often boast of the village's most prosperous era under the dual governance of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Yet what of the collaboration between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha? Even during Madara's defection, what of the governance under the Senju brothers? Such is merely the shameless flattery of politicians. Nevertheless, this bears no relevance to Rasha, and it simultaneously underscores the notion that those who are strict internally tend to be weak externally. This visit to Konoha is solely to forge an alliance, not to reform the village. Ironically, it is precisely because of Konoha's nature that Sunagakure stands to gain more. Reflecting on the treaty discussions held prior to their departure between the 3rd Kazekage and the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, Rasha felt a surge of confidence. Rewinding to 1 week before their departure, within the Kazekage Tower of Sunagakure. 3rd Kazekage, our aim in traveling to Konoha to establish an alliance is merely to alleviate the pressure on our border defenses. However, should we acquire additional benefits, we would not turn them down. Chio, indeed, we must secure greater advantages through this agreement to alleviate our village's current financial woes. Ibis, the village's financial situation is indeed precarious. The rationing system has been in place for far too long, and the villagers are utterly exhausted. Coupled with our forthcoming infrastructure plans, it is evident that the village will face even greater hardships in the next 2 to 3 years, akin to the arrival of a harsh winter. 3rd Kazekage, thus, we require this agreement to ensure we can stockpile sufficient provisions. Rasha, please share your thoughts. Lord Rasha. He replied with trepidation, surely as a mere genin, I lack the privilege to partake in such elevated discussions. Moreover, I possess little understanding of the village's circumstances. The 3rd Kazekage responded, indeed, Rasha, for the moment, it would suffice for you to listen. Old Chio interjected, our foremost requirement must be provisions, to alleviate our current predicament regarding resource scarcity. Ibis continued, secondly, we require financial backing. Numerous areas within the village demand maintenance. The fortifications against the relentless sandstorms, the gaps in our defenses, and the establishment of coastal strongholds all necessitate substantial funding. Chio added, lastly, we must negotiate the transfer of ninja missions. We need tasks to enhance Sunagakure's influence. Thus, the contract must stipulate that Konoha allocate a portion of their missions to us, with the profits rightfully belonging to us. Upon hearing this, Rasha could not help but reflect, truly, this lineage is unyielding. They prioritize wealth over life. This treaty would likely intimidate even Li Hongzhang. It's as if they demand territorial concessions and submission. The 3rd Kazekage noted the expression on Rasha's face and urged, if you have something to say, do so openly. Do not hold back. Luo Sha, teacher, is it truly possible for someone to sign such a treaty? Can we really obtain these things merely through a covenant that neither party fully trusts? It seems quite unrealistic, doesn't it? Chio, indeed, this is rather stringent. But for the sake of the village, we must negotiate and reach an agreement. Even if the likelihood of reaching an agreement is nearly zero? The crowd. Lo Sha, perhaps you might consider my suggestions. Without waiting for the consensus of the crowd, Lo Sha continued unabated. Firstly, we shall negotiate a low-cost grain export trade with Konoha, procuring grain at 70 of the market price, with transportation executed jointly by both us and Konoha. As for the remuneration for our missions, it shall also be paid at 70 of the market price. The duration of this arrangement is tentatively set for a period of 10 years. Secondly, for our financial needs, we will seek to borrow from Konoha at a low or zero interest rate, using the missions of our Sand Shinobi over the next 5 years as collateral. Should we be unable to repay the loan, we will settle it through the transfer of missions. As for the third point, Lo Sha paused. We require sealing techniques to bind and control the power of Shikaku. If we can harness this power for the forthcoming canal construction, our progress will undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, in this treaty, I hope to propose that Konoha impart some of its existing sealing techniques to the Sand Village. The assembly fell into silence, for this treaty was a concept they had never previously entertained. How could those accustomed to plunder ever contemplate construction? Just as a capital that has tasted human blood would not relinquish the opportunity to drink it again due to a sudden pang of conscience. The Sand Village is too impoverished. It is only in dire straits that one considers change. Poverty breeds transformation, and transformation leads to progress. Luo Sha continued, stating that the strength of a village cannot solely rely on relentless plunder and possession. True strength is derived from self-sustained endeavors. Likewise, an alliance can only be forged under conditions of mutual rights and obligations, for such a covenant is destined to endure. Granny Chio inquired, why should the timeline for grain exports be set at 10 years? Would it not be preferable to establish a perpetual agreement? Luo Sha, a perpetual treaty is undoubtedly alluring. However, the people of Konoha are not fools. A permanent contract would eliminate their leverage over us. Conversely, setting the duration to 10 years creates an illusion that we are in dire need of this alliance, allowing Konoha to potentially restrict us at any moment through the treaty. Chio, but what if they truly do impose restrictions on us? Or use certain tactics to coerce us? Luo Sha, such events will not transpire for at least 5 years. I have previously elucidated that Sarutobi Hiruzen requires time to consolidate his internal power and secure his position as Hokage. Furthermore, we merely need additional time and resources for development. Ultimately, our needs align with those of Konoha. As for 5 years hence, food will no longer pose a dilemma. Kyobizu, what, then, shall become of the ninja's missions? It is exceedingly difficult for a ninja to sustain themselves without tasks to undertake. Rasha, this is also what I hope to discuss with the teachers and esteemed leaders regarding the future positioning of our village concerning ninjas. Positioning? Rasha, indeed. We must contemplate the future segmentation of ninjas for the purpose of optimizing resource management. This shall be discussed further after the signing of the alliance treaty. However, it is foreseeable that the village's economic reliance on missions will significantly diminish in the future. I can assure you of this. Here's Z. Yet, if we delegate all missions outward, how will the village's finances operate during this period? Luo Sha, I can conduct mining operations through magnetic sand gold. And a single mining session is sufficient to sustain us for a month. Meanwhile, the loans from Konoha can provide for our minimal supply needs. This will allow us to barely maintain our existence. As long as the experimental fields progress smoothly, by the end of next year, we will ensure that the village can at least manage its food supply. By the second year, the financial pressures will ease, and at that point, the village may no longer need to rely on accepting missions for its operation. The group fell into deep contemplation, as everything Luo Sha articulated challenged their preconceptions. Now, let us return to the present. At the entrance of Konoha village. Yutsong, is this Konoha? The village's defenses do not seem particularly impressive. So yeah, there are defensive barriers all around. While they may not appear formidable, their actual effectiveness should be substantial. Uchiha Kagami, yeah, you are quite perceptive to sense the presence of the defensive barriers. However, you are not mistaken. The defensive capabilities of this barrier are exceptionally strong. We conducted tests upon its completion last year, and the villagers were exceedingly satisfied with it. Luo Sha, satisfied? Even the mightiest fortress may one day fall. And the path of Konoha has indeed narrowed. If Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were still around, who would require such things? Luo Sha scoffed dismissively. Ebi Zong, Luo Sha. Mind your tone. Luo Sha. All right, understood. Kagami chuckled awkwardly. Enough of that, let us hasten into the village. Hizashi should have made preparations to welcome everyone. With that, the delegation and the reception team proceeded into the village. The welcome was rather pedestrian. The streets were lined with people, red-eyed Uchiha, white-eyed Hyuga, and many attired in their respective clan insignias, each clearly defined amidst the throng. Banners were strung across the road, proclaiming welcome XXX or greetings XXX. At the end of the road, Sarutobi Hizashi and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha awaited the Sand Village delegation beneath a tent. Is this the valor of the youthful shinobi? Observing the atmosphere, there was indeed something remarkable, yet I cannot fathom how it devolved into mere shinobi bears in later generations. Luo Sha scrutinized the longest-serving Hokage, pondering why that Tsuchikage Danzo was absent. Could it be that the organization had already been established at this time? Sarutobi Hizashi merely cast a fleeting glance at the young one and proceeded directly to Ebi Zong. Welcome to Konoha, Lord Ebi Zong. Thank you for your warm reception, Hokage-sama. Please allow the Sand Village representatives to rest briefly. A welcoming banquet has been prepared for you this evening. Thank you for your consideration. Thus, the two representatives concluded their brief meeting. In official parlance, the esteemed Hokage had graciously and warmly received the visiting delegation from the Sand Village, with both parties expressing their sincere greetings, culminating the discussion in a cordial and amiable atmosphere. Konoha Village, Diplomatic Reception Hall. Yukura, oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Luo Sha. Scorpion, are you not tired? Scorpion, I am not weary. Shortly, I must tend to my puppets in preparation for the events ahead. Yukura, and you, Luo Sha? Rasha, hoo, Yetsong. Hailazang. All right, let us take a moment to rest. We still need to face the people of Konoha tonight. Yetsong, Scorpion. Understood. Hokage building, the usual assembly is no longer merely fulfilling words. The only addition is Uchiha Kagami. Tsunade, Kagami, what is your impression after interacting with the Sand Village? Kagami, I have conversed with them, and I believe the Sand Village is earnest about the alliance. Mitominen, Have you gleaned any details about the contract? Kagami, unfortunately not. The Sand Village's people are quite tight-lipped. However, I suspect the terms will not be stringent. Middleman in. What leads you to that conclusion? Kagami, the individuals sent for negotiation give me a sense reminiscent of Master Hashirama. Konoha members. What? Kagami elucidated. It is not what you might think. I am referring to their character. That young lad's demeanor is strikingly similar to Master Hashirama's. From the intelligence gathered, he seems to be the pivotal figure in facilitating this alliance. Saratobi Hiruzen, that young lad is named Rasha, correct? Kagami, indeed. Saratobi Hiruzen, please elaborate on him. Kagami, how shall I put it? His perspective on matters is exceedingly unusual, utterly unlike that of a typical ninja, yet the decisions he makes or the advice he offers appear remarkably sound. It is akin to a fish leaping from a pond. The fish in the water can never comprehend the view beyond the surface. Danzo, might this young lad pose a threat? Kagami, I do not believe so. From my observations, Rasha possesses considerable strength, but lacks the requisite ninja skills to match. Danzo fell silent. Saratobi Hiruzen, very well, our current discussion revolves around the alliance with the Sand Village. Kagami, please investigate the terms of their treaty, and have our spies in the Land of Wind gather information on Rasha. Additionally, for tonight's reception banquet, we shall invite representatives from all the major clans. Kagami, I entrust you to coordinate security with the police force. Understood. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Iwagakure Building. Anoki, the Sand Village is preparing to ally with Konoha. The higher-ups of Iwagakure began to murmur amongst themselves. Anoki, ladies and gentlemen, let us deliberate on how we should respond. Old Ao, what of the alliance? As long as we stand united, we need not fear even if the other four nations attack simultaneously. Everyone, indeed. Anoki, I take great pride in the unity of our village. Yet this does not imply that we should pit our ninja against the joint forces of Konoha and the Sand Village. It is crucial to recognize that both possess formidable combat capabilities. Even if we emerge victorious in war, the village would suffer immense losses. Han, so our current objective is to sabotage the alliance between the two villages? Anoki, the ninja from Konoha and the Sand Village have already arrived in Konoha. The significance of our sabotage efforts at this juncture is minimal. We must seek new allies. Old Ao, shall we choose between the Mist Village or the Cloud Village? Anoki, the Cloud Village is comprised of reckless individuals. It would be wiser to ally with the Mist Village. From a geographical standpoint, a pincer attack would provide us with a greater advantage. Everyone, agreed. Anoki, then it is settled. Let us promptly dispatch envoys to the Land of Water. Chapter 23, the Stone Land of Wind, outskirts of Sunagakure. Since the establishment of Sunagakure, it is the first time we witness the expansion of its territory. Although the area of expansion spans only several hundred acres, its significance is monumental. The primary force behind this expansion consists of the Sand Village's ninja. The Earth-released ninjas construct the foundations and walls, the sealing team reinforces the earth and stone structures, while the puppet masters work on the roofing. As the first contractor of the ninja world, Chiyo is meticulously reviewing the construction plans in her hands. Despite previous successes, these were not her own endeavors, and her understanding of the underlying principles remains limited. The foundation of Sunagakure is too fragile to withstand too much upheaval. To ensure stability, Chiyo diligently scrutinizes Rasha's design blueprints daily, striving to avoid any errors. Chiyo, the primary project has been completed. Please conduct your inspection. Assistant, very well. I shall proceed immediately. Karura, accompany me to the site. Karura, yes, Chiyo. Upon their arrival at the first experimental factory, the once desolate expanse of yellow sand has transformed into a neat row of large tiled houses. With roofs constructed from hollow glass and iron frameworks, a masterpiece crafted by the third Kazakage. Upon seeing Chiyo, the puppet master Hiryu, who was testing the roof, immediately ceased his work and approached her to pay his respects. Hiryu, Chiyo-sama. Chiyo, how did the roof testing fare? Hiryu, everything is functioning normally. The water pipes have been connected to various collection stations, and the land has been fully cultivated. In 2 weeks, once the season arrives, we can commence sowing. Chiyo, excellent. Well done, Hiryu. Hiryu, it is no trouble, all for the village. Chiyo gazed at the industrious workers around her. Their exhaustion was overshadowed by the glimmer of hope upon their faces. She then inquired of her accompanying assistant, Sunap, how's the construction of the fertilizer fermentation station progressing? Sunap, it is underway, but it will take approximately 10 days to complete. The primary issue is that the collection points are too dispersed, and manpower is somewhat lacking. Chiyo, we must expedite this. It must be finished before the sowing begins. Sunap, understood. However, many villagers have expressed dissent regarding this project. Chiyo, pay them no mind. This matter must be enforced with a firm hand. Anyone with objections should come directly to me. Sunap, yes. At this moment, Karura wore an unusual expression. Fully aware of the implications of this policy, the so-called fertilizer fermentation station is essentially a public toilet. Previously, villagers would simply dig a hole after relieving themselves. But now they are required to use designated areas, which understandably causes some resistance from those accustomed to their former ways of life. During the trial planting, Rasha had instructed that all the fertilizer be dumped in a single field, resulting in noticeably superior crop growth compared to others. Reflecting on this, Karura couldn't help but smile inwardly. Truly, Rasha is remarkable. Meanwhile, Chiyo remained oblivious to Karura's expression. Continuing to inquire of her assistant Sunap, Chiyo, have we selected a location for the seaside fortress? Sunap, based on Scorpion S instruments, we have identified 6 potential sites. We can commence construction once the alliance is finalized. Chiyo, thank you for your hard work. Please continue with the testing. Sunap, yes. After bowing, Sunap returned to his duties. Karura, soon it will be your turn to exert yourself. Karura, it's no trouble, all for the village. I am merely doing what I can. You are too kind. Chiyo-sama. Chiyo, young lady, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Karura, please, Chiyo-sama, I am willing to do anything for the village. Chiyo, we wish for you to become the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Iwagakure building, conference room. Anoki, have we received any news from the land of water? The assistant to the Tsuchikage, Kuroiwa, responded, not yet. According to plan, they should still be on the ship, approximately halfway to the land of water. Noki, I see. I have been rather impatient. How's the mobilization of the border troops progressing? Kuroiwa, an additional 1,000 troops have been dispatched to support both the wind and fire borders. The fire country's border was prepared 2 days ago, while the wind country's border just arrived today. Noki, excellent, relay the message down. The border troops must refrain from initiating any provocations. They must exercise restraint, for engaging in battle does not align with the interests of Iwagakure at this time. Kuroiwa, understood. Noki, you may leave now. I desire some solitude. As commanded, Kuroiwa exited the conference room. Noki surveyed the empty chamber, finally shedding his facade. And a weary expression settled upon his face. Cursed Uchiha Madara, cursed Konoha, cursed Sunagakure. In the land of rain, within the conference room of Amigakure. The leader Hanzo of the Salamander found himself in a dismal state. Gazing out at the falling rain, a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. The alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, was it a boon or bane for the beleaguered land of rain? Turning to address the group of rain ninjas kneeling behind him, he proclaimed, Konoha and Sunagakure have formed an alliance. How shall we respond? A profound silence enveloped the room, leaving Hanzo feeling utterly powerless. After a considerable pause, he spoke once more. Sinda, make preparations. Once the alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha is finalized, we shall pay a visit to Konoha. Sinda, as you wish, Lord Hanzo. At this moment, Hanzo cast another glance at his comrades. Can they truly salvage the land of rain? He found himself engulfed in deep doubt and turmoil. In Konoha. At the diplomatic reception hall. Luo Sha, the weather is quite pleasant today, and yesterday's banquet was rather enjoyable. Yitsong, indeed. I've been pondering how I shall manage to consume the military rations upon my return. Sia, do keep in mind, we are, after all, ninjas. Luo Sha, do not be so serious, Scorpion. And Yitsong, once we return, the military provisions will not last long. By next year, we should be able to host such a feast again. Yitsong, oh, really? I am looking forward to it. Hai Loud Song, I have already handed over the covenant to the Hokage yesterday. Nothing should occur today. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Yitsong, oh, is that allowed? Luo Sha, a splendid idea. Let us venture outside for a stroll to deepen our understanding of Konoha. Xie, I shall not accompany you. I still have new puppets to create. Luo Sha gently embraced Xie, saying, Xie, do not act in this manner. It is not ideal for us to remain confined to the guest room. Let us venture forth and experience the most prosperous village in the ninja world. This knowledge will surely aid us in the construction of our own village in the future. Moreover, I have heard that Konoha boasts numerous ninja tool shops. Would you not like to explore and see if there are any new materials available? Luo Sha possessed an intimate understanding of Scorpion. His words striking directly at the core of Scorpion's sentiments. After a brief moment of reflection, Scorpion joined Luo Sha and Yitsong as they ventured out. The bustling streets of Konoha were alive with a steady stream of pedestrians, their faces radiating a sense of contentment that suggested a high level of happiness among the residents. As they walked, Luo Sha appeared to be on the lookout for something. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted what he had been searching for. And he dashed towards a shop. Yitsong and Scorpion, somewhat perplexed, followed suit, arriving just in time to see Luo Sha halt before a familiar establishment. Overwhelmed with nostalgia, he marveled at the sight of Ichiraka ramen, exclaiming that he never anticipated he would have the chance to savor the authentic and original ramen in this lifetime after his rebirth. Once Yitsong and Scorpion caught up, the trio entered the shop together. Boss, 3 bowls of your signature tonkatsu ramen. It's on me, Luo Sha declared. The youthful Ichiraku, noticing the golden gourd behind Luo Sha, seemed to have dollar signs in his eyes. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The young man, not yet an elder, swiftly prepared the noodles and within 10 minutes presented 3 generous bowls of ramen. Here you are, the signature tonkatsu ramen. Please enjoy. Luo Sha eagerly brought over the bowl of ramen and began to indulge in it with great enthusiasm. To be honest, the flavor was not as rich as that of the ramen made with various additives from the dining establishments of his past life. However, for Mr. Luo, who had consumed military rations for an extended period, This was nothing short of exquisite. The broth without the 3 flowers condensed milk had a taste that was truly surprising. Both Scorpion and Yi Song were likewise enchanted by the ramen before them. Just a few minutes had passed, and the bowl was already nearly empty. After finishing their first bowl, the 3 of them chorused, "Another bowl, please." Observing the trio so engrossed in their meal, Yilu once again commenced the preparation of ramen. "Yilu, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, without the bamboo shoots, please." At that moment, 2 newcomers arrived outside the shop, a woman with fiery red hair and a man with golden hair and blue eyes. Upon turning around, Luo Sha was taken aback. For it was none other than Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Had these 2 commenced their courtship so early? Minato Namikaze, having noticed Luo Sha and his companions, approached them with remarkable enthusiasm. Greetings, folks from Sunagakure. I am Minato Namikaze," while flashing a radiant smile. Observing Minato's charm, Yitsong silently acknowledged his attractiveness. Nevertheless, she was the first to respond. "Hello, I am Yitsong, and this is Scorpion." Upon regaining his composure, Rasha earnestly remarked, "Greetings, Minato. I am Rasha. Might I inquire if this is your girlfriend? It would be a pleasure to be introduced." Upon hearing Rasha's words, Kushina's face flushed a deep crimson. Observing her reaction, Minato quickly intervened to clarify, "This is Uzumaki Kushina. We are merely friends, so please do not misconstrue our relationship." As the brilliance of the crimson sand flickered, the spirit of mischief ignited in a swirling blaze. "Kushina Uzumaki, a name that seemed familiar to me. Is that true?" Minato inquired, incredulously. Luo Huai pretended to ponder for a moment, and then recalled, the infamous blood-red chili, right?" As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Yisong remarked, "The weather seems a tad chilly, doesn't it?" She entirely failed to notice the fiery red locks of Uzumaki Kushina dancing wildly in the wind, her demeanor fierce and animated. Observing the brewing tension, Minato hastily interjected, "Mom, this must be a misunderstanding. Kushina, the ramen is nearly ready. Let us sit down promptly." With that, he took Kushina's hand and hurriedly settled down. At that moment, another figure with white hair entered. "Oh, Minato, are you on a date?" he exclaimed. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of chashu ramen." "Certainly," replied Irika. Minato then addressed Jiraiya, "Teacher Jiraiya, you've returned from your mission." "Indeed, with the legendary frog sage on the job. What task could possibly elude me?" Haha. After his jovial proclamation, Jiraiya turned to Luo Huai and the others, young ones from Sunagakure. "Have you come to enjoy some ramen as well?" Roshan, indeed, the lecherous sage, with nothing to do, saunters out to experience the authentic quinoa. Jiraiya, experiencing quinoa. "Do you have any insights? Furthermore, I am not a lecherous sage." Luo Sha, I apologize, I haven't gathered my thoughts yet, but the ramen is quite delicious." Yisong whispered, "Luo Sha, who is this uncle?" "Jiraiya, this uncle is the direct disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the lecherous sage Jiraiya." "Jiraiya, hey, kid, don't speak carelessly, or I might just sue you for defamation." "Rasha, have I spoken incorrectly? Is it not you who harbors a penchant for voyeurism in the women's bathhouse?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was instantly mortified, while the nearby Minato and Kushina awkwardly fidgeted, wishing they could burrow into the ground and vanish from sight. "Foolish Jiraiya. Your reputation has become so tarnished that it has reached Sunagakure." Shortly thereafter, a man and a woman entered. "Hey, Tsunade. What do you mean my reputation has sunk so low? This fellow is slandering me. Orochimaru, you must testify on my behalf." "Idiot. Hey, Ichiraku, esteemed guests. The ramen is ready. Please enjoy." With this interruption from Ichiraku, the conversation was momentarily halted. Scorpion fixed a piercing gaze upon Orochimaru, who, feeling the intensity of Scorpion's stare, returned to smile. Goodness, Orochimaru is actually smiling. Yet, it is not entirely unfounded. At this moment, he had not yet transformed into the Snake Princess, and his inner turmoil had not yet manifested. Rasha discreetly analyzed the situation, maintaining a silence in the presence of his adversary. However, Jiraiya would not relent. "Hey, kid. You just slandered me, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Arsha, how is it that a renowned lecherous sage would stoop to contend with a mere child like me?" "Jiraiya, you little brat, cease calling me a lecherous sage. I am the Toad Sage." "Arsha, very well, lecherous sage." "Jiraiya, you brat, come forth. I shall teach you a proper lesson." "Tsunade, hey, Jiraiya. They are the envoy from Sunagakure. If anything were to happen, the old man would surely hold you accountable." Arsha, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, "Can a lecher truly bring me trouble?" "Princess Tsunade, you underestimate me." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was thoroughly infuriated. "You little brat, come out. I shall allow you one hand. If you can make me move even a step, I shall concede victory." With that, he strode out of the ramen shop. Following closely behind, Luo Sha expressed his concerns, saying, "Perhaps we should reconsider, Luo Sha. That individual's attire suggests they're a high-ranking shinobi." Luo Sha reassured, "Rest assured. I am well aware." Upon stepping outside, Jiraiya glanced at Luo Sha, who had followed him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You little rascal, quite spirited, aren't you? Come here. Let this sage impart some wisdom to you." With that, he assumed a ready stance. Luo Sha, without unnecessary words, initiated a technique, summoning over 10 shadow clones. Are you ready, lecherous sage? I am about to launch my attack. Jiraiya, observing the shadow clones, scoffed, come at me. As his words faded, Lo Sha formed another set of hand seals. Following a veil of white mist, a group of modestly dressed maidens, cloaked in divine radiance, leaped forth, charging simultaneously at Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, I've truly lived my life to the fullest, he exclaimed, as a sudden surge overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. As for the others, it is perhaps best left to one's imagination. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the old man mused, in my lifetime, I have truly lived. Chapter 24. Divergent paths. When there is but a single fool, people will tend to distance themselves. However, when two fools gather, one might assume that others would likely maintain an even greater distance. Upon regaining his composure, Jiraiya eagerly grasped Lo Sha's hand, exclaiming with excitement, young one, what is the name of this ninjutsu? Rosa waved his hand, striving to free himself from Jiraiya's grasp, yet he underestimated Jiraiya's determination. Realizing he could not escape, Rosa relinquished his resistance. This was the secret technique of the Sand Ninja, a skill rarely bestowed upon the unworthy. The cultivation of this ninjutsu is extraordinarily arduous, demanding relentless effort and profound self-awareness for true mastery. It was indeed surprising that someone so young could comprehend such a formidable technique. The Sand Village truly nurtures exceptional talent. Before Jiraiya could finish his statement, Tsunade's fist, as large as a sandbag, landed squarely on his head. You fool, Jiraiya. What on earth are you doing with a bunch of kids? At that moment, Yekong spoke with a stern expression. We have been out for quite some time. It is time to return. Right, Rosa-kun? Having never encountered such a fearsome demeanor, Rosa instinctively swallowed hard, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Perverted sage. Let us discuss ninjutsu another time. We shall take our leave for now. Next time, I'll introduce you to the art of telescopic vision, as well as the perspective technique of the Sage of Six Paths, and even the art of live broadcasting. Upon hearing of these intriguing ninjutsu, Jiraiya instantly transformed into a wolf under the moonlight, completely disregarding Tsunade, who was tugging at the collar of his clothing. He struggled and exclaimed, it's a promise, kid. I'll come find you as soon as I have the chance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, contemplating the scene, turned and departed. After the Sand Trio returned to the embassy building, Scorpion finally inquired, why did you act that way just now? Luo Sha, alas, you have seen through me. Yi Tsang, bewildered, inquired, who can tell me what is happening? Lo Sha, are you aware of the identities of those three individuals we just encountered? Xia, you mentioned earlier that they are the three disciples of the third Hokage. Indeed. The one with white hair is Jiraiya, the Sage of the Toads, who excels in fire release, sealing techniques, and sage techniques. The one with golden hair is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, proficient in taijutsu, sealing techniques, and medical ninjutsu. As for the one with black hair, Lo Sha paused momentarily. He is Orochimaru, the most gifted among the trio and the favored disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. According to some intelligence analysis, he is quite likely to inherit the position of Hokage. What about the other two? Xia inquired further, sensing that Lo Sha seemed more intrigued by the first two individuals. There is no denying it, Minato Namikaze. A ninja of the leaf is arguably the strongest among this generation of ninjas in Konoha. If this exchange meeting necessitates a confrontation with the leaf ninjas, he would undoubtedly take the field, Lo Sha replied, his words a mix of truth and uncertainty. Xia, is he truly that formidable? What ninjutsu does he specialize in? Luo Sha has confirmed his return, indeed formidable, although his proficiency in ninjutsu remains unverified due to insufficient intelligence. What is known is that his Shunshin technique and close combat taijutsu are particularly remarkable. Yi Tsang, Shunshin technique. Isn't that a rather common form of ninjutsu? Luo Sha, no. This is different. I have mentioned before that humans possess a reaction time. Do you recall? Xia, I remember. The human reaction time ranges from 1 to 5 seconds, with a few exceptional individuals being even swifter. Luo Sha. Indeed, among them, Namikaze Minato stands out as the most exceptional. His combat style is ill-suited for hand seals. With the combination of the body flicker technique and his unparalleled reflexes, he is virtually invincible. I am aware that Konoha possesses a forbidden jutsu known as the Flying Thunder God technique, which is a perfect match for him. With this forbidden technique at his disposal, I cannot fathom anyone capable of defeating him. Yi Tsang, really? That sounds rather exaggerated. Xia, I trust Luo Sha's judgment. Yi Tsang, what about that girl? You seem quite wary of her as well. Luo Sha, observing her crimson hair, coupled with her surname, she is likely a member of the Vortex clan. Moreover, there is a significant possibility that she has been chosen to become a vessel for a tailed beast. Yi Tsang, what is a tailed beast? Luo Sha, the Shoha of our village is indeed a tailed beast. However, while Konoha possesses the 9 tails, Shoha is merely the 1 tail. Yi Tsang, does that not imply a considerable superiority over Shoha? In a sense, yes. However, it is likely that they have yet to become a Jinchuriki. So there is no need for excessive concern. Xia, who else might be attending this exchange meeting? Luo Sha, it remains unclear. It is highly probable that they belong either to the Hyuga clan or the Uchiha clan, for both of these families are esteemed noble lineages of Konohagakure. In terms of strength, those with bloodline limits possess a significant advantage over their contemporaries. Yi Tsong, is victory attainable? Luo Sha, of course we can win. And even if we lose, it doesn't matter. The contract will surely be signed. After all, the skirmishes between a few Jinin are rather unimpressive in the eyes of A. J. Nin. Ultimately, it's merely a matter of face. Scorpion, you understand me. Matters of appearance are but fleeting clouds to me. Yekong, to articulate shamelessness with such refreshing elegance leaves me quite astounded. Hokage building. After Jiraiya and the others departed from the ramen shop, they headed directly to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited them there. Upon reaching the door, Tsunade kicked it open. Old man, why did you summon us? The third Hokage paused, momentarily bewildered, feeling a slight headache as he questioned whether he had made the right decision. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard Tsunade's antics and replied calmly. You had an encounter with the three young ones from Sunagakure, yes? What are your impressions? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya exclaimed, Old man, have you been spying on us with that crystal ball technique again? Hurry up and hand over the training manual. Good things should be shared. You can't just hoard it away for yourself, can you? Orochimaru and Tsunade, what an idiot. The third Hokage cleared his throat awkwardly. Orochimaru, please share your thoughts. Tsunade, the kids from Sunagakure are quite interesting, though they do remind me of a certain fool. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, what is your perspective? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Orochimaru, the youngsters from Sunagakure are exceptionally formidable, particularly the leader, Luo Sha, who possesses an astute understanding of his opponent's information. For instance, as soon as we entered, this kid immediately recognized us and was well aware of our strengths and weaknesses. He chose Jiraiya as his target and easily dealt with him, indicating his remarkable ability to gather intelligence and discern our preferences and vulnerabilities. At this point, Orochimaru paused. Upon hearing Orochimaru's analysis, Jiraiya entered a state of indignation. Hey, Orochimaru. What do you mean by saying that kid knows our weaknesses? Am I really that weak? Orochimaru paid no heed to Jiraiya's theatrics and continued speaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This child employed sound tactics during the match against Jiraiya and concluded the battle with dignity without exposing his own ninjutsu secrets. To be honest, under similar conditions, I couldn't have performed as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen, such praise from you is indeed rare. Here, take a look at this intelligence. He then produced a stack of documents. The three began to read attentively. While Tsunade and Jiraiya acknowledged the importance of the information, they failed to discern anything further. Orochimaru, however, being a scientist at heart, perceived the immense potential and value in what Sunagakure and Luo Sha were researching, even without delving into forbidden knowledge at this stage. How intriguing. Orochimaru's signature expression reappeared on his face. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had reviewed this intelligence multiple times, yet he remained perplexed by the seemingly trivial ninja tools. Now, witnessing Orochimaru's familiar gesture, he felt reassured. Orochimaru, did you discern anything? Orochimaru, though these items possess no actual lethal capabilities, their design concepts are remarkably intriguing. I pondered, and I believe I would struggle to create something like this myself. This child's design philosophy is particularly peculiar. Indeed, an interesting young man. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a humidity sensor previously acquired by the Umbu in the Land of Rivers and handed it to Orochimaru. Can you discern its principles? Orochimaru's interest was piqued instantly. What is this? He carefully examined the samples. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. This appears to be an instrument for measuring soil moisture. Its purpose post-measurement remains unclear. When Orochimaru reached the core scroll section, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, the core is damaged, rendering further analysis impossible. No, having this scroll is sufficient. If my guess is correct, it should be a sealing technique that displays numerical values based on external changes. What an exquisite design. Orochimaru sensed a familiar essence. Did this also originate from that child, Luo Sha? Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the intelligence analysis, it is highly probable that he created it. What an intriguing fellow. Orochimaru's curiosity grew, and beneath his icy exterior, a seed named curiosity took root deep within him. Beside him, Jiraiya wore a starry-eyed expression, while Tsunade, resting her chin on her hand, appeared to be lost in thought, likely contemplating where to place her next bet. Thus, it is not without reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen favors Orochimaru. At critical moments, only he proves reliable. Feeling suddenly fatigued, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead. You three should return and reflect on this. The day after tomorrow, we will sign a treaty of alliance with Sunagakure, and you must attend the ceremony. Understood, old man. I'll be on my way. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to finish, Tsunade hurriedly left the Hokage's office, heading straight for the casino. All right, old man, I'm off too. I need to gather materials to create a new book. That kid Luo Sha just inspired me significantly. I must jot down my thoughts immediately. Jiraiya exclaimed with a love-struck grin as he rushed out. As for Orochimaru, he stated, Sensei, I shall take this instrument with me and return it once I've fully researched it. Very well, just remember to present a report once your research is complete. Of course. I shall take my leave now, Sensei. With that, Orochimaru exited the Hokage's office. What an intriguing young man indeed. Luo Sha was completely oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of Orochimaru. At that moment, he remained engrossed in designing a device for seawater desalination. The incident began when Lo Sha observed Uncle Ichiraku preparing his ramen. The pot was bubbling with steam, yet the water level showed minimal depletion. In that instant, Lo Sha felt an urge to slap himself for being a time traveler. He realized that the conditions for sourcing water inland and by the seaside were markedly different. And yet he was considering the method of distillation and condensation. Wasn't seawater desalination a far more appealing option? In terms of efficiency, the process of desalination outstripped that of condensation by a considerable margin. Arsha diligently pondered the intricacies of seawater desalination. What, in essence, is the process of desalination? It appears that removing salt suffices. Coupled with sedimentation and disinfection, it transforms into potable water. But how does one remove the salt? I recall several methods for seawater desalination: freezing, electrodialysis, distillation, reverse osmosis, and ammonium carbonate ion exchange. The freezing method is out of the question. I lack the ninjutsu for ice release. Electrodialysis is quite feasible, though lightning release is not our forte, so I'll keep it as an option. Distillation is indeed possible. In the land of wind, there is a significant temperature difference between day and night, allowing for both salt collection and water condensation. Reverse osmosis is also a viable choice, with the key lying in the production of the reverse osmosis membrane. Now, with magnetism and sealing techniques at my disposal, designing a sealing technique for salt should pose no challenge. I truly am a little genius. Immersed in his thoughts, Arsha paid no heed to the surrounding environment. Chuckling to himself. Next door, Yakura mused. What nonsensical idea is this fellow contemplating now? Perhaps he's sneaking peeks like that white-haired one. Meanwhile, Scorpion, accustomed to Arsha's antics, felt no annoyance. Rather, he recognized that Arsha was on the verge of formulating yet another theory. I must strive harder, he thought, lest I be surpassed by that guy. With that in mind, Scorpion resumed his dedicated work, designing a new type of puppet. In Konoha village, at Orochimaru's abode. Upon returning home, Orochimaru was approached by a masked ninja. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo-sama requests your presence. Curiosity piqued within Orochimaru. What could Danzo want? Nevertheless, he followed the root ninja to their headquarters, where Danzo had been waiting for some time. Orochimaru, you entrusted a device to Hiruzen, did you not? Indeed, Danzo-sama. Is there a problem? Nothing of great concern. I have a matter I wish for you to investigate. What is it? Would release. At this, Orochimaru's signature expression reappeared on his face. Today is indeed filled with surprises. Chapter 25. The Invisible Peace. The first Hokage's establishment of would release was no mere statement. Following the founding of Konoha until his demise, the ninja world appeared to be at peace. His passing signified the utter dissolution of the truce, which had been contingent upon his lifespan. Danzo, having personally experienced the pursuit by the hidden cloud, differed from Hiruzen Sarutobi. He preferred to hold all the cards close to his chest, weighing the pros and cons before making a decision. Whereas Hiruzen would act resolutely if he deemed a matter worthy. In personal analysis, Danzo embodied a staff mentality, while Hiruzen represented a leadership mindset, akin to that of an entrepreneur. The outcomes of these two differing approaches are bound to be entirely distinct. In this moment, Danzo sought to acquire a trump card. Mastering would release would make his ambition of becoming Hokage a mere formality. As for Orochimaru, his life was a quest grounded in science, seeking the permanence of life. He was a pure scholar. For a scholar, the most valuable pursuits are not wealth or fame, nor luxurious possessions or alluring company, but the pursuit of truth. Thus, one sought the power of would release, while the other yearned for its principles, leading to a fortuitous alliance between two individuals with highly aligned interests and mutual needs. This day marked a stroke of luck for Orochimaru, and the following day would be Jiraiya's. On the morrow, Jiraiya arrived at the embassy building, his booming voice rousing the occupants from their dreams. Arsha, you little rascal, come out. Luo Sha, yawning and stretching, peeked out to find Jiraiya approaching. Clearly displeased, he remarked, Hey, Lord Jiraiya, what time is it? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Jiraiya, unperturbed by the menacing glares from others, casually entered Luo Sha's chamber, his mind racing with the abundance of material awaiting his attention. The enigmatic Arsha is hardly a hindrance, rather, it is an irresistible allure. For now, you may rest while I indulge in a brief slumber. Observing Arsha's pronounced dark circles, Jiraiya felt a twinge of envy. Could it be that this individual has misinterpreted something? While the Eye of Sand technique indeed facilitates certain tasks, it is implausible that the noble Arsha would engage in such frivolities. Naturally, the lecherous sage, with his narrow-minded perspective, paid little heed to these trivialities as he surveyed Arsha's quarters. It must be said that Arsha is far from a competent ninja. Despite the passage of time since his arrival, he exhibits a woeful lack of discretion. His manuscript from the previous night lay scattered carelessly beside his desk. Jiraiya, sitting upright in anticipation of Arsha, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the manuscript. After discreetly shifting his position for the 11th time, he finally discerned the contents written upon it. Thus, one carefree soul lay sprawled upon the bed, while another stealthily scrutinized the manuscript. The two spent a harmonious morning in this manner. Initially, Jiraiya perused the manuscript with utmost caution, but upon noticing Arsha's lack of notable reaction, he boldly began to leaf through the pages. The text therein was rather straightforward, yet with each passing moment, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave. By the time Shah awoke, noon had arrived. Upon seeing Jiraiya's serious demeanor as he examined the manuscript, the languid Shah remarked, "Hey, Jiraiya, it seems rather inappropriate for you to scrutinize another ninja's manuscript like this." Jiraiya, roused from his thoughts, turned to Shah with a serious tone and proposed, "How about you take me as your master, young one?" In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "The Rain Village has also sent a request for an alliance with Konoha." Mito Gate Hayashi responded, "Alliance? Do they truly believe they are worthy?" Tanaka Koharu inquired, "What conditions can the Rain Village possibly offer?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "There are none. The only agreement is that the ninjas of both sides must not intrude upon each other's territories, along with some economic treaties. Overall, Konoha would be at a disadvantage." Tanaka Koharu pondered, "What does Hanzo of the Salamander truly think of Konoha? Even Sunagakure has not made such demands." Mito Gate Hayashi asserted, "There is no justification for signing such a treaty. We should outright refuse." Danzo interjected, "I believe this presents a valuable opportunity." Tanaka Koharu retorted, "What do you mean?" Danzo explained, "Considering the current circumstances, Konoha is progressing positively, and our alliance with Sunagakure is advancing smoothly. The Rain Village simply wishes to avoid becoming a battlefield for the nations of fire, wind, and earth. If we negotiate a peace agreement with Hanzo of the Salamander instead of an alliance treaty, Konoha can infiltrate the Rain Village without sacrificing any tangible benefits. There is no reason for us to decline this." A silence enveloped the room. Tanaka Koharu conceded, "Indeed, the contract is not dictated by the Rain Village. All conditions are negotiable." Mito Gate Hayashi then asked, "What about Sunagakure?" Danzo replied, "Sunagakure itself desires to reduce the number of ninjas in the border region. Moreover, I believe they will agree if the Rain country pays a sufficient price." Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded, "Then it is decided. After this alliance is established, we will reach out to Sunagakure and the Rain Village to collectively negotiate a peace treaty." The others nodded in agreement. Luo Sha remained in a state of bewilderment. He could never have anticipated that the first words he would hear upon awakening would be these. He initially believed he was still ensnared in a dream. Jiraiya, thinking that Luo Sha had not comprehended clearly, cleared his throat and reiterated, "You little rascal, how about being my student instead? I shall impart to you all that I know." It was only then that Rasha realized and inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, are you still asleep? Should we perhaps seek Lady Tsunade's assistance for your ailment?" "Hey, kid, I am quite serious," Jiraiya retorted, momentarily losing his composure, baring his teeth in a grin. "Others aspire to be my disciple, the great sage Toad, and I do not accept just anyone." "But why is that?" Jiraiya replied gravely. "I have received a prophecy from the great sage of Mount Mayaboku, foretelling that I shall guide the child of prophecy to transform this ninja world, thereby ushering in peace. After reviewing your manuscript, I discerned that you possess such potential. So, he had perceived me as the child of prophecy. However, I have no intention of usurping Naruto's role in this tale." Luo Sha cleared his throat and inquired, "What knowledge might you impart to me?" "My mastery of fire release techniques is indeed commendable." He then added, "Forgive me. I possess the magnet release bloodline limit and thus have no need for fire release. I am well versed in various sealing techniques and can certainly teach you. Is Granichio proficient in this? As for sage techniques, I can enlighten you in that area. Would you kindly demonstrate?" I am not quite skilled in that yet." "Then why speak of it? I can instruct you in resource gathering and creation. Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the Sandai technique." "Oh, Jiraiya is about to lose his mind. If you take me as your master, you will walk freely in Konoha henceforth. My teacher is the third Kazekage, and I am currently striding confidently in Sunagakure." With no other recourse, Jiraiya resorted to his final strategy. "I shall give you all my future earnings as a ninja, including royalties." Without uttering a single word, Luo Sha directly squatted before Jiraiya, presenting the golden gourd. Jiraiya was left in astonishment. Rosa, with her little finger, casually dug into her ear, her eyes reflecting a profound disdain that deeply pierced Jiraiya's heart. Thus, with a heavy soul, Jiraiya departed from the embassy building. Shortly after his departure, Scorpion and Yekong arrived at Rosa's chamber. "What was that white-haired man thinking? Wanting to take you as his disciple?" Yekong inquired eagerly. Luo Sha, "Just a fellow who believes he has received some divine guidance." "Yitsong, aren't you intrigued?" Luo Sha, "Why be tempted?" Yetsong, "Ninjutsu, wealth, such things would surely entice an ordinary person." Luo Sha, "That is because you do not understand me." Xia, "Please enlighten her." Xia, "Because from the very beginning, what we sought was not this." Yitsong, puzzled, "Then what is it that you desire?" Luo Sha and Xia exchanged knowing smiles, remarking that their desires could not be fulfilled by anyone else. Yitsong, bewildered, sensed that these two harbored some secretive intentions. The ceremony for the signing of the alliance proceeded smoothly, with Konoha largely acquiescing to the conditions set forth by the Sand Shinobi. The atmosphere within the venue was notably harmonious. However, during the proceedings, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed a mutual exchange of envoy delegations to serve as liaison officers for both parties. Without suspicion, Kaibu agreed immediately. Thus, The alliance with Konoha was successfully established, which indeed marked a significant achievement for both villages. Yet, where was the promised duel? After all the preparation, why had it not transpired? Yitsong felt a mix of anger and disappointment, akin to a student who, having studied diligently for an exam, is informed by the teacher on the day of the test that due to reforms, no examination would be conducted to select candidates. In contrast, Xia and Luo Sha appeared remarkably composed. For Xia, his aspirations were simple. He sought to pursue eternal artistry and leave a legacy for future generations. Luo Sha, in pure laziness, accepted this outcome with the mindset that it is better to do less than to do more. His thoughts had long since drifted to the shores of the land of wind, where the notions of salt production, fresh water, and fishing inundated his mind. Upon recalling the 18 culinary methods for preparing seafood, tears of emotion involuntarily welled up at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, Luo Sha, what are you pondering?" A boisterous voice called out from behind him. "Your grin seems rather mischievous. Have you discovered a new source of materials? Hurry up, share it with us." Without needing to look back, Luo Sha instantly recognized the owner of the voice. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Jiraiya, feeling no embarrassment, replied. "As the liaison officer for Konoha stationed in Sunagakure, it is only natural for me to accompany you to the Sand Village. In all my calculations, I never anticipated overlooking this. As a disciple of the Hokage, I am indeed the most suitable candidate to lead the delegation." Rosa, undeterred, sought to dissuade Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, the hidden sand village is quite strenuous. Obtaining materials will not be as convenient." Jiraiya, however, remained unconcerned. "Rest assured, these are trifles. Your matters are of greater significance. Come, let us delve into the seawater desalination technique you previously devised." With that, he casually embraced Rosa. Was it truly necessary to be so direct? Rosa inwardly scoffed. Yet he felt powerless against such audacity. After glancing at Kaizoku, who showed no signs of dissent, he commenced his explanation. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru watched with a contemplative expression. "The seawater desalination technique is indeed intriguing, Rosakuen," he remarked. Tsunade noticed Orochimaru's demeanor and sensed he might be concocting something, but 5 minutes later, her attention was diverted by another revelation. The hidden sand village lacked a casino. This was undoubtedly a thunderbolt from the blue for Tsunade. At the Konoha headquarters, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. "Tsunade must refrain from gambling. Orochimaru should undergo training, and as for Jiraiya, since he has expressed a desire, let us grant it to him. Such a plan serves 3 purposes. It is simply flawless." Thus, the 3 legendary ninjas of the Hidden Sand and future Konoha embarked on their journey back to the Hidden Sand Village, in the Land of Earth. At the Rock Village headquarters, Inoki inquired once more, "Has the alliance with the Land of Water failed?" "Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage," replied Kudo. "The Mizukage outright rejected our proposal." "And then what?" Inoki pressed. "It appears the Land of Water has begun to seal its borders, forbidding outsiders from entering and inhabitants from exiting." "What is the Hidden Mist thinking? Do they believe that closing their borders will ensure their safety?" Han interjected. "This is not without reason. Considering the Hidden Mist's isolation and logistical challenges, their adoption of a closed border policy is somewhat understandable," Old Purple responded. "However, the current dilemma is that our intention to counterbalance Konoha and the Hidden Sand through an alliance has come to naught. Shall we send envoys to the Hidden Cloud?" Old Purple suggested. "That is not out of the question. We cannot confront 2 formidable foes alone." "Well then, the geographical position of the Land of Lightning is similar to that of the Hidden Mist. They share a border only with the Land of Moon, facing minimal military pressure. Logically, they should not involve themselves in this turmoil. Let us dispatch envoys to the Land of Wind to negotiate a peace agreement. Old Purple, you shall undertake this mission." "Understood, Lord Tsuchikage," the assembly chorused. In the Land of Lightning, at the Cloud Village headquarters, the Third Raikage fumed. "Damn the Hidden Sand for choosing to ally with Konoha at this juncture. What is that old man Inoki thinking? Preferring the Hidden Mist over the Hidden Cloud? Does he not comprehend the current circumstances?" With that, the Third Raikage slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it. Observing the Raikage's barely contained fury, his aide, Wakai, approached. "Raikage-sama, the alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Sand has been solidified. What should our next step be?" The Third Raikage commanded. "Deploy new troops to the border with the Land of Moon and maintain vigilance. We must not act recklessly. Those scoundrels, Kin and Jin, have wreaked havoc upon our village. We need to recuperate for a while. We must also devise a plan for the Jinchuriki project. A perfect Jinchuriki can significantly enhance the village's combat capabilities. Wakai is ready and can become the 8-Tails Jinchuriki at any moment." Thus, under the flutter of Rosa's butterfly wings, the ninja world unexpectedly found a rare semblance of peace. Chapter 26, The Fortress After Several Days. Rosa finally returned to the Hidden Sand Village that he had long yearned for. The 3rd Kazekage and the village's higher-ups awaited their arrival at the village entrance. Do not misconstrue this. Rosa did not possess such stature. The reception was primarily for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Let us gloss over the ensuing pleasantries, as they hold little relevance to our protagonist. Once the Konoha envoy was settled, Rosa hurried home to begin designing his seawater desalination core. On the way back to the Hidden Sand, Rosa conceived a plan to utilize magnetic release to selectively attract salt from the water, thus completing the desalination process. For this purpose, he procured several bags of salt for his experiments. The results proved promising. Rosa successfully invented the magnetic release seawater desalination technique. The core challenge of saltwater desalination had been surmounted. Next, he intended to simulate magnetic release using sealing techniques. Jiraiya participated in the research process throughout, and somehow, Orochimaru also developed an interest in this endeavor. Observing Rosa's application of magnetic release left both men astonished. What legitimate ninja would engage in such mundane pursuits? Rosa then elaborated on the practical applications of this ninjutsu, to which Jiraiya, seemingly unfazed, maintained his usual demeanor of indifference. However, Orochimaru distinctly sensed the latent power within this technique. This was the very essence he had been fervently seeking. Orochimaru increasingly felt that coming to the hidden sand village was the most prudent decision of his life, and he promptly expressed a desire to participate in the development of this technology. Rosa declined, not out of distrust for Orochimaru, but simply believing that Orochimaru's expertise in biological science and his engineering pursuits were two entirely distinct paths. To recklessly engage would only scatter his focus, preventing him from concentrating on his own areas of proficiency. Orochimaru remained undeterred, for throughout the annals of the ninja world, no ninja from one village had directly participated in the ninjutsu research of another village. In the time that followed, he merely observed Rosa's experiments from a distance, neither voicing his thoughts nor departing. Thus, two Konoha ninjas continually shadowed Rosa. Hiruzen Sarutobi had previously inquired whether Konoha's collection of Rosa's experimental intelligence might be inappropriate, to which Rosa responded that it mattered little. The core technology lay in magnet release, a unique skill possessed solely by Sunagakure. As long as the technology remained in their possession, the knowledge gained by others would hold little significance. Moreover, since the technology was intended for desalination, and Konoha had ample water resources, they had no need to resort to such methods, rendering the technology somewhat superfluous to them. Hearing Rosa's reasoning, Hiruzen set aside his concerns. The day after returning to the village, Rosa proceeded to the experimental field located on the outskirts. After a period of construction, the experimental field had been successfully established, and the fresh water collected through condensation was sufficiently stored to meet the irrigation needs of the fields. Unsurprisingly, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade accompanied Rosa. The reasons for Jiraiya and Orochimaru's presence had already been stated, while Tsunade was simply seeking to alleviate her boredom. What would she do in Sunagakure without a casino or a hospital? Upon witnessing the orderly experimental fields, the trio of Orochimaru expressed their astonishment. What on earth is going on here? The neatly arranged plots of land, complete with well-constructed water supply systems, contrasted sharply with the Sunagakure ninjas busily spreading fertilizer across the fields, and the aroma in the air was indeed indescribable. It was Jiraiya who first broke the silence. Rosa, what are these people doing? Farming, Rosa replied. Farming in the desert? Indeed. How does one farm? Rasha and Uncle Snake simultaneously cast a bewildered glance at Jiraiya, who stood there, seemingly oblivious. At that moment, Orochimaru shattered the awkward silence, remarking, it must be through the pipes laid alongside that they supply water. What they are currently dispersing across the fields is likely some sort of secret potion designed to alter the sandy soil, rendering it conducive to plant growth. Uncle Snake, your astuteness is commendable. It has taken you but a brief moment to deduce the underlying principle. Rasha feigned admiration. Yet, I am quite curious, Rasha-kun. How do you ascertain the precise amount of water required during the plant cultivation process? After all, the water resources of Sunagakure are not abundant enough to permit any wastage. At this juncture, a sudden epiphany struck Orochimaru. Ah, I see now. You dispatched ninjas equipped with a peculiar instrument to the land of rivers merely to gather this intelligence. Correct? Luo Sha appeared bewildered. How did Snake Uncle come to know? Orochimaru, undeterred, continued, first, we shall establish the site, then gather materials and intelligence, subsequently stockpiling sufficient resources. Luo Sha, you possess truly remarkable talents. Orochimaru exclaimed. Now, I have another query. Could you enlighten me, Luo Sha? At this moment, Rasha had completely lost his ability to think. Lord Orochimaru, please elaborate. Orochimaru replied, under the condition that all these requirements are met, you must have a plethora of crops to cultivate, correct? Let's calculate based on 600 plants. Given this scenario, precisely controlling the water intake for each plant must be exceedingly challenging. Do not tell me you're relying on ninjas or commoners for irrigation, nor should you suggest that random watering will suffice. After all, I have previously mentioned that water in the land of wind is exceedingly precious. Upon hearing these words from Uncle Snake, Rasha was utterly stunned. This N.C. is remarkably impressive. He seems to be following the protagonist's script. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru appeared to recall something. The instrument from the land of rivers could potentially be applicable here. Rasha-kun, quite remarkable. Seeing that Orochimaru had deduced much of the situation, Rasha decided to relinquish his pretense of ignorance. You are correct, Lord Orochimaru. This is indeed how it operates. Is Rasha-kun willing to respond to these inquiries? Naturally. Orochimaru had already discerned that the remaining elements could be analyzed through research. Orochimaru expressed his delight. Could you elaborate on how the water volume for plant irrigation is controlled? Luo Sha, it is quite simple. The core feedback of the humidity detection sensor is the very instrument previously utilized in the Kingdom of Chuan to monitor soil moisture in real time. Once a variation is detected, the core control unit activates the irrigation mode, directly watering the plants. Although Orochimaru finds Luo Sha's explanation straightforward, his scientific acumen suggests that the matter is far more complex than it appears. Nevertheless, his interest is piqued. As a scientist, is there anything more captivating than the pursuit of the unknown? Observing the enthusiastic exchange between the two, Jiraiya cannot help but interject. Hey, Luo Sha, can your experimental grounds truly yield crops? Rasha confidently replied, of course, not only with crops, but eventually with the cultivation of fruits and vegetables as well. Jiraiya, however, remained skeptical. Tsunade suggested, hey, little one, how about a wager? Rasha, what shall we wager? Tsunade, let us stake this piece of land. If you manage to cultivate it, victory will be yours. Rasha, what are the stakes? Tsunade, if you lose, all the techniques you develop henceforth must be shared with Konoha. Rasha, what if you were to lose? Tsunade, what is it that you desire? Rasha, then I shall acquire the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. Don't claim you are unaware. I am quite aware of it. Tsunade, you little brat, your intelligence gathering is rather commendable. Very well, I accept your wager. Let us consider the time frame as 1 year. Raza, is it a promise? Tsunade, it is a promise. Jiraiya, young Raza, I believe you. The crowd. In the land of wind, on the eastern frontier. Scorpion had just returned to the village when he was appointed by the 3rd Kazekage to investigate potential sites for a seawater desalination plant along the eastern coastline. The contents of Raza's scroll had piqued the 3rd Kazekage's immense interest. Following the success of the previous condensation water collection project, the Kazekage envisioned establishing a large-scale vapor condensation facility. However, Scorpion was aware of Raza's true intentions. What a magnificent concept. No, it should be regarded as a remarkable achievement. Scorpion harbored an unconditional trust in Raza, a sensation he had never experienced before. His intuition told him that as long as he and Raza continued on this path, everyone in the future would be left in awe. I cannot be left behind, Raza. Scorpion silently motivated himself. After all, he was a genius. And a genius possesses his own pride. This time, he aimed not only to survey the terrain and select a suitable location, but also to test his newly designed engineering puppet. It is no wonder Scorpion was deemed a genius. Unbeknownst to Raza, he had already created a chakra hydraulic cylinder capable of producing a maximum thrust of 2 tons. The puppet designed around this component surpassed the original in several aspects of performance. Of course, it exhibited a significant drawback, its sluggish movement. However, this was hardly a concern in the realm of construction. Scorpion had yet to reveal this to Raza, intending to surprise him. Raza, allow me to astonish you with my artistry. In Sunagakure, the experimental fields awaited. The season had arrived, heralding the time for sowing once more. Rosa stood to the side. Observing Karuro directing the village's puppeteer as he sowed the wheat, sealed the water collection device for the class test, and engaged human labor for the maintenance of the mechanical structure above. Everything proceeded in a well-organized manner. The trio led by Orochimaru gazed at the sewing puppets, their hearts filled with self-doubt. Had they come to the wrong place? Once, Tsunade had witnessed the puppets of Sunagakure on the battlefield. Yet the puppets before her now completely overturned her understanding. Whose puppets were employed for tilling the soil and sowing seeds? Weeding was unnecessary. As the land of wind lacked grass, the more he observed, the more exhilarated he became. He was now thoroughly convinced that Rosa was indeed the child of prophecy, which was far from the truth. Such a figure had ushered in a revolution for the ninja world, applying ninjutsu beyond the confines of warfare, while simultaneously bringing about devastation to the present shinobi realm. As things currently stood, the future world might attain peace, yet the shinobi world would face extinction. Was this not the very prophecy of the great Toad Sage? As for Orochimaru, upon witnessing these agricultural puppets, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Should he involve Rosa in the study of wood release? Indeed, when leaving the village, Orochimaru had also brought along the Hashirama cells entrusted to him by Danzo. Moreover, the vast and sparsely populated land of wind allowed him to select experimental bases through his shadow clones. With the establishment of experimental equipment and procurement of materials facilitated by the ninjas of Root, one could assert that Orochimaru was undoubtedly a victor in life at this moment. Yet, for the time being, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain. After all, Rosa was a resident of Sunagakure. Orochimaru gazed at Rosa's retreating figure with keen interest. Luo Sha sensed the gaze from behind, and an unexpected chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Uncle Snake has set his sights on me once more? I am no wind shadow. What significance does it hold for you to fixate on me? Luo Sha shook his head, mustering his resolve. Come on, Luo Sha. You can do this. You will definitely live past 40. Your dream of a down payment has yet to be realized. How can you so easily give up? After dismissing the distractions in his mind, Luo Sha refocused on debugging the core of the automatic water supply machine, testing and dismantling it repeatedly. After more than 10 modifications and reassemblies of the machine's core, he finally completed the debugging. The magnetic levitation technology proved to be quite effective. The control program could be written and erased with ease, akin to programming a driver. However, there were still some shortcomings. The water usage needed to be adjusted according to the crop growth cycles, a process that required manual intervention. Wait, why should I manually adjust it? If I create a few more sealing scrolls, they can replace them on their own when the time comes. With this thought, Luo Sha began to assess the feasibility of the plan. To achieve a modular design, the scrolls would need to be standardized in size, allowing the core components to be interchangeable. Alternatively, he could unify the entire core of the agricultural puppets, establishing a village standard that would reduce production costs for large-scale manufacturing in the future. As for the rest, they could be treated as non-standard. He would discuss this with Xie when he returned. The more he contemplated, the more ambitious Luo Sha became, completely unaware of the enormity of his aspirations. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to standardized selection, but in this life, he felt something was lacking. The establishment of standards would fill this void. Without hesitation, Luo Sha, embodying the quintessential engineer, set to work as soon as he had made up his mind. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he dove into the on-site office, scribbling notes and sketches. Upon witnessing Luo Sha's fervor, Jiao Yuaro also set aside his tasks, instructing those nearby to disperse the crowd and prioritize work at the other two experimental sites, leaving this space for Luo Sha's contemplation. Of course, 3 elite ninja squads and 3 Konoha ninjas remained behind as well. Orochimaru observed Luo Sha's continuous writing and sketching, his earlier thoughts intensifying. Luo Shakuin, why aren't you a ninja of Konoha? But it matters not. If you can showcase more of your talents, I would not mind collaborating with you on the research of Hashirama's cells. After all, a gifted collaborator is a rare find. You are truly my kindred spirit. Chapter 27. The power of many. If an individual's strength is limited, then gathering a multitude of people to accomplish a task is the solution. Sunagakure is currently embodying this principle. The entire village is united in a singular endeavor, achieving self-sufficiency in food production. The supplies obtained through the alliance treaty with Konoha have alleviated Sunagakure's financial difficulties, while the introduction of sealing techniques has provided a means to control Shikaku's power. After all, Sunagakure must channel all its resources into developing the village. According to the established plan, Sunagakure needs to construct several underground canals throughout the Land of Wind, establishing settlements for villagers wherever the water is diverted. This undertaking cannot be accomplished solely through the strength of ninjas. Xie has proposed a solution: engineering puppets. The application tests for these puppets have been completed, yet this singular solution is insufficient for the vast scope of the project. Thus, the villagers naturally recall the ultimate weapon of Sunagakure, Shikaku. Transforming a weapon for civilian use is no longer an extraordinary notion. In Luo Sha's childhood, he even sampled ice cream made with a nuclear centrifuge, a true story. The higher-ups in Sunagakure acknowledged, we currently lack engineering ninjas, laborers, and skilled ninjas. Shikaku interjected, I possess infinite chakra and require no rest. Moreover, I am indifferent to money. How fortuitous. As the only tailed beast capable of sealing techniques, Shikaku seems destined for engineering purposes, providing construction and reinforcement services with guaranteed quality and permanent maintenance. Thus, the decision to subcontract the East Water Diversion Project of the Land of Wind to Shikaku was set into motion. As for Shikaku's input, what could a mere tool like him possibly contribute? Just obediently work your 996,007 shifts. Refuse? Want to lie down? Are you attempting to rebel? Do you wish to test the strength of my sealing techniques? Through amicable negotiation and subtle coercion, Sunagakure successfully gained control over Shikaku's powers. Finally, Funfu could step out of that cramped cell. The bright sunlight was both blinding and warming. As he gazed upon the welcoming faces of the third Kazekage, Ichi, Chio, and the following Luo Sha and Xie, Funfu felt as though he had emerged into another world. Ichi remarked, Funfu, you've worked hard. It had been quite some time since anyone had addressed him by that name. Looking at his childhood friend, Funfu lamented, you've aged, Ichi. No one expected Funfu's first words upon stepping out of his cage to be this. Funfu turned to Luo Sha. Thank you, Luo Sha. Lord Funfu, you are too kind. Compared to your sacrifices, I have merely done something trivial. Luo Sha held great respect for Funfu. Whether for the purity of his heart displayed in the anime or his decades of unwavering dedication, such a person, who sacrificed everything for the village, deserved admiration. From a young age, he had become a Jinchuriki, ultimately passing away in a cramped cell, impervious to the cold judgment of others. Even managing to reach an understanding with Shikaku. Had it not been for the imperfections in Sunagakure's sealing techniques, he might have been the first perfect Jinchuriki. What you deem trivial is of great significance to me, Funfu affirmed, unwavering as ever. Luo Sha, Lord Funfu, may I request a favor from you? Please, go ahead. I wish to meet Shohei. The crowd. Funfu, let me first inquire about Shohei's thoughts. Shohei, old Funfu. What does this little imp desire from me? Funfu, you heard him just now. Shall I facilitate a conversation between you two? Shohei, very well. I shall grant you a moment, little imp. Allow him to enter. Shohei relished the feeling of being esteemed and was also curious about the nature of this little imp. In the realm of the spirit, Shohei arrogantly inquired. Little imp, what compels you to seek the great Shohei? Nothing much, Lord Shohei. I merely have a small question to pose to you. What question? Speak. And I shall determine whether to respond based on my mood. I just wonder, among the nine-tailed beasts, does Lord Shohei possess the least amount of chakra as the one-tailed beast? Luo Sha blinked innocently at Shohei. Shohei, you insolent little brat. Do you wish to perish? Luo Sha's words pierced through Shohei's defenses. Isn't that the case? I have heard that when the Sage of Six Paths allocated chakra, it was one portion for one tail, one portion for nine tails, and so forth. With the remaining portions all granted to the nine tails, am I wrong? Shohei was furious. You little rascal, wait here. I will emerge and annihilate you. Shohei was consumed by rage, intent on vanquishing this wretched little imp, oblivious to the adage of not striking a face nor revealing a flaw. I know much more than that, including Shohei, Yu, Ifu, Sun Yukong, Mu Wang, Shiquan, Chongming, Nyogue, and even the Nine Tails. Shohei was taken aback, his anger dissipating as he exclaimed, How do you know all this, little imp? Want to know? I shall not tell you. I will kill you. Ha ha ha. Until we meet again, Lord Shohei. Do not leave, little. Before Shohei could finish, Luo Sha severed the connection to the spiritual realm. Upon emerging, Luo Sha wore a sly grin, akin to a fox that had pilfered 2 chickens. The others were bewildered. Only Finfu comprehended the underlying reason but chose not to pry, merely observing Luo Sha with indifference. After a while, Luo Sha remarked, Lord Finfu, the banquet is prepared. Let us dine. Very well. At the outskirts of Sunagakure, Orochimaru gazed contentedly at the newly designated base, instructing the nearby root ninjas, this is the location. Have Danzo establish the base here. Furthermore, ensure that all my experimental equipment and materials are transported here without omission. I permit you to transcribe. But what reaches my hands must be complete and original. With that, he casually discarded a scroll. This is the layout of traps in my chamber. Follow the scroll's guidance, and do not blame me for fatalities. He then departed without a backward glance. The root ninjas remained silent. Seizing the scroll and vanishing with a body flicker, the desert once again fell into tranquility. Within Sunagakure, Jiraiya and Tsunade spent their days in the experimental fields. It was not due to disbelief in Luo Sha, nor did they intend to pilfer the technology. Rather, their curiosity regarding desert cultivation techniques drove them. Akin to military enthusiasts of later generations who were not motivated by a desire to manufacture tanks or artillery, but by pure fascination. This innocent curiosity compelled them to observe the experimental fields diligently each day. Seeing their enthusiasm, Luo Sha contemplated gifting each of them a notebook to maintain a growth diary. Though it remained a mere thought. Yet, the duo's zeal only intensified, to the point where Jiraiya wished to reside in the experimental site. Sunagakure neither endorsed nor opposed their activities, as they were in a phase of cordial relations with Konoha. And Konoha had no need for these technologies given its favorable natural conditions, as Jiraiya observed the vibrant green seedlings sprouting. He could not help but marvel at Luo Sha's brilliance, watching the droplets from the water pipes and the daily operations of the roof switches. He found it perplexing how such simple mechanisms could facilitate the growth of crops. Yet, this was of little consequence. In that moment, as the seedlings flourished, Jiraiya understood that the era had indeed transformed. Sunagakure would no longer fret over food or livelihood. In the future, many of its ninjas would be dispatched to experimental fields rather than battlefronts, as there was scant reason for war. In terms of resources, Sunagakure was entirely self-sufficient regarding territory. It was the largest among the 5 great nations, and in developmental direction, its puppet masters had evolved into standard agricultural ninjas. What combat efficacy could a farmer ninja possess upon returning to the battlefield? At that moment, Jiraiya recalled the conditions of the alliance signed by Sunagakure. It became evident why they could offer such equitable terms. They sought to alter the rules of the ninja world. As the old systems were no longer suitable for the new generation of ninjas, it was foreseeable that once Sunagakure's experiment succeeded, the other great ninja nations would inevitably follow suit and reform. In an age of contention, those who adapt shall endure, while those who cling to the old ways shall perish. The completion of such reforms would usher in genuine peace. Jiraiya meticulously documented his observations and sent them back to Konoha. Old man, I hope you can bring about change for Konoha as well. In the southeastern frontier of the Wind Country, Scorpion watched as the engineering puppet, the mountain-moving beast, labored, operated by a child of approximately 6 years. The nearby puppet masters were left in awe. As the mountain-moving beast displaced vast amounts of sand, the onlookers grew somewhat numb. Initially, they had anticipated that the excavation of a canal would take a decade or more to yield results. Yet now it seemed it would be accomplished in 2 to 3 years, thanks to the extraordinary efficiency of the engineering puppet. The workload of a single excavation equated to that of an entire day's work for other puppet masters. The sole drawback was the immense chakra consumption, leaving the squad leader in a state of chronic fatigue. Just as the crowd was captivated, the mountain-moving beast's leg abruptly shattered, causing the entire puppet to collapse on the site. Scorpion and the others hurried over, discovering yet again that a component of the puppet's leg had fractured. This is the 6th time, Scorpion muttered, diligently recording the data in his notebook. The pages were densely filled with notes. A discerning eye would recognize that after each malfunction, Scorpion reinforced the corresponding components. However, this approach of merely remedying issues was not the method desired by this ingenious puppet master. I recall Luo Sha mentioning fatigue strength and load strength. I thought it trivial, yet now it seems I must consult him for clarity. With that thought, Scorpion sealed the mountain-moving beast into a scroll, instructing everyone to continue gathering data. I shall return to the village momentarily. Do not forget to seek out suitable fishermen and prepare for a fishing expedition. Yes, Lord Scorpion. In Sunagakure. Upon concluding the banquet and distributing tasks after the third Kazakage's departure, Luo Sha promptly returned home. Why not indulge a little more at the banquet? Despite being termed a feast, it pales in comparison to the delectable ramen of the Hidden Leaf Village. The once aspiring tycoon, our Sha, now yearns for nothing more than a tranquil bowl of wonton noodles, or rather, the fragrant and savory fish soup of yore. As Scorpion set off towards the eastern frontier, our Sha specifically instructed him to procure vessels suitable for fishing. As the saying goes, one who relies on the mountains feasts upon the mountains, and naturally, one by the sea should partake of the ocean's bounty. With such an extensive coastline in the land of wind, neglecting to savor the delights of sea fish, shrimp, and crabs would be a disservice to oneself. As for the matter of fishing, is that truly a concern? Prior to our Sha's traversal, it indeed posed a challenge, and even more so before he developed the chakra sealing techniques. However, now is it even a dilemma? While we may lack knowledge of marine aquaculture, oceanic fishing is certainly within our grasp. Can you not discern the locations of marine life beneath the waves? Our Sha can design a magnetic field sensor for biological detection. Do you lack fishing nets? Scorpion will craft a spirit-linked integrated fishing net, ensuring that once cast, it will yield an abundant catch. Of course, we shall refrain from overfishing. We understand the principle of not exhausting the waters. Thus, our Sha has embarked on the study of biological magnetic fields, unexpectedly acquiring the ability to sense ninjutsu in the process. The range is modest, approximately 30 kilometers. The conversion of ninjutsu into sealing techniques is not overly arduous, after all. He has prior experience in creating automatic irrigation cores, making the construction of a magnetic field sensing core a relatively straightforward task. It is worth mentioning that this core's design adheres to the S9527 standards for puppet components set forth by the Hidden Sand Village, a topic of considerable debate among its higher echelons. Until now, the puppet forces of the Hidden Sand operated independently, with their creations crafted by individual puppet masters according to their whims. The village had grown accustomed to this method of production. One must not underestimate the inertia of thought, for it can lead an entire nation to its demise, as evidenced by the stubbornness of the reformists during the 100 Days Reform. Yet, when Sha merely presented an example, the suggestion was readily accepted by the assembly. Luo Sha enlisted 10 puppet masters, instructing them to craft 10 puppets according to established standards. Subsequently, he urged these masters to present their currently utilized puppets, engaging in a mutual confrontation under safe conditions until the puppets were rendered inoperative. The ensuing events were easily foreseeable. After disassembly and reassembly, 7 of the standard puppets remained operable, while the non-standard ones yielded only 2. The third Wind Shadow and the higher echelons of Sunagakure, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, comprehended the significance of this standard once the 10 puppet masters restored the 7 operable puppets. From that moment onward, they became the staunchest advocates of this standard. Chapter 28. Achievements. Pioneers of an era invariably differ from their environment. Much like Tesla, Musk, and Qian, pioneers possess the unique ability to perceive what eludes the ordinary eye, viewing matters from perspectives that are inherently distinct. The reasons for this are manifold, with the most significant being the educational methodologies they have received. Sasori is a prodigy, a genius puppet master hailing from Sunagakure, mentored by Chiyo, the foremost puppet master of the ninja world at that time. From a young age, Sasori's starting point and resources in the art of puppetry far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Now, influenced by Luo Sha, he is gradually unaware of the transformation in his thought processes and a deeper understanding of puppetry. Previously, he had never considered the lifespan of his creations, focusing instead on incorporating more weaponry and intricate structures. Luo Sha's presence has opened a gateway to a new world for him, one where he meticulously controls every detail of puppet design and fully masters their performance. One might wonder, what is the purpose of such knowledge? Merely mastering the design and performance of a mechanism may seem insignificant. However, when the volume of products to be produced is sufficiently large, the importance of understanding the design reliability of mechanisms and controlling the quality stability required for mass production becomes evident. This path is essential for the success of most enterprises before the crossing of worlds. At this moment, Sasori remains blissfully unaware of these implications. Upon returning to the village, he promptly sought out Luo Sha. What is Rasho engaged in? For the past few days, he has sequestered himself within his chamber, even avoiding the presence of his young fiancée, Karuro. Were it not for the daily sightings of Rasha emerging to collect his rations, the third-generation Wind Shadow might have suspected him to have been assassinated. Luo Sha gazed at the results of his labor over the past few days, a colossal, cumbersome box. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, how unsightly. According to Luo Sha's design philosophy, all future puppet ninjutsu scrolls were intended to be interchangeable, necessitating that each functional module be equipped with its own unique sealing techniques for interface design, thereby enabling communication between disparate modules. Consequently, the appearance of this apparatus had become exceedingly unwieldy, akin to a situation where a matter that could be succinctly articulated in a single sentence is instead elaborately discussed, ultimately reducing the essence to mere words. When Scorpion came knocking at the door, Luo Sha finally emerged from his room, greeted by the first rays of sunlight he had seen in days. "What are you up to?" Scorpion inquired. "Come in quickly. I have a marvelous treasure to show you." Luo Sha replied enigmatically. "What treasure?" Scorpion, still youthful and oblivious to the underlying humor, pressed on. "You'll find out once you enter. This is my latest creation. If that's the case, then I am no longer sleepy. What does your new work entail?" With a flourish, Luo Sha unveiled a somewhat faded, tattered cloth, accompanied by his own dramatic background music. "Behold, the biological sensing device." Scorpion surveyed the bizarre new invention before him and remarked, "How hideous." "Do try to overlook the details," Luo Sha said, his cheeks tinged with an unusual blush. "But don't you always say that details determine success or failure?" Scorpion queried. Perplexed. Let us not dwell on that. I want you to see our magnificent treasure." Scorpion circled the bulky contraption, scrutinizing it intently. "What on earth is this?" Luo Sha remarked, "Did I not mention that this device is known as a bioreceptor? It is specifically designed to detect life signatures and indicate the approximate location of living beings." Scorpion inquired once more, "What is its purpose?" "Fishing," Luo replied. "With this, we will be able to catch fish in the sea, and then we will have meat to eat." The mere thought of fish ignited Luo's imagination, conjuring up 18 different culinary methods: sashimi, poached fish, spicy fish, pickled fish, green pepper fish, and so on. Scorpion found himself perplexed once again by Luo's train of thought. It is commendable that this contraption can assist in fishing, but must it be so unsightly? Moreover, why is it constructed to such a large scale? I recall that the puppets of the past were quite diminutive, were they not? Luo Sha, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "This is different. This creation represents a novel endeavor of mine, which I have dubbed modular design." What does modular design entail? It involves deconstructing all functionalities into their smallest components. When necessary, I select the required parts for assembly. This way, I can prepare all the small modules in advance, utilizing them as needed, repairing them as they wear out. Moreover, it allows for the swiftest transition from conceptualization to finished product. Aren't I impressive? Luo Sha puffed out his chest proudly like a rooster. Scorpion timidly inquired, "I have a question. What is it? How long would it take you to create a sealing technique scroll? With a clear concept, roughly half a day. How many modules do you need to produce? What are the application scenarios? Is the chakra output during application consistent?" I can't believe I forgot about that. He continued. "For instance, do the chakra output methods of the water collection system and the irrigation system, as well as the harvesting puppet, align? Or do they have similar load capacities?" "Load? How do you know that term?" "Oh, you mentioned it before. I've been pondering this matter lately." "Do share?" Luo Sha, feeling somewhat guilty, hastily shifted the conversation. He had underestimated the complexity of modular design, spending considerable time on it, yet producing a flawed creation. Scorpion, entirely oblivious to Luo Sha's attempt to change the subject, continued. "Recently, I constructed a new excavation puppet capable of rapidly and extensively digging through sand. However, despite several modifications, it continues to malfunction. I began to wonder if it relates to the load or fatigue intensity you mentioned previously, which is why I came to seek your insight." Luo Sha, "Have you constructed an excavator? How much earth can it dig in one go?" "Approximately 1.5 tons, I presume. Each excavation may vary, but it should hover around that figure." Luo Sha gazed at Scorpion in astonishment. "One excavation yields 1.5 tons of soil?" Scorpion, "Can your fingers lift such a heavy load?" Scorpion swiftly comprehended the meaning behind Luo Sha's eyes. "It is not my fingers that can lift it. I previously created a chakra hydraulic cylinder, each capable of providing around 2 tons of thrust. Based on this component, I devised this earth-digging puppet." Luo Sha was taken aback. Can you believe it? The core components of construction machinery were created in such a manner. At this thought, Luo Sha couldn't help but wish to slap himself twice. With a hydraulic system in place, what need is there for the power of tailed beasts? The risks associated with utilizing tailed beasts are exceedingly high. Isn't a hydraulic transmission rod far more appealing? Luo Sha, please continue discussing the issues you have encountered. Scorpion, the problem lies in the fact that during usage, at a specific moment, certain components of the puppet tend to fracture and sustain damage. This dilemma has plagued me for quite some time, prompting me to seek your counsel. In Luo Sha's heart, a sense of unease began to brew. The limited resources within him would soon be depleted by the voracious learning pace of Scorpion. Scorpion, a name that evoked complex calculations involving overall force analysis, material fatigue life, and load verification. As Luo Sha endeavored to impart the principles of material and engineering mechanics to Scorpion, elsewhere in Sunagakure, in the experimental fields, the wheat sprouts grew taller each day, lush and verdant, resembling the complexion of Tsunade. Indeed, ever since the wheat had sprouted, Tsunade's complexion had remained decidedly green. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade had been raised in luxury, inheriting not only the first will of fire but also his penchant for gambling, along with the unfortunate luck of always losing. Yet this wager had been rather significant. She had never anticipated that she would truly lose. Jiraiya's nonchalant attitude towards the gamble nearly sent her into a fury. Did he genuinely wish for her defeat? Yet reality seldom conforms to human desires. The progression of events invariably adheres to natural laws, a truth even the sage of six paths must abide by. Thus, reality dealt Tsunade a harsh blow. In contrast to Tsunade's dismay, Jiraiya's demeanor brightened significantly. After all, he harbored grand ambitions. This transformation in Tsunade could potentially usher in peace for the ninja world. In his eyes, the flourishing wheat was not merely a crop but the hope of the entire village. He pondered whether the old man had received his message. If Konohagakure embraced similar reforms, such changes would inevitably ripple across the entire ninja realm. Jiraiya optimistically contemplated a visit back to Mount Myaboku to consult the great sage Toad. He had heard whispers of Tsunade's plans to excavate a canal, perhaps to divert water from the Land of Rain. He remained oblivious to the fact that Luo Sha had never intended to source water from that region. Nevertheless, this ignorance mattered little. The limitations of one's thought process often lead to misjudgments. At that moment, Jiraiya was meticulously observing the wheat sprouts, oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru's tongue was extending longer beside him. What remarkable talent you possess, Luo Shakuin, Orochimaru murmured. I can scarcely contain myself. It was essential to note that the efficiency of the root ninjas was extraordinary. Within mere days, Orochimaru's requests were nearly fulfilled, underscoring how desperately Danzo yearned for the power of wood release. After spending several days in the experimental fields, Orochimaru grew increasingly convinced that Luo Sha would become a pivotal ally in his research endeavors. Yet, a dilemma lingered. Luo Sha was a citizen of Tsunade. Should he probe further? Orochimaru silently weighed his options. The resources provided by Danzo were ample. For Luo Sha, it was worth taking a risk. Success would yield a valuable ally, while failure would result in minimal loss. As for Danzo, he was merely concerned with the outcome. After weighing the pros and cons, Orochimaru resolved to approach Luo Sha's abode, the home of Luo Sha. Luo Sha had just reclined. Not long ago, he had painstakingly recounted some principles of engineering mechanics. Goodness! Who would have imagined he could still recall such fundamental knowledge? The mere thought of the subsequent content on material mechanics filled him with despair. While Xie grew increasingly spirited with every word, Luo Sha felt himself becoming more and more anxious. It was only after Luo Sha had exhausted himself that Xie reluctantly took his leave, just as Luo Sha had not yet rested for 5 minutes. A knock on the door resounded once more. Luo Sha, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "Who is it? I was sleeping. Is Lord Luo Sha retiring so early?" Came the chilling voice of Orochimaru from outside the door. Sha undoubtedly recognized the owner of the voice and immediately sprang up, rushing to the door. "Lord Orochimaru. What a rare visitor. I was unaware it was you. My earlier words may have been somewhat offensive. Please forgive me." "It's quite all right," came the voice, still icy. "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" With an overwhelming desire to survive, Sha promptly stepped aside. "Welcome, Lord Orochimaru. Am I to understand you are fearful of me?" "Not at all, not at all. Lord Orochimaru, you are most amiable. How could I possibly be afraid?" "Then why do you sit so far away?" Observing Sha cowering in the corner, Orochimaru posed a profound inquiry. "Well, it's of little consequence now. Shakuin, I have come with a request." "Lord Orochimaru, you flatter me. Whatever you require, please command me." Sha's expression at that moment would surely provoke anyone to exclaim, "Ugh, such a sycophant. I possess some materials regarding plant growth that require a method of control. Shakuin, do you have any solutions?" With that, he produced a thermos box and placed it upon the table. Luo Dasong summoned his courage and approached to examine the contents of the thermal container, which held a small piece of meat whose nature was unknown. Having perused countless anime, Luo Sha could easily deduce that this was indeed a fragment of Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru noted the expression on Luo Sha's face. It seemed that Luo Shakuin was privy to certain knowledge. Luo Dasong appeared as if he had consumed a hallucinogenic substance, his head shaking with such fervor that it seemed to leave an afterimage. At this juncture, admitting the truth would be tantamount to courting death. However, Orochimaru remained unfazed, inquiring, "Mr. Luo, might you investigate this matter?" "Lord Orochimaru, I truly cannot assist you with this. It is far too perilous. If my village were to learn of my involvement with such matters, even my mentor would be unable to protect me," Luo Sha candidly responded, eliciting dissatisfaction from Orochimaru. A glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Swiftly perceiving this, Luo Dasong hastened to add, "Yet, in the interest of strengthening the alliance between our two villages, I am willing to make an effort." With Orochimaru's tacit approval, Luo Sha rose and retrieved a microscope from his room, a device he had previously crafted that allowed for the observation of cellular structures. With meticulous care, he used tweezers to extract a small fragment of cell tissue and placed it under the microscope for examination. Orochimaru gazed at this unprecedented instrument, feeling a profound sense of relief at his decision. Before he could fully contemplate his thoughts, he was startled by Luo Sha's astonished exclamation, "What on earth?" Chapter 29. Direction. What is the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world? Undoubtedly, it is wood release. But what, then, is the essence of wood release? Luo Sha is fortunate to have the opportunity to explore this now. Joking aside, wood release is indeed an essential ability for any traveler, frequently appearing in fan fiction and tales of chaotic crossings. Luo Sha once pondered why others possessed this power while he did not. However, upon encountering the cells of Hashirama, he was filled with trepidation. The cells were immense, displaying a multinucleated structure with a disordered cytoskeleton. Could these possibly be cancerous cells? The very thought of their essence made Luo Sha wish to incinerate them immediately. With their infinite proliferation, the cells of Hashirama Senju retained vitality even after his demise many years ago. Furthermore, historical accounts indicate that all individuals who received Hashirama's cells perished due to bodily collapse. Coupled with the fact that he possessed both sage arts and remarkable vitality, yet suddenly succumbed after the battle in the Valley of the End, it became clear Hashirama Senju was a member of the Senju clan afflicted with cancer. Wood release was merely a mutated ability influenced by chakra. Observing Luo Sha as sudden change in expression, Orochimaru coldly inquired, Luo Shakuin, have you uncovered something? Or do you know something we are unaware of? Luo Dasong forced a grimace more pitiful than tears. Lord Orochimaru, what should I do? Orochimaru is inquiring about the Hashirama cell research materials. How should I respond? Urgently awaiting your guidance. Rosa organized her thoughts and then spoke. Lord Orochimaru, this must belong to a certain bloodline ninja cell, correct? Indeed. Sha, this bloodline ninja must possess formidable strength, right? Indeed. This ninja is likely afflicted with a severe bloodline illness. Did the first Hokage suffer from a bloodline disease? Orochimaru truly seems unaware. Ignoring Orochimaru's reaction, Luo Sha resolutely expressed his thoughts. Although the origin of this individual's cells remains uncertain, their size is irregular, and their structure is entirely distinct from that of an average person. Typically, a single cell is accompanied by one nucleus, yet in this case, one cell possesses multiple nuclei, and the dimensions of these cells are significantly larger than those of ordinary cells. If my conjecture holds true, the number of mitochondria within these cells is also considerably greater than that found in an average individual. Orochimaru suddenly interrupted Luo Sha, inquiring, what are mitochondria? Mitochondria are the organelles that convert stored nutrients in the human body into energy, functioning as the cellular foundation of chakra. The greater the quantity of mitochondria within a cell, the more robust the individual becomes. This explanation was novel to Orochimaru, who found himself unable to fully grasp Luo Sha's words. He decided to take note of them for further study. Please continue, Luo Sha. Where did we leave off? Oh, right. This implies that this individual's chakra capacity is likely exponentially greater than that of an ordinary person. However, the human body comprises a diverse array of cells, such as muscle cells and nerve cells. For instance, the cells in one's hand differ in composition from those on the tongue. Orochimaru-sama, you may wish to explore this further on your own. Despite his limited understanding, Orochimaru felt that everything Luo Sha said was undoubtedly accurate. Thus, he inquired, then, Luo Sha, what methods should I employ to manipulate these cells? Sha cast a glance at Orochimaru, and upon confirming the absence of malice, slowly spoke. Lord Orochimaru, you must be intrigued by its immense chakra, am I correct? Indeed, replied Orochimaru, half seriously. Now that we comprehend its essence as a formidable physical energy, and considering that chakra is a harmonious blend of spiritual and physical forces, you understand what must be done next, do you not, Lord Orochimaru? We need to seek a sufficiently potent spiritual energy to balance the physical energy, correct? You truly are remarkable, Lord Orochimaru, Sha complimented with a hint of flattery. However, where might we procure this spiritual energy, Shakuin? Ah, Lord Orochimaru, you have sought the wrong person. I am not adept in that area. You are being overly modest. Shakuin, without your elucidation, my own research could have taken a lifetime to unravel this essence. Please do not hide your talents. I might become displeased. Orochimaru replied with a beaming smile. Luo Sha gazed at Uncle Snake's smile, a shiver coursing through his scalp and back. He steeled himself and replied. The only two solutions that come to mind are as follows. Firstly, to manipulate the rate of cellular division through yang release ninjutsu, such as medical ninjutsu or the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. Secondly, to neutralize the yang release energy within the cells using yin release ninjutsu, thereby achieving equilibrium. An example of this would be the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan or the secret techniques of the Yamanaka and Nara families. Orochimaru regarded Luo Sha with keen interest, asking, why are all your examples from the Hidden Leaf Village? Are there no alternatives? Luo Sha, are you not from Konoha? It would be far more convenient to coordinate matters within Konoha. If you choose not to involve Konoha, there are other alternatives available. Luo Sha, my patience is limited. Luo Sha spoke of the bamboo tube pouring beans, mentioning the existence of Yang Dun and the Fog Shadow's corpse pulse bones, while regarding Yin Dun, he considered illusion techniques as a possibility. However, the actual effectiveness still hinges on individual talent. Is that all? Surely, it must be, Luo Sha expressed uncertainly. Orochimaru interjected. Secret technique, death glare. Well, there is one more, he added, somewhat elated. It pertains to the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Possessing this should enable mastery over the cells. Are you jesting with me? Orochimaru genuinely did not know that the Rinnegan truly existed in this world. Nevertheless, today's findings were already plentiful. With objectives met, Orochimaru prepared to take his leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Luo Sha. Should I have any further inquiries? I shall return to seek your guidance. Seeing the plagues finally departing, Luo Sha was overjoyed, momentarily disregarding Orochimaru's intent to return. With a sycophantic grin, he exclaimed, Lord Orochimaru, you are too kind. Do come by often. Before he could finish, Orochimaru abruptly turned back. By the way, Luo Sha, there is one more matter I wish to request. The obsequious Luo Sha froze instantly, wishing he could slap himself for the predicament. Could you part with that microscope of yours? Orochimaru inquired. The microscope? Luo Sha reacted, suddenly invigorated by the sin of opportunity. Do you intend to extort it from me? Lord Orochimaru? He exclaimed, his face aflame with indignation. Oh no, I merely wish to purchase it, Orochimaru clarified. Upon hearing the word purchase, Luo Sha's blood boiled, and his intellect surged. How much are you willing to offer? 500,000 Ryo, how does that sound? That is utterly unacceptable. This is my painstakingly crafted masterpiece. Luo Sha dramatically protested. I see, my apologies, Luo Sha, Orochimaru replied, turning to leave. Wait, Lord Orochimaru, are you truly leaving without a deal? Luo Sha hastily grasped Orochimaru. Reluctant to let go of this rare opportunity. Did you not just proclaim this was your arduous labor of love? Indeed, you misunderstood my intent, Orochimaru countered. What is Luo Sha's intent then? It requires more money, Orochimaru dryly stated, contemplating drastic measures against him. Ultimately, Luo Sha begrudgingly sold the microscope for 1,000,000 Ryo. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Luo Sha nearly waved a handkerchief in farewell. My lord, do visit again. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the Konoha F4 convened for a meeting. This intelligence comes from Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced. Sunagakure has indeed cultivated crops in the desert. Jiraiya's intelligence is never erroneous, Nara Shikamaru affirmed. However, could it be that Sunagakure is not concealing information but instead providing false intelligence to deceive him? That is unlikely. Jiraiya is my student and would not make such blunders. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. So, does this imply that Sunagakure's ninja genuinely aspire for change? It appears so. We can foresee a prolonged alliance with Sunagakure as a result of this. Furthermore, they are unlikely to instigate war again, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. Yet, if Sunagakure grows stronger, it may become a threat to Konoha, Danzo warned. I recommend we deploy some agents for reconnaissance. We must refrain from such tactics. It will create rifts with our allies, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned. Shall we not prepare against Sunagakure then? We must remember that the so-called alliance is merely. That was in the past. My mentor sought to establish a peaceful shinobi world, fostering mutual understanding. As his students, we must steadfastly uphold his ideals. Sunagakure is merely the beginning. When they have no just cause to wage war against us, why should we fabricate one? Indeed. Jiraiya also mentioned that Sunagakure intends to construct a canal traversing the land of wind. I calculated, and this endeavor will not be easily accomplished, Mito Gatika said. Pausing for effect. Furthermore, Nara Shikamaru inquired. Additionally, Sunagakure aims to source water from either the land of rain or the land of rivers. The latter is not abundant in water resources, suggesting Sunagakure will likely draw from the land of rain. So what if they do? Will Hanzo the Salamander disagree? Danzo scoffed. No, Hanzo will certainly agree, but Sunagakure might not. Hiruzen, what are your thoughts? Based on Jiraiya's intelligence, this canal will be essential for the relocation of Sunagakure's inhabitants. Arguably the lifeblood of the land of wind. Would Sunagakure entrust this lifeblood to others? A silence enveloped the meeting room. Are you suggesting that Sunagakure might target the village of rain? Nara Shikamaru questioned. It is not outside the realm of possibility. Hiruzen, we must remain vigilant. Once Sunagakure tastes success, they may use the village of rain as a springboard to scrutinize Konoha, Danzo asserted. I believe that is improbable. As Sunagakure's economy is on the brink of collapse, without our loans, they would struggle to defend their borders, let alone mount an offensive against the land of rain. I have received intelligence from the Umbu that Sunagakure has dispatched personnel to survey their eastern borders, possibly seeking to utilize seawater. Before Danzo could interject, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. Moreover, the loans we provided are not a one-time payment. Even in the event of war, Sunagakure will not act until the loans are fully or largely dispersed. We have time. Let us observe the situation for now. In the meantime, Jiraiya's intelligence gathering must not cease. Agreed. Thus, the Konoha F4 concluded their meeting once more. While Sunagakure continued its endeavors, Luo Sha's spirits are extraordinarily high. After such a long wait, she has finally encountered the return of her investment. Rosa was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Without delay, he prepared to step out and purchase gifts for his little fiancée. Having endured a lengthy period of singlehood in his previous life, he felt compelled to cherish this newfound relationship. What else could he do but shower her with affection? However, it must be said that Rosa's joy was somewhat premature. The nefarious forces of the Sand Village had long set their sights on him, with the third Kazekage as their representative. Just then, the Umbu arrived. Lord Rosa, the Kazekage requests your presence. Luo Sha was entirely oblivious to the impending ordeal he was about to face. He followed the Umbu directly to the Kazekage building. Upon entering, The third Kazakage wasted no time and bluntly remarked, Luo Sha, I hear you've recently come into quite a fortune. The familiar opening in the well-worn dialogue evoked a sense of dread in Luo Sha, reminiscent of his previous encounters with the third Kazakage. Noticing Luo Sha's silence, the third Kazakage pressed on, you received 1 million ryo from Orochimaru. Shouldn't you consider sharing a portion of it? Master, I earned this myself. Luo Sha protested. Oh? How did you acquire it? Luo Sha faltered, realizing the difficulty in explaining. I sold microscopes. Why sell microscopes? Because Orochimaru wanted to examine cellular structures. What kind of cells? The first Hokages would release cells. With those three pivotal words, first, Hokage, would release, intertwined. It was nearly impossible for anyone within the shinobi world not to lose their composure. This was disastrous. It seemed likely that his master might resort to an elaborate burial, entombing him 1,800 layers underground. Seeing Luo Sha remain silent, the third Kazakage said, I will not pry into your actions, for you are my student. And I trust you will not engage in activities that harm the village. Thank you, master. However, the village is currently facing difficulties. Shouldn't you consider lending your support? Very well, let us regard this as a form of protection fee. With a pained expression, Luo Sha said, Teacher, I shall contribute 500. 000 taels for the benefit of the village. The third-generation Wind Shadow glanced at the figure on the banknote and remarked, Is this all? My goodness. This greedy fellow appears to leave me no choice. 600, 000. For the toil and effort? 700, 000. For the blood, sweat, and tears? 800, 000. For the meticulous craftsmanship? 900, 000. Ultimately, Luo Sha clenched his jaw, feeling a sharp pain, and managed to utter this figure. Very well, since you possess such goodwill. I shall accept this on behalf of the village. You may leave for now. Chapter 30. A Feast of Flesh. Luo Sha exhibited no reservations as he relentlessly exploited the residual value of Scorpion, while he himself enjoyed a life of leisure. After all, the journey of scientific research can be exceedingly tedious and mundane. Scorpion, in turn, was exceedingly cooperative, having mastered the principles of materials mechanics and engineering mechanics. He ceased to intrude upon Luo's existence, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the endeavor of testing the properties of materials. Luo Sha is also exploring a distinct path in metallurgy. Indeed, it is metallurgy. The design of various engineering machinery fundamentally relies on real materials, and the performance of these materials directly determines the upper limits of this industry. Luo Sha aspires to become a wealthy man. Does he intend to design various unconventional machinery like a Scorpion? That is merely a jest. The essence of any industry lies in its core technologies. The myriad forms of machinery may appear extravagant, yet it is the materials that constitute the true necessity. The demand for high-end materials is insatiable, and their added value is ever increasing. Question: why do alloys exhibit exceptional mechanical properties? Answer: the crystalline structure of pure iron, which is prone to dislocation slip, becomes irregular, resulting in increased dislocation resistance, manifesting as enhanced strength. Question: is it feasible to control the crystalline structure of alloys? Indeed. Consider magnetic manipulation. Magnetic manipulation can govern sand gold, sand iron, and even sand itself. In essence, it can manipulate gold, iron, and silicon dioxide. Thus, theoretically, can all tangible minerals be controlled? This presents an intriguing possibility. If one could manage the crystallization structure of materials during the smelting process, what high-performance materials could not be produced? Moreover, if Luo Sha were adept in chip architecture, he could simply employ magnetic manipulation to refine silicon dioxide to purity, subsequently etching out chips. Would that not be delightful? This approach would facilitate a swift transition into the modern era. When we set our minds to something, we shall achieve it. Recently, a significant sum was voluntarily contributed towards village development. Requesting a few scrolls of magnetic sand iron from the teacher would not pose much difficulty. However, it is not the opportune moment for such requests. Luo Sha currently has more pressing matters to attend to, particularly in the eastern coastal region of the Wind Country. Luo Sha gazed at the grand ship before him, then cast his eyes upon the boundless sea, nearly moved to tears. After consuming military rations for over half a year, he could no longer endure it. The sole object of his desire was meat. Once all preparations were complete, Luo Sha promptly commanded, board the ship. Observing the resolute spirit of his comrades, a cautious subordinate reminded him, Lord Luo Sha, it is now your turn. Everyone else has already boarded. Do you think Luo Sha would feel embarrassed? No, indeed. He was the kind of person who remained unperturbed while others squirmed in discomfort. Has everyone boarded? Luo Sha feigned authority. Yes, my lord, came the reply. Then what are you still doing here? I was merely waiting to board the ship with you, my lord. Who said I was going to sea? Indeed, there is no fault in that. The risks of venturing into the ocean are perilously high. What if a tsunami or an earthquake were to strike? The guiding principle of Raza's character is that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If there are benefits, I will come. If there is danger, you shall go. Alas, such is Raza's shamelessness. However, the new life detection system, wasn't it taught to you? And you mentioned wanting to be the first to catch a fish? There is no kitchen aboard the ship. To eat fish, one must go ashore to prepare it. Is there any other issue? None. After perfectly resolving the fishing dilemma, Raza arrived at Scorpion's construction site. Of course, closely following were the ever-present Konoha and the lecherous sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya, during his time in Sunagakure, was learning more and more each day. Just then, he spotted a 6-year-old child skillfully operating a gigantic puppet, diligently excavating the earth. Indeed, the one digging was the mountain-moving beast too. 0. Thanks to Raza's insights, Scorpion's relentless efforts, and Elder Chiyo's connections, the production of Scorpion's sand iron version of the new puppet had been successfully completed. Oh, how did the sand iron come about? Didn't I mention? Thanks to Elder Chiyo's connections, you see. Watching the progress of Sunagakure's canal project advance day by day, Raza was unsure how many times he had awoken with laughter. Nearby, Efka the monk was employing the power of the guardian crane to construct a desalination facility. One must admit, the power of tailed beasts is remarkably effective. With a mere thrust of his hands into the ground, he achieved immediate results. In just one day, over 30,000 square meters of the base was leveled. This efficiency, this fuel consumption, merely 2 bowls of rice per 10,000 square meters, would make any former contractor weep. Thus, with the cooperation of the new puppets and the tailed beasts, the construction in Sunagakure was progressing fervently. In the land of water, in the village of Kirigakure, Uchiha Madara woke once again from his slumber. At that moment, Black Zetsu appeared before him. Lord Madara, the ninja world is currently quite peaceful. After the alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, most ninja villages have only strengthened their border defenses for a short while, and now, aside from Sunagakure, the other villages have largely reverted to their previous border arrangements. Alliance? With Sunagakure? Konoha has truly fallen. What does Sunagakure possess that warrants an alliance with Konoha? Indeed, Lord Madara, but from the current effects, Konoha has indeed gained a respite. Sunagakure has left only a few watchtowers along the Konoha border. Is Sunagakure withdrawing its forces? What is their objective? Are they planning to strike against Iwagakure? Not quite. Sunagakure has merely dispatched a small portion of its ninjas to the borders of the Land of Earth, while the rest have been reassigned to the eastern coast. Madara felt a surge of excitement. Are they targeting the Land of Water? Black Zetsu replied, not exactly. Sunagakure is merely excavating and constructing along the coastal region. A base? It doesn't resemble a fortress. According to our investigations, it appears to be a desalination facility. What is that? Desalination? What purpose does it serve? Noticing Madara's confusion, Black Zetsu kindly explained, according to our investigations, Sunagakure intends to construct a canal in the Land of Wind to accommodate its residents. And it has successfully cultivated wheat in Sunagakure. It is anticipated that soon, Sunagakure will no longer face food shortages or droughts. A canal traversing the entire Land of Wind? Madara began to contemplate the practical significance of this action. Although he was not well versed in domestic affairs, it did not hinder his ability to assess certain matters. He simply imagined how he, Uchiha Madara, would achieve a similar level of accomplishment. The answer, however, left him quite displeased. He realized he could not manage it. Not because it was impossible, but simply because his identity did not necessitate such considerations. I possess a blade. When resources are scarce, I can simply seize what I need. Why bother with such endeavors? He suddenly found himself intrigued. For the first time since shaking hands with Hashirama and establishing Konoha, he reminisced about the early days of their acquaintance, when they were both so full of passion, equally desiring to alter the shinobi world. Their eventual separation was merely a divergence in approaches towards a common goal. He had not forgotten the aspiration for peace that once burned within him. That little brat from Sunagakure is named Raza, correct? Madara inquired slowly. Yes, Lord Madara. An interesting little brat. Lord Madara, shall we find an opportunity to eliminate him? No need, Madara replied with utmost confidence. A mere insect, inconsequential. This little brat is merely floundering after being stranded, posing no threat to my plans. Understood. Please provide me regular updates regarding this little brat. He is quite intriguing. Yes, Lord Madara. Hashirama, I shall prove my correctness. In the Land of Wind, Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru was in exceptionally high spirits, primarily due to the fact that his experimental results aligned closely with Raza's hypotheses. As he marveled at the potency of Hashirama's cells, he increasingly yearned for Raza's collaboration. Raza-kun, truly impressive, Orochimaru sincerely praised, observing the Sharingan on the testing platform. Noting that the invasive effects of Hashirama's cells were significantly slower than those of other cells. This directly validated Raza's theory that the Sharingan could, to some extent, suppress Hashirama's cells. Yet, it still fell short. Although the ordinary Sharingan exhibited some suppressive effects, it did not achieve the desired outcome. What a pity, the materials are insufficient. Such precious Sharingan are not easily acquired, Orochimaru mused to himself. Fortunately, he had collaborated with Danzo, who, as a high-ranking member hostile to the Uchiha clan, had been collecting Sharingan for research purposes over the years. Otherwise, with Orochimaru's current strength, it would have been nearly impossible to obtain such valuable materials. Subsequently, Orochimaru instructed 2 assistants to utilize secret techniques to restrain the proliferation of Hashirama's cells. One assistant belonged to the Yamanaka clan, while the other hailed from the Nara clan. Both being exceptional among their peers, Danzo could hardly demand these clans submit their secret techniques. but borrowing a couple of individuals was certainly feasible. However, Orochimaru was quite dissatisfied with this arrangement, as his research aimed to master the power of wood release, rather than relying on others' strengths for control. Without knowledge of the secret technique's effects, he could not advance his experiments. Therefore, even if the control effects of the two assistants were similar to the suppression effects of the Sharingan alone, Orochimaru did not regard their control as a primary method. Perhaps I should consider training in Genjutsu? Orochimaru pondered, deciding to wait until the yang release experiments were completed. This was indeed a dilemma. Orochimaru had not delved deeply into Genjutsu, which is why throughout the narrative of Naruto, he had never demonstrated any significant Genjutsu techniques. As for the third Hokage, he was a master of ninjutsu, not Genjutsu, and similarly, one had not witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen employing notable Genjutsu techniques, given the advantages and disadvantages of the existing conditions. Orochimaru's previous experiments had primarily focused on yin release balancing, whereas he had yet to attempt control through yang release, not for any other reason, but because he lacked suitable means and could not acquire experimental materials in the short term. Tell me, who is the strongest in Konoha's medical ninjutsu? Tsunade. Would you have her granddaughter study her grandfather's cellular remains? Huh? Do you believe Tsunade wouldn't knock your brains out? The expansion technique of the Akimichi clan was indeed quite useful, but did the members of this clan possess the intellect to conduct such intricate experiments? Abandonment. As for the corpses and bones, the root ninja is currently on the way to retrieve the bodies of the Kagaya clan. However, Orochimaru seeks a living person capable of controlling the yang release, rather than merely a corpse. What purpose would a corpse serve? It seems rather impractical. Now, let us discuss the Rinnegan. There is no point in discussing it further. It is an endeavor as futile as digging for graves without knowing the hill's location. Even if one were to discover the resting place of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan would have long since reincarnated into oblivion after all these years. What does Orochimaru intend to do with a pile of ashes? Is he merely curious about their taste? Once again, he gives up. Consequently, Orochimaru's experiments are once again at an impasse. Should he seek out Rashakuin? Perhaps there might be unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, the financial backer, Danzo, is quite pleased. It has only been a short while since he entrusted Orochimaru with this task, and already so much has been uncovered. If he grants more resources and support, the future looks promising. At this moment, Danzo is not yet the shadow he would later become. He remains unwavering in his support for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, Danzo approached Hiruzen with Orochimaru's research findings. Hiruzen remained silent for an extended period after reviewing the results. For the sake of acquiring a wood-release ninja, he is willing to pay any price. The results Danzo presents far exceed Hiruzen's expectations. Danzo, is this all true? Indeed, these are Orochimaru's current findings. I firmly believe that with additional support and resources, a wood-release ninja is well within reach. Hiruzen took a deep breath, feeling moved, not for any other reason, but because he has witnessed the terrifying capabilities of a wood-release ninja, be it in terms of combat prowess or the control of tailed beasts. Should Konoha possess a wood-release ninja once more, all previous issues would cease to exist. Now, what does Orochimaru require? Hiruzen, undeterred by the clandestine dealings between Danzo and Orochimaru, inquired directly. A ninja from the Kagaya clan, or relevant ninjutsu, Genjutsu related to yang release and yin release, or a sufficient number of Sharingan. Danzo replied nonchalantly. I approve of Root capturing a Kagaya clan ninja, and I am granting Orochimaru access to all yin-yang release ninjutsu and genjutsu within the village. I will compile a directory of all relevant techniques for him to choose from. As for the Sharingan, Hiruzen paused. Let us not consider that for now. After all, the Uchiha clan remains unstable. We do not want them involved in this experiment. Understood. Additionally, I will seek volunteers from the Senju clan. Konoha needs individuals to cooperate with Orochimaru's experiments. Very well. I shall return to arrange the tasks. Thank you, Danzo. After Danzo departed, Hiruzen slumped into his chair, murmuring to himself, Teacher, am I right in doing this? Right and wrong cannot be judged by those who lived through it. Only future generations may render their verdict. Chapter 31. Rationality. The fish have returned. There were no thrilling maritime disasters, no towering waves, and certainly no Captain Jack Sparrow. All the dramatic tales of shipwrecks were absent. They returned smoothly, of course, laden with bounty. As a moderately sized vessel docked, the villagers of Sunagakure were overjoyed. They had previously ventured out to sea and caught fish, but this endeavor required skill. Reckless attempts to succeed were nearly impossible, leading generations of villagers to abandon this path. Now, with Rasha's life detection device, the location of fish schools could be pinpointed. Akin to unearthing treasure with a treasure map, every dig was accurate. At last, they could feast. The gluttonous Rasha gazed at the plump fish, tears of excitement nearly cascading down his cheeks. What do you eat first? Braised, steamed, poached, grilled? No, that would take too long. Raw it is. Per child. What has he turned into? Seeing Rasha's current behavior, Scorpion wished he could turn invisible. This was truly embarrassing, especially with so many onlookers. Yet, it seemed there were many fish he had never tasted. After much experience, Jiraiya had become somewhat numb. After all, Rasha had applied so many solutions to the villagers' livelihood issues. Even if he did not understand it all, Jiraiya recognized that Sunagakure would no longer wage war against Konoha. Witnessing all this, Jiraiya's desire to mentor Rasha gradually faded. How could he possibly comprehend what Rasha was doing? Yet, everything was incredibly effective, driving Jiraiya to near seclusion. Could the prophecy of the great sage toad truly be mistaken? Shaking his head, Jiraiya thought, no, that cannot be. The great sage toad is never wrong. There must be some misunderstanding. I should return to Mount Myaboku. Having made up his mind, Jiraiya felt relieved. He knew he needed a guide to illuminate his path forward. However, before departing, he wanted to have a word with Rasha. At that moment, as Rasha indulged in sashimi, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. Has the weather turned cold? After a shiver, Rasha continued devouring his meal. Nothing could deter his spirit of feasting. Thus, Rasha concluded his inaugural fishing expedition with a hearty appetite. Aside from the embarrassing display, everything else was perfect. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the atmosphere was grim. Orochimaru was exceedingly discontent. Since Rasha's theoretical data had been exhausted, the would-release experiments had come to a complete standstill. After much effort, another pair of Sharingan had met their demise, sprouting unknown varieties of wood. The low-pressure ambience weighed heavily on everyone present. The Yang release had failed. And so had the Yin release. Now, conducting human experiments on the Shinja clan was far too risky. The elder would undoubtedly refuse. Must he seek out Rasha again? Orochimaru licked his lips. Consulting others is not something scientists typically shy away from. After all, true scientists embrace the spirit of learning from the accomplished. And seeking Rasha's counsel posed no psychological burden for Orochimaru. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. The experimental materials from the Mist Village are on their way. After this experiment, I can have a proper discussion with Rasha. In the Land of Wind, southeastern coast, Jiraiya found Rasha. Rasha, my boy, I must leave for a while. Without preamble, Jiraiya got straight to the point. Really? Rasha responded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Rasha's nearly manic expression, Jiraiya felt the world brimming with malice. Perhaps out of politeness, Rasha took a deep breath and composed himself. Ah, Lord Jiraiya is leaving? I will miss you dearly. Jiraiya's heart shattered at that moment. Reminiscent of the last time he confessed to Tsunade and was rejected. Little one, I truly must depart for a time, as there are matters I need to ponder. That is fine, Lord Jiraiya. Take your time pondering on the road. You are the famed lecherous sage, after all. Is there truly anything you cannot comprehend? Indeed. Wait. Little one, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down upon me? Feeling slighted, Jiraiya erupted once more. Seeing that Jiraiya had laid everything bare, Rasha decided to be candid as well. Indeed, look here. Ever since you arrived in Sunagakure, our village's young ladies have inexplicably lost their intimate garments. Furthermore, everyone feels as though they are being watched, causing the villagers to refrain from bathing freely. What sort of reasoning is this? Clearly, your village is suffering from a lack of water. Furthermore, do you comprehend the sanctity of sourcing materials? You have yet to enlighten me on the Eye of Sand. Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, Rasha hastily interjected, do not speak carelessly. What Eye of Sand? That is a legitimate ninja technique. What legitimacy is there in that? You have led me astray once again. Jiraiya paused briefly to gather his thoughts. I have come this time to bid you farewell. Farewell for what? You in the higher echelons can manage your own affairs. Do not speak like that. Are we not friends? Luo Shao pondered for a moment and couldn't help but inquire. Why is that? What do you mean by why? He asked. I mean, why the sudden departure? You were the one who insisted on coming to the hidden sand village in the first place, weren't you? Luo Shao questioned uncertainly. Ah, that is indeed true, Jiraiya replied, scratching his head, a hint of difficulty evident in his expression. But at that time, it was in search of an answer. Have you found the answer now? Luo Shao retorted. I'm still uncertain. I simply cannot ascertain if I am capable of becoming that individual spoken of in the tongue of the Sage of the Frogs. Rosa fell silent. Fate had once again led Jiraiya down the same path. In his previous life, Rosa held a profound admiration for Jiraiya, captivated by his boldness, carefree spirit, and unwavering dedication. The poignant final words, the wandering dragon returns to the sea, yet you do not welcome me, Jiraiya, stirred within him a complex blend of emotion, deep admiration intertwined with a sense of regret. In this life, Rosa hoped that Jiraiya's arrival in the Sand Village would alter his destiny, preventing the near misses that plagued his past. However, a sense of pity mingled with disdain began to envelop him. With this thought, Rosa inquired, Lord Jiraiya, may I ask what the prophecy of the Sage of Toads entails? Ah, you mean that? It foretells that I will mentor a student who will bring about transformation in the ninja world. Is that all? Just because an old toad casually uttered a statement, you are willing to devote your life to fulfilling it? Yes, so what? And do not speak disrespectfully of the sage. Rosa couldn't help but chuckle at Jiraiya's innocence. What do you mean by that? Let me put it this way. I am the Sage of Six Paths, and I require you to teach me all the ninjutsu of Konoha so I can regain my strength. Huh, do you take me for a fool? Then tell me about this so-called prophecy. Do you think I am naive? Jiraiya fell silent. In reality, if someone were to devote their entire life to a mere prophecy, they would either be adorably foolish or charmingly dim-witted. It is akin to a stranger calling you one day, claiming to be Qin Shi Huang. Furthermore, the unfolding of events is inevitable rather than coincidental. Would the world cease to function without Jiraiya? Would it remain static? Certainly not. The driving force behind change is not an individual or organization, but rather a class with sufficient power demanding the redistribution of societal resources. If a single person could dictate change, figures like Wang Mang, suspected of traversing time, would not have met their gruesome ends, nor would the Qin dynasty, with its nearly modern laws, have fallen so swiftly. History is replete with such examples. The notion of a destined child is a mere illusion. Few possess the ability to shape the tides of fate. After a prolonged silence, Rosa dared to break the stillness. Lord Jiraiya, may I pose another question? Speak, Jiraiya replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Since meeting Rosa, he had never witnessed the current intensity of emotion radiating from him. Why are you so fervently committed to this prophecy? Why pursue it so earnestly? Because it is my destiny. If it is destiny, why pursue it? Should it not unfold naturally before you? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. He had never contemplated such matters, nor had he noticed their significance. Throughout his life, Jiraiya had always been on the cusp of greatness, perpetually haunted by regrets. No matter how ardently he sought what he deemed his fate, destiny would always play a trick on him, leading him to act at inopportune moments, confessing his feelings to Tsunade after being caught spying, taking on a disciple when he lacked the strength to alter anyone's fate, embarking on journeys while Konoha faced the Nine-Tails crisis, and ultimately abandoning his chance to become Hokage when Konoha needed him most. He had never fully committed himself to his own affairs, nor had he taken responsibility for those around him. Were it not for Naruto being the prophesied child, Jiraiya might never have met him. He had entrusted his entire existence to the prophecy of a toad, convinced of his exceptional nature. Yet, such a life was invariably steeped in regret. Noticing Jiraiya's silence, Rosa pressed on, Lord Jiraiya, aside from striving for this prophecy, is there anything else you have passionately pursued in your earlier years? I had feelings for Tsunade, but they were not reciprocated, were they? Indeed. Lord Jiraiya, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan. You are merely a wayward soul. Do you truly believe you are suited for her? If not, would you be willing to change for her? I cannot change because of the prophecy of the Sage of Toads. What is this prophecy? To forsake your most beloved for an ephemeral promise? To sacrifice your life for a prophecy? To abandon everything to become the guide of the prophesied child? Why can you not be the one to enact change in the ninja world? Rosa's voice rose in fervor. You are the direct disciple of the third Hokage. You have the opportunity to inherit the title of Hokage, to learn sage arts from the three great sages, to gain immense power to protect what you cherish. Your beloved is by your side, your close friends are with you, and the resources at your disposal are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yet you are willing to relinquish all of this for a prophecy whose realization remains uncertain, squandering a chance that could enable you to effectuate profound change. You are neither an ambitious schemer nor a political puppet. I can see that your qualities are more suited for that position than even Orochimaru or Tsunade. But my interests? That is irrelevant. Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. The third Hokage was also a lecher, yet he became Hokage nonetheless. And my personality is not suitable. If it is unsuitable, then change it. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. If fulfilling the prophecy requires the sacrifice of your life, I doubt you would hesitate. Therefore, when the time comes for you to become the catalyst for change, adjusting your habits and flaws should not pose a significant challenge. Even if, for the sake of argument, the prophecy is genuine, you could still be the guide for the future prophesied child. The ninja world would indeed undergo transformation. But can you guarantee that this transformation will not lead to disaster? It will not. I will guide him on the right path. What assurance do you offer? The old toad's prophecy? This young man is remarkably adept at rebuttal. Raza continued, just like now, can you truly guarantee that Lady Tsunade will not develop feelings for someone else? Life is exceedingly brief, and everything in this world holds no significance. Only that which one can grasp truly matters. It is precisely for this reason that individuals constantly grapple with unease and suffering, striving forward amidst adversity and hardship. This is also the reason we endeavor so fervently to transform our world. Take Sunagakure, for instance. We reside in a desert, yearning merely for sustenance and water. Yet, we lack the capability to produce these essentials ourselves, prompting us to wage war. Either we successfully acquire resources, or we expend our surplus population on the battlefield. In such dire circumstances, emotions are a lavish luxury for those of us merely striving for survival. I have witnessed this reality, and I refuse to wait until the land of Sunagakure can no longer sustain its populace, leading the village's leaders to initiate war anew. Hence, I aspire to alleviate the strain on our land through development. All we can do is to bring about change with our own hands. We must rely on these hands to transform everything. Chapter 32, The Notion of Destiny. After listening to Raza's words, Jiraiya felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within him that refused to subside. When did his own fate begin to shift? Perhaps it all commenced with that fateful summoning technique that remained uncontracted. Or was it predetermined from the very beginning? He longed to pen a novel, one in which the protagonist defies fate to alter the course of destiny. Yet, ironically, he had continually sought solace in fate itself, using it as a source of encouragement. To accept or to rebel? Why did he find himself in this quandary? Jiraiya pondered once more the significance of his existence. The spear and the shield have always coexisted. The conflict of contradiction serves as the wellspring of all progress. When did he become so submissive? Jiraiya wrestled with this thought. At that moment, Raz's voice resonated once more. People tend to choose obedience to fate when it aligns with their desires, as it provides a more compelling rationale or excuse to pursue their ambitions with fervor. Conversely, when fate contradicts personal aspirations, one is left with two choices, to submit or to resist. If one submits, they may find solace in the overwhelming force of fate, convincing themselves that they are not weak, merely bound by destiny. If one resists, then fate becomes inconsequential. Their life is theirs to govern, not dictated by the heavens. At this juncture, the notion of predestination becomes but a farce. I once heard the saying, heaven wishes to save everyone, yet it is more challenging than self-salvation. Ultimately, the architect of your destiny is none other than yourself, for your life belongs to you, and you alone are accountable for it. Others can offer no assistance. Luo Sha paused for a moment before continuing. Even if you perceive the responsibility of guiding the prophesied child as your life's purpose, how do you ascertain who that child truly is? What criteria do you employ? Character? Strength? Or intellect? All these attributes that can profoundly influence a person's life require nurturing through experience. I recall a tale. A mother relocated thrice solely for the sake of her child, who continually sought knowledge from the neighbors. If it were you, would you prefer to learn from a thief or from the Hokage? Jiraiya replied, certainly the Hokage. Consider the difference between one who has been educated by the Hokage since childhood and one who has been raised in a narrow-minded family, indoctrinated with the supremacy of family interests. Who do you believe possesses a greater potential to transform the ninja world? Jiraiya responded, I can't help but feel you are alluding to certain matters within our village. Do not dwell on such minutiae, Lord Jiraiya. As I previously mentioned, a single hero cannot save the world, but a collective of heroes certainly can. Rather than squandering endless time searching for an uncertain individual, why not invest that time in cultivating a group of like-minded individuals who share your aspirations? This approach holds far greater value. Moreover, since you will be guiding the prophesied child, it is quite possible that this child already resides among the individuals you have nurtured. This is akin to casting a wide net to catch more fish. It is better to err in judgment than to let potential slip away. What do you mean by that? Just as you select your materials, each endeavor may not yield rewards, yet would you cease your pursuits because of that? Discussing this invigorates me. You are right. Rather than passively awaiting the arrival of the prophesied child, it would be more proactive to cultivate one. Precisely, Lord Jiraiya. You must have faith in yourself. You are exceptional. Exhausted, Luo Sha sighed deeply. After consuming such a large bowl of wisdom, I refuse to believe it won't invigorate you. Jiraiya brimmed with enthusiasm, akin to a novice who had just heard grand promises from a boss, nearly eager to reach for the moon. After a brief moment, he turned to Luo Sha and inquired, Young one, what is the purpose behind your current actions? What purpose do you mean? Do you understand why I actively sought to become a liaison in Sunagakure? Why is that? Initially, I believed you might be the prophesied child. Surely you jest, Lord Jiraiya. Is it not due to your interest in the techniques of the harem and the Eye of Sand? Of course not. Am I such a superficial individual? Would I venture to this desolate place were it not for the remarkable qualities I observed in you? In an instant, Rasha conjured a small stool using magnetic manipulation, then retrieved some dried fish from his ninja tool pouch. Settling into the most comfortable position, he gazed at Jiraiya with a look of bemusement and remarked, No worries. Please continue. I am simply prepared to witness how others extol my virtues. Lord Jiraiya, please commence your performance. That mischievous rascal. Upon witnessing Rasha's demeanor, Jiraiya promptly turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, fully prepared, Rasha shouted after him, Lord Jiraiya, why are you leaving? I've arranged my pants and my stool, and this is all I get to see? Hey, don't go. Jiraiya, with nonchalance, left Rasha bewildered and stranded in place. What kind of situation is this? The trajectory of Jiraiya's life, one of the legendary three ninjas, was altered by the mere flutter of a butterfly named Rasha. Perhaps it was not just him. For instance, Orochimaru. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. 2 days prior, in the Wind Country, at Orochimaru's secret base, his experiment had once again met with failure. The cancer cells of Shinja Hashirama proved to be rather uncontrollable, a conclusion Orochimaru had validated time and again. Observing the clumps of green, oily plants on the experimental table, Orochimaru's complexion nearly matched that of the vegetation. Lord Orochimaru, shall we assist with the next experiment? Inquired a senior ninja from the Yamashiro clan. Ah, no need. You may return to Konoha for now. Come back when I require your assistance, he replied. Understood. We shall take our leave. With that, the group exited the laboratory. Gazing at the empty laboratory and the rows of ninja technique scrolls lining the shelves, Orochimaru felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Indeed, only your talent can aid me in completing this experiment, Rasha-kun. With that, he swallowed the scroll containing the experimental data and departed the laboratory. Returning to the present, Luo Sha felt ensnared in a web of manipulation. After considerable effort to secure the favor of a literary figure, Orochimaru, the scientist, once again sought to entangle him in his troubles. It was not a matter of reluctance. Ever since Orochimaru had rendered Luo Sha unconscious with a staggering sum of 1 million taels, he had become a most esteemed client of Luo Sha. However, one cannot continually exploit a single sheep without concern for its well-being. What shall be done when it is utterly sheared? The demands of this clientele have proven exceedingly taxing. Orochimaru, indifferent to Luo Sha's previous endeavors, inquired, Luo Shakuin, might you have a moment to spare? Luo Sha, fully aware that Orochimaru's inquiry was not a genuine question about his availability, responded directly with an earnest tone, Lord Orochimaru, please instruct me if there is anything you require. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru produced a thick scroll and handed it to Luo Sha. Luo Sha, suppressing his nausea and distaste, accepted the document. Upon opening it, he meticulously began to read. After finishing, he sighed and remarked, Uncle Snake truly lives up to his name. He has already embarked on his experiments. The materials and methodologies are innovative, yet it seems the direction may be misguided. As Luo Sha completed his reading, Orochimaru straightforwardly stated, Luo Shakuin. You recognized what this is from the very first glance, didn't you? Luo Sha could only force himself to say, I can see a hint of it. Orochimaru gazed at Luo Sha with great interest, seemingly waiting for him to elaborate further. Rosa, feeling quite helpless, continued, if my guess is correct, it must be the cells of the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama. Lord Orochimaru is interested in researching wood-release techniques, am I right? You truly are a genius, Rosa-kun. To discern the experimental material with just a glance. Now, may I inquire about the issue I am currently facing? Furthermore, why is Rosa-kun not interested in wood-release? The value of wood-release to Tsunagakure is surely more than merely a bloodline limit. Orochimaru couldn't help but express his wonder, but his curiosity prevailed. Among the 5 great nations, none desired wood-release more than the Land of Wind. After all, the forest created by wood-release could transform the very landscape of the Land of Wind. This young lad was indeed engaged in such endeavors, surely. Wood-release would be a superior choice compared to artificially excavating canals. As Orochimaru laid the matter bare, Rosa ceased to conceal the truth. According to the records in the scroll, Lord Orochimaru has conducted numerous experiments, yet they have all ended in failure, correct? Indeed, Orochimaru affirmed. As for the reasons, I presume you may have some insights? Yes, might Rosa-kun elucidate this for me? Given Rosa's understanding of Orochimaru, he knew that the snake-like figure exhibited considerable tolerance toward those of value. Thus, he felt relatively safe in sharing his thoughts. Lord Orochimaru, my disinterest in Lord Hashirama's cell stems from my belief that wood-release cannot be successfully acquired through transplantation, even if it were to succeed. Its value is not as grand as you might envision. Please continue, Orochimaru urged, intrigued. If we adhere to current theories, during the process of cell fusion, Hashirama cells exhibit overwhelming dominance, directly eroding the nutrients of other cells to sustain their own growth. Were I to conduct the experiment, I would first dilute Hashirama cells to diminish their aggressiveness, then use them for cellular testing. Much like a poison, once sufficiently diluted with water, its toxicity significantly decreases. A fascinating perspective, Orochimaru remarked. But Rosa-kun, why do you remain disinterested? Because cells are not poison. The factors that determine cell division are mysteries we have yet to unravel. Moreover, according to existing theories, finding a compatible host is nearly impossible. What do you mean by compatibility? Similar to other organs within the human body, theoretically, they can be transplanted among one another. However, due to the complexities of the human immune system, only a select group of individuals can exchange organs successfully. And what is the immune system? This line of inquiry may lead us astray. The word count will surely be curtailed. Luo Sha hurriedly elucidated. It pertains to exclusivity. If an entity does not possess its own essence, the body instinctively rejects it, leading to its demise. However, should a successful match be made, it is possible to deceive the body's immune mechanisms, thereby facilitating a successful organ transplant. In essence, it is not merely a matter of insufficient yin-yang evasion, but rather that the interstitial cells have failed to identify a suitable host. Theoretically, this is accurate. Yet, this alone is insufficient. An equitable exchange of power is also requisite, akin to the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. I cannot provide further clarity on this matter, as the ensuing discussion regarding Orochimaru becomes complicated. Nevertheless, Luo Sha, this alone should not diminish your interest in wood-release. Might you share the true reason behind your intrigue? Raza found himself at a loss. Lord Orochimaru, the true reason lies in the fact that the cells of Lord Hashirama are akin to cancer cells, a condition that is fundamentally unsolvable. What is cancer? In contemporary terms, it refers to cellular mutation, or, in the context of shinobi, it can be likened to a bloodline disease. This phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Bloodline users are already few in number, and those afflicted by bloodline diseases are even scarcer. Throughout history, only the first Hokage possessed the wood-release technique. To fully comprehend the essence of wood-release, one would require sufficient case studies to analyze the etiology of the bloodline disease. However, there exists an insurmountable obstacle. Those who possess bloodline diseases are predominantly prodigies from bloodline clans, making their information exceedingly difficult to procure, let alone their remains. This creates a vicious cycle. To master the power, one needs material, yet such material is nearly impossible to obtain. Thus, if one were to gather an ample supply of materials, could you, Lord Raza, then elucidate the nature of wood-release? Not quite. There is still one essential element missing. What is that? The genetic code. I am not well versed in this matter. I only know that without it, deciphering wood-release is virtually impossible. Do you truly not know? Lord Orochimaru? I am no deity. There are certainly things beyond my understanding. This matter is far too intricate for me to elucidate. Is there any other avenue to explore? Essentially, it revolves around blood type and compatibility. I recall that there exists a clan within the shinobi world capable of perfectly merging all bloodlines. Perhaps you could investigate further. Lord Orochimaru. Is there such a clan? It seems there is, though their numbers are exceedingly few. Lord Orochimaru was highly satisfied with this exchange and found his admiration for Raza growing. Raza, would you consider becoming my assistant? I could share my experimental findings with you. The allure of Orochimaru's proposition was almost too tempting for Raza to resist. However, ultimately, his intellect prevailed. Lord Orochimaru, I am flattered. But I have little interest in such matters. You might wish to seek another. After all, I'm a citizen of Sunagakure. What a pity, Raza. If you were willing. I would not mind your village affiliation, Orochimaru replied. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Raza to ponder the encounter. After a considerable time, Rasha finally relaxed. Watching Orochimaru's departing figure, Rasha exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had sent off 2 harbingers of misfortune. Before Rasha could finish his thoughts, Tsunade's voice echoed beside him. Rasha, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 33. What do the 3 legendary ninjas represent? The average person might hastily conclude that they symbolize gambling, debauchery, and poison. It is true that Jiraiya is a notorious womanizer. Tsunade has a penchant for gambling, often losing. And Orochimaru is indeed treacherous. However, upon closer examination, these 3 individuals actually embody the 3 pivotal pillars of human society: literature, medicine, and science. Those who create literature require an unfettered and liberated mindset to produce exceptional works. Every surgery conducted on the operating table is a gamble with death. Which is why Tsunade has claimed that she has never lost when it comes to wagering her life. As for science, it must be noted that throughout his journey, Uncle Snake has consistently enhanced his abilities through scientific means, devoid of any external aids or serendipity. The simple yet profound principle of scientific supremacy has pervaded Uncle Snake's existence. To the average observer, he may appear ruthless, yet from the perspective of scientific advancement, these experiences are essential milestones, representing a transition from coarseness to refinement. But this is not the reason why you all come to me thrice a day. Raza's inner persona was howling in exasperation. What kind of situation is this? After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, here comes Orochimaru. Once he departs, Princess Tsunade arrives. Goodness, it feels as though Raza has become a mere host for these visitors. Hey, kid. You have triumphed. Here, take this. It is a compilation of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As Tsunade approached, she tossed a scroll to Raza. It was not large, perhaps containing just a few sealing techniques. Arsuna gazed at Tsunade with a peculiar expression, and Tsunade, rarely flustered, replied, It's not that I wish to be unreasonable. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are quite limited in my repertoire. During our wager, it was indeed a bet between you and me, and the stakes were solely mine. Is that truly the crux of the matter? Arsuna retorted, somewhat exasperated. Truth be told, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were something Arsuna yearned to acquire. After all, as a family renowned for their mastery of sealing arts, the Uzumaki clan undoubtedly possessed unique attributes. From a foundational perspective, the techniques accumulated since the Warring States period surely rival those amassed by Granny Chiyo, creating a synergy of strengths akin to the harmonious blend of Eastern and Western medicine in previous lives. Yet, Arsuna had not anticipated Tsunade's swift concession. I am sincerely grateful, Lady Tsunade. Arsuna expressed his heartfelt thanks. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Arsuna, today I noticed Orochimaru and Jiraiya engaging you in conversation. What was the discourse about? Tsunade inquired, her demeanor nonchalant. Who can enlighten me on how to respond to that? Lord Jiraiya had some rather peculiar inquiries he wished to discuss with me. As for Lord Orochimaru, he merely expressed interest in my previous endeavors and sought to exchange insights. Arsuna thought to himself, I certainly cannot divulge that Jiraiya is grappling with existential dilemmas or that Orochimaru is investigating the cellular remains of my grandfather. Should I utter such truths, Orochimaru might not see the dawn of a new day, and I likely would not survive beyond the next. Upon finishing his thoughts, Arsuna noticed Tsunade regarding him with a look reminiscent of disdain. Indeed, it was a look of contempt. Jiraiya, with his strange inquiries, youngster, at such a tender age. You ought to pursue a better path. Beware, I shall inform your teacher. In such an atmosphere, Arsuna could only respond, Rest assured, Lady Tsunade. I shall not take after Lord Jiraiya. To be candid, he has expressed a keen interest in my sand-eye technique and has been relentlessly pressuring me to share it with him. How could I possibly acquiesce? Consequently, he has been persistent, and I even overheard him mention something about something large and white. Does Lady Tsunade comprehend what he was referring to? Upon hearing Arsuna's words, Tsunade's expression darkened ominously, as if she could wring water from her countenance. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Sha could only offer a silent prayer in his heart. Lord Jiraiya, do not hold it against me. At this moment, I can only prioritize my own survival over yours. Rest assured, I shall burn paper offerings for you when the time comes. Before Luo Sha could fully process the situation, Tsunade had already turned to depart. Nevertheless, judging by her demeanor, Lord Jiraiya, take care. At this juncture, Scorpion approached. Luo Sha, the main structure of the seawater desalination plant has been completed. Would you care to take a look? Raza was elated. Is it really happening this soon? Can we conduct the initial production trial? Yes, although setting up the equipment will take a bit more time. Let us proceed to observe, came the reply. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten our steps. With that, Raza took Scorpion by the hand, and they made their way to the experimental plant. Within the seawater desalination facility, the puppeteers of Sunagakure were diligently installing various apparatuses. It must be noted that, thanks to the chakra hydraulic cylinders crafted by Scorpion, participation in the construction project, once limited to puppeteers, was now open to all ninja. Albeit in different capacities, puppeteers operated the machinery while other ninjas stored chakra to serve as an energy source. It can be said that Sunagakure, apart from its material existence, was on the verge of establishing the rudiments of a modern society characterized by a high degree of specialization and centralized resource utilization. This was what brought Raza the utmost joy. Indeed, the words of great leaders ring true. The ingenuity of the working class is boundless. Scorpion had merely ignited the spark, and Sunagakure had spontaneously developed into a cooperative framework. The scene of arduous labor bore a striking resemblance to the early days of the nation as establishment. Upon the arrival of Raza and Scorpion, the ninjas present paused their tasks and bowed respectfully to the two. Their reverence stemmed not only from their backgrounds but also from their achievements. Scorpion, witnessing this, truly grasped the vision of a future that Raza had painted, a legacy destined to be eternally remembered. This was the essence of everlasting art. The lead Jainin, Suna, approached them. Lord Raza, Lord Scorpion, the assembly will require approximately another half hour. Please bear with us. That is quite all right. Raza waved his hand dismissively. We merely wish to take a brief look. Please call us when the experiment is ready. Understood, Lord Raza. I shall return to my duties. With that, Suna returned to his station. Raza, will the desalination succeed? Scorpion inquired suddenly. Of course it will. We have already conducted experiments before. Why the sudden doubt? Raza found Scorpion's question peculiar, as he was not one to express such uncertainties previously. It is nothing, Scorpion replied nonchalantly. I merely observe that the faces of everyone in the village are imbued with a greater sense of hope than before. It would be a pity to lose that due to a failure in this technology. Luo Sha had never anticipated that Scorpion could possess such profound thoughts. He couldn't help but exclaim, Scorpion, do you truly think this way? Indeed, Luo Sha. Is there something amiss? No, nothing is amiss. It is quite admirable. Scorpion. It seems you have now acquired the qualities befitting a wind shadow, Luo Sha said with great delight. Qualities of a wind shadow? What does that entail? Perhaps you have yet to realize that you now possess the consciousness of a protector. This is what it means to have the qualities of a shadow. Luo Sha meticulously arranged his attire and, with utmost seriousness, stated, what is known as shadow is neither the might of strength nor the abundance of resources nor the vastness of connections. Rather, it is the unwavering will to protect the village. Of course, the aforementioned attributes are indeed qualities that a shadow must possess. However, the essence remains unaltered. Luo Sha paused momentarily. Recalling a phrase he had encountered, wars are orchestrated by the powerful who devise the plans, funded by the affluent who provide the resources, while the common folk contribute only their children. When the conflict ceases, the powerful acquire increased authority, the wealthy amass greater riches, and the commoners are left with the lifeless bodies of their offspring. This assertion, while somewhat one-sided, does hold a kernel of truth. It is evident that those who instigate wars for their own selfish interests are unworthy of being the shadows of the village. Upon hearing this, she expressed some confusion, inquiring, are all wars conducted in such a manner? Luo Sha, it is essential to comprehend the true nature of war. What is the purpose of the conflict? Generally, there are three motivations: wealth, power, and protection. As a shadow, if one fights for the first two, they are deemed unworthy. Similarly, if one exploits the wealth within the village or misappropriates village funds to satisfy personal desires, or if they wield power granted by the village to oppress the villagers, then the shadow is also unethical. The villagers should impeach and resist such a shadow. At this point, Scorpion seemed to grasp what Luo Sha was trying to convey. So, what constitutes a worthy shadow? Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Luo Sha envisioned the silhouette of a great red figure. A true shadow can unite the villagers, assist the weak, punish evil, lead the people in their resistance against tyranny and injustice, maintain a firm stance against external threats while being gentle and just internally. During foreign invasions, they can lead the people to victory. In times of peace, they can foster independence and prosperity among the populace. This is the essence of a true shadow. I have heard of a great figure who emerged from humble beginnings, devoid of any special background, power, or notable achievements. Yet this individual unified all who could be united, reconciling with kin against whom they bore deep-seated grudges to confront external foes, and instilled in their son the valor to fight for the nation, ultimately sacrificing their life in battle. They employed resolute measures to eradicate domestic corruption and defended national unity with unwavering strength. They bravely ventured alone into enemy territory to negotiate peace, even when hope seemed utterly bleak. This person awakened a slumbering nation, enabling it to confront international challenges with indomitable spirit. They laid a firm economic foundation for a nation in dire straits and secured the right to boldly reject all forms of coercion and injustice. This is the true embodiment of a shadow. At this juncture, Luo Sha shed tears, reminiscing about that era in his past life, where genuine fairness permeated every corner of society. Regardless of whether one's father was a wealthy man or a farmer, the law applied equally. Whether one was a factory director or an employee, justice prevailed. If capitalists dared to extol the virtues of a grueling work schedule, they would be swiftly acquainted with the iron fist of justice. And those who withheld wages from laborers would taste the bitter consequences of their actions. Upon hearing these words, Scorpion found it hard to accept. He could scarcely believe such individuals existed. He finally understood what Luo Sha desired, what he aspired to become, and the source of his motivation. Will we, in the future, be regarded as such figures by the generations to come? Scorpion inquired with hope. I cannot say for certain. But I shall strive toward that direction because I wish to become that kind of person, Luo Sha replied resolutely. After enduring the trials of his past life, he truly recognized the preciousness of such ideals. As an ordinary citizen, he felt powerless to effect change. Yet now, he had transformed into a person capable of influencing everything. Although he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, being timid, selfish, avaricious, and lustful, these traits did not hinder his ability to inspire others, particularly Scorpion, with positive energy to become such a person. Upon hearing Luo Sha's affirmative response, Scorpion silently resolved to pursue this ambition. Observing Scorpion's determined expression, Luo Sha pondered whether this motivational discourse was too overwhelming. He hoped the boy would not be put off by it. After a moment, Scorpion turned to Luo Sha and asked, since you aspire to be that kind of person, why have I never heard you express a desire to become the Wind Shadow? Luo Sha expressed with a hint of helplessness, it's because I do not wish to become the Wind Shadow. Why? Just look at me, Scorpion. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Cunning, selfish, avaricious, lecherous. Before Scorpion could finish, Luo Sha hastily interjected, hold on. Must you be so honest? Do I not deserve a semblance of dignity? You prompted me to speak, and there's more. Rosa promptly interrupted her. Look, I possess numerous flaws. Do you think that if I were to become the Wind Shadow, it would be a boon or a bane for the village? Scorpion fell silent. The essence of an individual's character determines their place in society. Only by positioning the right individuals in appropriate roles can the societal mechanism function smoothly. I am acutely aware of my own unsuitability. However, you are different, Scorpion. Among all those I know, you are the most fitting for that position. Why? Because you comprehend suffering, and thus, I trust you will not allow the same misfortunes to befall others in the village. Scorpion ceased to inquire further, fully cognizant of Rosa's intentions. At that moment, Sand-Dust approached. Lord Rosa, Lord Scorpion, the experimental apparatus has been set up. We may commence the experiment. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Rosa replied. Now, Scorpion, ponder over any matters at your leisure once we return. Come, let us proceed to observe the experiment. Certainly. Subsequently, Scorpion followed Rosa to the experimental site. As they traversed the path to the venue, Scorpion's mind incessantly replayed all that Rosa had accomplished, the desert's water collection, the cultivation within the arid landscape, the desalination of seawater, and his own creations influenced by Rosa, the agricultural puppets, the chakra batteries, and the chakra hydraulic cylinders. Every single one of these innovations emerged under the guidance of this man, who was gradually transforming this impoverished nation with his intellect. Rosa, you are indeed the one truly deserving of that position. Chapter 34, Water and Salt. What is the most precious resource in the desert? What underpins all biological activity? Since my arrival in this realm, all of Rosa's endeavors have revolved around this pivotal element, water resources. Now, with the establishment of the desalination plant, the water resource dilemma is effectively resolved. Initially, Rosa aimed to lay down the earthen tunnels, but later realized that the conflicts in Sand-Hidden Village were not solely between humans and water, but more significantly between humans and the land. Since the groundwork has been laid, it seems reasonable to pursue further developments. After all, the tools are readily available for use. Thus, with the selfless support of the Crane Guardian, the first canal and the desalination plant were essentially completed in tandem, along with the wastewater treatment facility adjacent to the plant. Yet, Scorpion found himself perplexed. If the intent was merely to treat wastewater, why construct the facility as a series of rectangular basins and specifically allocate pathways ample enough for the transportation of puppets in and out? Was there something else intended for transport? Scorpion began to piece together certain implications. Luo Sha was entirely oblivious to the Scorpion nearby, as his attention was wholly devoted to the experimental site. Master Luo Sha, may we commence the experiment? Asked Sha-Chen. Let us begin, he replied. Upon receiving the confirmation, Sha-Chen signaled the ninja at the entrance of the seawater to release the earth release technique. The seawater flowed through the pre-constructed canal into the separation zone. Under the influence of the magnetic release core, the seawater was successfully divided into two streams, one murky and the other clear. The turbid seawater was directed into the wastewater treatment area, while the pristine water was stored in the reservoir. Rosha, brimming with anticipation, dashed toward the reservoir. Disregarding the dust that clung to his hands, he scooped up a handful of water and, after savoring a sip, exclaimed loudly amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. It is a success. The inhabitants of Sunagakure erupted in excitement, their eyes alight with visions of a radiant future and boundless possibilities. Well done, Rosha, came the voice of the third Kazakage from behind him. Many high-ranking officials of Sunagakure had gathered as well. Master, what brings you here? Rosha inquired, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. Why would I miss this moment? My most distinguished disciple has achieved something truly monumental. If I were not present to witness it, I would surely lament it in the future. The third Kazakage replied with a smile. This was the first time Rosha had witnessed his teacher's smile, as he had always perceived him as stern, rigid, and proud. The third Kazakage, undeterred by Rosha's bewildered gaze, approached the reservoir and sampled the pristine water. A subtle relaxation crossed his previously furrowed brow upon tasting it. Rosha, you have done remarkably well, the third Kazakage praised once more. Master, you have already commended me, Rosha replied meekly. The third Kazakage, unfazed by any awkwardness, turned his gaze toward another direction, the area designated for wastewater treatment. What is happening over there? He inquired. Luo Sha glanced around, then pointed to his own nose, asking, Teacher, are you inquiring of me? The third-generation wind shadow regarded him with an enigmatic smile, as if a gathering of dark sand and iron encircled him. Noticing this, Luo Sha hastily replied, Teacher, that area over there is designated for wastewater treatment, or one might say, the coarse salt drying zone. Driven by an instinct for survival, Luo Sha swiftly elucidated his point. Coarse salt extraction? The teacher inquired. Indeed, teacher, Luo Sha organized his thoughts. The essence of seawater desalination lies in separating the salt from the fresh water. We transport the fresh water back to the village. Yet the wastewater cannot be directly discharged into the ocean, as this would adversely affect our future fishing endeavors. Moreover, this wastewater possesses a salinity significantly higher than that of seawater. Therefore, I contemplated combining seawater desalination with salt production, thereby optimizing the utilization of marine resources and striving for zero discharge. But where do you intend to sell the salt? To the Deming Prefecture? The third-generation Wind Shadow questioned, perplexed. While skilled in the art of assassination, ninjas were not typically known for their business acumen. The superiority of Luo Sha is immediately apparent. Pray, before the advent of the industrial age, the trade of salt and iron was exceedingly lucrative. Just look at the neighboring Iron Nation, which earned substantial profits solely from the sale of ironware each year. Previously, Shan Village thrived on 3 generations of sand and iron commerce. Teacher, our salt can be sold to anyone. After all, it is merely a byproduct of our desalination of seawater. Moreover, we have the Scorpion's transportation puppets at our disposal, and the production cost of coarse salt is astonishingly low. Excluding transportation expenses, we stand to gain nearly all profits. As for our clientele, we can cater to merchants, feudal lords, or villagers, anyone willing to purchase. We could even establish our own merchant convoy dedicated to selling coarse salt. Our pricing can be set remarkably low, thereby granting us a competitive market advantage. Regarding the sales of the merchant convoy, we could initiate our endeavors in the smaller nations surrounding the Land of Wind, gradually expanding our reach to all nations within the shinobi world, particularly the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. The Land of Fire boasts a thriving commerce, and its inhabitants are generally affluent, coupled with our allied status, making it an ideal market. Conversely, the Land of Earth, nestled among high mountains and riddled with granite, suffers from a severe shortage of salt. No matter how obstinate that old man Oyamaki may be, he certainly cannot refuse such a lucrative opportunity. Rosha paused momentarily. As for other nations, they could also engage in sales, though their scale might not match that of these two countries. After all, the Land of Thunder and the Land of Water produce sufficient salt for their own needs, and our only advantage lies in pricing. However, solutions do exist. The third Kazakage was taken aback, gazing at his disciple as if seeing him for the first time. What solution? He could not help but inquire. The premium route, Rosha responded confidently. Since ordinary coarse salt is difficult to sell, we shall upgrade and innovate through advanced processing. For instance, the coarse salt we currently produce through desalination and sun-drying is merely edible. As for the taste, you understand. Therefore, we need to develop new salt-making techniques to enhance the flavor of the coarse salt, filtering out impurities. Additionally, we should improve the packaging and elevate our brand's prestige. We can set higher prices. I refuse to believe we cannot profit from the citizens of these two nations. Will anyone really purchase it at a higher price? Chiyo questioned. Perplexed. Absolutely, Rosha asserted. The joy of the wealthy is beyond our imagination. Take the feudal lord of the Land of Fire as an example. Can his meals compare to those of an ordinary villager? They must be the finest of the finest. At their level, dining is not merely about sustenance. It is about dignity. They require dignity, and we shall provide it for them. If they do not seek dignity, we shall assist them in achieving it, Rosha declared fiercely. Do tread carefully, Rosha. A ninja must not lay hands on a feudal lord, the third Kazakage cautioned, still trapped in the mindset of violence. Mistakenly believing Rosha sought to employ force against the lord. Teacher, we do not engage in violence. Our village must undergo transformation. The old methods are no longer applicable. Rosha promptly clarified. What I mean by dignity pertains to the feudal lord's reputation. For instance, when the feudal lord of the Land of Fire consumes coarse salt, And the feudal lord of the land of wind informs him that he enjoys refined fine salt. Do you think the feudal lord of the land of fire would not purchase the more expensive fine salt? If he does, what are the other lords? These affluent individuals have plenty of funds. Those willing to spend 10,000 Rio are unlikely to quibble over an additional 10,000. This epitomizes noble living, summed up in one phrase, not seeking the best, but the most expensive. What a bewildering theory. Is this truly the nature of nobility? The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure collectively scoffed, having never encountered the lifestyle of the wealthy. Poverty not only constrains the village's development but also restricts their mindset. Though the third Kazakage did not endorse this theory, he refrained from opposition. After all, his student possessed greater acumen in such matters. A competent leader must embody the quality of delegation, just as he had previously supported Roche's unconventional endeavors to the fullest extent. He recognized that implementing this new theory would also require Roche's initiative. Thus, the third Kazakage made a decisive resolution. Roche, proceed as you see fit. You may utilize all the people and resources within the village. You and Sasori have the freedom to examine ninjutsu and secret techniques as you please. This is the extent of my support as your teacher. Roche did not anticipate such an outcome. The mere process of desalinating seawater and refining coarse salt had resulted in his mentor completely entrusting authority to him. Master, I shall not betray your trust. Roche solemnly vowed. At that moment, Shachen approached. Third Hokage, Lord Roche, the experimental results have been compiled. What are the results? The third Hokage inquired. The ratio of desalinated seawater to chakra consumption has been calculated, Shachen replied. I see. What are the findings? After computation, it appears that approximately 6 standard Chunin's chakra can support the desalination of 50 tons of seawater, while the rate of salt production requires further testing, Shachen elaborated. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before promptly ordering the construction of 20 additional desalination plants, preparing to channel water into the village. We must also expedite testing at the experimental field to ascertain the village's daily water consumption. Yes, third Hokage. Furthermore, from now on, Roche shall be my representative. I will unconditionally support any decisions he makes. Everyone in the village must obey Roche's commands. Understood. Luo Sha, are preparations underway to establish the crown prince? Teacher, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Please, could you dispatch some ninjas to the land of fire to discuss trade matters with the merchant caravans? After all, we have already formed an alliance. It is only natural to engage in mutual trade. We still owe money to Konoha, do we not? Owe money? Since when? Does Sunagakure still need to repay this debt? Roche was taken aback, astonished that such shameless words could escape the lips of his teacher. Teacher, it is the loan from Konoha, have you forgotten? Roche cautiously reminded him. Ah, is that so? I had grown accustomed to it. My apologies, the third Hokage replied, displaying no hint of embarrassment. Lord Kaiza, I must trouble you once more to make the journey. It is no trouble at all, Lord Windshadow. All for the sake of the village, Kaiza responded. Luo Sha, very well. I shall leave the matters of trade to you, esteemed teacher, as I have other tasks to attend to. What do you have at hand? Indeed, the refinement of coarse salt, the processing of marine fish, and the cultivation of fruits. By the way, do not forget to instruct Jaialuoluo to expand the scale of the drip irrigation fields. This year's bountiful harvest is already foreseeable, making it the most opportune time to extend the planting base. As he spoke, Luo Sha turned to Scorpion. Scorpion, I need you to create some transport puppets and purification equipment. I will focus on researching the magnetic core for now. Scorpion, no problem. Will you not be following up on the subsequent projects? No, that was merely the beginning. The remainder is simply a matter of replication, which can be entrusted to others, such as Sandust and Jaialuoluo. Sandust? Yes, Master Luo Sha. I shall give it my all. Scorpion, are you certain you are not seeking to evade work? Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Luo Sha cast a furtive glance around, whispering, Hush, keep it down. I have toiled for so long. Is it so wrong to take a break? Scorpion regarded Luo Sha with a hint of disdain, though he refrained from uttering that classic saying. Thus, with the setting sun as their backdrop, the future of Sunagakure gradually began to illuminate. Sunagakure village, Jiraiya's room. Jiraiya has suffered a beating. 3 ribs are broken, and his legs are fractured. Now, he lies motionless on the bed, wrapped in bandages, not due to a lack of desire, but from fear. Up until now, he has yet to comprehend the reason behind the brutal punishment he endured. However, he is grateful that he has refrained from frivolous escapades these past few days, granting him clarity in his planning. He has come to a realization. Luo Sha's words ring true. If fate requires him to guide the prophesied child to alter the ninja world, he can certainly cultivate a group of disciples, thereby instigating change in the existing world bit by bit. He aims to eradicate injustice, foster understanding, and instill hope. Suddenly, inspiration strikes him. I shall write a book, a tome capable of influencing others. Jiraiya believes that merely teaching students is ultimately too slow and fails to adequately filter them, leading to a dispersion of his energy. With students whose philosophies diverge greatly from his own, there is reason behind his self-justification. Among the 3 disciples the old man accepted, who resembles him aside from myself, 3 is insufficient. Imagine if there were 30 or 300. It is imperative to first sway the thoughts of the majority and then select students from among them. As for the title, it shall be The Chronicles of Resilient Will. Ha ha ha. I am truly a genius. Raza was unaware that this book, which had influenced 4 generations of Hokage, had been created by Jiraiya in such a manner. He also did not realize that some matters are indeed destined. Regardless of individual effort and struggle, all things ultimately return to their rightful paths, albeit through different manifestations. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued his experiments, and Tsunade sought opportunities in gambling. While everything appeared unchanged, it seemed to have transformed significantly. Chapter 35, the year in the new year had arrived. The ninja world also celebrated the new year, albeit differently from previous lives, without visiting relatives and friends. Yet, the people's yearning for a better life remained unchanged. After a year of hard labor, it was essential to take time to appreciate oneself and gather strength for the future. At this moment, Raza walked alongside Karura through the streets of Sunagakure. Having spent over a year in this world, Raza had accepted this new reality, a childhood sweetheart, a gentle and virtuous fiancé, like-minded companions, a serious and resolute mentor, and countless individuals who cared for him and whom he wished to cherish. These were once desires that seemed unattainable. As passers-by noticed the young couple, they bowed in respect. This was not without reason. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 young individuals, Sunagakure had begun to prosper. Karura led the villagers in establishing drip irrigation fields, and now, the land was sufficient for the village's self-sufficiency. It was anticipated that after next year's harvest, Sunagakure would no longer need to import food. The once arid desert was gradually transforming into fertile soil. Although the yield per acre was modest, the volume compensated for it. As for Sasori, his newly designed puppet engineering and transportation puppets had significantly reduced the workload of ordinary villagers and ninjas alike. Consequently, many in the village referred to him as the first puppet master since Monzaemon, which brought joy to Chiyo for several months. Regarding Raza, his prestige within Sunagakure rivaled that of the 3rd Kazekage. It was undeniable. The village's water supply was sourced from a desalination plant, and the salt consumed by the villagers came from a salt production facility. Furthermore, astute villagers formed trade caravans to sell Sunagakure's coarse salt to neighboring countries, earning considerable profits. The refined salt was controlled by the village, sold uniformly to the daimyos and wealthy merchants of various nations. This operational model benefited both the village and its inhabitants, completely resolving the financial deficit issues. Sunagakure achieved true independence without reliance on the daimyo support, not to mention the influence Raza had on Sasori. After accomplishing so much, the 3rd Kazekage had contemplated retirement more than once, considering Raza as his successor. However, this notion was ultimately shelved due to Raza's age. An 11-year-old Kazekage? Such a notion would not only be rejected by the daimyo's office but would also lack recognition among the 5 great nations. After all, this was no longer the Warring States period. Who would believe that Sunagakure had fallen into decline, unable to find a suitable candidate? Upon hearing the news, Luo Sha let out a profound sigh of relief. Becoming the wind shadow? What a farce. Has the allure of wealth faded, or has the thrill of idleness lost its charm? Spending all day handling documents, confined to a mere corner. Those aware of the desk's occupant know it to be the wind shadow. Those unaware might as well think someone is imprisoned. Moreover, as Luo Sha had previously discussed with Scorpion, he was acutely aware that he was not cut out for such a role. He needed to devise a plan to ensure his dismissal from the position of wind shadow candidate. Otherwise, the daily peril loomed large. One wrong move, and he could become a mere shadow himself. How was he to survive that? Furrowing his brow, Luo Sha pondered deeply, noticing his troubled expression. The young girl beside him inquired with concern, Luo Shakuin, is there something troubling you? Before Luo Sha could respond, Scorpion interjected from behind. What could possibly be causing you distress in the village? Speak up. Nothing much, merely contemplating what we should undertake next year. After all, our basic needs have been met. If we can progress normally next year, we must start planning our subsequent endeavors, he replied casually. What endeavors? Scorpion asked with eagerness. Planting cotton and developing the textile industry. Luo Sha answered nonchalantly. I understand cotton is abundant in the land of fire and the land of earth, but why should we engage in this? Shouldn't we focus on cultivating fruits and vegetables first, as per our plan? Karura questioned. Farming fruits and vegetables will continue as usual. With our canal now completed and settlements beginning to take shape along the banks, we have the manpower to develop the cotton and textile industries at this juncture. Luo Sha explained. Why the textile industry? Scorpion inquired, puzzled. Because the textile industry has a low entry barrier, a vast market, and can continuously supply our puppet devices with essential resources. Supply? Scorpion responded, utterly bewildered. Indeed, let me illustrate with an example. Scorpion. Where do you source your resources for puppet research? From Granny Chiyo, and also with support from the village. Then, how many individuals in the entire village possess the economic means to support puppet research? Scorpion fell silent for a moment. There should be very few puppet masters capable of that. Precisely, almost none. Typical puppet masters do not possess such abundant resources. Furthermore, under our current developmental model, neither puppet masters nor ninjas will require such a large number of ninjas to undertake missions in the future village environment. So, what will be their source of income? Charging chakra batteries? Scorpion tentatively suggested. That is one avenue, albeit the least valuable one, Luo Sha lamented. Merely supplying chakra batteries could be done by any ninja. When supply outweighs demand, the compensation for the supplier is minimal. Furthermore, selling chakra alone is akin to manual labor. Ninjas are elite individuals who have undergone rigorous training. To have them engage in tasks that anyone could perform is, at best, a waste of talent and, at worst, a squander of societal resources. Thus, you seek an industry capable of accommodating these individuals while continuously nurturing exceptional puppet masters? You are correct, though not entirely. The textile industry serves merely as a starting point. An industry that one can enter without profound puppet skills, gradually expanding and evolving from this foundation. Ultimately, we aim for all sectors to employ our technologies. As previously mentioned, puppets are designed to conserve manpower, with the ultimate goal of liberating human labor. Menial, labor-intensive tasks will be delegated to puppets, while the intellectual labor will remain with the puppet masters. At that time, how prosperous puppet masters will be. Scorpion mused. Not just puppet masters. The entire ninja world will flourish immensely. There will be no more famine, no more wars. Everyone will live in peace and share prosperity, Luo Sha dreamily envisioned. Silently adding to himself, I too shall become the wealthiest in the ninja world. Karura silently observed these two dreamers, patiently awaiting their return to reality. She believed that Luo Sha's words would come to fruition. She also understood the arduous obstacles they might face to realize these dreams, yet she remained unfazed. All she desired was to support Luo Sha quietly. Everything else was of little consequence. As these two ambitious youths contemplated their future, a seismic shift occurred in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the conference room of Konoha, the infamous Konoha F4 convened. Would release techniques have succeeded? Saratobi Hiruzen asked incredulously. Indeed. The Umbu confirmed. According to reports from Lord Orochimaru, a successful case has been achieved at this stage. If the Hokage agrees, Lord Orochimaru wishes to send someone to bring the would-release ninja back to Konoha. It truly succeeded. Hiruzen, your student does not disappoint, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Kazumi exclaimed in unison. Tuanzong. Umbu. However, there is one point Lord Orochimaru emphasized in his intel. What is it? Mito Kazumi inquired eagerly. Lord Orochimaru stated that this would-release ninja is not as formidable as we imagined, perhaps even weaker than an average jonin. That is of no concern. This should merely be a consequence of the early-stage technology not being fully developed. As Lord Orochimaru's techniques advance further, this issue should be rectified, Tuanzong interjected. Indeed. Since we have achieved one success, replicating it should not pose a challenge. The most pressing matter now is to transport the would-release ninja, along with Lord Orochimaru and his experimental data, back to Konoha. Although the base in the Sand Village is concealed, it remains on foreign soil, which introduces significant uncertainty. Mito Kazumi proposed. Tuanzong, let Root handle this matter, Saratobi Hiruzen directed. Understood. As for the liaison officer from the Sand Village, I will entrust that entirely to Jiraiya. Summoning Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru to return as well. I shall also ensure Tsunade participates in this experiment. Agreed. For the higher-ups in Konoha, Orochimaru's New Year's gift was overwhelmingly significant, so much so that it robbed the Konoha F4 of their sleep. Ever since the death of the second Hokage, their tightly wound nerves began to finally relax upon hearing Orochimaru's news. In the Land of Wind, at Orochimaru's secret base, Jiraiya curiously asked, when did you construct such a vast base here, Orochimaru? I merely utilized the time you spent spying to build it, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. You scoundrel. Are you looking for a fight? Haha. All right, Orochimaru, what did you bring us here for? Tsunade could no longer contain her curiosity and asked directly. You'll find out once you come inside. After speaking, Orochimaru formed hand seals, dispelling the sealing technique in place. The three entered the base together. As they stepped through the entrance, the cold, damp air of the underground made Jiraiya quite uncomfortable. Hey, Orochimaru, can't you build a base above ground next time? What's with always burrowing underground? Once you see my research results, you may think differently. Orochimaru chuckled. You rascal. Jiraiya activated his fury mode. At that moment, Tsunade picked up the documents on the table and began reading. Jiraiya and Orochimaru understood and maintained a tacit silence. In the dim light, amidst the silent ambience, and within the chilly cavern, the three remained silent. After Tsunade finished reviewing the documents, she calmly inquired. Is this what the old man entrusted to you? It is not the case. It was entrusted by Danzo. Naturally, I concurred, for I possess little resistance to such matters. When did the old man become aware? I informed him shortly after I achieved some results, and he approved, understanding the significance that would-release ninjas hold for the village. You are all well aware of that, aren't you? Would-release. Orochimaru, do you comprehend what you were saying? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I have successfully conducted an experiment. K, step forward. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Immediately, a shadowy figure emerged. This is K, a ninja directly under the old man's umbu, who volunteered to dedicate himself to the would-release experiment. He was a suitable candidate I painstakingly selected from the village's qualified ninjas. K, demonstrate. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With that, K swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the would-release, silent binding technique. Vine sprouted forth, ensnaring Jiraiya. Tsunade was taken aback. She never anticipated that someone could once again wield would-release ninjutsu. It dawned upon her that Orochimaru's actions must have received the endorsement of Konoha's higher-ups, and she could roughly surmise the method he employed. As a ninja, one does not place great value on corpses. However, as a family member, desecrating the remains of one's esteemed grandfather is beyond the acceptance of an ordinary person. This intertwining of responsibility and familial affection left Tsunade in profound anguish, unsure of how to confront these matters. Observing her plight, Jiraiya was not only untroubled by his own entrapment, but also astonished by Orochimaru's talent. All right, Kay, release that fool. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. You scoundrel, who were you calling a fool? Hee, came the retort, filled with potent insult. Speak, Orochimaru, what do you wish for me to do? Without heeding their quarrel, Tsunade inquired directly. As expected of Tsunade, you have swiftly discerned my intentions, Orochimaru praised before continuing. For the next experiment, I require your medical ninjutsu. Tsunade, I have reached an impasse in my research on the first Hokage's cells. Although Kei can utilize would release, his chakra reserves are quite limited, exhausting after just a few techniques. That cannot be. If you can activate his would release using grandfather's cells, then his chakra capacity should also increase, Tsunade, an expert in her own right, quickly identified the flaw in Orochimaru's statement. I have utilized the first Hokage's cells, albeit these cells have been diluted over 1,000-fold. Sufficient only for Kei to awaken would release, not to fully possess the first powers. Diluted? Indeed, I will elaborate on the specific results in due course. However, for now, can you provide me with a definitive answer? Orochimaru extended another invitation for Tsunade to participate in the experiment. Noticing Tsunade's hesitation, Orochimaru added, Tsunade, do you know? If this technique succeeds, due to certain limitations, the likelihood of becoming a would-release ninja will predominantly be restricted to the Senju clan. Do you not wish to protect this village? Upon hearing this, Tsunade finally acquiesced. Chapter 36. The journey. Orochimaru and Tsunade returned to Konoha, leaving only Jiraiya behind in Sunagakure. The rationale was that as the alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure grew more stable, there was no need for Konoha to retain such a large contingent for liaison purposes. Sunagakure naturally agreed to this request, and thus, the discussions regarding liaison officers concluded in a pleasant and enthusiastic atmosphere. Orochimaru and Tsunade returned to Konoha with the latest trade request from Sunagakure. As for Jiraiya, his new book, The Tale of Strong-Will Ninjas, had begun. Under the powerful influence of the timeline, the once great literary figure embarked on this path. Arsha was quite curious about the content of this book, which managed to influence Nagato and the prince. Furthermore, the prince's ability to verbally spar with Nagato played a crucial role in this. The only concern now was whether Jiraiya, lacking the experience of wandering through the ninja world, could produce works of sufficient excellence given his less rich life experiences compared to his previous life. However, Arsha chose not to dwell excessively on matters beyond his control. After all, concerning issues beyond one's capabilities, spending too much time fretting over them would be futile, wouldn't it? Besides, Arsha had more pressing matters to attend to. For instance, the cotton cultivation fields. In the Land of Wind, at the southern border. The region is the hottest and driest part of the Land of Wind. At Arsha's strong insistence, the third Kazekage approved several proposals regarding the establishment of a cotton textile industry, with the core idea being to create vast cotton cultivation fields in the Land of Wind for foreign trade. The substantial agricultural water required would be obtained through desalination. As a side note, foreign trade currently constitutes 60% of Sunagakure's fiscal income. The remainder comes from ninja missions and related taxes from villagers. The once thriving trade of sand gold and sand iron has gradually diminished, supplanted by the trade of salt. Based on last year's intelligence, Sunagakure's inexpensive coarse salt has gained acceptance across the ninja world, and thanks to the alliance treaty, Sunagakure's trade with Konoha remains quite stable. After all, Konoha is the largest village in the ninja world, possessing the most fertile lands, and the living conditions of its citizens are relatively prosperous, allowing the ordinary populace of the Land of Fire to have stronger purchasing power for daily necessities compared to other nations. As for concerns over trade deficits, the Land of Fire remains unconcerned, for Sunagakure is currently in a phase of rapid development, akin to the 21st century of the flourishing nation. Relying solely on the trade volume of a single product cannot shake the trade dominance of the Eagle Country. A significant portion of the profits earned from salt trade is reinvested into commercial procurement in the Land of Fire, indirectly fostering its development. The major purchases include various metal materials, daily necessities, and materials for ninja tools. A small portion is allocated to repay loans to Konoha. This indicates that Sunagakure and Konoha are currently in a win-win situation regarding trade, commonly referred to as a honeymoon phase. The primary beneficiaries of this trade are Arsha and Scorpion. Arsha's expansion of experimental fields, desalination plants, and cotton cultivation bases is entirely funded through trade with the Land of Fire. As for Scorpion, since obtaining knowledge of material mechanics and engineering mechanics, he has established a small laboratory with the support of Chiyo, dedicated to testing the various properties of materials. To this end, Scorpion has also self-studied and developed new measurement units. One must admit that Scorpion's level of genius is second only to Arsha. Blow your own horn. Have some modesty. It is under such robust support that Scorpion successfully upgraded the existing agricultural puppets, making their operation simpler and significantly reducing the required manpower. Coupled with the various sensors and logic chips developed by Shah, Sunagakure has become the first in the ninja world to establish an automated farm. The entire farm operates without manual intervention for plowing, sowing, watering, or fertilizing, as various puppet devices perform the work autonomously. The former farming teams have upgraded from managing a single area to simultaneously overseeing 7 large bases. And the benefits derived from this accelerated upgrade have brought experiences previously unknown to the higher-ups of Sunagakure. It was during the previous year that the Sand-Hidden Village's border forces first experienced the joy of the new year, as their food supplies finally became ample. With self-sufficiency and food secured, Russia naturally aspired to expand and strengthen its position, aiming for greatness. Following a predetermined plan, Russia embarked on the establishment of a textile industry. Textiles represent an ancient trade, and for Russia, who sought to ignite an industrial revolution within the ninja realm, this sector appeared to be the most promising avenue. The advantages were strikingly evident: a constant demand, low barriers to entry, and substantial profits. Most importantly, the unique natural conditions of the Sand-Hidden Village, characterized by aridity, fostered the growth of exceptionally high-quality cotton. As for the decision to target the distant southern region, it was a necessity. The northern lands had been designated for the establishment of residential areas, the eastern territories were earmarked for seawater desalination and salt production, and the west lacked sufficient water resources. Thus, the only viable option left for Russia was the south. Consequently, the desalination plant and the sea salt drying facility were constructed ahead of schedule, leaving Scorpion with the task of establishing a shipyard in the south and constructing railways. Indeed, you heard correctly, it was railways. The plan of Russia to establish a comprehensive railway transportation network in the Land of Wind is a testament to his understanding of the adage that wealth follows infrastructure. However, the unique conditions of the Land of Wind pose significant challenges to road construction. In the desert regions, the relentless sandstorms can obscure newly constructed paths overnight. The tasks of windbreak and sand fixation are arduous and protracted. Russia contemplated employing wood-release techniques to address these obstacles, yet with Orochimaru's departure, acquiring Hashirama's cells became an insurmountable hurdle. After much contemplation, Russia resolved to initially construct highways along the coast, setting aside thoughts of railways for the time being. As the third Kazakage could scarcely muster enough iron, let alone wooden sleepers, the construction efforts would naturally involve the Sunagakure engineering team and our tool, Shikaku. Undoubtedly, among the tailed beasts, Shikaku possesses the least chakra, but when it comes to knowledge and skill, he stands unrivaled. His proficiency in the manipulation of sand technique is exceptional, and his wind release and sealing techniques are formidable. Other tailed beasts, aside from their tailed beast bombs and unique bloodline jutsu, lack diverse offensive capabilities. It is worth noting that sealing techniques are notoriously difficult to master, and Shikaku's adeptness in them is a testament to his intellect. Far from the simple-minded creature he may seem. Of course, all these efforts hinge on Shikaku's voluntary assistance. During their collaborative endeavors, the higher-ups of Sunagakure reached an agreement with Shikaku. Upon the completion of his lifespan, Shikaku would be released. And as long as he does not interfere with the village's operations, he may reside freely anywhere in the Land of Wind. Furthermore, should Sunagakure require Shikaku's powers for future projects, adequate compensation would be provided, such as blood offerings. This agreement astonished Shikaku, for as a tailed beast, he requires little sustenance and possesses an endless lifespan. Yet, exceptions exist. Theoretical needs often diverge from practical ones. While Shikaku does not physiologically require sustenance, he still has desires, such as a fondness for blood. Given that the agreement could not provide human offerings, the inclusion of livestock was deemed acceptable. With the persuasion of F and Russia, Shikaku ultimately consented to the terms of the agreement. Thus, as the premier contractor of Sunagakure, Shikaku embarked on his engineering career. His expertise in the manipulation of sand proved invaluable for both leveling roads and constructing buildings, ensuring swift and high-quality work. The simultaneous reinforcement through sealing techniques resulted in projects of exceptional quality, with a lifetime warranty on repairs. Is there a more conscientious contractor than this? Over time, many villagers and ninjas grew to alter their previous perceptions of tailed beasts through their interactions with Shikaku F. Though at times brash, prideful, and somewhat childish, Shikaku proved to be quite amicable. In the unique environment of the Land of Wind, his role was magnified to its fullest potential, with shops in the village beginning to sell plush toys resembling Shikaku. Witnessing these transformations, Jiraiya became increasingly convinced that Rasha was the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of Toads. Unbeknownst to them, the villagers of Sunagakure had reached a point of reconciliation with tailed beasts. Is this what you wish to accomplish, Rasha? Jiraiya mused, astonished that Rasha could achieve such harmony with a tailed beast and reshape the villagers' perceptions. The process of transformation was truly remarkable. Jiraiya, having observed everything unfold, felt a palpable shift in Sunagakure, an oddity that diverged from the past, reminiscent of his own training in ninjutsu. Did you comprehend it? I did. Then demonstrate. What? The exchange was filled with exasperation. However, such trivial matters could hardly deter Jiraiya, a proud disciple of the Hokage. If understanding eluded him, he would simply inquire. With this resolve, Jiraiya followed Rasha to the southern border. Meanwhile, in the land of water, Uchiha Madara was once again awakened. What news? Lord Madara. The ninja world has grown increasingly peaceful. Is the martial faction not in power? No, it seems that the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure has become even closer. Subsequently, White Zetsu relayed the recent happenings in the ninja world, detailing each event meticulously. Madara analyzed the implications of this information until White Zetsu mentioned Sunagakure's utilization of tailed beast powers to construct infrastructure, which piqued his interest. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical regarding governance and civilian affairs, as he understood all too well. Yet, as an astute ninja, Madara retained a sharp intuition. Thus, he inquired, "What is that boy Rasha up to?" White Zetsu clamored to share details about automated irrigation fields, salt production by the sea, cotton cultivation in the southern land of wind, and the trade of salt between nations. Such endeavors left Madara perplexed. Is this truly the role of a ninja? He felt a flicker of uncertainty. He was not questioning the content of the Nakahiki stone, but rather contemplating whether there might be more than one path to peace. Black Zetsu, sensing Madara's wavering conviction, suggested, "Lord Madara, should we not dispatch some White Zetsu to eliminate Rasha? His existence may jeopardize your plans." "No," Madara replied with authority, "but I am quite intrigued by this boy." He weighed the pros and cons before resolving, "You remain here. I shall meet this boy." Madara was genuinely interested. For since Hashirama's demise, he had found no one in the ninja world worthy of his regard. Yet here was a boy capable of influencing the course of the ninja world. Madara reflected on how he and Hashirama had never achieved such feats, stirring memories of their first meeting. For this reason alone, he deemed the boy worthy of a visit. As for why he wouldn't simply bring the boy to him, besides his desire for discretion, he wished to witness firsthand the nature of the peace Rasha had created and how it compared to his own aspirations. Black Zetsu could only lament, given your current state. Are you planning to venture out without intention of returning? Lacking persuasive words, Black Zetsu resigned to Madara's will. Fortunately, the third Nizukage was under Madara's genjutsu control, allowing him to wander without significant consequence. Thus, the formidable Uchiha Madara departed the land of water, driven by curiosity for a mere boy. In Konoha village, Orochimaru's experimental base faced yet another setback. Mastering wood release was no simple feat, even with Tsunade's assistance. Following the success of the Subject K, Konoha had allocated substantial funds to support Orochimaru's research and permitted him to seek suitable volunteers within the village for his experiments, including the Konoha F4, who had undergone matching tests, only to be disappointed by the results. After a series of failures, Orochimaru remained convinced that something essential was missing. Beyond K, 6 other ninjas, all former members of the Senju clan, had successfully matched and gained the ability to utilize wood release. However, the issue of insufficient chakra persists. At this juncture, Tsunade, recalling the chakra batteries from Sunagakure, proposed a theory to accumulate chakra through sealing techniques during regular times, to be extracted when necessary. She termed this method sealing. It must be said that this proposal was indeed commendable, significantly addressing the shortcomings of the current wood-release ninjas. Yet, Tsunade overlooked the fact that not every ninja possesses the requisite finesse and chakra control. In light of this, Tsunade and Orochimaru found themselves at an impasse regarding the future direction of their research. Chapter 37. Konoha, who is the most adept family in the ninja world when it comes to warfare? The Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be the first to respond. No one understands warfare better than the Uchiha. Certainly, this sentiment is echoed by nearly all ninja villages. This disparity is quite evident. Both are formidable clans. If the Uchiha are synonymous with war, then what of the Senju clan? It must be acknowledged that the Senju clan excels in familial promotion, having inherited not only the sage's body but also the sage's intellect. This is indeed a remarkable asset. Rather than engaging in mindless confrontations, the Senju employ a myriad of strategies, each distinct from the last. A prime example being the first Hokage's kunai suicide. He could heal his wounds without hand seals, and a mere kunai was deemed sufficient for self-inflicted demise. It is undeniable that the first Hokage's maneuver left the Uchiha utterly astounded. Furthermore, Tsunade's promotion of medical ninjutsu has firmly associated the Senju with the noble pursuit of saving lives. One might ponder how the Uchiha could contend with this. What use is strength if it is not backed by influence? The Uchiha, however, remained obstinate, seeking to resolve issues through sheer force until their very clan faced annihilation. In the present moment, during a gathering of the Uchiha clan, the elder spoke. Recently, there has been an unusual atmosphere in the village. Futake, have you heard any news? Uchiha Futake replied, there is no significant news, elder. However, the third Hokage has recently mandated that the village bolster its security, particularly with respect to the scrutiny of spies. And this must be completed promptly. The second elder interjected, what has transpired to evoke such anxiety among those individuals? Futake continued, I have indeed uncovered some information. Prior to and following the recall of Sunagecure's liaison, the third Hokage issued several commands demanding thorough inspections of visitors. Upon their return, he ordered the expulsion of all spies under our control. I suspect this is connected to Orochimaru and Tsunade. After a brief pause, Futake added, moreover, there have been reports of certain ninjas inexplicably vanishing only to reappear within a day. Not all ninjas have experienced this, as several remain unaccounted for. The elder inquired. Has this matter been communicated to the higher-ups? Futake affirmed. Yes, it was mentioned in the routine reports, and the Hokage responded that these individuals are engaged in classified missions. The second elder remarked incredulously, Does Saratobi think we are fools? A classified mission that can be executed in a day? Futake replied, Indeed. According to the investigations by the security department, these ninjas who suddenly vanish and reappear share a common trait. The elder asked, What trait is that? Futake responded. Most of them were once members of the Senju clan or are from families allied through marriage to the Senju clan. There are indeed a few civilian ninjas and members of smaller clans involved, but their numbers are considerably fewer. It can be stated that aside from the Uchiha, all other clans in the village have at least some ninjas participating in this matter. Is there not a single member from our clan? The second elder queried. Indeed not. Now, doubts began to arise within the Uchiha clan. When it comes to executing missions, no one in the entire ninja world can claim to be more proficient than the Uchiha. Amidst the silence that enveloped the gathering, a young Uchiha raised his hand timidly. The elder inquired, Shursui, do you have a question? Shursui replied softly, Elder, previously the third Hokage asked me to undergo a physical examination at the Konoha hospital, seemingly to compare it with someone else's constitution. A comparison? Yes, when the results came in, they appeared rather incongruous, but no further action was taken. I wonder if this matter is related to the recent missions of those ninjas. The elder pondered, How many clan members have visited the hospital recently? Futake answered. There should be quite a few. Recently, due to the capture of spies, many from the security department have sustained injuries and are receiving treatment at the hospital. The second elder deduced, This makes sense. It seems that the two disciples of Saratobi are conducting some experiments requiring the cooperation of the village ninjas. Not that the clan is isolated, but rather that there are no suitable candidates within the clan. The elder concurred, precisely, other clans have not contributed to this operation. Nor have they suffered injuries, thus necessitating the summons of our members for compatibility testing. But what is the purpose of this testing? Is someone in need of an organ transplant? That does not seem plausible. Konoha is quite large. And it is odd that a suitable candidate has not been found in such a long time. Futake appeared perplexed. The second elder proposed. Perhaps it pertains to testing new ninja tools, requiring certain specific criteria, such as reflex time. Futake, do we have any information on the missing ninjas? Do they share any commonalities? Futake replied, The security department has compiled all relevant data. However, the commonalities have yet to be analyzed. What about their talents? The second elder pressed. They are not particularly exceptional. The strongest among them is merely a special jonin. Among the selected ninjas, they are not too formidable. The elder concluded. Well then, given the current intelligence, the village is not intentionally targeting our clan, so we shall leave this matter here. If we delve too deeply, it may provoke the ire of the higher-ups. Indeed, the elder turned to Futake and instructed, Futake, you must pay close attention to the security department. Our primary influence within the village lies there, and we must not be careless. We must also prioritize intelligence gathering, seeking opportunities to integrate clan members into the Elder Council. Understood, Elder. I know what to do. Very well, let us conclude this clan meeting. Yes, Elder. In Konoha, within Orochimaru's laboratory, he surveyed the 8 selected volunteers before him. Among them, only one was a civilian ninja, while the others were chosen from various secret technique clans. Ah, what a pity, Orochimaru mused, though I selected 18 individuals. Over half opted to join Tsunade. He felt a pang of loss, akin to a cherished toy being snatched away. Nevertheless, Tsunade's approach was undoubtedly more prudent. While these individuals might awaken would release, the persistent issue of insufficient chakra remained. The would release experiment had now entered a new phase. Mastering this technique would liberate Konoha from the concerns of other ninja villages. Surveying the ninjas before him, Orochimaru instructed Jainin to distribute the would release serum to those present. Since you have come here, you should already be aware of the purpose of your presence. The serum is relatively safe, yet carries a 10 mortality rate. You may choose whether to inject it, but once you leave this room, you must forget everything that has transpired here. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the 8 individuals unhesitatingly raised their hands to administer the injections to themselves. Observing their synchronized movements, Orochimaru licked his lips, clearly satisfied with their performance. After the injections were completed, he instructed, take them to the observation room to rest. For the next 5 days, record their observations daily to monitor for any signs of rejection. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, they replied. He then turned to the ninjas who had just been injected and wished them well. Good luck to you all. Do try not to die. With that, he retreated back to his laboratory to continue his experiments. As for Tsunade, she commanded, listen up. You can choose whether or not to take the serum. There is about a 20 mortality rate, and there is also a possibility of disability. Those are the consequences. Decide for yourselves. If you wish to proceed, raise your hands, and I will administer the injections. With that, Tsunade retrieved 10 vials from the refrigeration unit. These serums had been modified by her, making them considerably milder than Orochimaru's, albeit less effective. However, this posed no issue for Tsunade. The volunteers who opted for Tsunade's serum were all connected to the Senju clan. Although they no longer bore the Senju surname, their inherent pride remained unchanged. Tsunade was well aware of their identities and respected their choices and their spirit of sacrifice. Unsurprisingly, all 10 individuals accepted Tsunade's injections. Once completed, they returned to the observation room. Tsunade meticulously monitored their physical conditions, checking on them approximately every 2 hours. Should any rejection reactions occur, she would be able to address them immediately, striving to minimize the mortality rate. During her spare time, she also imparted knowledge of the akin sealing technique to them, although most struggled to grasp it. "Old man, I wonder if what you are doing is right or wrong," she mused. At the Hokage building, within the Konoha F4, Shikamaru inquired, "Danzo, how's the progress of Orochimaru and Tsunade's experiments?" Danzo replied, "The experiments are proceeding normally. We currently have 4 successful would-release ninjas." Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, "What about the failures?" Danzo responded, "Necessary sacrifices. The families have been taken care of. There is no need to dwell on that." Kurenai Yuhi added, "A failure rate of around 20 is still within an acceptable range. For the sake of the village, these sacrifices are worthwhile." Shikamaru expressed concern, however, the quality of the would-release ninjas is not as impressive as anticipated. This issue must be resolved. Danzo reassured him. "Do not worry too much. Tsunade has a solution, and Orochimaru is continuously experimenting. I believe a breakthrough will come soon." Kurenai pressed on, "What about the failure rate?" Danzo reiterated, "As I mentioned, do not concern yourselves with that. We have matched suitable ninjas from various clans, excluding the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha Guard has also been accounted for, and we have identified the appropriate candidates. The success of this endeavor rests on this singular effort. Moving forward, we merely need to focus on the Ninja Academy to cultivate new would-release ninjas." Shikamaru conceded, "Indeed, in that case, the previous sacrifices are not in vain. Given the stringent selection criteria for volunteers, this failure rate will not significantly impact the village." Danzo declared, "The existing would-release ninjas, Hiruzen, shall all be transferred to Root. I will ensure they are trained to become the finest ninjas." Hiruzen countered, "Danzo, you must understand what would-release ninjas represent for the village. Root primarily conducts assassination missions, which are not suitable for them. They should remain within the ninja ranks to protect Konoha." Danzo insisted, "Hiruzen, it is precisely because of Root's unique mission that we require even stronger ninjas to join." Hiruzen replied, "Currently, they can only be regarded as chunin at best. In terms of strength, they are indeed unsuitable. The task of suppressing tailed beasts must still be assigned to them." Danzo firmly stated, "Hiruzen." Hiruzen interjected, "Enough, Danzo. This matter is settled. After all, I am the Hokage." Danzo silently acknowledged the weight of the situation. He felt the overwhelming malice in this world. Sensing that he might have been taken for granted, it felt like a person painstakingly saving money, purchasing a house, arranging a marriage, and after all the effort, finding themselves sidelined while someone else took the spotlight. The other two present were keenly aware of the depths of the situation. While Danzo had indeed been wronged, they were powerless to intervene. Hiruzen was right. He was the Hokage, the one wielding authority. Danzo had no choice but to concede. Seeing the usual voices of dissent remain silent, Danzo realized he had to swallow his grievances. Hiruzen was aware of his friend's sentiments but was resolute in maintaining his position as Hokage, unwilling to yield. However, Danzo would not quietly accept this burden. "Do not forget, Hiruzen, this experiment was proposed by me, and it was funded by Root." The cunning Hiruzen retorted. "And do not forget who Orochimaru and Tsunade are disciples of. Furthermore, is Root not a direct organization under the Hokage?" Danzo found himself taken aback by Hiruzen's unabashed confidence. He began to wonder if he had misjudged his friend all these years, failing to see how shameless he could be. Noticing Danzo's despondence, Hiruzen sought to mend the rift. "For the sake of the village's stability, I must ask you to bear this burden for now. Rest assured, I will reimburse all expenses incurred by Root and will ensure that the leaders of various clans in the village cooperate with you regarding the expansion of Root. Should you have any other needs, feel free to voice them. I will support you to the best of my ability." At that moment, Danzo longed to grab Hiruzen by the collar and shout, "If you support me, then hand over the would-release ninjas. How can you hoard them all for yourself?" Yet, with a semblance of rationality, he understood he could not act in such a manner. The only course was to prioritize the greater good, then. "I must ask for your cooperation, Hiruzen." Recognizing that Danzo had grasped the essence of the situation, Hiruzen declared, "Very well, let us adjourn for now." Chapter 38, A Despicable World in Iwagakure. Within the Iwagakure building, Inoki was reviewing the previous year's report. The events of the past year had left the old man mentally and physically exhausted. Initially, he had assumed that the alliance between Konoha and Tsunade would lead to an attack on Iwagakure, compelling him to bolster border defenses. This, in turn, had hindered the village's ability to fulfill its daily tasks, straining Iwagakure's finances. Coupled with the military presence at the border, the fiscal pressure had been immense. Ever since the alliance between Konoha and Tsunade was solidified, Inoki had not enjoyed a single night of peaceful sleep. With a limited number of ninjas, both revenues and expenditures had their constraints. Currently, not only have expenses surged, but income has also drastically dwindled, leaving Inoki at a loss for how to reconcile the figures. Eventually, in a state of desperation, Inoki submitted a peace treaty to both parties while simultaneously seeking funding from various sources to train more ninjas and prepare for battle. However, unfortunate circumstances always seem to arise together. Ninjas cannot be cultivated like crops. They cannot be produced in a year or two. The tangible difficulties cannot be overcome by idealistic thinking. Faced with the prolonged training cycle of ninjas, a certain strategist from Awagakure suggested that since it is impossible to quickly train qualified ninjas, the standards for qualification should be lowered. This means that anyone capable of extracting chakra could participate in missions and learn how to become a ninja through practical experience. This brilliant idea garnered unanimous agreement from Awagakure's higher-ups. Consequently, numerous children, merely 5 or 6 years old and newly acquainted with chakra extraction, were immediately assigned to teams to commence missions and generate revenue for the village. Yet, awkward situations soon followed. After this recruitment drive, Awagakure managed to train over 500 new standard ninjas in just 8 months, and the next pressing issue became finding instructors for these recruits. Normally, newly graduated ninjas would be led by J-Nin or exceptional Ch-Nin. But the reality in Awagakure was that the competent ninjas were either stationed at the borders guarding against Konoha and Sunagakure or were endlessly occupied with missions to earn funds for the village. The remaining ninjas were either mediocre Ch-Nin or utterly incompetent Genin. Thus, the current batch of instructors could be regarded as the worst in the history of Awagakure. The second problem arose. Even if all available ninjas were designated as instructors, it still would not suffice under standard team allocations. At this juncture, Awagakure's sage proposed an expansion. If a standard team of 4 was insufficient, why not increase it to 8 or even 10 members per team? This approach could effectively resolve the manpower shortage. Moreover, given that the new standard ninjas' capabilities fell short compared to their predecessors, compensating for quality with quantity could still ensure the team's combat effectiveness, as Awagakure was fundamentally established on militarized cooperation. Upon hearing this suggestion, Awagakure's higher-ups were elated, realizing that this would not only maintain combat strength but also facilitate proper training. Truly, the two great sages of Awagakure had once again proven their wisdom. Amidst collective admiration and the support of the feudal lord's estate, the reform plan for ninja training in Awagakure was officially set in motion. Just when everything seemed to shine with promise, unexpected mishaps began to unfold. The new standard ninjas, during their routine missions, were led by instructors who were themselves utterly inept, turning ordinary D-rank missions into farcical endeavors. For instance, a mission to catch a cat morphed into making cat meat pies, weeding became uprooting medicinal herbs, and retrieving litter from a river resulted in several children being swept away by the current. Injuries such as cuts, sprains, broken bones, and twisted ankles became commonplace, leading to significant medical expenses that the village had to prepay. As for C-rank missions, they were even more daunting. On one C-rank assignment, 23 teams were dispatched, with only 2 or 3 capable lower nin leading the charge, while the remainder consisted of mere children aged 5 or 6. Was this a mission or a kindergarten field trip? Moreover, the D-rank missions were rife with accidents, and it seemed the village would soon have to compensate for funerals, though that remains to be seen. Of course, not everyone was blind to the shortcomings of such measures. For example, Old Purple repeatedly advised Noki to abolish this ninja training program and reduce border troops for village missions. However, who was the third Suchikage? A stubborn Noki, known for his obstinacy. Would he heed the counsel of a Jinchuriki? Noki would often assert, "This is just a phase. Once they adapt, it will be fine." He would then recount tales from the Warring States period, emphasizing that in those times, children their age would already be on the battlefield. The current conditions were far superior to the past, and if they couldn't endure a little hardship, how could this generation be deemed worthy? Look at the Senju clan's Kakashi next door, who was already risking his life for the village at this tender age. Or the Scorpion from Sunagakure, who also fought valiantly for his village at 5 or 6 years old. Truth be told, that child performed admirably. We must learn from them. Strive to prove our village's children are no less capable, and elevate Awagakure to the pinnacle of ninja villages. Upon hearing this, Old Purple could only respond, "Your words are indeed eloquent. I find myself speechless." Yet, considering the current trajectory, the village's finances were not supportive. Noki replied, "I have long devised a solution to our financial woes." Upon hearing this, Old Purple was instantly awake. What solution? Noki, brimming with confidence, declared, "I have already submitted a request to the feudal lord's estate for full support of our ninja training reform plan and the allocation of dedicated funds. We can also tighten our financial belt within the village. There must be a way. If all else fails, I have some savings I can reluctantly draw from." Old Purple was taken aback. He had not anticipated Naka's unwavering determination to continue at any cost. Sensing Old Purple's hesitation, Noki remarked, "For the sake of the village, this is a small price to pay." At this point, Old Purple could no longer voice opposition and chose to leave. However, reality does not bend to human will. Awagakure had never studied market economics. Just 5 months into the implementation of the ninja training reform plan, the next issue emerged, a shortage of D-rank tasks. D-rank missions were typically long and tedious, usually undertaken only by newly graduated ninjas, who would perform them for a few months before advancing to C-rank tasks. However, Awagakure was now cultivating talent through practice, significantly increasing the demand for D-rank missions. The existing number was insufficient to satisfy the village's appetite. If that were the only issue, it might still be manageable. The problem lay in the fact that the current number of D-rank missions had decreased drastically. The reason was straightforward. The influx of new standard ninjas had led to a sharp decline in Iwagakire's reputation, resulting in fewer clients seeking missions from the village. The reduction in market size directly led to a significant number of ordinary ninjas in Iwagakure being unable to secure missions. Concurrently, the village's share of other tasks also dwindled. As wealthy individuals in the Land of Earth and surrounding areas increasingly turned to Konoha and Sunagakure for their missions. Consequently, Iwagakure's financial situation grew increasingly precarious. At this juncture, Noki remained steadfast, continuously asserting, "Our current setbacks are but temporary. Once everything stabilizes, it will improve. We must uphold our spirit of unity and collectively navigate this crisis." The upper echelons of Iwagakure shared this sentiment, still believing that perseverance would ultimately lead to the dawn of a new era. Could they truly glimpse that dawn? The events that unfolded next shattered their illusions. The influx of new standard ninjas had tarnished the reputation of Iwagakure, resulting in a gradual decline in mission volume. Previously busy elite ninjas found themselves with newfound leisure. Who doesn't enjoy a break? Earning money and spending time at home with family is undeniably appealing. Initially, these ninjas were quite pleased. Before this, the long hours of work akin to 007 had yielded financial rewards, yet they also led to neglecting family. Seizing this opportunity to spend time at home with loved ones was welcomed by all. However, as time progressed, the tasks assigned to the ninjas dwindled, resulting in a decrease in income, which fell below what they had earned during their overtime work. Consequently, these ninjas began to seek opportunities for missions outside. Those who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education understood that market prices are determined by supply and demand. Iwagakure transitioned from a seller's market to an inexplicable buyer's market due to a series of dubious maneuvers. Consequently, the remuneration for missions in Iwagakure was continually suppressed, leading elite J-nin to accept B and even C-level tasks for monetary gain. Other skilled ninjas followed suit, resulting in a situation where capable CH-nin were undertaking C and D-level missions, with the compensation for these tasks being less than one-third of what it used to be. Yet they still vied for them. This left the new standard ninjas in dire straits. Their initial lack of strength necessitated mission experience, but with the influx of talented individuals, they found themselves unable to gain that experience, leading to stagnation in their abilities and income. Thus, an inescapable cycle of despair was formed. Once, becoming a ninja was a source of pride for families, but now even farmers were earning more than ninjas. Were it not for the presence of shuriken, it is likely that no one would even look their way. This predicament also affected the parents of the new standard ninjas, who had hoped their children would bring honor to the family by attending ninja school, but under the current employment circumstances, it was a blessing if they could avoid being a burden. Some parents privately lamented that had they known becoming a ninja was such a pitfall, they would have steered their children towards practical trades instead. Now, they found themselves unwilling to learn a trade, unable to abandon their pride in the face of farming. And with no missions to undertake, they lay around at home, relying on 2 elderly guardians for sustenance. What a dismal situation this was. Thus, Iwagakure witnessed a true-to-life drama of internal strife within the ninja world. Nevertheless, Noki persevered, believing that once everything settled, it would all be well. To this end, he mandated that C and D-level missions must include participation from new standard ninjas, with the accompanying ninjas bearing the responsibility for guidance. What choice did he have, after all, but to uphold his role as the Tsuchikage? Though doubts crept in, he felt compelled to persist, having already invested so much. Abandoning the endeavor now would result in excessive sunk costs. Following the implementation of this policy, it did alleviate some of the employment pressure in Iwagakure, ensuring that everyone could receive a modest income, albeit significantly reduced. The spirit of unity in Iwagakure favored collective hardship over individual prosperity. Presently, he resembled a desperate gambler, wagering everything to swiftly cultivate a sufficient number of ninjas. Following the policy's enactment, some positive outcomes began to manifest, bolstering the confidence of the higher-ups in Iwagakure. Inevitably, an incident occurred that became the proverbial straw breaking the camel's back. The situation began with a sea-level transportation mission, deemed uncomplicated, involving the conveyance of, or from the Land of Earth to the Land of Rain. Due to the new policy, this task was assigned to 3 J-nin and 5 teams of new standard Iwagakure ninjas, totaling 52 individuals. Initially, everything progressed smoothly until the transport team checked into an inn on the border of the Land of Rain. Normally, ninjas on missions would avoid lodging in inns due to the exorbitant costs for 52 individuals and safety concerns. However, it must be noted that the majority of Iwagakure's current roster consisted of inexperienced youths around 16 years of age, and the rigors of traveling without adequate shelter could easily lead to illness, compounded by the strict transportation timeline imposed by the employer. Reluctantly, the leading J-nin allocated significant funds to secure lodging. Unfortunately, fate intervened, as the inn was also home to numerous rogue ninjas, who initially held some respect for Iwagakure's forehead protectors. However, upon encountering the multitude of new standard ninjas, their restraint quickly dissipated. The situation escalated further when 4 J-nin from the Land of Rain, vacationing at the inn, joined in after indulging in a few bottles of sake, unleashing a torrent of ridicule towards Iwagakure's youths. As the saying goes, the fearless nature of youth knows no bounds, and the assembled group of young ninjas could not endure the taunts. Thus, an alliance formed between the Rain Ninjas and the Rogue Ninjas, resulting in a violent clash with Iwagakure's ninjas. The Rogue Ninjas, seeing the opportunity for leadership, naturally joined in. The outcome was catastrophic, with all but 3 Genin from Iwagakure perishing, while the Genin from the Land of Rain sustained minor injuries. And 2 Rogue Ninjas were killed. Though the Rain Ninjas were unable to defeat Iwagakure's Genin, they effectively immobilized them. Upon learning of this incident, the feudal lord of the Land of Earth demanded with a resolute tone that Iwagakure immediately cease its ninja training reform plan and revert to the previous structure. At this juncture, Noki found himself bereft of any justification to defy the feudal lord's command and had no choice but to comply. However, he had no intention of letting the Rain Ninjas who had besmirched Iwagakure's reputation go unpunished and prepared to gather forces to teach the Land of Rain a lesson. When the finance department of Iwagakure informed him of the village's fiscal insolvency, Noki's already thinning hairline seemed to shine even brighter. Chapter 39. Equilibrium in the Land of Wind. The cotton planting industry was flourishing. Desalination and salt trade were proceeding smoothly, and Sunagakure no longer faced water shortages. The construction of highways in the Land of Wind was ongoing. All of these developments heralded an increasingly prosperous financial situation for Sunagakure. The third Kazakage and the village's higher-ups were smiling more frequently. They could hardly believe that the long-standing plight that had plagued the village for generations was being resolved under this enlightened leadership. Even though the current situation was not yet abundant, it was a far cry from the dire straits of the past. Much credit was due to Raza. The third Kazakage mused, as he anticipated that this young man would undoubtedly become an exemplary Kazakage in the future. The higher-ups of Sunagakure collectively nodded in agreement. It must be said that during this period, all of Sunagakure recognized Raza's contributions. For no other reason than that. Wherever one finds a leader capable of guiding the populace out of poverty, they are deemed a figure of authority. However, the next topic for discussion was the ninja training program. The third Kazakage raised the issue, stating that given the current state of the village's finances, it was imperative to cultivate more ninjas to protect and develop the village. He turned to Chiyo, emphasizing that the research into the new style of combat puppets also needed to be prioritized. Raza and Scorpion had recently submitted the production methods for the puppet components. And following the meeting, Chiyo would take the scroll and find a way to integrate it into the puppet forces. Understood, Lord Third. Furthermore, the construction of highways and the defensive forces along the border with the Land of Earth must be completed by the year's end. The village can arrange for border forces to rotate, ensuring that troops have time to rest and reunite with their families. Understood, replied Eyes. Raza is right. Enduring hardship indeed requires adaptation under suitable conditions. The present circumstances are markedly different from the past. Additionally, summon Raza and Scorpion back. The village needs their expertise in developing new ninja tools. They should also begin familiarizing themselves with the village's administrative processes. Chiyo, Eyes, allow these 2 youngsters to assist you. Upon hearing the third Kazakage's words, Chiyo's face nearly broke into a smile. Heaven knows how hard she had worked for her grandson. And now it was clear that the third Kazakage intended to focus on nurturing Scorpion and Raza. As an elder, how could she not be delighted? Raza, the disciple of the third Kazakage, is essentially assured of the Kazakage position in the future, while Scorpion is positioned to inherit his role, overseeing the puppet troops and serving as a senior advisor. What more could one desire? Meanwhile, in the Hidden Stone village, the third Kazakage solemnly stated that, according to intelligence from the Umbu, the village had been severely compromised by the old man Inoki. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Unable to contain himself, the third Kazakage chuckled, remarking that aside from the implications of this incident, it serves as a crucial reminder that a ninja's effectiveness cannot be solely measured by their numbers. Rather, we must prioritize enhancing the quality of our shinobi. His sentiments resonated with everyone present. Continuing, the third Kazakage proposed, given the current situation in the Hidden Stone village, should we consider reducing the number of ninjas stationed along the borders of the Land of Earth? After all, our village is in dire need of manpower for various tasks such as land cultivation, salt trade, canal construction, and cotton planting. Let us not forget that the border forces are composed of elite warriors. Eyes interjected, esteemed Kazakage, I believe we should exercise caution. From what I understand, Inoki is no fool. I do not question the accuracy of the intelligence gathered by the Umbu. But I am concerned that if the Hidden Stone village has indeed suffered such significant losses, they might resort to waging war against us to divert domestic strife. Indeed, this is a possibility that we cannot ignore. The higher-ups of Sunagakure surprisingly reached a consensus, recognizing that they had previously engaged in similar tactics. However, considering the village's current circumstances, it seems unreasonable to allocate such a multitude of elite ninjas to the borders. They could contribute far more to the village's development. The third Kazakage found himself in a quandary, for it was disheartening to contemplate abandoning the path to prosperity simply because there was no one to undertake it. At this juncture, Granny Chiyo spoke up. What if we explore the possibility of cultivating farmland not far from the borders of the Land of Earth? I have considered that. With the assistance of Shikaku, we could draw water from the Land of Rain to construct a canal. Theoretically, this is feasible. Moreover, at this stage, cultivating the fields does not require an excessive amount of manpower. According to current standards, we need not station additional personnel at the borders. A select group of skilled ninjas could oversee the construction. Furthermore, in alignment with the village's future development, we plan to settle villagers along the canal's banks. Since this settlement is akin, whether in the north or east, once the northern canal is completed, we could selectively relocate the families of border ninjas there, which would also alleviate concerns about troop morale. What do you think, Kazakage? Excellent, Advisor Chiyo. If we proceed with such measures, we can prioritize the development of the north while temporarily pausing the establishment of southeastern settlements. The third Kazakage pondered briefly about the Hidden Rain village, recalling that Hanzo the Salamander had established a peace treaty with them. We can promptly send envoys to negotiate with him and invite Konoha to exert pressure to achieve our objectives. What price must we pay for this? Aiz inquired. After all, the young Raza is correct. A long-lasting alliance must be founded on mutual equality. The only thing Hanzo desires is peace for the Land of Rain. We can provide him with some economic compensation, but we must wait until our harvest before determining the amount, the third Kazakage replied. After all, as a small nation caught in a precarious position, they are only deserving of a fraction of our equality, and that should suffice. And if he refuses? Then we shall dispatch our forces to seize a portion of the Land of Rain's territory, the third Kazakage declared resolutely. The current Sunagakure is not what it once was. We can bear the weight of this conflict. Once we take action, the Land of Earth, due to past grievances, will likely refrain from aiding Hanzo and may even join us in dividing his territory. As for Konoha, as long as we tread carefully and only claim a limited expanse of land, they will not intervene. That makes sense. We were unafraid before. Why should we be now? Then it is settled. Advisor Aiz, please draft the contract and present it to Hanzo the Salamander. Subsequently, we shall communicate our intentions for a treaty with the Land of Rain to the Konoha envoy. Yes, esteemed Kazakage. In the Land of Wind, at the southern border, Raza and Scorpion have been residing in the southern region for quite an extended period, not due to experimental endeavors, but rather because they are considered invaluable labor. Currently, Sunagakure is experiencing a significant shortage of personnel. The number of ninjas available is insufficient. Even with Scorpion's inventions of numerous puppets and Raza's innovations in automation, the ninja count remains inadequate to meet the rapidly growing demands of Sunagakure. Consequently, the two have been conscripted, compelled to toil in the fields, cultivating cotton and gathering data. I can no longer endure this. When will this torment come to an end? Raza has reached his 175th moment of exasperation. In contrast, Scorpion remains remarkably composed. Oh, it's still early. Do not forget that the current development plan for our village was devised by you. You should be more aware than anyone of when this ordeal may conclude. I simply cannot tolerate it any longer. Do you comprehend the cruelty of forcing a researcher to engage in such monotonous physical labor? Do you know how I've been enduring this time? Raza exclaimed with a hoarse voice. Scorpion cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. Am I not here accompanying you? Besides, I have been contributing as well. Rosa felt a twinge of awkwardness and swiftly sought to shift the conversation. Is it true that the village is deserted? Must it be just the two of us engaged in these tasks? After all, we are still mere children. Do you still possess any sense of shame? Scorpion replied with a hint of disdain. Look at the children from Awagakure. They began undertaking missions at the tender age of 56, choosing annihilation over retreat. Now, reflect upon your own predicament. Is it a matter of reluctance to flee? Or are you simply incapable of doing so? Rosa could not help but voice his thoughts. Yet, I must admit, I genuinely admire Inoki. It is remarkable how a cantankerous old man can be so cunning. He actually sends a group of youngsters to generate income for the village, even amid workplace accidents. In my previous life, such a transgression would warrant execution, 10 magazines worth. But is our village truly deserted? Rosa persisted, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Consider the situation for yourself. This year, we have numerous projects to initiate. Yet how many ninjas remain in the village? The poor old man Banfuku is over 60 and still toiling at the construction site. His frail form makes me dread the day he might be taken away. Scorpion, what has happened to your demeanor? You were once such a stoic child. Yet now you've transformed into a little cynic. This must be the fault of our teacher. Employing child labor has undoubtedly twisted your innocent heart. However, speaking of ninjas, there are still a few around, both in number and quality. Scorpion stroked his chin and uttered words that delighted Rosa. Instantly, the sycophantic Rosa sprang into action, grinning widely. Scorpion, your hard work is commendable. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Do not touch me. Get away. Scorpion recoiled, repulsed by Rosa's current expression. To avoid further discomfort, he continued. I know what you are thinking. Let me be direct. There are many elite ninjas stationed along the northern border of the Land of Earth, tasked with guarding it. So, do not dwell on it. Who is Rasha? Individuals with an engineering background often exhibit another characteristic. They become military keyboard warriors. Upon hearing Scorpion mention the sufficient number of ninjas at the border, Rasha's C.U. instantly entered an overclocked state. He needed to devise a strategy to conserve manpower. In no time, Rasha formulated a plan. After all, conserving troops should not pose a challenge to those familiar with StarCraft and Empire. The strategy was simple: overwhelm with numbers when strong and fortify when weak. As he recalled his previous creation, the chakra battery, a mischievous grin spread across Rasha's face. Scorpion, noticing this expression, immediately recognized that Rasha had conceived another idea. Hey, Scorpion, I have a grand project in mind. Would you like to participate? In the Hidden Leaf Village. At the Hokage Tower, the F4 convened once more. This is truly enough. Why do these 4 individuals dictate everything in Konoha? Have you heard about the situation in the Land of Earth and Iwagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen stated bluntly. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of Tsunade and Midogate Inari began to falter. As for Danzo, he inexplicably bowed his head, while Sarutobi silently adjusted his Hokage hat. Noticing the silence, Sarutobi continued, Danzo, can you guarantee the authenticity of this intelligence? Of course. This information was obtained through the Root's extensive investigations and corroborations. The daimyo's office has confirmed that the daimyo of the Land of Earth indeed dispatched envoys to reprimand Iwagakure. Who would have thought that Inoki, at such an advanced age, could still stumble so greatly? Midogate Inari remarked, somewhat gleefully. Moreover, Iwagakure is now in a severely weakened state, and many tasks from the Land of Earth are being entrusted to the village's ninjas. This presents a most favorable circumstance for us, Tsunade added. Sarutobi then commented, indeed, this is beneficial. For Iwagakure, this can be described as a crippling blow. Not only has the village's finances dwindled, but the number of missions has also noticeably decreased. He paused, reflecting on the fact that the village had indeed received a significant influx of tasks, not only from the Land of Earth but also from previous agreements with Sunagakure. These represent both wealth and pressure. Currently, our village's ninja numbers are somewhat insufficient. Midogate Inari inquired, Hiruzen, are you suggesting we allow the ninjas from the academy to graduate early to help supplement our ranks? Sarutobi replied, no, we cannot take such a course of action. We have all seen the consequences of Inoki's previous decisions. Tsunade interjected, are we to assign excess missions to Sunagakure then? Sarutobi cast a weary glance at the 2 strategists. Suddenly feeling exhausted, Danzo, sensing the undercurrents, realized that Hiruzen was about to make a significant move. This is a splendid opportunity for Konoha. The growth and prosperity of the village established by our teacher hinge on how we respond to the multitude of missions before us. Indeed. With Sunagakure and Iwagakure unable to undertake missions, and with Kumogakure and Kirigakure at a geographical disadvantage, if we seize this moment wisely, we can firmly establish ourselves as the foremost ninja village, Midogate Inari concurred. However, the issue of manpower remains, Tsunade pointed out, anticipating the discussion. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi immediately turned to Danzo. Danzo, isn't there still a cadre of capable ninjas within the Root? Chapter 40, Truth and Deception in the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Uchiha Madara strolled through the village's streets. Of course, this was merely a shadow clone, possessing the ability to relay sensations akin to the body flicker technique. Utilizing White Setsu as a vessel to avoid depleting chakra, the clone's strength only amounted to 10% of the casters. This was sufficient for Madara. Currently, he bore no disguise, donning a long robe typical of the Land of Wind, leaning on a cane. It must be said that his appearance resembled that of an ordinary old man. What a pitiful and insignificant village. Over the past few days, Madara had explored numerous facilities, water collection systems, drip irrigation fields, and underground canals. When he lifted water to his lips, he remained perplexed as to why these seemingly trivial inventions could so profoundly alter the lives of countless villagers. Reflecting on his own water release techniques, which could yield abundant water, and Hashirama's superior would release capabilities, he pondered why the villagers of Sunagakure held such reverence for Rasha. Akin to how those from Konoha revered Hashirama. Such a resemblance to Hashirama's style, this young lad, Madara murmured. Yet, these are but illusions in the face of true power. They are akin to withered leaves, destined to be swept away by the wind. While he acknowledged their merit, Madara did not concur. Prior to this, Madara had also learned of recent events within the ninja world and was astonished by Inoki's maneuvers. He soon reached the conclusion that the existence of this ninja world was unnecessary. Hashirama, I will prove you wrong. With that, he prepared to depart. At that moment, Rasha and Scorpion returned to the village, fortuitously passing by Madara. Rasha, do you think the fortress you're proposing will be effective? Rest assured, Scorpion. Among the 5 great nations, we are the only ones applying sealing techniques to puppetry and engineering. Let us not forget that we have a sealing expert in Shikaku. This fortress will undoubtedly succeed, and we can establish the villager settlement points in accordance with the fortress design. Such an integrated structure is most suitable for our village at present. By the way, do you have any ideas for the new ninja tools? Yes, the issue is manageable, though it requires higher chakra storage capabilities, necessitating the development of new storage techniques. Leave that to me. We shall conduct experiments at the border of the Land of Earth, simultaneously testing the ninja tools and the fortress construction. Understood. After speaking, Rasha seemed to sense something and turned back, his gaze falling upon a stooped old man. I feel as though I have seen this old man somewhere before, Rasha mused. Momentarily taken aback, Scorpion, noticing Rasha's reaction, urged, Rasha, let's go. Teacher and Granny Chio are waiting for us. Oh, right. I'm coming. New war machines? An intriguing young lad. It seems you are not as simplistic as I initially thought. Madara found himself intrigued once more. Let us observe. It has been a long time since I encountered someone so interesting. With that, Madara returned to his temporary residence in Sunagakure. Luo Sha felt increasingly uneasy, as if she had overlooked something significant. However, she decided to dismiss the thought, recognizing that it likely wasn't of great importance. Her foremost priority was to liberate herself. Soon, they arrived at the Phonying building. Inside the office, Granny Chiyo had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as she entered, Luo Sha inquired, "Granny Chiyo, where's the teacher?" "The third Hokage has gone to inspect the border of the land of Earth." "Little Luo Sha, has the cotton planting concluded?" "Not yet. We are simply short on manpower. I returned to seek assistance, hoping to find more people." Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo appeared somewhat troubled. "Currently, the village cannot spare any personnel. My dear, it seems you have made this trip in vain." "Please, Granny Chiyo." Before Luo Sha could finish her plea, Scorpion interjected. "Luo Sha has a method to reduce the number of ninjas at the border of the land of Earth." This revelation did not overly surprise Granny Chiyo, for these two individuals were privy to nearly all of Sunagakure's secrets, including the intelligence they had gathered. "Luo Sha, do you believe there are issues within the land of Earth that would allow the village to allocate some forces?" Rosa understood what Granny Chiyo was contemplating. Silently, he placed a scroll into her hands. Granny Chiyo lifted the scroll, perused its contents, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "The defensive techniques and alert systems outlined herein are entirely feasible. However, what are the offensive measures? Border defense cannot merely consist of passive endurance. It must possess the capability for organized counterattacks." "This is not a concern," Scorpion interjected confidently. "We already have a plan in mind, and we anticipate that a tangible prototype can be produced in approximately 57 days. Scorpion's response filled Granny Chiyo with elation. This grandson was her sole source of hope. In her eyes, his words held more weight than those of the third Hokage. "In that case, Scorpion, proceed with your endeavors. I shall immediately dispatch a message through the Umbu to the third Hokage, urging him to return to the village at once. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, Granny Chiyo, what is the purpose of the teacher's visit to the border of the land of Earth? Is there something significant occurring?" "Nothing of great importance," she replied. "The village is planning to establish a ninja family settlement behind the border of the land of Earth. The third Hokage and several high-ranking officials are visiting for an inspection to determine the location." "A settlement? How will the water supply be addressed?" "We will harness the power of Shikaku to construct a canal, bringing water from the land of rain to the settlement." After a brief contemplation, Rasha deemed the matter feasible. Yet a lingering concern troubled him. Should war erupt, what would happen if Hanzo the Salamander severed the water supply to the settlements? Or worse, poisoned the water source? Do we possess a contingency plan? The diversion of water from the land of rain is merely a temporary solution. Eventually, we intend to connect the canal to the village. Moreover, for many years to come, we shall not instigate conflict. Simultaneously, the land of rain is in utter disarray. Even managing its internal affairs has rendered that dead fish preoccupied with its own troubles. How could it possibly seek us out for trouble? Would the land of rain willingly provide us with water? We would have to pay for it. The wisdom of Granny Chiyo is evident. It is understandable. Even if the water from the land of rain holds little value, it would not be freely given to Sand Hidden Village. Compensation is only reasonable. After all, the current Hanzo the Salamander is no longer the formidable demigod of the ninja world who dared to confront the three great nations. Realizing this, Rasha suddenly recalled. How could I have overlooked this? The Akatsuki organization must have already been established. Should I intervene? No, that individual resembled Uchiha Madara, didn't he? Cold sweat instantly gathered on Rasha's back, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. What is that old fool doing in the Sand-Hidden Village? Shouldn't he be in the mountain graveyard, or the land of water by now? Could it be that he intends to change course and seize control of the land of wind? The mere thought sent a wave of dread through Rasha. Could he be plotting something sinister against the Sand-Hidden Village? While Rasha was lost in these thoughts, Granny Chiyo assumed he was merely having a moment of inspiration and chose not to disturb him, quietly exiting the office. Meanwhile, Sasori patiently awaited his return. After a considerable time, a melodious voice from outside shattered Rasha's reverie. "Rasha, I heard from Granny Chiyo that you were back. Why didn't you notify me in advance?" "Oh. Karura, things have been exceedingly hectic. I simply had no time to send word." Rasha fabricated a casual excuse, his mind entirely preoccupied with the enigmatic Uchiha Bido. "By the way, Karura, has anything peculiar transpired in the village lately? Or have there been any unusual policies implemented by the higher-ups?" "Nothing seems amiss. Everyone has been engrossed in constructing canals and drip irrigation for the fields. The most significant policy involves the resettlement plan for the families of ninjas along the northern border of the land of Earth. Other than that, nothing noteworthy comes to mind." "Think carefully, is there truly nothing else?" After racking his brain, Karura finally remarked, "Oh, there is one particularly strange matter. Here it comes." "I knew something was afoot," Rasha mused to himself. "We are supposed to divert water from the land of rain, and it appears we'll have to pay for it. Does that count as something unusual? Luo Sha, what is so strange about this?" "Jialu Luo, is it not strange? Many years ago, the village obtained numerous resources from the land of rain without any cost, yet now they seek to pay for merely some water. Is this not peculiar?" "Luo Sha, I must have been mistaken. that elder merely bears a striking resemblance. A few days later, Luo Sha ceased to dwell on the matter. The reason was simple. Even if it were an elderly foe, it was not worth provoking in the current sand-hidden village. It was not a matter of being unable to win, but rather one of practicality. Victory would yield no spoils, and defeat could very well spell the end for sand-hidden village, regardless of the outcome. It simply wasn't worth it. After all, Elder Ban had not committed any acts of harm against sand-hidden village. Perhaps he was merely a tourist, or perhaps it was all a misperception on my part. It must be said, the art of indifference is indeed a universal remedy. As long as one treats the incident as non-existent, no issues arise. Thus, after several days of mental fortification, Luo Sha ultimately laid the matter to rest and devoted all his energy to the development of a new type of chakra battery. Days later, the third Kazakage returned to the village. Luo Sha and Scorpion had completed their research just in time for the third Kazakage's evaluation. In the Land of Wind, on the outskirts of Sand-Hidden Village, once everyone had gathered, the third Kazakage commanded, "Let us begin." Upon receiving the command, Scorpion commenced the operation of the new puppet. This colossal puppet, entirely black, was constructed from chakra metal and sand iron, with supporting components made of sand iron and sand gold. Behind it were 6 chakra batteries and several scrolls. With deft precision, Scorpion maneuvered the puppet to aim at a wall constructed via earth manipulation. One strike later, the wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. At this juncture, Scorpion advanced to explain, "This is the defensive puppet, Sand Waterfall. After a single charge, it can unleash 30 heavy strikes or 30 area attacks. It can also fire in coordination, with a range of 6 kilometers, a coverage radius of 60 meters. And its accuracy is yet to be determined. The chakra batteries and sealing scrolls can be replaced and pre-stored. The cost remains confidential." Witnessing the immense power of the puppet, the third Kazakage felt a renewed sense of capability. Were it not for the recent change in village policy, he might have considered adhering to tradition and initiating warfare. "Excellent work, Scorpion." Luo Sha, "What of the fortress proposal?" "Teacher, please take a look," Luo Sha replied, presenting a scroll that encapsulated his recent achievements. "These are life detectors, utilizing biological magnetic manipulation for sensing. I previously created a prototype for fishing. This is an enhanced version, offering greater precision. It has a sensing radius of 20 kilometers. And when used in conjunction with Scorpion's Sand Waterfall, it should provide ample defense for the northern border. This is simply astounding. Achieving precision guidance in an age of cold weapons is truly remarkable." "Chio, what about the warning system for the fortress walls?" "The warning system poses no issues. The fortress walls are designed solely for defense against external ninja incursions. We can employ sensing barriers and wall traps, and with Luo Sha's life detectors, the likelihood of error is exceedingly low. In other words, if we establish such a fortress network in the north, we can allocate 23 ninjas for village construction." Elder Haila Zong, "Yes, Lord Third. How long will it take to construct these fortresses?" "At the current rate, with the assistance of Shikaku, we could construct a defensive fortress each day. Approximately 70 fortresses are needed along the northern border, requiring around 1,500 station ninjas." "Very well, let us commence. The village will prioritize the construction of defensive fortresses. As for the name of the fortress, Luo Sha, that responsibility falls to you." "Me?" Luo Sha was taken aback that this task had landed in his lap. "You proposed it, so the naming rights naturally belong to you." "Scorpion, what is your opinion?" "I have no objections." "All right then," Luo Sha said with a sudden mischievous impulse, "let us call it the Maginot Line." Upon hearing this name, everyone felt an indescribable sensation, reminiscent of impending surrender. It seemed rather ominous, and they voiced their apprehensions. Nevertheless, Luo Sha's playful spirit surged forth. And despite the protests around him, he remained resolute in his decision. The third Kazakage found himself unable to counter Luo Sha's whimsy and ultimately acquiesced. Then the third Kazakage proclaimed, "Since you have named it, you shall be responsible for its establishment, Luo Sha. Additionally, you should practice your magnetic manipulation jutsu, as my disciple. Your strength is insufficient and reflects poorly upon me." "Luo Sha, after speaking for a long time, you have been waiting here for me." "Well, teacher, I still need to head south to take notes. Did you not mention that the task of recording could easily be assigned to a lower-ranked shinobi? Moreover, teacher, my abilities are quite commendable, are they not?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last practiced together. I should gauge my own progress as well." "Luo Sha, my teacher, I must admit that my abilities are indeed lacking and in need of cultivation. I have undertaken the task of fortifying the northern region, and even the Sage of Six Paths could not deter me. I trust in you, Luo Sha. You shall not disappoint me." Chapter 41. Before dawn. In the land of rain, the somber sky is perpetually shrouded in relentless rain. The downpour incessantly washes over the land, akin to cleansing the bloodstains that mar its surface and mourning the suffering endured by its inhabitants. The rain has persisted for many years, and the trials of the land of rain have mirrored this duration. In times of peril, heroes inevitably emerge. Take, for instance, the trio hastening through the rain, Yahiko. "Have you heard that the Wind Country has dispatched envoys to meet with Lord Hanzo?" "Yes, I have heard. It seems they wish to channel water from our village to the Wind Country. Might there be ulterior motives, such as an invasion?" "That seems unlikely. According to recent information from traveling merchants, Sunagakure is currently focused on village development, with diminished intentions for warfare. However, is water alone sufficient reason for Sunagakure to engage with Lord Hanzo? After all, the land of rain is abundant in water. Do not fret. Did not Jiraiya-sensei teach us that the wind country is arid, making water a precious commodity for them, though not for us? Was indeed the operative word. Nagato interjects. The wind country does not currently lack for water. Precisely, observe how Sunagakure now possesses ample water, and economically, they likely fare better than the land of rain. Though difficult to concede, the land of rain has little to offer, rendering it almost inconsequential in the grand scheme. As for the upcoming meeting, it is likely merely an optimal arrangement for Sunagakure, requiring less effort on their part. So, what can the land of rain gain from this? I surmise they might secure a semblance of peace and economic compensation. After all, the source of the water will be strictly monitored. And Lord Hanzo will not permit an excessive ninja presence from Sunagakure in the land of rain. I suspect there may be additional benefits. What else could there be? Conan inquires. Perhaps trade caravans and merchants. Did we not previously procure salt from the wind country? Its flavor may be lacking. Yet the pricing is undeniably tempting for most in the current land of rain. Indeed. Moreover, I suspect that once this water conveyance agreement is signed, the influx of merchants to the land of rain will only increase. Yet, the land of rain is far from peaceful, with numerous factions engaged in conflict, Conan cautions. To this, Yahiko responds boldly, this is precisely our mission, Conan, Nagato. We must first establish a peaceful environment, even if it is merely in a small area. In time, we can emulate other ninja villages, undertaking the protection of trade caravans while assimilating various factions. Gradually, we shall accumulate strength, propagate our ideals, and ultimately guide the land of rain toward tranquility. Upon hearing his ambitious declaration, the other two nod in agreement, encouraged by their response. Yahiko feels an overwhelming surge of power. Let us commence our pursuit of peace from this very faction. In the office of the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander peruses the scroll brought by the envoy from Sunagakure. No longer the impetuous youth he once was. He recalls a time when he boldly confronted the three great nations in battle. Now, weighed down by the burdens of reality and age, he finds himself hesitant and indecisive. Regardless of how keen a blade may be, it dulls with prolonged sheathing. The once ambitious desire to reshape the world has succumbed to doubt and suspicion. As he grapples with the balance of interests, though his original desire to alter the fate of the land of rain remains, if only a flicker. This is why he has scrutinized the scroll for nearly an hour. The contents are straightforward. 1. Sunagakure will finance the construction of water diversion facilities, with Amigakure providing personnel to assist, compensated as per standard hiring fees. 2. Upon completion, Sunagakure will employ Amigakure ninjas, with representatives dispatched to ensure the facility's proper operation. A task of a long-term nature. 3. The cost of water diversion will be negotiated by both parties, with a 3-year period for discussions during which either side may raise objections. 4. When wind country caravans traverse the land of rain, Amigakure may levy taxes on specific goods, ensuring the safety of the caravan's personnel and property. 5. The meeting location will be chosen by Hanzo, though Sunagakure suggests the land of fire, in Konohagakure. After reviewing the agreement, Hanzo ponders, I recognize each character, yet their collective meaning eludes me. This does not align with Sunagakure's usual conduct. They are often perceived as mere bandits, the kind who dine without paying. How can they propose such a fair agreement? Is there a hidden trap? As he contemplates, he realizes that the choice of meeting place is his prerogative, with Sunagakure merely suggesting Konohagakure. Setting a trap there would imply I lack connections to the leaf. The more he thinks, the more chaotic his thoughts become. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he resolves, at the very least, this contract poses no detriment to me or my village. A meeting to negotiate will bear no loss. Quine, inform the envoy from Sunagakure that I agree to meet, and the location will be Konohagakure. Additionally, send a messenger to the leaf requesting their consent. Yes, Lord Hanzo. When did Sunagakure alter its approach? Hanzo muses inwardly. In the land of lightning, in Kumogakure. Haha. That old fool Anoki is playing such a clever game. The third Reikage exclaims, striking his desk and laughing heartily, shaking the entire building. The higher-ups of Kumogakure, unable to contain their laughter, join in. It is indeed a rare sight to witness a Kage willingly undermine his own village. At this moment, the Tsuchikage speaks up. Reikage, shall we take advantage of this opportunity to mobilize our forces and attack Iwagakure? The third Reikage is intrigued. Many high-ranking officials are eager to act. It is undeniably a favorable opportunity. Current intelligence suggests that while the quality of Iwagakure ninjas remains relatively stable, their economic conditions and logistical support are severely lacking. An attack now would likely yield significant results. However, dissenting voices exist within Kumogakure, such as the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Barubi, Reikage. I believe this is not the opportune moment for an assault. Oh, and why is that? The third Reikage does not outright dismiss his concern, because the gains from attacking Iwagakure now would be minimal. Their economy is in disarray, and most of their missions have been appropriated by Konohagakure. If we strike now, Iwagakure will inevitably rally against us. Indeed, that is a valid point. Are there any other considerations? The third Reikage appears swayed. There are, Reikage. If we choose to launch this offensive, the potential outcomes are limited to two possibilities. 1. We emerge victorious, yet other than land, the Wagakure cannot offer any further reparations. And the territory of the Earth Country is hardly worth the considerable price we would pay to seize it. 2. We suffer defeat, despite a Wagakure's current vulnerabilities. Kanahagakure and Sunagakure will not allow them to fall. With the support of these two villages, victory is not guaranteed for us. But a Wagakure could restore its tarnished reputation through this conflict, which would not be advantageous for us. Even if a Wagakure merely withstands our assault, they would not be considered defeated. Ultimately, the beneficiaries would be Kanahagakure and Sunagakure. Therefore, if we cannot swiftly dismantle a Wagakure, regardless of the outcome, the ultimate victor will not be us. The third Reikage began to sense the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Barubi affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of Kumogakure also recognized that should war be declared, the outcome is likely to unfold as Barubi had described. Do not be misled by the seemingly rough demeanor of the Kumogakure shinobi. Those who have achieved positions of power within any organization are undoubtedly formidable individuals. However, it feels somewhat disheartening to consider relinquishing such a favorable opportunity. Can we not extract greater benefits from this situation? After all, such chances are exceedingly rare. At this moment, the Tsuchikage interjected, while eradicating a Wagakure may be unfeasible. There should be ways to weaken them. The third Reikage's interest was piqued. Tsuchikage, please elaborate. At the third Reikage prompting, the Tsuchikage continued, currently, the Wagakure is not only suffering economic losses but is also facing damage to its reputation as a major power. If we dispatch an elite team to the Earth Country to incite friction, creating an impression that the ninjas of the Earth Country are weak, the remaining tasks entrusted to a Wagakure will undoubtedly be affected. Other clients may reconsider whether to assign tasks to a Wagakure, making it exceedingly difficult for them to regain their former strength. A brilliant idea, the third Reikage concurred. Who should we assign to this task? This can be left to Lord Reikage's discretion, and they should be disguised as wandering ninjas to effectively impact a Wagakure. However, wouldn't this lead to a Wagakure's tasks being redirected to Kanahagakure or Sunagakure? That is unlikely. Kanahagakure has already taken on a portion of Sunagakure's tasks and most of a Wagakure's missions. They should be unable to spare additional personnel. As for Sunagakure, they no longer rely primarily on mission execution for income. Mentioning Sunagakure, the third Reikage smile gradually faded. What are your thoughts regarding the recent changes in Sunagakure? This seemingly casual remark instantly cast a shadow over the previously buoyant atmosphere among the Kumogakure higher-ups. They had all heard about Sunagakure's recent developments and were collectively astonished. A once thriving ninja village is gradually transforming into a merchant village. The salt from Sunagakure is also available in Kumogakure, albeit in limited quantities. Furthermore, there are the legendary techniques of drip irrigation, construction puppets, and seawater desalination. These innovations have captivated the Kumogakure leadership. Nestled high in the mountains, Kumogakure does not face a significant water shortage overall, yet the distribution of water resources is highly uneven. In simple terms, while the total amount is substantial, the disparity in elevation is considerable, resulting in very few arable lands suitable for cultivation throughout the Land of Lightning. Thanks to its unique geographical position, Kumogakure's defense expenditures are only slightly higher than those of the Mist Village, which is surrounded by seas. Thus, the village's financial situation has remained stable. However, who would be satisfied with increased revenue, especially when it pertains to agricultural technology? Ever since hearing that Sunagakure has successfully cultivated crops in the desert, Kumogakure has been keenly interested in acquiring this technology. Unfortunately, Kumogakure's martial factions dominate, and the emphasis on cultivating physical prowess leads to a significant consumption of food. Just look at the previous Reikages. Consider how their muscular physiques were achieved, surely not merely through protein supplements. After a lengthy silence, someone finally spoke. We must acquire Sunagakure's agricultural techniques. The issue of cultivating land can be resolved through ninjutsu. Yet the problem of water resources cannot be addressed by having our ninjas carry water daily. Indeed, Barubi concurred. The environment in Sunagakure is even harsher than ours. If they can achieve it, there is no reason we cannot as well. But what price must we pay to obtain this technology from Sunagakure? Would it necessitate war? Alas, these individuals truly seem to favor brute force as a solution whenever faced with challenges. Situated within a desert, as long as they choose to hunker down defensively, we would have no means to counter them. Nevertheless, we must acquire that technology. It is crucial for our village. Consider that the annual expenditure for importing food from neighboring countries accounts for 13 of our village's financial outlay. And as the number of children in our village continues to grow, our future food requirements will only increase. Is there truly no alternative to war? Such as offering money? What if that doesn't work? Then we can increase the offer. This unexpected response caught everyone present off guard, yet it was not entirely surprising. Kumogakure is well aware of Sunagakure's business practices. It could be said that dining in Kumogakure without payment reflects a refusal to pay, while Sunagakure genuinely lacks the means. Let us not forget that during the initial 5 Kage summit, Sunagakure preferred to forego the tailed beast in exchange for monetary compensation, leaving a profound impression on the other nations present. Consequently, all in attendance agreed to this proposal. The third Reikage issued a direct order. Immediately dispatch an envoy to Sunagakure to express our intent to purchase their agricultural techniques and ascertain a time and place for a meeting. As for the terms, we shall negotiate during the meeting. Regarding the Earth Country, suitable individuals should be selected from the Umbu for execution. We must simultaneously implement the plans to weaken Awagakure while strengthening ourselves. Yes, Lord Rakage. Chapter 42. The beginning of change. The Four Kaga Summit was about to commence. Sunagakure requires water, Amigakure seeks stability and economic resources from Sunagakure, and Kumogakure desires the technological advancements of Sunagakure. As for the Earth Country, they yearn for everything. And concerning Kanahagakure, at this juncture, they merely serve as a tool village. Yet, the denizens of Kanahagakure willingly embrace this role as a tool village. There is no escaping the fact that Kanahagakure possesses little desire, yet all the Kage must convene there, which is a clear indicator of political achievement. Saratobi Hiruzen was somewhat astonished upon receiving news from the Land of Rain. After all, what relevance did the matters between the Land of Rain and Sunagakure have to Kanahagakure? Subsequently, the negotiations regarding technology between Sunagakure and Kumogakure also required a meeting in Kanahagakure. Although merely as witnesses, this tacitly acknowledged Kanahagakure's status within the shinobi world. To draw an analogy, where is the capital of the European Union? London? Paris? Or Berlin? None of these, precisely because these three nations are too powerful. They were not chosen. Instead, smaller nations eagerly sought registration, ultimately leading to Brussels, Belgium, being designated as the capital. Thus, Belgium has become one of the most renowned cities in the West, attracting countless tourists annually. The economic benefits derived from this are sufficient to bring them joy, not to mention the elevation of their international standing. Moreover, given Kanahagakure's inherent strength, this summit further solidifies its prominence. In recent days, the wrinkles on Saratobi Hiruzen's face have shown no signs of diminishing. The statues of the Hokage from various eras have recently become his favored destination. Although whether this is for homage or mere vanity remains uncertain, the alliance with Sunagakure has proven astute, not only stabilizing the internal situation of the village, but also elevating its standing among neighboring villages. Whenever there are favorable events, they prefer to host them in Konoha. Despite Sunagakure wishing to do so in their own village, as consent from other villages is also required. This has significantly boosted the GDP of numerous villages and has crafted an image of Konoha as just, powerful, peaceful, and harmonious. Such maneuvers have directly pricked the egos of the proud higher-ups in Konoha, leaving many of the older generation feeling quite envious. Some have even gone so far as to express goodwill towards Sunagakure, offering to clear their remaining loans without requiring repayment. With the caveat that should similar situations arise in the future, Konoha would be consulted. For the people of Sunagakure, deeply influenced by the village's relentless pursuit of wealth, this presented no issue whatsoever. After all, who wouldn't seize the opportunity to gain such benefits without cost? Konoha seeks face, while Sunagakure desires substance. In the Hokage building of Konoha, the current F4 could be described as brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. Hiruzen, we must prepare thoroughly for this meeting. We cannot allow the other villages to underestimate us, urged Narashikaka eagerly. The village's finances had already allocated special funds for the reception of this meeting, and Hiruzen was tasked with selecting suitable ninjas to serve as hosts for the Kage from each village. We must ensure the security measures are robust, especially since all 4 other villages will be visiting Konoha. We must be cautious, as the necessity for this meeting is tied to Sunagakure, stated Danzo, his tone laced with concern. Hiruzen, keenly aware of Danzo's ulterior motives, retorted, we currently possess 9 would-release users, 4 of whom have mastered Tsunade's Ine seal. Even if these nations were to unite against us, Konoha would still have sufficient strength to contend with them. Your worries are unfounded, Danzo. Yet, Danzo's irritation only grew at the mention of the would-release users, whom he believed should all belong to him. You shameless old man, he thought. Not only have you taken my resources, but you've also poached from the ranks of the root organization. The bitterness of this realization gnawed him as he reflected that the final outcome of Orochimaru's would-release experiments yielded 6 individuals, none of whom had been allocated to him. Is it merely because you are the Hokage that you claim them all? Danzo silently chastised himself. Hiruzen continued. Once the remaining would-release users learn the Ine seal, Konoha will not fear anyone. Our primary focus now must remain on the upcoming Kage Summit. The others nodded in agreement. The task of receiving the delegation would be assigned from the existing Jainin, selecting one from the Nara family as the leader, allowing them to choose the rest of their team. Very well, Hiruzen concluded. As for security, inform the security department to strengthen the village's defenses, and let Kakashi assist as well. Additionally, Hiruzen paused, send Yamato to receive the delegation. The others quickly grasped his intent. Hiruzen, are you showcasing our strength? They mused, yet they had no reason to oppose him and thus acquiesced. Having endured much, they too craved the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. In Orochimaru's laboratory, he mused. Raza, you shall attend this meeting, for I have many inquiries I wish to discuss with you. In the Awagakure building, Inoki found himself increasingly superstitious, pondering whether this year's fortune was misaligned, leading to a string of misfortunes. Due to prior mishaps, the village's task load had plummeted drastically, and during the few missions undertaken, their ninjas had faced assassination. Meanwhile, the construction of fortifications by Sunagakure at the Wind Country's border raised suspicions, compelling Iwagakure to dispatch numerous ninjas to guard against potential threats. This had plunged Iwagakure's internal affairs into disarray. Were it not for Inoki's considerable reputation, the fallout from these blunders might have been enough to see him ousted from power. Desperate for a remedy to their plight, Inoki resolved to submit to Konoha and forge an alliance. Mirroring the terms set by Sunagakure to borrow funds and alleviate Iwagakure's economic struggles. Furthermore, an alliance with Konoha would alleviate some pressure from Sunagakure's borders, as allies often extend their protection to one another. Upon hearing that Sunagakure and Amigakure were to discuss water diversion at the Konoha summit, Inoki was determined to attend personally to solidify this alliance and glean insights regarding Sunagakure's intentions. Thus, after selecting 2 bodyguards, he set off for Konoha. In the Wind Country, at the Kazakage's office, the prospect of purchasing drip irrigation technology from us. Is this a jest? Raza's immediate reaction to the news was disbelief. As the most peculiar of the 5 great nations, hadn't Cloud merely taken whatever they desired? Raza recalled a prior incident where Tsunade and the 4th Reikage first crossed paths due to the latter's brazen theft of a village's secret technique, resulting in significant injuries among his subordinates. Was it truly justifiable for a village's leader to engage in such brigandage? In light of Cloud's notorious reputation, he thought it hardly surprising. Luo Sha found himself deeply intrigued by the words of the 3rd Kazakage. Though he couldn't shake off his confusion, this was not the typical modus operandi of the hidden Cloud. Nevertheless, the intelligence relayed was undoubtedly accurate. Regardless, we must make our way to Konohagakure and resolve these matters concurrently. This time, you shall accompany me to witness the other villages, Kage. Is there any possibility of abstaining, teacher? Luo Sha, burdened by a sense of lethargy, instinctively wished to decline. What do you think? The 3rd Kazakage regarded Luo Sha with a bemused expression. There is no room for negotiation. You should have stated that earlier. Yet, Luo Sha still sought to resist, suggesting that perhaps you could take Scorpion instead, as he is still young and would greatly benefit from experiencing the world. Why do you assume I would not bring Scorpion along? Luo Sha, feeling despondent, stepped out of the Kazakage building. He truly had no desire to venture far, after all. His deeply ingrained reclusive nature made him resolutely intent on becoming the wealthiest figure in the ninja world, rather than the 4th Kazakage. Would this meeting yield even a fraction of profit? Certainly not. Engaging in endeavors devoid of benefit was anathema to him. Surely, he could find more satisfaction in clandestinely acquiring some gold dust during this time. The Sunagakure of today was no longer what it once was. Garuro had cultivated a variety of fruits and vegetables in the drip-irrigated fields. Scorpion excelled in engineering puppetry, with chakra hydraulic cylinders evolving larger and stronger, and Luo Sha, at present, had developed primitive logical scrolls capable of performing simple tasks. Furthermore, the cotton fields to the south and the seawater desalination and salt production to the east had also entered a stable routine. Reflecting on this, Luo Sha murmured to himself, it was time to cultivate a cheap labor force. Indeed, as the economic foundation began to solidify, nurturing talent for industrial production was imperative. Although Luo Sha had made notable advancements in sensors and logical chips, he still found himself lagging behind. Certain tasks undeniably required human involvement. Moreover, scientific research was akin to spending vast sums of money on a lottery ticket. While the outcome was uncertain, the expenditure was guaranteed. Rather than pursuing such a precarious path, it would be more prudent to hire affordable laborers to undertake the work, instilling in them the values of self-sacrifice, perseverance, diligence, and dedication. The returns on such training would rival those of research, and the process would be both stable and effective. For Luo Sha, a capitalist, it was essential to see his investments flourish. Only then could he reside in a villa and drive luxury cars. Perhaps he could acquire a school district home or a seaside property, ensuring medical security and mortgage arrangements. A presale might be in order, allowing him to collect sufficient funds before abandoning the project. The thought alone stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Having been exploited in his previous life, he contemplated becoming the one who reaps the benefits in this life. The heartless Luo Sha was truly audacious in his aspirations. Did he not fear the emergence of figures like Obito, who would disrupt his schemes with their own agendas? While he indulged in these boundless fantasies, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes that had been observing him intently. Madara had resided in Sunagakure for some time now. The environment here offered him a certain comfort, far surpassing his previous existence in the Uchiha clan's territory within Konohagakure. He had chosen a relatively secluded corner, surrounded by merely 23 households. These individuals were neither affluent nor powerful. In his words, they were all but ants. Yet it was these very ants that illuminated for him why Hashirama would rather sacrifice his closest friend than forsake Konoha. All of this stemmed from a bowl of water offered to him by a little girl from the neighboring house. As Madara held the bowl, he felt a stirring within him. It was the first time someone had shown him genuine concern. Having traversed the Warring States period, he had always been a pillar for others, risking his life for his clan and offering unwavering support to his friends. Yet in the end, his desire to protect his brother led to his death. His wish to safeguard his clan ended in betrayal. His efforts to assist his dear friend culminated in a rift with Hashirama. Even at the inception of Konoha, when he attempted to present flowers to a young girl, He had inadvertently frightened her to tears. To think that in his old age, when he felt utterly powerless, someone would actually care for him. Who was the last person to show him such concern? Madara pondered silently. His father? His clan? Or perhaps Hashirama? His father urged him to eliminate Hashirama. His clan demanded the demise of their enemies. Hashirama implored him to protect Konoha. Yet in the end, who had ever truly cared for him? It seemed only that little girl had. How profoundly he felt his own failures. At times, the hearts of the strong yearn more desperately for the warmth of others. The Uchiha, though zealous, were still human, who declared that the strong are merely the support for others, devoid of their own need for reliance. Like a kite without a string, drifting aimlessly, unaware of its direction. The moment one comprehends what they lack is when true growth occurs. Thus, from that day forth, Uchiha Madara began to silently observe Luosha, immersing himself in the life he had previously dismissed as insignificant. No one feared him, nor did anyone understand him. Occasionally, neighbors would bring him food and water. Though he had no need for sustenance, he savored each offering and continued to watch Luosha, once a deity of power. He had now become an ordinary man. There was no warfare, no treachery. Madara found himself enchanted yet bewildered. For the first time, he confronted himself, questioning, what is it that I truly desire? Is it the regret of losing my brother? The bitterness of betrayal by my clan? The resentment toward Tobirama? Or something else entirely? Each time, he sought answers within the ideals of others, yet this time, he resolved to forge his own path. Chapter 43, Pursuit. Hanzo of the Salamander had set off towards Konoha. Even as the strongest ninja in a small nation, he dared not act in a manner that would compel several great nations to await his arrival. Such actions would only invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he planned to be the first to arrive before the meeting. There was another motivation behind this decision. He hoped to explore new possibilities through this conference. He had taken note of a burgeoning organization known as Akatsuki within the Land of Rain, whose ideology had garnered the support of countless individuals. Not only ordinary civilians, but even numerous ninja within the Land of Rain had joined their ranks. As the organization's strength grew, they began establishing areas of stability, where Akatsuki members ensured law and order. Hanzo meticulously analyzed the intelligence regarding these zones of stability, and upon connecting the dots, it became evident that a trade route sufficient to link the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire was emerging. Intrigued, Hanzo, as the leader of a village, possessed the necessary governance skills to discern that this information alone allowed him to deduce Akatsuki's operational model. The favorable security conditions in these zones would undoubtedly attract a large influx of refugees from the Land of Rain, bolstering the region's productive capacity and providing a stable foundation for the expansion of these areas. The arrival of merchant caravans would enhance consumer capability, thereby indirectly promoting local production. It must be said that while this trade route was still fragile, given sufficient development time, Akatsuki would surely leverage this model to revitalize the Land of Rain. He felt a stirring in his heart. Hanzo was unconcerned with the strength of Akatsuki. Rather, he was interested in the individual behind the plan. Following prolonged warfare, the economy of Amagakure had suffered tremendously, and banditry ran rampant throughout the Land of Rain. The reason he had allowed this to persist was that eliminating bandits was straightforward. The challenge lay in preventing more individuals from becoming robbers. Akatsuki's initiatives undoubtedly provided him with a template. Moreover, he became intrigued by the leader of Akatsuki. His subordinates were merely fighters, lacking anyone with governance capabilities. The emergence of Akatsuki appeared to him as a match made in heaven. It was a perfect opportunity. Additionally, during this multi-party conference, Hanzo hoped that the three nations would concentrate their trade routes within the Land of Rain. The reason the Land of Rain had become a battleground for the three warring nations was precisely due to its strategic position at their intersection. Along with its flat terrain and convenient transportation, what he once perceived as a disadvantage now appeared to be an advantage. Hanzo had resolved that should this conference proceed smoothly and the trade route be finalized flawlessly, he would personally lead a campaign to eliminate all unstable factors within the borders of the Land of Rain within 3 months. Furthermore, he could pledge to absorb Akatsuki under any conditions. At present, what he lacks under his command is precisely such exceptional talent. Han seems to have rediscovered the original aspiration to change the Land of Rain, and now he is brimming with vigor. When individuals glimpse the possibility of their dreams materializing, they often become reckless in pursuit of that goal. With hope in his heart, he has embarked on the journey to Konoha, within the borders of the Land of Earth. Despite setting out early, Noki remains within the confines of his own territory due to distance. Of course, his frequently sprained back also contributes to this delay. Nevertheless, he must persevere. The village of Awagakure has become as fragile as his own back. Even if it means risking everything, he must reach his destination. In the Land of Wind, the third Kazekage is escorting 2 young apprentices. Teacher, why must we walk instead of taking a carriage? Rasha incessantly complains. If the village is too stingy to spend money, I can manage just fine. Upon hearing this, the third Kazekage's forehead veins bulged, wishing he could silence this pupil. However, Scorpion interjects first. Enough, Rasha. Is a ninja still a ninja if he rides in a carriage? A true ninja would not stoop to such means. Well, I would. Rasha retorts directly. The third Kazekage regrets bringing him along, realizing too late the trouble he invites. Yet, as the third Kazekage, he would undoubtedly find a way to manage him. Rasha, while riding in a carriage is not an option. I do have a method to expedite our journey, he entices. Upon hearing this, Rasha's spirit is immediately lifted. Teacher, you're the best. What is your plan? I possess a ninjutsu that utilizes magnetic release to allow sand and iron to carry us through the air. Since you prefer not to walk, shall we fly instead? The third Kazekage smiles. Scorpion, witnessing the Kazekage's grin, realizes that Rasha is in for a difficult time, completely immersed in fantasies of flight. Rasha fails to notice his teacher's expression and eagerly exclaims, then what are we waiting for? Teacher, let us proceed. Very well. I am pleased to see your enthusiasm. I shall teach you this ninjutsu now. Ninjutsu? You are going to teach me? Rasha, momentarily taken aback, struggles to comprehend. The third Kazekage continues, this ninjutsu is quite simple. Wait. Teacher, aren't you supposed to fly me? Can you use magnetic release? Yes. Am I not your teacher? Indeed. Is it not normal for a teacher to instruct a student in ninjutsu? Quite normal. Scorpion chimes in. Is it wrong for a teacher to train a student? Not at all. You see, Rasha, your teacher has not guided you in ninjutsu recently, and I feel somewhat remiss. Since an opportunity has presented itself, and you have taken the initiative, I shall teach you. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Absolutely nothing, Scorpion affirms. Then let us begin. I am well aware of your foundation. What if you cannot learn it? Scorpion playfully prompts. What then, Lord Kazekage? That would simply indicate that he is overwhelmed by mundane matters and unable to focus. Consequently, I would have no choice but to confiscate his savings for the village. Without these trivial concerns, he could devote himself to mastering ninjutsu. Upon hearing the mention of deductions, Rasha instantly becomes alert. Forgetting Scorpion's betrayal, he eagerly declares, Teacher, I will definitely learn it. Unsurprisingly, Rasha indeed learns quickly, and before long, the three are soaring on a cloud of sand toward Konoha. By the time they set up camp for the night, Rasha is utterly exhausted. I just want to take it easy. Is that too much to ask? He laments. As time passes, the leaders of several villages arrive at Konoha almost simultaneously. The welcoming committee has been awaiting their arrival. Coincidentally, the reception teams for the rain and sand villages are one and the same. The rain village arrives first, setting up camp, and after a day of waiting, the sand village finally joins them. Naturally, there are friendly meetings behind the scenes, as the root of this situation lies in the issues between the two villages, necessitating prior negotiations. When Hans the Salamander sees that the third Kazekage has brought two young apprentices, he cannot help but deduce their identities. Although he had heard of them before, he is still astonished by their youth upon meeting them. Subsequently, under the careful arrangement of the Konoha reception team, the leaders of the 4 ninja villages meet for the first time at the gates of Konoha. Esteemed leaders, my name is Narashikaku, and I am the head of this reception team. I shall be responsible for all your needs during your stay in Konoha. Everyone harbors their own thoughts and remains silent. However, the third Raikage cannot contain himself any longer. Enough with the pleasantries. What are the arrangements moving forward? Luo Sha regarded the 3 boorish individuals from the cloud-hidden village with a hint of disdain, perceiving their ostentatious gold chains as emblematic of a certain streetwise bravado. He pondered whether to arrange for a grand sword display. Narashika, however, remained unfazed by such antics. My apologies, Lord Raikage. Shortly, I shall escort you to the diplomatic reception area for rest. In 3 days, we shall convene at the Hokage building for discussions. Esteemed lords, do any of you have objections? All present voiced their agreement, save for one particular fool. Then let us proceed with haste. I am quite fatigued. The third Raikage remarked with little regard for decorum, his gaze shifting towards the rock-hidden villagers. Anoki, you still hold the position of Tsuchikage? I had presumed you had stepped down. Anoki, taken aback, felt a flicker of irritation. After all, it is said that one should strike the foe, not the face. Insult the individual, not expose their vulnerabilities. What a scoundrel you are, throwing harsh words so easily, he retorted, maintaining a facade of joviality despite his inner turmoil. Just as the Raikage prepared to deliver a rebuttal, an incongruous sound reached the ears of all present. It turned out that Luo Sha had, unbeknownst to anyone, extracted a small bag of sunflower seeds and was casually cracking them open, as if attending a performance. The expressions of both the Raikage and Tsuchikage darkened in unison. Is this fellow unwell? What does he take us for? Yet, Narashika found a measure of gratitude for the young man. His actions had efficiently averted an impending conflict between the rock and cloud-hidden villages. Ahem, since there are no further issues, please follow me to the diplomatic building for rest, he announced, leading everyone to an open area. Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Narashika declared, Kia, commence. Understood. Would release, the pillar technique. In an instant, 5 small buildings erupted from the ground, leaving all in attendance in a state of astonishment. This is the original would release ninjutsu, they marveled. Rasha, taken aback, was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would prove to be so formidable, successfully executing his experiments. The leaders of the various villages were equally astonished, and even the Raikage, who had previously entertained thoughts of challenging the Tsuchikage, abandoned such aspirations. Everyone present recognized the immense power of wood release. Observing the silence that enveloped the assembly, Narashikaku issued a command once more. "Een, it is your turn." "Understood," came the reply, followed by the incantation of the wood release, garden technique. As Een completed the final hand seal, an array of flora and vegetation burgeoned rapidly. In a brief moment, what had once been a barren expanse transformed into a row of 5 splendid garden villas. Raza felt a tinge of envy with such an artifact. Who would still resort to earth-based techniques and solidify sand? They could effortlessly engage in afforestation instead. Meanwhile, others were pondering the astonishing fact that 2 wood-release ninjas had emerged. Had Konohagakure mastered the art of nurturing wood-release ninjas? Narashikaku timely interjected, "Very well. Esteemed guests, let us settle here for the time being. I must promptly head to the Hokage Tower to report to Lord Hokage. Should you require anything, the elite Jonin of Konoha stand ready nearby. I shall take my leave now." After receiving responses, he departed. Each individual harbored their own agendas. The emergence of wood-release ninjas had undoubtedly impacted the original plans of these village leaders, particularly for Iwagakure, which had intended to exploit assistance. It now seemed that Inoki's strategy could well fall through. Silence enveloped the group as they retreated to their respective individual cottages, each adorned with the insignia of their respective villages. Saratobi Hiruzen observed all of this through the crystal ball. Akin to an obsessive-compulsive individual reveling in the meticulous arrangement of furnishings, his mood was soaring to heights. It was evident that following this meeting, Konohagakure would no longer have to fear proactive assaults from other villages. Upon entering the room, the third Kazekage examined the scattered sand and iron before speaking. "I never anticipated the emergence of wood-release ninjas in Konohagakure. Are wood-release ninjas truly powerful?" asked Sasori. Indeed, the first Hokage had suppressed the ninja world through wood release, which had an excellent restraining effect on tailed beasts. However, had not this bloodline limit already become extinct? Why had it suddenly reappeared? "No need for concern, sensei. This wood release is not as formidable as one might imagine," Raza interjected at that moment. "Oh, what do you know, Raza?" "Just a little. This technique is likely the result of successful transplantation of the first Hokage's wood release cells. It bears the mark of Orochimaru. And so what? It is still wood release, is it not?" "Relax, sensei. Did you not notice that the individual, after performing the jutsu, seemed somewhat deformed while walking? This indicates that. It suggests that using wood release techniques is exceedingly taxing on chakra, and the current wood release ninjas cannot possibly match the first prowess." Sasori concluded. "Exactly. The first wielded wood release to dominate, while today's wood release may only manage some modest greening efforts. If you doubt this, we could test it." "How shall we test it?" queried the third Kazekage. "Since the village requires afforestation, we could first seek assistance from our allies." Both the third Kazekage and Sasori found this to be a commendable idea. However, the third Kazekage sensed something peculiar about Raza. "Raza, how do you know all this? Furthermore, your tone earlier suggests you possess unique intelligence from Konohagakure." It was a grave misstep. He had inadvertently exposed himself. As he grappled with whether to confess, he heard the third Kazekage remark, "Well done, Raza. I didn't expect you to achieve such a level. You truly are my student." "Excellent work, Raza," Sasori praised as well. Luo Sha, could there possibly be a misunderstanding? Chapter 44, The Dawn of a New Era. The effectiveness of the wood release ninja is surprisingly remarkable. Or perhaps it is the enduring reputation of the first Hokage that still dominates this age. The discussions proceeded smoothly, indeed, with a resounding thud. The third Raikage slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You scoundrel Inoki, what do you mean by claiming our village sent ninjas to assassinate you? Such statements require evidence." The third Tsuchikage retorted defiantly, truly deserving of the title of the absolute spear and shield, Raikage. When training in lightning release chakra mode, did you also fortify your skin to such thickness? Do you have any evidence?" The Raikage demanded. "Oh come on, in the entire ninja world, aside from the Cloud Village, who else possesses lightning release chakra mode and storm release jutsu?" The third Raikage was utterly exasperated, thinking, how on earth did they choose these fools? Using these techniques is less effective than simply sporting a Cloud Village forehead protector. At least one could claim the protector was forged. At that moment, Inoki struck again, metaphorically stabbing the third Raikage in the chest with words. "The sketches based on the intelligence reports have arrived. Would you like to take a look, Raikage?" With that, Inoki gestured to Tetsu Iwa to produce an image. Although the Raikage verbally declined, his eyes betrayed his genuine curiosity. Just one glance was sufficient. That hideous face was unforgettable. Upon seeing the image, everyone reacted in unison. How does this person resemble the third Raikage so much? The Raikage was rendered speechless. "Must you insist on sending my son to undertake such tasks? And to be seen doing so? Can't one conduct affairs more discreetly?" However, this was not entirely the fault of the Cloud Village's upper echelon, as their tradition dictated leading by example. As the heir to the next Raikage, such actions were to be expected. As the argument escalated, before Inoki could interject, the Raikage bellowed, "What? Is it forbidden for my son to defect?" This retort garnered applause from those present. At that moment, Saratobi Hizashi stepped forward, addressing both the Tsuchikage and the Raikage. "Gentlemen, let us exercise restraint. Today's meeting is not to discuss rogue ninjas but to address mutual needs. With the Hokage's intervention, both Inoki and the Reikage paused. However, it wasn't long before the Reikage resumed. Kazekage, share your terms for transferring your agricultural technology. The third Kazekage, unfazed, stated 1 billion ryo, plus trade permissions from the Land of Lightning. Upon hearing the Kazekage's price, the other ninja villages felt their past negotiations had been trivial. Kazekage, are you mad? It has been said that Sunagakure is financially strained, yet it seems reason has fled you, the Reikage cautioned. Consider this carefully, it is cloud that seeks something from sand. Not the other way around. 1 billion ryo is beyond our means. We can offer equivalent ninjutsu, secret techniques, sealing arts, or even tailed beasts. The third Kazekage, revealing his true intentions, insisted on his genuine requirements, which had been agreed upon in previous discussions with the Sand Village's leadership. Sunagakure was no longer in dire need of currency, but sought anything that could facilitate wealth creation. Ninjutsu and secret techniques were always in demand, and the risk of tailed beast was a gamble. Hanzo the Salamander regarded the Kazekage with envy. Recognizing the confidence that comes with being a major power in the ninja world, he vowed to elevate Amigakure to the status of the sixth great ninja nation, ensuring that no one would dare speak loudly in his presence. As Inoki observed the Cloud Village's struggles, he swiftly adopted a passive demeanor. The more chaotic the situation became, the easier it would be for him to achieve his objectives. With another thud, one had to commend Saratobi Hizashi for his foresight. Upon witnessing the third Reikage's reaction, he quickly instructed A to utilize wood release to expedite the creation of furniture. A was left in tears, realizing the true application of wood release. The quality was undeniable. The third Reikage had struck it twice without incident. Are you seeking war? Kazekage, do you believe I will return to mobilize forces to attack the Land of Wind? The third Reikage struggled to contain his fury. The third Kazekage, unperturbed, invoked the legendary secret technique, learned from Luo Sha, beckoning with a finger, come here. This action ignited the third Reikage's rage, and he was ready to roll up his sleeves for a brawl. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the third Hokage calmly uttered two words, A, B. Those two words were sufficient to quell the tumult. Everyone present understood the purpose of this meeting and the rationale for its location in Konoha. Coupled with the intimidation of the wood release ninjas, none possessed the confidence to cause a ruckus in the heart of the foremost ninja village and leave unscathed. The third Reikage begrudgingly suppressed his anger, stating, Kazekage, your price remains excessive. Reveal your true conditions. If we can reach an agreement, splendid. If not, so be it. Cloud has thrived without these extraneous matters before. The third Kazekage recognized that his previous terms were unrealistic, so he proposed 100 million ryo, along with trade permissions between our nations, and 3 A-ranked lightning release techniques along with insights on mastering them. After a moment's contemplation, the Reikage quickly concluded, deal. This turn of events caught Inoki off guard. He had not anticipated the Sand Village's conditions to be so straightforward. 100 million ryo for a technology that could alter the fate of a ninja village was undeniably a bargain. As for the subsequent trade permissions and A-rank techniques, it could be argued that even without a formal trade agreement, there would still be exchanges between the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Regarding the 3 A-rank techniques, while they were valuable, they paled in comparison to S-ranked or forbidden techniques, making the fuss seem unwarranted. What Inoki did not realize was that these 3 techniques were precisely what Luo Sha sought. After all, his inclination towards electricity had deeply ingrained itself in his essence. However, Sunagakure had too few users of lightning release. To facilitate mass production and allow Luo Sha some respite, lightning release techniques were the optimal choice. It is worth noting that Luo Sha had already developed a brushless motor powered by chakra and had even constructed the first electric bicycle in the ninja world at his home. Were it not for the insufficient roads in the Land of Wind, he would have preferred to ride his bicycle to Konoha. Upon witnessing the successful negotiations between Cloud and Sand, Hanzo the Salamander eagerly interjected, Kazekage, what about our water diversion treaty? The water diversion treaty has already been presented to you. The current question is whether Amigakure has any other concerns? The third Kazekage replied unceremoniously. While the conditions proposed by Sand were entirely acceptable to Amigakure, Hans expressed a desire for an additional stipulation. I would request that trade caravans from the Land of Wind prioritize routes through the Land of Rain. This request took the third Kazekage by surprise. He had not anticipated Hans's demands to be so simple. Of course, Luo Sha, positioned behind the screen, was also listening. Who wouldn't want to stabilize Amigakure? Hans then added, not only the Land of Wind, but I hope that caravans from the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire will also prioritize the Land of Rain as their main trade route. I assure you, all bandits within the Land of Rain will be completely eradicated within a month, and all taxes and expenses incurred within the Land of Rain will be levied at the minimum rate. Furthermore, should there be any loss of goods transiting through the Land of Rain, we will take responsibility for their recovery. If we are unable to recover them, we will compensate at market value. Upon hearing Hanzo's conditions, the 3 shadows of the shinobi villages fell silent, meticulously weighing the pros and cons. For the several ninja villages, these stipulations were merely a matter of convenience. After all, the trade routes were flexible, and the terrain of the Land of Rain was relatively flat, allowing for accessible transportation. Aside from internal unrest, there were scarcely any other issues. Hanzo also pledged to resolve this matter within a month. Nevertheless, the primary concern for the Shadows remained the safety of their villages. Let us not forget that Hanzo was the ruthless figure who declared war on the three great nations during the Second Shinobi World War. While negotiations appeared amicable now, once the Land of Rain expanded its influence, could these agreements still restrain Hanzo? Hanzo seemed to recognize this dilemma. Yet he possessed no means to simultaneously reassure the three nations. After a lengthy pause, the third Kazekage spoke first. Sunagakure can agree to these conditions, however. The previously proposed treaty requires amendments. We shall provide you with a response within 5 days regarding the revised content. Hanzo expressed his gratitude. Onoki remarked that a Wagakure needed to deliberate, while Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated that Konohagakure also required consideration. Given the circumstances, Hanzo chose not to insist further, understanding that securing the Kazekage's consent was already a significant achievement. Observing that all others had spoken, Onoki finally articulated, a Wagakure hopes to form an alliance with Konoha. Before he could finish, the third Reikage interjected, an alliance? Do you not comprehend a Wagakure's current situation, Onoki? Onoki dismissed the Reikage's interruption and continued. The Wagakure's conditions for alliance are identical to those of Sunagakure. Wait a moment, Onoki, that sounds rather familiar. Didn't you say something similar when sending envoys to the Land of Water? The Reikage retorted. Enough, Reikage. Is it customary for Kumogakure to exhibit such rudeness? Do you not realize that interrupting others while they speak is deeply impolite? Indeed, you are correct. I am lacking in decorum. But let us not forget, Onoki, that I am a ninja, and ninjas often disregard the means to achieve their ends. Following this, an hour of heated exchanges between Onoki and the Reikage ensued, creating an atmosphere of extreme harmony that I shall not elaborate upon further. After an hour, the diminutive and frail old man from Kumogakure, upon hearing Konoha's agreement to a Wagakure's request, fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected deeply and concluded that an alliance with a Wagakure would yield greater benefits than drawbacks. Firstly, a Wagakure had already lost many missions to Konoha. Even with an alliance, given Konoha's strength, it was unlikely a Wagakure would reclaim these missions. Secondly, the Wagakure's economic structure differed from that of Sunagakure. While Sunagakure focused on self-development and stable progress, the Wagakure sought growth. Did they possess the requisite expertise? Even with loans, the resources would eventually deplete, leading a Wagakure to rely increasingly on Konoha's support. Thirdly, as Sunagakure grew stronger, Konoha required an external ally to counterbalance the potential threat from Sunagakure, making a Wagakure a suitable choice. In conclusion, Onoki's visit undoubtedly alleviated Konoha's border threats while also balancing the power dynamics with Sunagakure, and to some extent, countering Kumogakure. A trifecta of benefits for Konoha, with minimal costs incurred. In the realm of Shinobi, where 5 great nations exist, 4 clustered on the continent and 1 isolated, 3 of the continental powers had now formed an alliance, leaving the remaining 1 in a state of trepidation. Although the third Reikage may appear somewhat naive, anyone who underestimates him would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, the Reikage turned to the third Kazekage. Hey, Kazekage, would you like to ally with us? The salt from the Land of Wind is quite delightful. We could expand our trade relations in the future. The third Kazekage, who had been pondering how to counter a Wagakure's maneuvers, instantly grasped the implication of the Reikage's words. This individual's demeanor was deceptively misleading. He had not fully processed the situation until now. After exchanging a glance with the Hokage, he promptly replied, very well, Reikage. The terms of our alliance will be adjusted to include Sunagakure and Konoha. Kumogakure will provide us with funds, and we shall allocate Sunagakure's ninja missions to Kumogakure. The third Reikage was taken aback. How can you dare to demand payment? Do you even know how many missions we currently possess? It is common knowledge that Sunagakure seldom accepts external commissions these days. With no other choice, the third Reikage begrudgingly acquiesced to the Kazekage's terms, reminding himself that a ninja must endure. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen summarized the proceedings. Apart from the Land of Rain, the demands of the other villages had largely been met. As for the Land of Rain, Leader Hanzo, we shall reconvene to discuss governance matters in 5 days. In the meantime, I invite you all to stay in Konoha for a few days to appreciate its scenery and local specialties. After all, such opportunities are rare. And who knows when we will gather again. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the attendees and continued, in due time, Konoha intends to host a joint Chunin exam. Kazekage, would Sunagakure be interested in participating? It appeared that this old strategist had been biding his time, with all the preceding dialogue merely setting the stage for this announcement. Certainly. We shall participate, the Kazekage affirmed. Thank you, Kazekage. Might I inquire about the other shadows? With the atmosphere reaching a crescendo, none were oblivious to the implications. Naturally, all would engage. Witnessing the most formidable figures in the shinobi world concur, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly contain his joy. In light of this, I propose that you all prolong your stay. It would be splendid to observe the Chunin exam together. This will mark the first multi-nation joint examination since the stabilization of the shinobi world. I shall dispatch envoys to the Land of Water and other nations. This Chunin exam promises to be an unprecedented spectacle. Behind the screen, Raza of Sunagakure beamed with delight at the prospect of prosperity. Chapter 45. A leap forward. The multi-nation discussions concluded, and all parties received what they sought. As for who emerged as the greatest victor, that remains subjective. Among the 5 nations, Iwagakure gained support, Humogakure acquired technology, Sunagakure benefited from funding and trade, and the Land of Rain secured the establishment of relay points. As for Konoha, its reputation as the foremost shinobi village was largely cemented. The significant elevation of its diplomatic standing was Konoha's paramount achievement from this gathering. This meeting underscored the vast disparity in strength between Konoha and the other nations. While Konoha sought prestige, the other nations remained preoccupied with substantive gains. In their quest for relay point rights, the Land of Rain relinquished considerable authority. Sunagakure obtained water from the Land of Rain without incurring costs, and the fees for employing the Land of Rain's ninja to safeguard facilities were charged at the lowest standard initially. Sunagakure had aimed to station its own ninjas to protect the water supply, but faced resistance from the other 3 nations. Furthermore, in actual trade, the Village of Rain was required to remit 5 of the income earned by the merchant caravans to Sunagakure. The other conditions remained consistent with the previous agreements. Iwagakure's offer to the Land of Rain contained but a single stipulation: 13 of all caravan earnings. Initially, Anoki had sought a share of 50, a demand so audacious that no individual would dare to endorse it. Hanzo, the salamander, aimed to salvage the Land of Rain, not to transform it into a mere vessel for Iwagakure's sustenance. Ultimately, under the influence of Konohagakure, Iwagakure consented to a share of 13. Konohagakure did not impose any further demands upon the Land of Rain. They merely requested Hans to ensure the safety of all commercial activities conducted by Konohagakure within the borders of the Land of Rain. Furthermore, all taxes in the Land of Rain would mirror those of the Land of Fire, meaning that if a particular commodity was taxed at a certain rate in the Land of Fire, the same would apply in the Land of Rain, and vice versa. Given such equitable terms, Hans of the Salamander had no justification to refuse. Initially, Arsuna perceived no discrepancies. However, upon returning to the delegates' quarters, he realized just how cunning Saratobi Hizashi truly was. In circumstances where the scales of power were unequal, even a fair treaty could harbor inherent injustices. Take, for instance, the agricultural exports of the Land of Fire. It boasts the highest grain production within the ninja world, which consequently leads to the heaviest taxation on farmers. A tax rate of 5 for 2 is already considered reasonable, yet in particularly bountiful years. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire has been known to impose taxes reaching 5 for 4. Such taxation is feasible only because of the Land of Fire's fertile lands and favorable climate, coupled with the adept advisors in the feudal lord's court, who possess exceptional mathematical prowess and can accurately calculate annual yields, ensuring that farmers retain just enough to sustain their families for the year after paying taxes. Therefore, significant issues have rarely arisen. But could such a system be applied to the Land of Rain? The very nature of its climate, characterized by incessant rainfall, means that arable land is scarce, inevitably leading to meager harvests. Imagine during a bountiful year for the Land of Fire, could the Land of Rain expect similar fortunes? No matter how poor the yield in the Land of Fire, it would still surpass that of the Land of Rain. If this trend continues, the Land of Rain would likely see a collapse of its agricultural and industrial sectors, transitioning instead to an economy primarily based on services, such as way stations and caravans. In such a scenario, would the Land of Rain still pose a threat? Are we to rely on a cadre of service workers to engage in combat practice with ninjas? Luo Sha felt a twinge of apprehension. This was indeed a display of cunning. The soft blade slicing through flesh not only inflicted significant harm, but it also employed a numbing agent, rendering one oblivious to the pain. When Luo Sha conveyed his suspicions to the 3rd Kazekage, the latter fell into a prolonged silence. Ultimately, he regarded Luo Sha with an expression of peculiar intrigue and inquired, if it were the Land of Wind, how should we respond upon signing this treaty? The response was simple: one must enhance their overall strength. This treaty could only constrain those weaker or of unequal might. In circumstances where both parties possessed comparable power or similar national conditions, the treaty would bear no significance. After a brief pause, Luo Sha continued, moreover, sensei, even hypothetically, can we truly expect our village to adhere to this treaty? The 3rd Kazekage's face flushed slightly. The once indomitable spirit of the sand had, unbeknownst to him, waned considerably. No, this simply could not be allowed. We must not regress in history. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, the 3rd Kazekage hastily muttered a few words and instructed Luo Sha to maintain confidentiality before promptly departing. Of course, Raza would keep secrets. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the upcoming CHNIN exams. The mere anticipation of gathering so many students for the event sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Who, in this world, possesses the most easily acquired wealth? Aside from men, the money of everyone else is readily obtainable. And when is a man's wealth most easily garnered? Naturally, it is during pivotal moments that determine his future and fate. I possess magnetism, sand gold, and an array of peculiar stances. I shall meticulously prepare for this time. I intend to make a significant profit. As Raza's facial expressions grew increasingly grotesque, his grin became ever more lecherous. A few days later, Raza and Sasori surveyed the fruits of their labor. Raza, what is the purpose of this contraption? Sasori inquired, intrigued by the apparent lack of practical significance. Just wait and see, Sasori. Once we profit, I shall share the spoils with you. The normally money-obsessed Raza's words piqued Sasori's curiosity even further. Shortly thereafter, Sasori returned to his room. Just as Raza was gearing up to continue his endeavors, a small snake appeared in his chamber. The serpent, after unfurling a scroll, attempted to slither away. But who was Raza? He would not allow such an escape. Swiftly, he employed his magnetism to construct a miniature woven cage, ensnaring the serpent. He then meticulously wiped the scroll clean with a tissue before finally lifting it to read. The contents of the scroll were straightforward, summoning Raza to the Konoha Memorial Stone for a meeting. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized that the individual who preferred to convey messages through snakes could only be Orochimaru. There was no second contender in the entire ninja world. Thus, Raza tidied himself and set off. Why not disguise yourself? He mused. What nonsense. This is Konoha, besides. The matter at hand is entirely legitimate. Why should it resemble a covert rendezvous? Before long, through Raza's relentless inquiries for directions, he finally arrived. Orochimaru had been standing there for quite some time, gazing vacantly at the names etched upon the memorial stone. Rosa remained silent, standing quietly behind, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Nin exams. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru finally spoke. It has been a long time, Rosa-kun. The frigid tone of Orochimaru offered no hint of warmth, leaving Rosa to respond awkwardly. Indeed, it has been a while. I haven't seen you since Lord Orochimaru returned to Konohagakure. Have you encountered the wood-release ninja? Orochimaru asked directly. Yes, I have, Rosa replied. What are your thoughts? Lord Orochimaru is truly remarkable. He has indeed managed to replicate the first Hokage's secret techniques, Rosa begrudgingly complimented. Are you mocking me? Orochimaru inquired. A faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded Rosa, sensing an underlying message in his words. Who would dare? Lord Orochimaru, I fear you not, Rosa asserted, his confidence stemming from his status as a Sand Village envoy. Even Orochimaru, audacious as he was, would think twice before taking overt action against Rosa, at least within the confines of Konoha. Well, it matters not. Are you not curious as to why I invited you here today? Although Rasha had his suspicions, he could not admit them aloud. I, too, found myself perplexed. Would Lord Orochimaru be willing to divulge any information? Enough with the circumspection, Rasha-kun. What are your thoughts after encountering the wood-release ninja? Quite impressive, indeed. With a single strike, they executed the techniques of the Senju clan. Such efficiency would surely yield substantial profits in construction. However, what about weaponry? Surely, some elements are still lacking. I wonder if Rasha-kun could offer me some insights. I beseech you, Lord Orochimaru, you are a distinguished Sannin of Konohagakure. It is somewhat disconcerting that you, a shinobi of Sunagakure, are being consulted on such a matter, which is a closely guarded secret of your village. Rasha-kun, you are far too modest. Besides, is it not a tad late to discuss this? It is worth noting that you were a staunch supporter of my previous experiments. If the old man or the Kazekage were to learn of this, what do you suppose would transpire? Luo Sha has become somewhat apprehensive. There is no need to ponder this any further. You, Orochimaru, are indeed formidable. You have chosen to defect. But what of me? Am I to defect alongside you? Luo Sha could only raise his hands in surrender. Lord Orochimaru, it's not that I am unwilling to offer you suggestions, but the extent of my knowledge is limited. I am unaware of the current predicament as well. Surely, this approach is not advisable. Upon hearing Luo Sha's unsatisfactory response, Orochimaru turned to leave. Wait, Luo Sha pleaded, feeling helpless. Why the haste? I have yet to finish speaking. Lord Orochimaru, I must criticize you. As a member of the research team, the most essential virtue is patience. Please, continue. While I may not possess the means to resolve this issue, there are those in Konoha who can. Are you referring to Tsunade? She is already part of the experimental team. Is Konoha truly so brazen? Digging up someone's ancestral grave and then sending their granddaughter to excavate? This is utterly absurd. Since Lady Tsunade is already conducting research, what need do you have for my input? I do not agree with Tsunade's methods, for they merely address the quantity of chakra and fail to genuinely restore the potency of wood release. This is genuinely beyond my capabilities. Luo Sha was reluctant to engage with such a scientific aberration. After all, even in his previous life, with advanced medical conditions, no one could fully comprehend cancer. Given the current medical prowess, attempting to unravel the mutations of cancerous cells and Hashirama's cells seems nothing short of folly. As soon as Rasha finished speaking, a look of disappointment appeared on Orochimaru's face. However, he promptly handed Rasha a scroll. This contains all my current research on wood release. After you return, take your time to study it. I shall come to find you in a few days. This item is rather sensitive. Orochimaru-sama, perhaps you should keep this for now. Before Rasha could finish, Orochimaru interjected, I am aware of your concerns. There is no need to dwell on such matters. Today's meeting will remain a secret, and no one will mention it. What do you mean? Rasha finally grasped the implication. How foolish of me. I forgot that this slippery serpent collaborates with Danzo. Fabricating a person's whereabouts is undoubtedly a trivial task for him. The back of Rasha was suddenly drenched, and he promptly revealed a smile that was more distressing than tears. Lord Orochimaru, I was just waking up and my mind was momentarily clouded. However, Orochimaru was not inclined to entertain such excuses. Rasha-kun, remember, I shall return in a few days. Please do not let me down then. With those words, Orochimaru vanished from Rasha's sight. Luo Sha sat on the ground, feeling dazed. He had recently been rather reckless, engaging in such perilous activities without any semblance of caution. After a long while, he finally picked up the scalding scroll. Once bitten by a snake, one is always wary of the bird's cries. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have been so tempted by the lure of wealth. Now, it seemed he had gained neither fortune nor safety, and his life was hanging by a thread. After a brief pause, Rasha returned to the envoy's small building, feeling utterly despondent. The root organization base was shrouded in an air of tension. Orochimaru, what is so special about that boy that compels you to risk such great danger to meet him? Danzo inquired darkly. Orochimaru was well aware of Danzo's curiosity, yet he remained unfazed. Lord Danzo, Rasha possesses exceptional talents. Had he not hailed from Sunagakure, I would have taken him as my disciple. Even so, that does not justify your decision to divulge the secrets of wood release to Sunagakure, Danzo reprimanded sternly. Haha, Lord Danzo, do you believe Rasha was not involved in my previous research? Danzo was taken aback, not merely by the revelation, but by the fact that Orochimaru had included an outsider from the very beginning. Observing Danzo's reaction, Orochimaru continued nonchalantly, rest assured, Lord Danzo, Rasha is an intelligent individual, otherwise, he would not have resisted the study of Hashirama's cells from the outset. Moreover, I have only entrusted him with theoretical data, without experimental material. No one can unravel the mysteries of wood release. My actions pose no threat to the village. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo felt a slight sense of security. Indeed, Orochimaru was correct. The foundation of wood release lies in Hashirama's cells, and without them, all other endeavors would be futile. I hope you are aware of the implications of your actions, Orochimaru, he remarked before turning to leave. Upon returning to his office, Danzo summoned 2 root ninjas. Your mission, investigate the Sunagakure magnet release ninja, Rasha. Gather every piece of information about him, from personal details to his ninjutsu prowess. Spare no effort, and employ any means necessary. Understood, Lord Danzo, they replied. A mere child from Sunagakure, Danzo leaned back in his chair, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Chapter 46, The Gathering of Many. Meanwhile, Rasha, lost in contemplation within his room, remained oblivious to Danzo's investigation. All he desired was to escape the clutches of Orochimaru, the nemesis of his past life. In his previous existence, he had been a significant victim, and he vowed not to fall into that trap again. Simultaneously, Rasha pondered how to navigate the upcoming Chunin exams. As for team formation, he had perfect partners in Scorpion and Yakura. Additionally, he needed to gather information on their opponents to avoid being caught off guard. Luo Sha carefully contemplated the individuals in his cohort. The realization struck him with a jolt. Firstly, there was Minato Namikaze from the Hidden Leaf Village, the future Yellow Flash. Then, from the Hidden Stone Village, there was Inoki, destined to become the commander of the Ninja Alliance. From the Hidden Cloud Village, there was A, who would rise to be the 4th Raikage. As for the Hidden Rain Village, he dismissed it, assuming there were no notable talents. The Hidden Sand Village also brought to mind future prodigies, a master puppeteer, a wielder of heat release, and the future 4th Kazekage. But I digress. He would become the wealthiest figure in the ninja world, capable of crushing his foes with his riches. The Hidden Mist Village seemed to still be under the influence of Madara, likely devoid of any significant players. As for the other minor ninja villages, it was not Luasha's intention to target anyone, but he regarded those individuals as inconsequential. This was quite enough. It appeared that this cohort possessed an extraordinary level of talent, arguably the strongest lineup since the prince's generation. Rosa began to feel a twinge of doubt. It was not a lack of faith in his own abilities, but rather an overwhelming realization that there was no necessity to force himself into this examination. The investment and the potential returns stood in stark contrast. This year's lower ninjas could be deemed the strongest cohort yet. With this thought in mind, Rosa felt an irresistible urge to rush to the room of the Third Wind Shadow and implore his mentor for leniency. At that moment, Scorpion entered. Rosa, what occupies your thoughts? I was contemplating the Chunin exam, Rosa replied absently. I suddenly realized that this group of lower ninjas is rather formidable. Oh, in what way? Scorpion inquired, intrigued, as he too was to participate in the Chunin exam. Well, you see, this examination involves at least 4 major nations. These nations often engage in strategic maneuvers and tensions. Yet, currently, there exists a peculiar semblance of peace among them. Holding the Chunin exam in such times suggests that it may serve as a battleground to measure the strength of these nations against one another. Scorpion stated with a grave demeanor. Indeed, particularly for the Hidden Rock Village. Following the incident with the new standard ninja, the village's power has been called into question by numerous clans and organizations. This Chunin exam will undoubtedly compel the hidden rock to go to great lengths to validate its strength. Well, what of it? Scorpion replied dismissively. When confronted with a mission, regardless of its rank, a ninja must always give their utmost effort. The determination of the hidden rock holds no bearing on a ninja's resolve. Rosa had momentarily overlooked this crucial point. Even now, he was still guided by the mindset of a future era in his decisions and actions. Unwilling to be swayed, Rosa continued, but this year is truly challenging. In what manner? For instance, the hidden rock's Lus, son of the great wild wood, is of similar age to me and excels in earth-release ninjutsu and taijutsu. Then there's A from the hidden cloud village, the son of the third Reikage, proficient in lightning-release chakra modes. As you may have heard, A has already commenced assassination missions. Scorpion listened intently. Are there others? Luo Sha spoke eloquently. Let us not forget about the esteemed Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. As I have mentioned before, his comrades are unlikely to be of inferior caliber, most likely hailing from the Akimichi and Nara clans, both of which are renowned for their mastery of secret techniques. Upon hearing this, Scorpion immediately inquired, in that case, how should we proceed? As Luo Sha gazed at Scorpion, a sudden sense of superiority surged within him. Before he could articulate his thoughts on how to deal with them, realization struck him. He had comprehended the intelligence on this group. All that remained was to devise appropriate tactics to counter them. How could he possibly lose? Scorpion, noticing Luo Sha's reaction, inquired if he was now brimming with confidence. Indeed, Luo Sha nodded emphatically, almost clinging to Scorpion's leg in gratitude. Very well, the teacher has something to discuss with you. Understood, let us proceed. With that, Luo Sha strode towards the room of the third Kazekage, his gait indifferent to all but his purpose. In the Awagakure Envoy small building, Anoki inquired, where are the Yellow Earth team? An Awagakure Jonin responded, they have already departed and should be nearing the borders of the land of rain. Along with them are 45 distinguished genin from our village. Excellent. We must spare no effort in showcasing Awagakure's strength to the world. Relay the message to hasten their pace. Upon arrival, I shall personally conduct their specialized training. Understood. A similar scene unfolded in the envoy buildings of various nations. At the Hokage Tower, within the confines of Konoha's F4, Tsunade remarked, the responses from various nations regarding the Chunin exams have arrived. Almost every ninja village will participate. Does this include the Mist Village? Inquired Mito Gaidon. Indeed, Tsunade affirmed. That is somewhat peculiar, Mito Gaidon noted. Why do you say that, En? Asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. The land of water has always isolated itself, so what prompts their participation in this exam? Danzo interjected, there is nothing strange about it. The Mist Village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages. With the other 4 largely at peace, it is only natural for them to seek information. They must be wondering whether our alliance is aimed at them. That makes sense, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged. What about the smaller shinobi villages? Both Takigakure and Kusagakure, as well as Hashigakure, have sent representatives. This is shaping up to be an unprecedented event. A smile crept onto Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Are our genin prepared? We must not let our village suffer disgrace in this examination. The village intends to recommend 72 outstanding genin for participation. The exam content is currently being collaboratively developed by several supervising jonin. Once the preliminary framework is established, we will require your review, Hiruzen. Of course, no problem at all. After all, I am a doctor of ninjutsu, he chuckled, Tsunade's words seemingly striking a chord with him. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened instantly. However, amidst this camaraderie, Danzo's somber demeanor appeared somewhat out of place. Noticing his old friend's unwavering expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed Danzo was still miffed over the recent reduction of his authority. Yet he paid it no mind. Shortly thereafter, he ordered the security department to bolster defenses during the Chunin exams, should any issues arise. It would bring shame upon the entire village of Konoha. Understood. With all matters concluded, the attendees departed the conference room, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. He gazed at the Hokage rock. Teacher, do you see? Konoha is growing ever more robust. After a night of contemplation, Losha finally devised multiple strategies, eagerly anticipating the moment to showcase his prowess. Once his countermeasures were confirmed, he began to plot his grand scheme for wealth. 2 weeks prior to the Chunin exams, after over half a month of preparation, all the ninja villages had gathered, including the Hidden Mist Village. Walking through the streets of Konoha, the prodigious Gato Manzuki, a member of the enigmatic Gato clan, stood out among his peers. It was perplexing that the third Mizukage had deemed it appropriate for the Mist ninjas to participate in such a trivial examination. Gato Manzuki, feeling rather bored, surveyed his surroundings. Compared to the damp and chilly climate of the land of water, the warmth of the land of fire was a welcome change. At least here, he was free from the pervasive sense of dampness and the salty tang of the ocean air. After a while, Gato Manzuki noticed 2 individuals stealthily trailing him. Given their headbands, they appeared to be from the grass village. It seemed that Konoha was not as peaceful as it appeared. The prospect of excitement piqued his interest. Rather than the mundane tranquility of everyday life, Gato Manzuki preferred the thrill of combat. After all, ninjas hailing from the Mist Village could hardly be considered pacifists. Just as he prepared to confront them, The grass ninjas hastened towards him and whispered, "Brother from the mist, are you interested in some information?" "What information?" Gato Manzuki responded, bewildered. "Don't you know? Is the intelligence gathering in the mist village that poor? What should I know? What intelligence?" Seeing his confusion, the grass ninjas exchanged glances filled with unspoken excitement. They had not anticipated that the mist village was oblivious to this information, and now they stood to gain significantly. They elaborated on the situation. The exams were organized to showcase the strength of each village to the ninja world, but due to the inherent imbalance of power among them, and with Konoha as the host, some villages had resorted to various means to obtain insider information. What information? The two grass ninjas glanced around cautiously before revealing. They managed to steal the exam questions. Gato Manzuki was skeptical of such claims, aware that the grass ninjas understood the improbability of their assertion. "You mustn't think we are deceiving you, brother from the mist. It is said that the questions were pilfered from the hands of Lord Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, and they even captured one of his summoned beasts. It is absolutely credible. Furthermore, upon our arrival in Konoha, we confirmed that Orochimaru is indeed one of the examiners." Gato Manzuki considered their reasoning. According to his own intelligence, Orochimaru was indeed one of the chief examiners. However, if the exam questions had been stolen, surely Orochimaru would be aware of it and would not continue to use compromised material. Gato Manzuki, not lacking in discernment, understood the standard procedures regarding information leaks. The grass ninjas seemed to anticipate his skepticism, promptly countering, "What if Orochimaru chooses to conceal it?" "How so?" After all, Orochimaru was a direct disciple of the third Hokage and a prominent figure among Konoha's new generation of ninjas. It was no exaggeration to say that once the third Hokage steps down, who could take the mantle of the fourth Hokage? The grass ninjas paused to gauge Gato Manzuki's reaction. Seeing his expression remain unchanged, they continued, "The theft of the exam questions is a significant issue, especially in this unprecedented Chunin exam. If the higher-ups in Konoha or influential figures from various nations were to learn of this, how could Orochimaru still aspire to become the fourth Hokage? So, he would have to keep it a secret?" Precisely. Gato Manzuki found this line of reasoning to have merit. Yet lingering questions remained. "But why share this information with me? Would it not be more advantageous for you to keep it for yourselves?" The grass ninjas, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The Mist Village is one of the 5 great nations, yet it has not formed alliances with any major land. We are acutely aware of our limitations and strength and know that we will merely serve as a backdrop to the larger nations in this exam. To succeed, we must find suitable allies." "Oh, so you are reaching out to me?" "Indeed, if the Mist Village would be willing to assist us during the exam, we shall offer this intelligence as compensation." Without hesitation, Gato Manzuki agreed. "There is one more matter requiring your assistance." "What is it?" "We are currently short on funds to purchase this intelligence." "Funds for purchasing information?" "Yes, as a small ninja village, we initially intended to monopolize the information, but we inadvertently drew the attention of Orochimaru. Thus, we devised a plan to exchange intelligence for some monetary gain, which would not only provide us with revenue but also obfuscate our intentions, making it difficult for Orochimaru to retaliate. Indeed, it is a clever ruse for a great nation-s ninja. As for the funds for purchasing information, Gato Manzuki, being a descendant of the second Mizukage, had little concept of money. However, to prevent deceit from the grass ninjas, he decided to take precautions. "Very well, you will accompany me to procure the information, and you shall transcribe your own copy while I retain the original. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, Lord, please lead the way." After finalizing their arrangement, Gato Manzuki followed the 2 grass ninjas to a secluded corner of Konoha, which he deduced was near the memorial stone. The 2 grass ninjas stealthily approached a tree and rummaged until they unearthed a talisman, which Gato Manzuki recognized as inscribed with a sealing technique. Shortly thereafter, someone arrived to meet them. "Emperor of Heaven, cover the earth tiger. The pagoda subdues the river demon. Odd changes remain unchanged. Symbols align with the quadrant. All right, we are among friends. Did you bring the money?" "We did, and we also have a member from the Mist Village." "Excellent. With the Mist's participation, our chances of success have increased. Are we ready to begin?" "Not quite yet. We haven't reached the exchange time. It should be about time now. Then shall we proceed?" The grass ninjas tentatively inquired. Indeed, the 3 donned identical black cloaks and made their way into a hidden cave. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. "What do you mean it's too expensive? Just think, once you become Chunin, won't you earn more for your missions? When your village considers promotions and awards, won't you be prioritized? When seeking a partner, would one choose a mere genin or an outstanding Chunin? But it truly is rather steep. Handing over such a sum makes one uneasy," a voice grumbled from the crowd. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure on stage erupted in fury. "What do you mean by giving me your money? I am merely utilizing your funds to conduct your affairs. You are entirely capable of leveraging this intelligence to negotiate with other major nations. Do not blame me for the warning. Money is effective in my hands, but may not hold the same value in others. This is indeed the case. The worth of intelligence among the various ninja villages far exceeds mere monetary value. However, being a small ninja village, earning a bit of money is no easy task. Upon hearing this, the moonlit figure, Hozuki Mangetsu, could easily discern who among these individuals held the reins of power, yet he remained unfazed. He stepped forward and inquired about the price. Heh, finally someone with discernment. The price is 100 million ryo. Upon hearing the figure quoted, even Hozuki Mangetsu, the future heir of the Hozuki clan, felt a twinge of pain in his pocket. Yet considering the potential alliance with several smaller ninja villages, he deemed the price acceptable. Without hesitation, he retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket. The transaction was completed, and in exchange, the cloaked figure handed over a scroll, calling out, "Is there anyone else interested?" Seeing a leader emerge, the crowd began to purchase in earnest, most pooling their resources in small groups. The cloaked figure did not expose them and promptly prepared to leave once the transactions were concluded. Just then, Hozuki Mangetsu spoke up. "Hold on." The cloaked figure was surprised. He had not anticipated anyone would call out after the deal was done. Hozuki Mangetsu continued. "You mentioned the intelligence was stolen from Orochimaru. Do you have any proof?" The cloaked figure remained silent, merely producing a small cage from his robe, within which resided a completely white snake. Upon seeing the snake, Hozuki Mangetsu's doubts vanished. Only Orochimaru was known to employ snakes imbued with chakra. The cloaked figure wasted no time, departing the underground chamber as the others followed suit. Meanwhile, 2 members from the Grass Village approached, Mist Village Lord. Regarding this intelligence, Hozuki Mangetsu paid little mind, tossing the scroll to them. He sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. So he merely shook his head and dismissed the thought. After the Grass Village transcribed the information, they returned the scroll to Hozuki Mangetsu, and after agreeing on a secret code, they took their leave. Once Hozuki Mangetsu returned to the Mist Village's small building, crafted from wood, he began to analyze the intelligence. According to the scroll, the Chunin exams would consist of 3 parts, a written test, a survival challenge, and one-on-one matches. The essence of the written test lay in gathering and relaying intelligence. The survival challenge involved competing for scrolls, while the one-on-one matches were a test of individual prowess. The latter 2 stages were not easily subject to cheating, particularly the final one, which allowed for teaming up with other villages only in the second stage. The crux of the intelligence rested upon the questions posed in the first stage's written test, which comprised a total of 18 queries. He examined the first question, postpartum care for sows, what is this? The second, various styles of writing the character return. The third, enumerate Lagrange transformations. The fourth, a detailed explanation of the 8 honors and 8 shames. The fifth, mark the following actions according to the 8th set of radio calisthenics. The sixth, the 7th, the 18th. What did the pangolin say? Upon finishing, Hozuki Mangetsu felt his worldview shatter. Chapter 47. Embarrassment. A group of individuals gathered together to deliberate on the nuances of postpartum care for sows. In a farming community, this would raise no eyebrows. However, this is the ninja world. A cluster of ninjas engaged in such discussions? I can only wonder, are these ninjas serious? Ever since the ninjas of various villages received the examination questions, they isolated themselves, venturing out only for takeout, effectively locking themselves indoors. This left the merchants of Konoha in dismay. Was it not supposed to be a grand event? I had stocked up on merchandise, eagerly anticipating a lucrative return, yet where are the customers? Of course, there were those who reveled in this turn of events, such as the owners of dining establishments. Most notably, Ichiraku Ramen thrived. Affordable, practical, and quick, an ideal choice for ninjas who seemed to spend every waking hour deciphering examination questions. As for suspicions regarding the authenticity of the examination questions, such thoughts were not uncommon, yet upon reflection, everything seemed so reasonable. The first stage aimed to evaluate information gathering abilities. And could these incomprehensible questions not be a kind of code or cipher? It is no wonder that imaginations ran wild. Ninjas often encountered the absurd in their daily lives. For instance, could that rock over there be a spy in disguise? Might the editor of the primary textbooks be an undercover agent from an enemy village? Are some so-called experts in the village simply deluded? These matters required thorough analysis. Thus, the examination questions were sound. It was the inability to solve them that was the true issue. None of this had any bearing on Raza, who, disguised as the cloaked figure, had amassed over 30 million ryo. Do you wish to become rich overnight? Do you aspire to wealth? Seize the opportunity, and success will follow. In his previous life, Raza scoffed at such platitudes, yet now they seemed undeniably profound. Wealth was not absent from this world. Rather, it was the lack of discerning eyes that hindered its discovery. Lost in the bliss of counting his riches, Raza felt as though all worldly troubles were far removed from his reality. He was oblivious to the incredulous gaze of Scorpion, who looked at him as one would at a fool. This state of affairs had persisted for an entire day. He had spent hours counting a mere handful of bills, and still had not finished. Raza, wake up. Scorpion could no longer restrain himself. Heh. Raza remained oblivious, continuing to count his money with a foolish grin. Cough, the teacher has arrived. This phrase cast a shadow over everyone, and Raza was no exception. Instantly alert, he instinctively dropped to all fours, hastily stuffing the bills into his robe while muttering, "Oh dear, they're all mine." By the time he regained his composure, he had nearly gathered all the bills strewn about the floor. What are you doing, Scorpion? Raza asked, fidgeting like a nervous influencer. Raza, you can stop counting. It's been a full day and night. I must count. What concern is it of yours? How could a mere mortal comprehend the joys of the divine? Isn't it risky to do this? You're selling those examination questions to others, what does it matter? The questions aren't genuine. Is that your justification for selling them to every village beyond Suna? Indeed, what of it? What if they discover they've been deceived? The essence of a ninja lies in deception. Those fooled by such false intelligence can hardly be called ninjas. What if the other villages retaliate? The same logic applies. And besides, what does the cloaked figure's actions have to do with our Suna? What about Orochimaru's snake? Fear not. Those in the know remain silent. And those who speak know nothing. Raza smirked. I have connections in Konoha. Luo Sha indeed has a presence in Konoha. On the day the exam questions were being sold, Danzo's route received the news. This was not to imply that the Hokage's direct umbu were incompetent and failed to uncover such information. Rather, it was simply a coincidence that the ninja surveilling Luo Sha belonged to Root, the reasons for which are well understood. As a disciple of the first and second Hokage, a formidable figure who had endured 2 great ninja wars and a shadow of Konoha, Danzo was utterly astonished that the person he was investigating turned out to be of such questionable character, resorting to such shameful methods for profit being the key point here. If Luo Sha had attempted to sow discord among the various ninja villages or engage in political maneuvering, Danzo would have found it acceptable, acknowledging the young man as a figure of significance. However, he never anticipated that he would stoop to such disgraceful acts. After hearing his subordinates' reports, Danzo lamented the decline of Sunagakure, allowing such a talentless individual to dominate its internal affairs. How hypocritical, as Konoha was no different, perhaps even worse. Orochimaru, too, had chosen such a partner to study wood-release techniques. In Danzo's view, Luo Sha's scheme was riddled with flaws. Even the snake summoned by Orochimaru would be easily traced back to him by a discerning individual. The issue was that the snake was captured during Orochimaru's meeting with Luo Sha, a matter known only to the parties involved and the ninjas from Root. Furthermore, the discussions between the two were not to be disclosed. Thus, the esteemed leader found himself once again burdened with cleaning up another's mess, mobilizing the entire Root organization to assist the young man from Sunagakure. It was indeed ironic that an organization established to protect Konoha was now being utilized to safeguard Sunagakure. Orochimaru had also caught wind of these events. However, for him, they were of little consequence. Matters that bore no fruit for his ambitions were generally disregarded. Luo Shakuin, I wonder if you have produced a satisfactory answer. In the Hokage building, the Hokage was informed, we have thoroughly investigated. And the ninjas from the various villages are studying what? Postpartum care for sows. Upon this revelation, the Umbu ninja buried his head in shame. A professional ninja would not laugh unless it was unavoidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen found the situation exceedingly awkward. What were these individuals researching? It is said that this was stolen from Orochimaru-sama, regarding the content of the Chunin exam questions. Hiruzen was speechless. They had yet to appoint an examiner for the Chunin exam. Although he had hoped to assign his 3 disciples, no orders had been issued as of yet. The exam questions were still unconfirmed, and moreover, the style of these so-called questions bore no resemblance to Orochimaru's work. If it were Jiraiya, he might have believed it. Jiraiya. Why do I feel like someone is dissing me? After perusing the subsequent exam questions, Hiruzen realized Orochimaru was indeed capable of such antics. After all, he was quite familiar with the peculiar thoughts that often occupied his student's mind, thoughts that could be whimsical and bizarre, such as that peculiar transformation technique, which even he, a master of ninjutsu, struggled to comprehend. Could this be some sort of code? Hiruzen fell into contemplation. Perhaps it would indeed be fitting for Orochimaru to serve as an examiner. Resisting the urge to summon Orochimaru for inquiry, he addressed the Umbu. Have you traced the source of these exam questions? Apologies, Hokage-sama. The source remains elusive. The trail always seems to vanish at some point. Hiruzen continued. What impacts have arisen from these events? Analysis suggests that only a handful of small ninja villages will collaborate during the Chunin exam, and the mastermind stands to gain over 30 million ryo. At this revelation, Hiruzen discerned a certain implication. After a moment's reflection, he declared, let this matter rest, as usual. Continue to monitor the movements of each nation. Yes, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave. The Hokage waved his hand in dismissal. Once the Umbu had departed, Hiruzen murmured, Danzo, could it be you? Is the funding for Root insufficient? Have I perhaps suppressed him too harshly? How many days have we been researching this? Have we achieved any results? The third Raikage asked sternly. Father, this A is as burdened as a hefty black child. After all this time, this is how you treat the intelligence we procured at such great cost? The third Raikage was about to unleash his iron fist of love upon A. At that moment, a jonin from Kumogakure interjected, Raikage-sama, we cannot blame A. This matter is not our expertise. This statement garnered unanimous approval from the Cloud Ninjas. Indeed, Raikage-sama, I suspect this is a tactic devised by Konoha. Unable to defeat us in battle, they resort to such despicable means to undermine us. Listening to this, the third Raikage felt utterly exhausted. No longer harboring hope for these ninjas, he turned to Tsuchikage. Has there been any word from the intelligence division? Reikage-sama. The exam questions have been transmitted back to the village via the heavenly sending technique. We should receive news shortly. That is good. However, the third Reikage's frustration only grew as he thought, you fools, all you do is fight. If you do not achieve commendable results in the Chunin exam, we will conduct intensive training upon returning to the village, with me personally overseeing it. Yes, Reikage-sama. The Kumogakure ninjas, trembling, braced themselves once more to tackle these perplexing exam questions. Naturally, the situation in other villages was similar, with their intelligence divisions tirelessly analyzing the exam questions. On this day, the entirety of the ninja world was engulfed in the terror of being dominated by examinations, except for Sunagakure. The collective efforts to decipher the exam questions did not escape the notice of the third Kazekage. However, based on his understanding of Konoha and his awareness of a certain embarrassing matter within his own village, he required no evidence to deduce that this was certainly the work of Luo Sha. When he learned that these individuals had spent over 30 million ryo, the third Kazekage displayed a pleased smile. Truly, my students embody the essence of the will of the sand. He then proceeded to Luo Sha's quarters. At that moment, Luo Sha remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. After persuading Scorpion, he resumed his counting of money. 1 bill, 2 bills, 3 or 4 bills, 5, 6, 7 or 8 bills, 9 or 10 bills. Before he could finish counting, he heard Scorpion say, "The teacher is here." Scorpion, a saint will not be defeated by the same tactic twice. I am like a golden saint. What golden saint? Upon hearing this voice, Luo Sha instantly went into puppet mode, the sound of gears meshing audible as he turned his neck. Teacher, why have you come? I heard you struck it rich, so I came to congratulate you. Brother-in-law, can't you change your approach? If you do this, I will lose my character. Realizing he had fallen into the CU, Luo Sha attempted to resist. Teacher, this is all my hard-earned money. Oh, is that so, Luo Sha? I didn't expect you to be so dedicated to the village, toiling tirelessly. It seems you have taken my words to heart, which pleases me greatly. It is indeed appropriate. Teacher, Luo Sha continued to struggle, softly uttering, what about 4 and 6? 3 and 7? 2 and 8, it cannot be any less. How has Luo Sha fared in his mastery of ninjutsu? 1 and 9, teacher. 1 and 9 is quite sufficient. I seldom leave the village. I must reserve some funds to purchase gifts for Jayuoluo, and also for that little rascal, Yakamaru. Otherwise, he will accuse me of being a miserly brother-in-law. The third Kazekage glanced at Luo Sha and remarked, as for the funds for gifts, I shall set aside 200,000 ryo for you. The remainder must be contributed to the village. You shameless old thief. I shall fight you. With that declaration, Luo Sha charged towards the third Kazekage. However, how could the legendary strongest Kazekage be caught off guard by Luo Sha? In less than 10 seconds, he had been subdued. Scorpion covered his face, wishing he could vanish into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. Teacher, I was wrong. I am willing to submit the money earned this time to the village, to contribute to its development. Will you not purchase gifts? I have my own funds. I have yet to spend the previous amount. Are you truly willing? Absolutely, teacher. As a youth deeply influenced by the will of the sand, I am more than willing to contribute to the village. No coercion? None whatsoever. Seeing you like this brings great joy to the teacher. With that, he retracted all the sand iron that enveloped Luo Sha. Subsequently, the third Kazekage stated, provide a copy of the examination questions to the genin participating in this Chunin exam, so they may also study them. Luo Sha paused for a moment. Teacher, this examination question was entirely fabricated by me. I am aware, the teacher replied. But why still present it to the lower ninjas of the village? Other villages are conducting research, yet Sunagakure is not. Can you imagine what may transpire afterward? Your wisdom is unparalleled, teacher, destined to endure through the ages and unify the ninja world. Flattery from Luo Sha was in full swing. Scorpion observed this embarrassing display, at a loss for words. With the objective achieved, the third Kazekage prepared to depart. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly halted and turned to Luo Sha. There is one more question. What is it, teacher? What exactly did the pangolin say? Chapter 48. The first Ninja World Joint Examination. What was the greatest fear from my previous life? Beyond the arrival of the teacher, it was undoubtedly the endless barrage of examination papers and problems during my 3rd year of high school. And what was the happiest moment of my past life? Without a doubt, it was the sense of relief following the college entrance examination. It was not due to excelling in the exam, but simply the release of tension. Imagine this, waking at 6:10 every morning and enduring until lights out at 10 p.m. During this time, even meals were timed with a stopwatch. Not to mention, after lights out, I would often resort to a flashlight to study until 3 a.m., only to repeat the cycle the next day. The only respite came from 3 hours on Sunday afternoons. After 3 years of such oppressive days, the moment of liberation was unmatched in its joy and excitement. The above reflects the personal experience of a high school student dealing with subpar living conditions, with dormitories housing up to 84 people at times, and no less than 42. Poorly ventilated, and the smell in summer was quite unbearable. Now, the lower ninjas of the ninja world are also fortunate to experience this. For Luo Sha, who shares this joy with others, it is indeed an act of great virtue. Selflessly contributing always brings joy to the heart, especially when witnessing the dark circles under the eyes of everyone else, apart from those from Kumobikure. The sensation is simply exhilarating. The skin of those from Kumobikure is dark, making it less noticeable. As for the matter of earning money, it is of little importance. Does Luo lack wealth? What he truly yearns for is happiness. However, as the Chunin exams approach, this atmosphere begins to wane. Everyone understands that the state on the day of the examination largely dictates their performance. Regardless of how hard one tries, they cannot decipher these questions. It is wiser to conserve energy and gather the correct answers during the examination. Many share this mindset. These individuals resemble poor students. Indeed, it seems that while human joys may differ, the methods of coping with hardship are remarkably consistent. When faced with uncertainty in finding the correct answers, one seeks out those who can provide them during the exam. Yet, as ninjas, they engage in a more sophisticated game. Take, for instance, the clumsy technique of Kumobikure, the heavenly delivery technique, which is nothing short of a divine skill for transmitting information. However, the question arises, how do they discern the accuracy of the information collected? Luo Sha, addressing the assembly, bluntly remarked that they were all worthless. He suggested a brief understanding of the Sandai technique. Thus, the Chunin exams officially commenced. Upon entering the second examination venue, where an abundance of ninjutsu was employed and 3 arenas were established to prevent cheating, Luo Sha was immediately overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Can one fathom the sensation of stepping into a room where a group of robust, imposing figures fixates their gaze upon you? Would it not provoke doubt as to whether one had ventured through the correct door? These cloud-hidden ninjas, while intimidating to others, appeared to Luo Sha as mere bundles of flourishing leeks. Having just harvested a bountiful crop prior to the Chunin exams, he anticipated further gains. This venture must not result in a loss. Consequently, Luo Sha, indifferent to his surroundings, settled in a position slightly to the left of the center. Why not choose a seat in the back row, one might wonder. The optimal strategy for a drop of water wishing to remain concealed is to merge into the vast ocean. Similarly, it is those with the least presence in the examination who possess the greatest opportunity to gather intelligence. Observe those foolish individuals over there, nearly resorting to violence for a seat in the back row. The proctor is no fool. It is the edges and corners that capture their attention. As all participants gathered for the examination, the proctor entered punctually. I am Jonan Ichiwan Dan, the chief examiner of the second venue. Candidates, prepare for the examination. First, locate your assigned seat, as indicated on the board. Had this been communicated earlier, it might have prevented the near altercation among the crowd. Rosa could not help but join others in their grievances. Subsequently, he obediently returned to his designated seat, still adhering to the spirit of clandestine development. Naturally, some troublemakers, particularly those who had secured advantageous positions, were not to be trifled with. Ichiwan did not indulge these individuals, swiftly administering a slap to each, leaving them plastered against the wall, unable to escape. As a result, everyone in the examination hall fell silent. Within 10 minutes, all had completed their seat changes. Compared to his previous location, Rosa found his new seat relatively favorable, positioned in the 5th row out of 14, slightly to the left. Surrounding him were proctors, exactly as he remembered, along with 2 patrolling Chunin. Once the papers were distributed, a collective exclamation of dismay filled the room as a single expletive occupied everyone's thoughts. What about the postpartum care of Sao's? What about that transformation? The group, previously tormented by Rosa's mock exam questions, clenched their teeth, vowing that this examination was of little consequence. After it concluded, they would surely locate the culprit and exact their revenge. Observing the tension in the room as everyone gripped their papers tightly, their faces displaying a shared expression of vengeance, even Rosa, with his robust mental fortitude, felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, he had remained discreet, or else these individuals might have devoured him alive. No, it was the man in the black robe who was to blame, not that he was unaware. After sufficient mental preparation, Rosa could finally face the surrounding individuals with a clear conscience. As for the examination questions, the academically gifted Rosa thought, is this it? He chuckled to himself, considering the simplicity of such questions in comparison to the Beijing College entrance exam. However, witnessing those around him deep in thought, Rosa silently cursed the inadequacy of the situation. In the second examination hall, it was consumed with rage. What had happened to gathering intelligence? What about unity and mutual assistance? What about the postpartum care of Sao's? Did they know how many Sao's Yunin had scoured the land of thunder to procure? Did they understand the toll it had taken on him? Did they know how much hair Yunin had lost recently? How many had practiced those humiliating calisthenics? How could they so casually change the rules? Was there no sense of justice left? A's fists tightened as memories of his suffering, the mathematics he had solved, and the shameful exercises overwhelmed him, and he wept. The chief examiner of the second hall watched in astonishment as this Yunin Jinin cried, like a child weighing 180 pounds, intrigued by the tragic circumstances he must have endured. Similar occurrences transpired across the 3 examination halls. Some with lesser mental resilience fainted upon seeing the exam questions. Amidst these struggles, the first round of examinations concluded smoothly. The process was hardly thrilling. Aside from those who had fainted, there were no other surprises. However, once the chief examiner collected the papers, the atmosphere in all 3 halls instantly became fervent. Let us find that bastard and eliminate him. I will see to it that he is done away with. Death is too merciful. I will skin him alive and extract his tendons. Turn him into a punching bag. I want to use him for training. Bury him alive. 6,000 feet underground. Witnessing the fervor, Rosa refused to be left behind. Everyone is right. We must find that individual and make him solve every question again. And if he cannot finish, he shall not be permitted to sleep. As soon as Rasha finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. A timid ninja from a Wagakure hesitantly remarked, "Isn't this a bit too harsh?" This prompted a chorus of nods from the crowd. Yet who was Rasha? With tears streaming down his face, he implored, "Let us reflect on the suffering we have endured, the trials we have faced, the sleepless nights we have endured, and the strands of hair we have lost. How many elders have poured their heart and soul into preparing us for this examination? How many predecessors have sacrificed their well-being, neglecting food and rest for our sake? Have you all forgotten?" His final words were nearly a roar. Upon hearing this, the onlookers could no longer hold back their tears. Countless individuals had yearned day and night. Many had burned the midnight oil, some had resorted to extreme measures, and others had sought light through cracks in the wall, all to gather vital intelligence, enduring immense hardships. All these sacrifices were made so that we might triumph in the examinations and bring glory to our village. Yet, that scoundrel, afflicted with sores upon his head and festering wounds upon his feet, dares to act in such a manner. Are you willing to accept this? No, came the resounding response. Are you not outraged? Yes. Do you think it excessive for him to tackle these questions himself? Not excessive. Then what are we waiting for? With the atmosphere charged, Rasha recognized that the moment had come to reveal the truth, to seek out that scoundrel, to make him experience the wrath of justice, and to let him feel the world's agony. On this matter, we must share intelligence. Is there any objection? No. The crowd replied in unison. Those with leads, please raise your hands. However, as Rasha anticipated, after a prolonged silence, not a single hand was raised, nor was there even a sound of flatulence. Though his heart swelled with joy, Rasha maintained an impassive facade and solemnly inquired, "Is there truly not one?" Rosa's voice trembled as she uttered 6 brief words, laden with disbelief and unmistakable disappointment. Just as Rosa was delivering her impassioned performance, Zuki Mangetsu, in the second examination room, interjected, "Kusa Ninja, won't you step forward to clarify? Initially, I received information from you." At this moment, everyone became aware of the situation. Although the source was elusive, tracing the information back layer by layer would eventually lead to the root cause. Consequently, accusations began to fly. Takigakure blamed Amigakure. Amigakure pointed fingers at Sunagakure. Sunagakure blamed Kirigakure. Kirigakure accused Kusagakure, and Kusagakure in turn implicated Kanahagakure, which claimed to have gathered intelligence from various villages. Regardless of the details, they remained trapped in a perplexing cycle. As tempers flared, arguments escalated into physical confrontations. Sensing the impending chaos, Rosa prudently distanced herself from the fray, standing aside, observing the brawl before her. She couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, the world of ninjas is far from simple. The examination arena resembled a battlefield. How true were the words of my instructor? Meanwhile, participants from the other 2 examination rooms gradually emerged, some curious souls peering into the tumult of the second room. Upon witnessing their teammates being assaulted en masse, the more hot-headed among them rolled up their sleeves and charged into the fray, while the more rational ones shouted from the corridor, "Brothers, a scuffle has erupted." What initially began as an individual conflict soon morphed into a clash of teams, ultimately culminating in a united front of ninjas from various villages against a common enemy. The scene spiraled out of control. Knowing the intricacies of the situation, Scorpion surmised that this chaos was undoubtedly linked to a certain individual. Yet YZ was oblivious and curiously inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why has a fight suddenly broken out? Should we join in?" Observing the chaotic scene resembling a ninja world war, Rosa decisively replied, "What does this have to do with us? We are merely bystanders." With that, she led her companions away from the examination building. As for those embroiled in the brawl, Rosa could only advise them to be cautious in this treacherous world. The events of the Ninja World War could not remain concealed. At this very moment, in the Hokage's office, Saratobi Hiruzen was in a state of frenzy, grappling with the individuals before him. The third Raikage was vehemently berating the third Tsuchikage. During the Ninja World War, due to long-standing grievances, the shinobi of Awagakure had taken it upon themselves to exact personal vengeance, focusing their firepower on injuring him. Fortunately, the Cloud Shinobi had responded promptly. Otherwise, the third Raikage would now be weeping over his son's lifeless body. The atmosphere was charged with mutual insults and attacks. Not everyone possessed the explosive temperament of the third Raikage, who preferred action over mere words. Most remained in the realm of verbal sparring. If Rosa had been present, she would have felt a sense of urgency. This tumultuous scene had persisted for over an hour, leaving Saratobi Hiruzen bewildered as to how the examination had devolved into such chaos. Importantly, he could not voice his concerns, according to the intelligence at his disposal. This affair was likely tied to his dear friend Danzo. Thus, he opted for a hands-off approach, allowing them to argue among themselves while he waited for an opportune moment to intervene. But would events unfold as he desired? Even if they did, the third Kazekage would ensure they did not. Hokage-sama, this incident transpired in Konoha. Do you not wish to provide an explanation? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not anticipate that his leisurely observance would abruptly thrust him into the spotlight. Chapter 49. Are you okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially envisioned the nin examination as a golden opportunity for external promotion, yet he found the situation spiraling beyond his control. Presently, several nations were gathered in his office, with the exception of Hanzo the Salamander, who was preoccupied with a mission, and the Mizukichi. If it were merely an issue stemming from the examination, it would have been straightforward. As long as he upheld fairness, the other villages would have no grounds for complaint. However, the current conflict was not linear but rather a tangled web of cross-accusations and mutual assaults, presenting an insurmountable challenge. Now, the third Kazekage had turned his focus squarely on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of regret. He had believed this to be a delectable morsel, only to discover it was laden with complications. Now, it was too late for regret. He had to see this meeting through to the end, even if it meant doing so with a heavy heart. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Kazekage-sama, the root of this predicament lies in that examination paper. Indeed, what I had hesitated to reveal previously, I can no longer conceal. That examination paper was indeed disseminated at my behest through the Umbu. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's admission, the third Reikage could no longer contain himself, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hokage, you must provide an explanation for this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unfazed, responded. Reikage-sama, what explanation is required? That examination paper has led us. Before the Reikage could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Reikage-sama, may I ask, what defines a ninja? What qualities must a ninja possess when confronting intelligence? He then seized the opportunity to elaborate. The crux of this matter is that, prior to the nin examination, we aim to evaluate the lower ninjas from each village regarding their handling of intelligence. It served as a rehearsal before the actual examination. Thus, I entrusted the Umbu with spreading such rumors, even at the expense of my students' reputations. This mission was known only to myself and the individual I commissioned. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply. I did not anticipate that this cohort of lower ninjas would prove so inept. They are quite possibly the worst I have ever encountered. Faced with baseless rumors, no one thought to verify the information or investigate its source. Relying solely on their misguided assumptions, they led their entire villages astray. In times of war, could similar rumors misguide the decisions of village leaders? Esteemed colleagues, our prolonged period of peace has dulled our vigilance towards such events. This cohort of lower ninjas represents the future pillars and hopes of their respective villages. I do not wish for them to learn these lessons amidst bloodshed and flames. This is the ultimate purpose of this test. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rational discourse, the assembly felt their indignation and anger dissipate, their heads lowered in shame. Having emerged from the era of war, they understood the implications of such actions. In that moment, all grievances evaporated. Naturally, the insightful third Kazekage could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the leading nation of the ninja world possesses remarkable skills in weaving tales. It seems I still have much to learn. Had he not been privy to the full story, he might have been moved to tears like the third Reikage beside him. The third Reikage, reflecting on the gravity of the situation, clenched his fists and resolutely stated, I understand now. This generation of juniors is utterly disgraceful. If this continues, it is imperative that we implement stricter training to safeguard our villages. Having spoken, the third Reikage stormed out of the Hokage's office. Just as he was about to leave, he abruptly halted and turned back to address Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Both the third Kazekage and Sarutobi Hiruzen silently marked the third Reikage as an honest man in their minds. Thus, this farce concluded with the third Reikage's words of thanks. As for the outcomes for the genin from each village, they varied considerably, with one constant being the nightly lamentations of the lower-ranked ninjas. The second examination commenced as scheduled. In the first round, over 120 genin had initially passed. However, due to the brawl that erupted at the end of the first test, many were now receiving treatment at the Konoha hospital. Ultimately, only a little over 80 genin could attend punctually. It must be noted that the physical prowess of the ninjas from Kumogakure is indeed remarkable. One wonders what they consume to achieve such strength. Raza personally witnessed to being battered and bloodied, taken to the hospital. Yet, merely a day later, this fellow appeared here, lively and well. Hey, you over there. I'm talking to you. A swaggered toward Raza. Luosha looked utterly bewildered. Drawing upon his cultivated demeanor, he pointed to his own nose and inquired, Are you referring to me? Indeed, it is you, A replied candidly, from the hidden sand village. I remember you. During the second examination, it was you who incited everyone to seek out the culprit, correct? How could this fellow possess such an impressive memory? Yes, indeed. What of it? Luosha found himself unable to deny it, for to do so would only invite suspicion, especially given the considerable number of participants in the second examination. Why do you bear no marks of injury? What kind of logic is this? Should I have alerted you before I made my exit? Why would I bear any injuries at all? Luosha retorted with annoyance. So you instigated the trouble and then fled? Hey, don't twist the narrative. As it became evident that this fool intended to pin the blame for the brawl on him, Luosha quickly grasped the situation. You claim it has nothing to do with you, yet if you hadn't stirred the pot, how could there have been a fight? Pressed on. Luosha, feeling a surge of indignation, understood that he could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this moment, for doing so would surely expose his vulnerabilities. What have I done? He questioned. Aren't you the one who wishes to find that scoundrel? His frustration was palpable. Is it not absurd that I cannot deal with you? Undeterred, pressed on, then why did you not partake in the subsequent brawl? I was out seeking assistance, came the retort. Who were you looking for? That scoundrel. The logic was impeccable, leaving A's face flushed with embarrassment, his nostrils flaring as he struggled to contain his breath. At that moment, a dashing blonde gentleman approached to diffuse the tension. Let's not resort to animosity. We are all victims in this situation. Why must we complicate matters further? He then offered a warm smile, seeking to restore harmony. Upon seeing the newcomer, Rasha took the initiative to greet him. Watergate. Are you here to take the exam as well? Yes, I just happened to meet the requirements, so I decided to give it a try. To my surprise, I managed to successfully pass the first round, Watergate replied, scratching his head. Now that's a bit too modest, isn't it? Just like when you faced off against Lord Tsuchi later on, claiming you're not adept at senjutsu while effortlessly activating Sage Mode. A interjected, not holding back in his provocation. Hey, you Leaf Village wimp, what does that have to do with you? He retorted, attempting to shove Watergate aside. But who was Watergate? He was not someone who could be easily dismissed. Thus, the two began their subtle contest of wills until the arrival of the chief examiner. Meanwhile, Rasha had long been overlooked. All right, everyone, cease your antics. I am the chief examiner for the second round, Moonlight Tsukuyami. I will now announce the details of the second examination, he declared, gesturing for the ninjas behind him to set up a tent. The second exam will focus on survival in the wilderness. Duration, 10 days. Objective, to see scrolls. Within these 10 days, the participating genin must traverse the testing grounds to reach the central tower and collect 3 distinct scrolls to pass the exam. Once you enter the arena, you are not permitted to leave midway. Moonlight Tsukuyami paused, surveying the crowd before adding, there are no restrictions on the methods used to collect the scrolls. Upon hearing this, excitement rippled through the crowd, particularly among certain groups. Observing these inexperienced genin, Moonlight Tsukuyami issued a directive, shortly. Each team will receive their scrolls and then proceed to the designated entrance. Understood? Understood. Good. Then let the examination commence. With that, Moonlight Tsukuyami departed. As the others awaited their scrolls, Rasha silently activated his Eye of Sand and stealthily infiltrated the tent. Finally, after each team had received their scrolls, it was Rasha and his companion's turn. The team led by Luosha received a blue scroll inscribed with 2 characters, which was promptly handed over to Scorpion for safekeeping. Yet, Yitsong remained somewhat puzzled. Why was it not Luosha who kept it, considering he was the captain of the team? Rasha glanced at Yitsong and directly remarked, it is precisely due to cognitive inertia that one assumes the captain should naturally carry the scrolls. Hence, I entrusted them to Scorpion. Furthermore, Scorpion, being a puppeteer, possesses the greatest aptitude for concealment among us 3. Should we encounter an excessively formidable adversary, the undetected Scorpion could potentially utilize the transaction scrolls to rescue us. Oh, I see. Let us not dwell on that. Scorpion, were you able to track them? Not a problem. I have coated them with a secret potion, and I have affixed your sensory sand onto their footwear. I can track them by scent, Scorpion replied. As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, Rasha activated the life detection technique to probe their surroundings, confirming that there were indeed no issues. He could detect the whereabouts of all individuals. Have the previous records been prepared? All is in order. I have meticulously documented the types of scrolls each squad has obtained, Scorpion affirmed. Then let us not delay any further. It is time to showcase our true skills. With that, the trio promptly set off towards the designated entrance. However, they remained oblivious to the peculiar change in the insects trailing behind them. Jiyun, how fares the situation? Asked Minato Namikaze. The information has been relayed back. The 3 individuals from Sunagakure are indeed quite formidable. It appears they managed to gather intelligence on the scrolls of each team through ninjutsu while distributing them. And that individual named Rasha seems capable of large-scale sensory ninjutsu, allowing him to accurately locate the positions of each group, reported Oil Girl Jiyun. Quite unexpected. Their strategies align remarkably well with our own, Akimichi Torafu remarked. Minato, what shall be our next course of action? Oil Girl Jiyun inquired. Jiyun continued to observe the Sunagakure team through her nin insects. We must maintain our distance and, based on the intelligence gathered, swiftly secure the scrolls. Minato calmly outlined his plan. Should we consider taking action against this squad? Oil Girl Jiyun suggested. Let us assess the situation. If an opportunity arises to eliminate them in the second round, that would be ideal. However, given the current circumstances, it is prudent to avoid direct confrontation, Minato replied. Understood. In the ninja world, many possess strategic minds, and these individuals are invariably the core of their teams, facilitating victories with greater ease. Minato Namikaze exemplifies such prowess, being exceptional in combat strategy, tactical analysis, personal strength, and interpersonal relations, earning him the title of a perfect ninja. As the moonlight gathered to announce the examination rules, Minato swiftly instructed Oil Girl Jiyun to investigate the types of scrolls each team was receiving, to circumvent unnecessary skirmishes in subsequent encounters. He also positioned varying quantities of tracking insects on different squads to differentiate their strengths. During the reconnaissance, Jiyun's insects relayed a unique piece of intelligence. There was an eye within a tent. Given Minato's awareness of intelligence from various villages, he could easily deduce the source of this intelligence, leading to the earlier scene. In the Rock Ninja team, are the meeting signals confirmed? Huangtu once again verified with his teammates. Confirmed. Once we enter the examination venue, we shall regroup and act together. Very well. In the Cloud Ninja team, damn those sand and leaf bastards. Once the exam commences, I will ensure they are all dealt with. A seethed in rage. Be cautious. While the medical ninja may heal external injuries, internal damage caused by ninjutsu will take 3 days to mend. Fear not, the examination lasts for 10 days. We shall hasten to the vicinity of the central tower in the early days to lay an ambush and deal with them one by one. Thus, the participating lower ninjas devised their plans based on their respective situations. Yet, the busyness was not confined to them alone. At Orochimaru's base, Rashikuin, your knowledge astounds me, Orochimaru mused. I never imagined a lower ninja from Sunagakure could possess such extensive understanding. I find myself growing fonder of you. How splendid it would be if you were a leaf ninja. Voiceover, get lost. Rasha is a man you will never possess. Orochimaru had gleaned quite a bit from Rasha this time, particularly concerning the manufacturing of Hashirama cells, cancer cells. You read that correctly. This is the direction proposed by Rasha. The current Hashirama cells are too invasive. What if we approached it differently? Abandon the mature fruit and instead plant a seed, guiding its growth during germination. Could this seed potentially become a new Hashirama Senju? It must be said, this notion immensely pleased Orochimaru, who was eager to conduct experiments. Thus, the learned Rasha offered additional suggestions to Orochimaru, including inhaling formaldehyde, consuming nitrites long-term, and other self-destructive practices. Of course, Rasha also intended to recommend even more sophisticated and efficient substances to Orochimaru, such as reflective elements. Rosa could no longer endure Orochimaru's parasitic behavior. It was evident that should he be deprived of his indulgences, he might resort to violence against her. The recent events concerning the root ninjas served as a stark reminder that the world in which she now resided was far removed from the lawful society of yesteryear. With a resolute mindset of either committing fully or not at all, Rosa resolved to eliminate the serpent-like uncle once and for all. Extracting these elements was not a formidable task, as her magnetic release could effortlessly gather various elements from the soil, with just a touch of directional development. The purity of the extracted materials would be so high that the use of a centrifuge would be rendered unnecessary. However, the challenge lay in how to deliver these substances to Orochimaru without inflicting harm upon herself. The optimal approach would be to compel Orochimaru to extract the elements himself. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, well, it is merely a scientific experiment, as one would understand. Thus, with a finality in her dealings, Rosa laid bare her knowledge of radioactive elements, urging Orochimaru to seek out ores containing such substances. Once he procured them, Rosa could revel in her cunning. And so, Danzo's Root embarked once again on a journey through the ninja world. Chapter 50. The Harvest. The Luosha team has been on the road for 2 days. Typically, one would assume that upon entering, they would immediately begin their search for objectives. However, this examination serves not only as a test of individual strength, but also as a challenge to one's ability to scout, utilize the environment, and endure. A novice might engage in a relentless struggle with adversaries from the very beginning. But a master knows to develop steadily and consume resources judiciously before striking decisively for the kill. Indeed, he possesses a broad awareness, akin to having the entire map revealed. Yet the targets are too dispersed, and pursuing them one by one would be an exhausting endeavor. It would be far more efficient to allow the novices to gather some intel first, and then he could intercept them in a central location. As for the notion of lying in ambush around the tower, please, those who consider such a tactic are either seasoned veterans or recklessly bold. The likelihood of colliding with one another is far too great. Would Luosha, as someone who embodies the path of survival, engage in such a high-risk endeavor? Regarding sensory ninjutsu, an excessive reliance on technology will inevitably lead to its downfall. With the myriad of peculiar ninjutsu in the ninja world, there must exist methods to deceive sensory abilities. Seeking a prudent approach, Luosha chose a favorable location, a valley, and established a base with Scorpion and Yetsong. Subsequently, Scorpion and Luosha set traps and puppets, while Yetsong went to gather water and food, all the while surveying the terrain for opportunities. Thus, the trio proceeded according to their plan. As for the absence of a predetermined signal, techniques like Scorch Release, Sand Gold, and Puppet Jutsu, who possesses the skill to imitate them? Luosha had sensed the situation in advance. Approximately 7 teams were hastening towards his location. At their current pace, 3 of these teams would arrive within half a day's time, while the remaining 4 were likely to encounter him a day later. Luo Sha and Scorpion needed to prepare before the first batch of arrivals. On the other side, both Feng Shui men had successfully gathered 3 types of scrolls. It must be said that the Oil Woman clan's insect manipulation technique was indeed quite effective. Upon ascertaining their opponents' locations and strengths, Shui men dispatched all adversaries within 5 minutes. As for a Kimchi CHJR, carrying such a heavy load proved to be rather cumbersome. To Shui men's pleasant surprise, everything had proceeded so smoothly. Akimichi CHJR expressed immense joy at being able to lean on such a strong ally. This was largely due to Ji Yun's reconnaissance technique. Otherwise, they would not have been able to execute such efficient maneuvers. By the way, Ji Yun, where is the sand hidden team at this moment? Shui men inquired. They seem to have halted in the middle ground and are not advancing further, Ji Yun replied. What about the collection of scrolls? Shui men continued to ask. According to the insect's feedback, they have yet to encounter any other teams, Ji Yun elaborated. Moreover, the rock hidden participants have already gathered, and I am aware of at least 2 rock hidden factions operating together. It is evident that their strategy is to assemble before launching a collective effort to seize the scrolls. Where are those 2 rock hidden teams located? Shui men queried suddenly. They are approaching the sand hidden team's encampment, Ji Yun responded. Have the sand hidden's reconnaissance measures been lifted? Shui men pressed on. Yes. I have instructed the insects to carry their sensing sand towards the central tower, Ji Yun confirmed. So, it can be said that the sand hidden possesses no means of detecting us at present. Indeed, Ji Yun affirmed. All right then. Let us proceed to the sand hidden's location and see if we can eliminate them here, Shui men resolved. Akimichi CHJR expressed concern. Shui men. That team is said to be quite formidable. Could this course of action entail risks? There is no issue, Shui men meticulously analyzed. According to the intelligence we possess, at least 2 rock hidden teams will converge before the sand hidden's encampment. At that point, they will likely wait for the remaining 4 teams to assemble, giving the rock hidden a considerable numerical advantage with 18 CH Nin. Moreover, the rock hidden excels in combined ninjutsu, granting them a significant upper hand in the second examination. It is inevitable that they will act in unison to eliminate more ninjas from other villages. What relevance does this have to our operation? Akimichi CHJR inquired, puzzled. Precisely because of this, we must take advantage of their disunity and eliminate them one by one, Ji Yun replied. Additionally, we can conduct some reconnaissance, such as assessing the sand hidden strength. Understood, shall we depart immediately? Akimichi CHJR asked. Yes, Shui men affirmed. Meanwhile, the rock hidden team was advancing. They were following the plan devised prior to the examination, leaving secret signals along the way while searching for a suitable encampment. Soon, all 3 members halted. Who goes there? It is us, the Earthstone. 3 rock ninjas emerged from the bushes. The Earthstone trio remained vigilant and asked, what is the secret code? The rock of another mountain can be used to carve jade. All right, Tuchuan, where are the others? They have yet to arrive. Currently, only our 2 teams have converged. How is the situation ahead? There is a valley ahead, an excellent place to set up camp. Furthermore, we have yet to encounter any ninjas from other villages. Have you conducted reconnaissance? Not yet. We fear being ambushed and plan to wait until we have more members before entering. Then let us scout together and await the arrival of the remaining personnel. With that, the 6 of them nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the valley. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was under Luo Sha's watchful gaze. In the valley, Luo Sha quietly spoke, Scorpion, it's time for action. 6 members from the rock hidden village are heading east, 1 kilometer away. Scorpion nodded and immediately set off towards the trap's location. At that moment, Yitsong returned with prey and water. Luo Sha, what is the situation here? 2 teams from the rock hidden village have arrived. Scorpion is about to deal with them. Luo Sha responded. Should we assist? No, we have more pressing matters to attend to. I trust Scorpion to handle the rock hidden situation. Luo Sha shook his head. Are more people coming? Yes, and among them is a rather troublesome individual. Yitsong was astonished. The Luo Sha she remembered had never been so serious. Even when facing the wind shadow, it was surprising that a mere examination could elicit such earnestness from him. Just as Yitsong was processing this, a loud explosion from outside snapped her back to reality. Gazing at the thick black smoke in the distance, she gasped. How did you bring the city defense chakra cannon here? Raza gazed curiously at Yakura, stating that the Chunin exam had not prohibited such actions. Yakura, at a loss for words, could only silently mourn for the ninjas from earlier. After a short while, Scorpion returned to the base, lamenting his misfortune of acquiring merely 2 third-level scrolls. I take it the Awagakure ninja have survived? Raza inquired. Indeed, I have significantly diminished the power of the chakra cannon. It merely rendered them unconscious, Yakura interjected softly. Raza, she continued, doesn't your approach inadvertently signal to the lurking ninjas that there is an ambush here? What purpose then does our arrangement serve? Luo Sha spoke softly. Once they enter, regardless of whether they notice our setup or not, we must eliminate them. However, during the assembly of the rock hidden forces, there will inevitably be signs left behind. When they discover that these signs have vanished, can you imagine what will ensue? Yitsong began to ponder. and soon the answer dawned upon him. If that is the case, what is the purpose of our traps? He inquired. Who said we are setting traps? Xie replied, somewhat puzzled. If they are not traps, then what are they? We are establishing a temporary stronghold, Xie replied nonchalantly. Yitsong, taken aback, exclaimed, do we need to go this far? He was well aware of the situation at the border fortress of the Land of Earth, and had even tested it himself. Upon hearing the enthusiasm of the two, Yitsong felt his own aspirations were rather limited. Nevertheless, he identified a flaw in their plan. Since we have already been exposed, won't they take a detour? It should be the case. However, we have contingencies in place. What contingencies? Yitsong asked, genuinely curious. Yet, Luo Sha and Xie merely exchanged knowing smiles and remained silent, which left Yitsong somewhat exasperated, yet helpless. Meanwhile, the follow-up forces of Rock Hidden arrived at the designated location, led by Huang Tuesday. As he surveyed his ragtag companions, their tattered clothing and menacing expressions, for words echoed in his mind. Things have escalated. Sure enough, before Huang Tu could inquire, the injured ninjas immediately declared, Huang Tu, we have found that bastard. Which bastard? Huang Tu asked. The one who sold us the fake exam papers. Upon hearing this, Huang Tu and the ninjas behind him turned pale, their eyes ablaze with fury. Tsukikata, do you have any evidence? Huang Tu immediately pressed. Tsukikata remained silent. Instead, producing a scroll from his robe, Huang Tu snatched it away, opened it, and began to read intently. The scroll contained parts of the answers to the fraudulent exam papers they had received. Huang Tu felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, the one I have longed for. After searching in vain, has now delivered himself right to my doorstep. His heart brimmed with the anticipation of revenge, and infinite rage ready to be unleashed. Beside him, Sakishi inquired, Huang Tu, what shall we do next? What else is there to say? Signal immediately for everyone to assemble here. Huang Tu roared. This exam no longer matters. As long as we can eliminate that bastard, it will be worth it. Huang Tu's words resonated with the others. Thus, the recently gathered Rock Hidden forces prepared to disperse in search of their comrades. However, someone raised a question. What if that bastard escapes? Upon hearing this, Huang Tu regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he responded, he shouldn't run. If he intended to flee, he would have done so after attacking Tsukikata and Sakishi's squad, rather than sending the scroll over to provoke us. They must have made extensive arrangements in the valley, eager for a direct confrontation. This suits me just fine. I intend to make that scoundrel experience the suffering we endured. Everyone nodded in agreement. Huang Tu continued, now, let us hasten to gather our comrades. At noon tomorrow, we shall launch our assault. The Rock Hidden forces responded with fervor. Meanwhile, Yitsong observed the white dots displayed on the ceiling array and asked, hasn't Rock Hidden already assembled? Moreover, they are aware of the attack range of the chakra cannon. Why not take the initiative? Because their numbers are still insufficient, Luo Sha, who was monitoring Rock Hidden through the eye of sand, replied. With so few people, they are not even a match for the chakra cannon. Once Rock Hidden has fully assembled by tomorrow, we can send them off in style with a single shot. What atrocious deeds have you committed to incite such enmity from Rock Hidden? Yitsong inquired with curiosity, for it was in a woman's nature to be inquisitive, and she could not resist discussing such matters whenever the opportunity arose. Rosa felt a twinge of guilt, for the woman before him was also one of the victims. The third Kazakage had prompted the shinobi of Sunagakure to resolve the issue of the false examination questions. He recalled vividly how Yakura had been tormented by those deceitful queries. Her eyes brimming with tears, her teeth clenched, and the walls seared by the scorching release. Rosa mused that sometimes, a benevolent lie could indeed be forgiven. Thus, he casually fabricated a tale, claiming to have vehemently insulted the Tsukikage in harsh terms. Yakura did not press further, promptly inquiring, what comes next? Next, we naturally wait. Rosa replied nonchalantly. Once they are fully assembled, we shall ensnare them all at once. With that, he gestured for Scorpion and Yakura to take their rest, while he would keep watch through the night, to be relieved later by Scorpion. Yakura was spared from the vigil, as it was only fair to grant some privileges to a lady. Thus, the trio embarked upon a protracted period of waiting. In the distance, the trio of Minato, Shiryun, and Oil Girl scrutinized Rosa's encampment. Have we gathered sufficient intelligence? Minato inquired. Yes, I have discerned the layout within, Shiryun replied. This does not appear to be a temporary station. It resembles a fortress. What do you mean? Minato pressed. It aligns with the intelligence previously gathered in the Land of Wind, where similar shinobi tools were reported along the border with the Land of Earth. Furthermore, I have detected that the shinobi named Rosa possesses an exceptionally keen sensing ability. I suspect they intend to ambush the Awagakure shinobi here. Surely, Awagakure is not to be underestimated, Minato remarked. Let us hope for the best. Yet, how can we ensure that Awagakure will take the initiative? At this juncture, Minato observed. Sunagakure must have a strategy, otherwise they would not have set such an extensive array of shinobi tools and traps in this location. I surmise they aim to simulate a conflict at the border, testing the efficacy of their defenses against the Land of Earth. Should we involve ourselves in this? Shiryun asked. We shall adapt to the circumstances. For now, our priority remains intelligence gathering. Understood. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, akin to the calm before a tempest. Chapter 51. Beyond the tower, Luo Sha stretched languidly before rising from his slumber. After a night of recuperation, he felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. As he stood, he noticed Scorpion and Yi Tsong, both furrowed in concern, intently gazing at the ceiling array. "Oh dear, what troubles you both? Why the long faces? Young people ought to smile more. A laugh can take 10 years off your age," Luo Sha jested lightly. Scorpion cast a fleeting glance, but remained silent. Yi Tsong, however, could no longer contain himself, seizing Luo Sha by the collar and roaring, "What on earth did you inscribe in the scroll for Awagakure? Why are there so many people here?" At this, Luo Sha quickly attuned himself to the situation, and a cold sweat began to cascade down his back. How on earth did so many people arrive here? Let us rewind to the previous night. As Huang Tu commanded the gathering of personnel, the lower-ranked ninjas of Awagakure diligently adhered to his orders. Upon locating their fellow villagers, they promptly escorted them to the designated rendezvous. Among them were those engaged in combat with ninjas from other villages. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Awagakure reinforcements, they hastily ceased their skirmishes, preparing to flee. Yet, in a stroke of unfortunate irony, the information regarding the identity of the individual responsible for the counterfeit examination papers was inadvertently leaked to ninjas from other villages. This sensational news spread rapidly, reaching the ears of surrounding ninjas, who congregated at the Awagakure gathering point, driven by a singular desire to exact 100-fold retribution for the suffering they had endured. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Of course, there were no Sunagakure ninjas present prior to this. Luo Sha had cleverly deceived them into laying an ambush at the central tower. As Luo Sha contemplated a strategic retreat, he found himself in quite a predicament. In jest, he noted that out of more than 80 individuals taking the examination, excluding the 15 from Sunagakure, approximately 34 had congregated here. If not now, then when would they flee? Such a deep-seated grudge and resentment lingered. Just as Luo Sha was poised to withdraw, he sensed an unfortunate reality. His escape route appeared to be obstructed by the team led by Minato Namikaze. Minato, waiting at the designated spot, heard Akimichi Choji's perplexed inquiry. "Are we just going to wait here?" Prior to this, through the insect manipulation technique of Aburame Shino, the trio had already been apprised of the gathering of the ninja allied forces. Now, the ninjas from Awagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and even those from the small ninja villages had assembled, bolstered by reinforcements from their own village. Given the current situation, their collective strength was formidable. The only concern was that Luo Sha's team might flee without a fight. This was a prime opportunity. In essence, they intended to sever Sunagakure's retreat, compelling them to confront the allied forces head-on. After the confrontation, they could then enter the battlefield. Indeed, this way we can achieve the greatest results with minimal sacrifice. No matter how formidable Sunagakure may be, it is improbable they could extricate themselves unscathed under such circumstances, Minato asserted. "Shino, how are the traps set around the area?" "Everything was completed last night," Shino replied. "Excellent. Now, we shall await the clash between Sunagakure and the allied ninjas." Luo Sha now finds himself in a predicament. To be candid, he truly desires to escape. The confidence in overcoming the formidable forces ahead is markedly lacking. As for fleeing, that is a jest. Despite his conviction in defeating the current adversary, the enemies at the front are unlikely to refrain from pursuing relentlessly after breaching the defenses. Contemplating this, Luo Sha resolved not to linger in indecision. Rather than waiting passively for doom, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. The likelihood of Minato Namikaze launching an offensive seems rather slim at this juncture. If he can neutralize the foes in front, it may be possible to repel those behind as well. Thus, Luo Sha began issuing commands. "Scorpion, Yi Tsong, prepare for battle." Upon hearing their leader's orders, both individuals solidified their resolve and returned to their respective posts. Rosa keenly sensed the movements of the ninja allied forces, while Scorpion adjusted the firing angles of the 4 chakra cannons. Yetsong remained vigilant, closely monitoring the display on the ceiling array to prevent any surprise attacks. The battle of 3 versus 54 was about to commence. At the Awagakure encampment, the members of the Earth Village were engaged in discussions to formulate their battle strategy. Awagakure boasted the largest contingent with over 20 ninjas, followed by Kumogakure with 9, Kirigakure with 6, and Kanahegakure with 6 as well. The remaining members comprised ninjas from various smaller villages. The dilemma lay in the fact that while each ninja village shared a common objective, they belonged to distinct factions. Ideally, they should have been mixed together. However, the realities of each village differed significantly. Awagakure excelled in coordinated assaults. Kirigakure specialized in silent assassinations. Kumogakure was known for its reckless aggression, and the smaller villages each possessed their own unique strengths. Moreover, the ninjas were reluctant to heed commands. Even before the battle had begun, discord had erupted among them. In exasperation, Huang Tu gathered everyone together to initiate a friendly negotiation, albeit one where fists might speak louder than words. Just as preparations commenced, a resounding roar echoed from outside. In the encampment of Raza, Scorpion suggested a preemptive strike before the enemy could launch their attack, proposing to take them down by half in one round. Raza confirmed that no infiltrators had breached their ceiling formations. With that, he directed the artillery to commence fire, targeting the area where the Allied forces were most concentrated. The 4 defensive chakra cannons unleashed a barrage of projectiles infused with wind chakra, causing significant casualties among the Allied troops. Amidst the chaos, the urgency prompted the Allied forces to abandon their tactical discussions and rally together, shouting for a full-scale assault. The ninja coalition surged forward instinctively towards the valley. Soon, the second round of chakra cannon fire was prepared. Without hesitation, Raza and Scorpion aimed and fired again, though this time the impact was less devastating, injuring only a handful. Raza then commanded a halt to the bombardment and prepared to detonate traps. Scorpion swiftly descended from the cannon, manipulating his puppets to raise the hidden barbed wire, which the rock ninja immediately attempted to counter with their ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earthquake Core. The barbed wire was swiftly torn apart, allowing the Allied forces to breach the defenses, precisely as Raza had anticipated. With the enemy scattered, he took aim at the gap in the wire and fired again. The ensuing destruction was palpable, turning some of the frontline ninjas to ash. The larger village ninjas, however, exhibited superior combat experience, retreating to safer positions while the rock ninja prepared their next defensive technique, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, to shield themselves. As the toxic gas began to permeate the valley, Raza descended from the cannon's platform, declaring the minor threats neutralized and instructing Scorpion to prepare the poison. The strategic choice of the valley as their base allowed for maximum effectiveness of the artillery, while providing ample opportunity for Scorpion's toxins to take effect. The gas spread rapidly, causing the Allied forces to panic and retreat, with only a handful from the rock village remaining. Recognizing the dire situation, Huangtu urged his comrades to form a protective barrier against the encroaching poison. The battle had reached a critical juncture, and Huangtu realized the mastermind behind their plight was none other than Razu of the Sand. With his comrades falling around him, Huangtu's resolve began to wane. Seizing the moment, Raza unleashed his ninjutsu, Magnetic Release, Sand Gold Shower, sending golden projectiles towards the remaining rock ninjas. Despite Huangtu's valiant efforts to erect a defensive wall, he knew defeat was imminent. Scorpion unleashed another wave of poison, incapacitating the last of the rock ninjas, leaving only Huangtu to endure. In disbelief, Yitsong questioned their victory, to which Scorpion calmly affirmed, though his trembling hands betrayed his composure. Huangtu, summoning his remaining strength, shouted defiantly, yet Raza dismissed him with irritation, revealing the depths of his schemes. As Huangtu accused Raza of orchestrating the chaos through deceitful means, questions arose about the true nature of their exam and the answers that had led to their downfall. In a moment of desperation, Huangtu sought clarity about the true perpetrator behind the false answers, only to find himself cornered by Raza's cunning rhetoric. As the tension escalated, Raza shifted focus, directing his allies to collect spoils of war, stripping the incapacitated ninjas of their garments, much to Huangtu's horror. Amidst the chaos, Yitsong hesitated, questioning the morality of their actions, prompting an explosive response from Raza. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the consequences of their actions loomed overhead, encapsulating the grim reality of their situation. These are our spoils, the future development funds for our village. As ninjas of Sunagakure, we would lay down our lives for our homeland, for what is our pride in the face of such devotion? Under the influence of Raza, Yakura seems to have transformed. Not only does he collect the spoils with remarkable ease, but he also cheekily remarks when stripping others of their garments. At this point, Taketsu could no longer endure the humiliation. Raza, how about 1 million to let us go? Upon hearing this, Raza's interest was piqued. 3 million, or there's no negotiation. Witnessing Raza's glimmering eyes, and Yakura's as well, Taketsu could only agree with tears in his eyes. Writing a promissory note amidst the shame and sorrow, who carries 3 million cash on an outing? At the sight of the promissory note, Raza was elated, while a hint of regret flickered in Yakura's gaze. Soon after, through the diligent efforts of the trio, all but the Awagakure members were thoroughly stripped of their belongings. They turned to leave. When Namikaze Minato and his companions arrived to investigate, they were met with the sight of a disrobed ninja and the neatly organized Awagakure. Curiosity sparked within them. What transpired here? Chapter 52. Vigilance in the Hokage building. Saratobi Hiruzen was gazing into his crystal ball. Through the telescope technique, he could clearly observe the arena of the second exam. Initially, he sought merely to assess the capabilities of the younger generations across the villages. Upon witnessing Namikaze Minato's swift collection of the scrolls, a smile lingered upon his face. Such an outstanding junior would undoubtedly inherit the will of fire and become a future protector of the village. He adhered to the rules without being pedantic, possessed formidable strength without arrogance, and maintained a calm and clear mind, deftly grasping the situation. He was a quintessential candidate for Hokage, Saratobi mused. However, his joy was short-lived, lasting only a day, for he had come across the location chosen by Raza's team. A seasoned warrior, he could hardly miss Raza's intentions, linking them to the characteristics of Sunagakure's ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War. Almost instantaneously, upon seeing the terrain, he surmised that Raza was likely to employ poison gas. Nonetheless, this was not entirely unacceptable, in comparison to Minato's brilliance. This tactical approach of leveraging terrain advantages would yield limited results in actual combat. Subsequently, after witnessing the Iwagakure team being taken down without even laying eyes upon them, he felt only a fleeting interest in such puppetry or ninjutsu. Yet, when he observed the Sunagakure trio annihilate the ninja coalition with minimal harm to themselves, Sarutobi fell silent. He recalled the Maginot Line established by Sunagakure at the border of the Land of Earth, seemingly employing similar techniques. The moment he saw the composition of the ninja coalition, he pondered the potential strategies that this Sunagakure team might adopt. Although he was unaware of the method they used to gather such a multitude of ninjas, in his conjecture, the best outcome he could foresee was merely inflicting some casualties on the coalition while allowing the team to retreat unscathed. This small-scale skirmish imparted a new understanding of Sunagakure's strength to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As an astute strategist, he considered far beyond the defensive capabilities of these ninja tools. He contemplated how Konoha would respond in the face of conflict with Sunagakure and how they would utilize these weapons themselves. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi commanded, "Summon Danzo." Inside the examination arena, the trio of Raza, Scorpion, and Yakura is currently tallying their recent gains. Fortunately, Scorpion brought along a puppet to transport the salt, preventing them from being burdened by the mountain of ninja tools. Yakura and Scorpion are dividing shurikens and kunai, while Raza busies himself counting money. The gleeful Raza, revealing a glimpse of his tongue, has once again entered his money-crazed mode, a sight that is quite disconcerting. The other two have long since grown accustomed to this behavior. Through their diligent efforts, they managed to organize the supplies in just half a day and sealed them within scrolls using sealing techniques. "Raza, enough counting. We must be on our way," Scorpion urged. Raza replied, though his body remained steadfast in counting the coins, his fingers showing no signs of stopping. Left with no other choice, Scorpion unleashed his trump card. "If you continue counting, once the exam is over, I will inform the teacher that you've come into a fortune." Before Scorpion could finish his sentence, Raza quickly stashed the money in his pocket, saying, "Scorpion, let us keep this small sum to ourselves. We still have significant expenses for our research." Yakura, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't the funding for your research provided by the village's special grant? And didn't you previously mention that stripping those individuals of their clothing was to contribute to the village's income? Are you attempting to embezzle this money?" At this, Yakura cast a suspicious glance at Raza, as if ready to eliminate the threat to the village at a moment's notice. Having learned from past mistakes, Raza was prepared. He produced an IOU and handed it to Yakura. "This is an IOU for 3 million. Make sure to keep it safe and hand it to the teacher after the CHNIN exam." Yakura eyed Raza with skepticism. "Why don't you deliver it yourself? I thought you intended to pocket this money." "What nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" Raza protested, while Scorpion and Yakura nodded in unison, affirming their certainty in that very notion. Seeing his reputation on the verge of collapse, Raza hastily defended himself. "The village must develop, and the villagers need to eat. As exemplary ninjas of the village, how could we engage in such behavior? The teacher likely wouldn't care for this small sum. Let us submit the significant portion and keep the little for ourselves. We need to eat too." Yakura considered that Raza held a mere few $100,000, while the IOU represented a staggering 3 million. Recognizing that he too had tasks to complete, he reluctantly acquiesced to Raza's approach. Scorpion, however, had been swayed by Raza's influence for too long and suspected that Raza's actual intentions were far from innocent. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose Raza's scheme and merely inquired, "What should we do next?" "Let me think," Raza pondered. "We have two options. First, we could avoid everyone and head straight for the tower. The second option, what is the second? The second is to capture all of them, seizing every scroll for ourselves." Raza exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and Yakura's immediate reaction was disbelief. "This guy has lost his mind. Who was it that was so cowardly before? Now that we're at the final stretch, you want to play recklessly?" It was understandable for Raza. Considering that nearly half of the participants had been wiped out by the three of them, such a considerable advantage warranted some daring action. Moreover, Raza thought to himself that he still had many unnecessary scrolls. After defeating the remaining competitors, he could sell these scrolls at a premium or, if unsold, distribute them to his fellow ninjas in the Sand Village, thereby enhancing their village's reputation in this CHNIN exam. Thus, the three quickly reached a consensus. Around the central tower, fallen Sand Village ninjas littered the ground, while the Cloud Village ninjas were busy collecting scrolls. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Just a bit of poison. I've taken an antidote pill. I'll be alright after a short rest." "What about the others?" "We've lost half our numbers. They won't be able to support the next exam." "What about the scrolls? Do we have enough?" "Enough to form 3 groups, though we have a few unmatched sets." "Damn Sand. I didn't expect their combat strength to be so formidable. Those puppeteers are truly troublesome." Most of the Sand Village puppeteers utilized new-style puppets, reportedly designed by a young prodigy named Scorpion. Had it not been for the surprise attack and your lightning release chakra mode, our losses would have been greater. "Alright. After collecting the scrolls, you all head to the tower. I'll stay behind with Karoy and Banmo." "Why stay?" "I'm waiting for the remaining Sand Brat. Here. I intend to take him down, AS eyes ignited with fierce determination. And if I get the chance, that cowardly yellow-haired leaf ninja too. Then we'll stay with you, Sol proposed. No, A rejected. Sol, you all go first. Take the injured to the medical unit, especially those severely poisoned. Time is of the essence. Very well, A. You must be careful, Sol cautioned. Rest assured, I am, A. With that, Sol and another team departed with the remaining scrolls. Once the two cloud teams left, they could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of black blood before collapsing to the ground. Hey, Bamu and Karoy rushed to check on A's condition. I'm fine, just the aftermath of my previous injuries. I need a place to rest, A insisted weakly. Hey, are you still trying to deceive us? Your current state doesn't allow for such recklessness, Karoy reprimanded sternly, fully aware of A's tendencies. He had sensed something amiss when A ordered the other two teams to leave. Coupled with A's current condition, it was evident he was forcefully suppressing the poison. As they spoke, Banmu began using medical ninjutsu to purge the poison from A's system. It's all right, Banmu. Just a few more antidote pills will suffice. If antidote pills were effective, you wouldn't have let them leave first, Banmu retorted sharply. I was left speechless, allowing Banmu to examine him. How is it? As Banmu finished checking, Karoy quickly inquired. It's a bit tricky. I'll need some herbs to completely detoxify. When did Sanda's poison become so troublesome? Banmu remarked. Then let us find a place to set up camp, Karoy suggested. That's exactly what I intend to do. I'll look for herbs while you take care of A. Understood. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had arrived at the tower. After witnessing the combat prowess of the Sand Village, he abandoned any thoughts of gathering additional scrolls. His current duty was to compile a report on his observations during the exam for the Hokage. Unbeknownst to him, the Hokage possessed the telescope technique, a fact everyone understood. In contrast, Oil Girl Shiryun and Akimichi Toriu were contemplating how to counter the Sand Village's weaponry, aiming to thoroughly digest the intelligence gathered during this exam. Arriving early at the tower allows one to conserve energy and prepare for the next examination. Outside the Hokage building, Danzo had been lingering for quite some time. After receiving a message from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo reflected on his recent actions and realized that apart from collaborating with Orochimaru on the study of wood release, he had not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior. The summons from Sarutobi likely signified no grave matter. Thus, after organizing his thoughts, Danzo proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he heard Sarutobi say, "My dear friend, you have finally arrived." Danzo felt a jolt in his heart, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He knew Sarutobi's character too well. This man epitomized the phrase sweet when there is something to discuss, aloof when there isn't. Such a warm invitation could only imply one thing. The issue at hand was substantial. However, maintaining his composure, Danzo responded, "Hiruzen, what is it that you require?" Sarutobi, undeterred by Danzo's cold demeanor, continued, "Recently, the number of missions in the village has stabilized. You may recall that I borrowed some ninjas from Root last time. You should retrieve them shortly." Danzo's expression remained unchanged, though his mind was clear. This matter was undoubtedly significant. Was he being asked to assassinate another Kage? Sarutobi continued, "Moreover, I've realized that I may have neglected Root. You were correct. We must remain vigilant towards other villages. Therefore, I have decided to allocate additional funds to the Root organization for its development. What do you think?" Sarutobi inquired with a smile. It was evident Sarutobi intended for him to carry out an assassination, perhaps even more audaciously. He aimed to eliminate multiple Kages. With several of them currently in Konoha, it indeed presented a prime opportunity. After contemplating, Danzo asked, "Whom do you intend to target?" Realizing he had been seen through, Sarutobi awkwardly coughed to cover his embarrassment. The Land of Wind. The mention of the Land of Wind surprised Danzo immensely. He was no novice in political matters. Rather, he was an adept in the art of power. In his view, targeting the Land of Wind was the least advantageous move for Konoha. Nonetheless, as merely the leader of Root, such considerations were secondary. Was the objective to assassinate the Kazekage? Assassinate? Who said anything about assassination? Sarutobi queried, perplexed. If it's not assassination, then what is it? Danzo was equally baffled. You speak of sending people and providing funds. If it is not an assassination mission, then what could it possibly be? Information gathering, Sarutobi revealed straightforwardly. We need intelligence on the Land of Wind. The troop deployments along the Maginot Line, the status of their fortifications, and the details regarding their defensive ninja tools. Is that all? Danzo asked incredulously, struggling to comprehend the relevance, as the Maginot Line was quite distant from Konoha. What purpose would such reconnaissance serve? That is indeed the task, Sarutobi confirmed. With this affirmation, Danzo found himself utterly perplexed by his old friend's intentions. Yet, the prospect of regaining previously lost power was not entirely undesirable. If it was merely a reconnaissance mission, then so be it. Seeing Danzo acquiesce, Sarutobi did not elaborate further, stating, "My friend, this reconnaissance mission is of utmost importance. It pertains to the very survival of our village, so please take it seriously." This remark only heightened Danzo's unease, as he felt he was on the verge of a psychological breakdown from the perceived schemes. As he departed the Hokage building, he muttered to himself, "What on earth does this creature want me to do? Why the Land of Wind? And why return the personnel? Personnel? Does he know I sent my subordinates out to mine? One could say that the most dangerous interpretations often stem from the mind. In a state of anxiety, Danzo returned to the headquarters of the root organization. Chapter 53. Surprise attack. The Roswa team has arrived near the central tower. Perhaps due to the previous elimination of the majority of their adversaries, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Consequently, upon activating his perception, Roswa paid little heed to the scattered figures within his range, having become indifferent to such trifles after experiencing a surge of wealth. However, after the routine activation of his senses, he suddenly discerned what appeared to be numerous traces of his fellow villagers ahead. Driven by curiosity, Roswa, accompanied by Scorpion and Yi Song, proceeded in that direction. Before long, the members of Sand Hidden Village came into view. What has transpired here? Roswa inquired, perplexed. As he landed, unfortunate luck, we encountered Team A from Cloud Hidden Village, along with 2 of their other squads, replied Sandy Fish. We managed to eliminate one of their teams, but Team A seems to be injured. Were all your scrolls taken? Roswa asked with concern. Indeed, Yi Song interjected, but thankfully, at least our clothes remain. Sandy Fish, puzzled, asked, what clothes? Is there a clothing snatching event in the Chunin exams? How shameless. Luo Sha, enough of you. Yi Song and Xie glanced at Luo Sha with peculiar expressions. In the silence, they subtly ridiculed him, both entirely devoid of the notion that they were his accomplices, maintaining an air of mere bystanders. Luo Sha, ahem, can you ascertain their current situation? I am uncertain. After we were injured, we lost consciousness and are unaware of how long it took for us to regain awareness. Luo Sha stroked his chin, pondering the predicament before him. Xie discerned the underlying implication, inquiring, what is it, Luo Sha? Do you intend to eliminate Yunin? Indeed, Luo Sha replied after a brief contemplation. Based on the current intelligence, it appeared that Yunin had sustained injuries after their previous encounter. Furthermore, the main force, A, had been injured by Yunin prior to the examination, rendering them particularly vulnerable at this moment. In contrast, their own condition remained largely unscathed. Thus, this was an opportune moment to act. What do you think? Yi Song and Xie quickly grasped the situation. Luo Sha's assessment was astute. Yunin's prowess had been evident prior, as he was known to be a formidable puppet master against Xiayin. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xie harbored no absolute confidence in defeating Yunin in the relatively simple terrain of the examination arena. As for Yi Song, she faced no significant threat. Her expertise in Scorch Release rendered Yunin inconsequential. The location of the encounter was of little consequence. Moreover, under Luo Sha's influence, she had subconsciously embraced the philosophy of maximizing gains while minimizing costs. The exhilaration of striking a fallen foe had already been experienced during their previous tower defense. Consequently, Luo Sha retrieved the spoils from the ceiling scrolls. You may divide these scrolls among yourselves. After a brief rest, we should hasten to the central tower, he declared with magnanimity. And what about you? Sha Yu inquired. Did you not hear? We are going to deal with Yunin and his associates. As he spoke, Luo Sha released the sealing technique. Sha Yu was about to voice another thought, but was taken aback by the towering pile of scrolls before him. What on earth is this? Not only Sha Yu but also the other members of Xiayin were involuntarily drawn to the mountainous heap of scrolls. What have you done? How could there be so many scrolls? Oh, that matter. We previously eliminated Yunin and several others from different ninja villages in one fell swoop. These are our spoils. Luo Sha seized the opportunity to boast. Merely a few scrolls. Nothing of great significance. You all can share them. They should suffice for you to pass the second exam. The members of Yunin and the allied forces of Xiayin remained in a state of shock. Sensing that his grandstanding had achieved its purpose, Luo Sha prepared to make his exit without waiting for any further reactions. At that moment, Sha Yu seemed to piece together a revelation. You mentioned earlier about stealing others' clothing, didn't you? Before he could finish, Luo Sha swiftly covered Sha Yu's mouth. His tone laced with menace. What are you implying? Regardless of their individual strengths, the ninjas of Xiayin were united in their resolve. Upon witnessing Luo Sha's expression, they understood the reality of the situation, yet all tacitly chose to remain silent. Having preserved his dignity, Luo Sha uttered no more words and promptly departed with Xie and Yi Song. Once the trio vanished from sight, the remaining members of Xiayin began to murmur among themselves, whispering, truly, he is a student of Lord Kazakage. The will of the sand is indeed well understood. Is it an act that only the most exceptional can perform? Is such a feat even achievable by mere mortals? Rosa was blissfully unaware of the discussions occurring behind him. Sometimes, one must feign ignorance. At that moment, Team A, engaged in their own preparations, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Prior to this, they had effortlessly eliminated a squad from the Leaf Village. Consequently, according to the available information, only the strongest forces from each village remained in the Nin exams. In the Cloud Village's outpost, one of them scoffed, the Leaf Ninjas are truly pathetic. They fall quickly, lacking the endurance of the Sand Ninjas. There's little we can do. Disparities in strength among the village ninjas are inevitable, Banmu explained with a hint of resignation. Wasn't that blonde fellow quite formidable not long ago? Indeed. But why has he not found anyone yet? Could he have already entered the tower? Ban Mu-yi pondered, realizing the possibility. However, judging by the previous gathering of sand ninjas, even if the Leaf's blonde ninja could not locate anyone, the young prodigy from the sand village would not let the opportunity slip by. Upon hearing Rosa's name, A's fury ignited. That detestable brat. I will surely pummel him like a punching bag. As the three conversed, Rosa sensed their position. Following the usual protocol, he decided to deploy a chakra cannon without hesitation. What of tactics? The previous strategy was intended for a final one-on-one, yet he had now traced their whereabouts. Pointing to the map, he instructed Scorpion, their location is here. Set all chakra cannons to maximum power and unleash the remaining chakra. Scorpion nodded, silently adjusting the cannons. Then, a barrage of cannon fire erupted. A and his companions, engrossed in their banter, were startled by the thunderous noise and sprang to their feet, scanning their surroundings. Just then, they spotted 4 chakra-laden projectiles hurtling toward them. Although they were unaware of the situation, their instincts propelled them to respond correctly. Earth release. Multi-layered earth flow wall. The moment the wall enveloped them, they realized something was amiss and swiftly activated his lightning release chakra mode. In an instant, the chakra projectiles collided with the multi-layered earthen wall, resulting in a violent explosion. The trio could only withstand the force for a fleeting second before being hurled dozens of meters away by the tremendous shockwave. Ban Mu-yi, unskilled in physical techniques, was severely injured and rendered unconscious, while the somewhat weaker Kuroi also sustained significant wounds. As for A, the heir to the next breakage, he emerged with only minor injuries, thanks to the defense of the earth wall and the lightning chakra mode. Seeing the spot where they had stood transformed into a vast crater, A bellowed in rage. Who is it? Show yourself. Under normal circumstances, Rosa would have ignored him, promptly firing a cannon to teach him a lesson. However, with the chakra cannon's energy reserves depleted, Rosa found himself unable to retaliate. How foolish of me. Why didn't I have that group recharge my energy earlier? Suddenly realizing his blunder, Rosa felt a wave of regret wash over him. There's no turning back now. Scorpion, you stay here with the puppets to support us. Yitsong and I will confront the Cloud Ninjas. Understood. Thus, Rosa and Yitsong boldly stepped into A's line of sight. Upon seeing them, A's eyes lit up with joy. You Sand Village scoundrels. Hey, do the Cloud Ninjas have no manners? Calling someone a scoundrel without cause deserves criticism. No one would be pleased to be insulted, especially not by a fool like you, Rosa retorted. I've been searching for you for quite some time, Kuroi. Are you all right? A inquired, concern evident as he approached Kuroi. I'm fine, A, but Ban Mu-yi has lost consciousness. Damn it, Sand Village. You guys have no sense of honor. A exclaimed. Hey, isn't it the way of ninjas to do whatever it takes? Isn't surprise attack a standard tactic? Rosa continued to argue, while secretly infiltrating the sand gold from his gourd into the ground. Enough of this nonsense. A could no longer contain himself. Banter was not his nature. Kuroi, you distract that woman. I'll handle this brat. Right, A. But remember, there's still one person unaccounted for. Before Kuroi could finish, Scorpion's puppet launched a surprise attack from behind. The puppet's blade pierced through Kuroi's shoulder. Now, it's just you, Lord A, Rosa said with a smirk. Injured, Kuroi struggled to rise. But Scorpion's puppet was not without its toxins. After a few futile attempts, he collapsed to the ground. Thus, Rosa and his companions formed a triangular formation, surrounding A. Luo Sha boldly proclaimed, Come on, let us engage in a fair brawl. Upon hearing such audacious words, it could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. Activating his lightning release chakra mode, he charged directly towards Yitsong. O was enraged, yet he was not foolish. It was a fundamental tenet of a ninja to first target the weaker opponents, especially in a one versus many scenario. In an instant, A's speed reached its zenith. And with a single blow, he pierced Yitsong's abdomen. To his surprise, the attack was alarmingly effective. However, the sensation in his fist felt awry. To his dismay, a cursed under his breath as Yitsong, who should have bled profusely, gradually transformed into golden sand. Did you really think I would reveal such an obvious weakness to you? Luo Sha scoffed, forming hand seals for magnetic release, sand binding. The sand clone that A had pierced began to sprout numerous golden chains, all rushing towards him. Simultaneously, the sand that Luo Sha had preemptively stored on the ground fused with the clone. A found himself unable to break free. Seeing A ensnared, Yitsong, who had been lurking for quite some time, seized the opportunity and launched an attack from behind with his scorch release technique. As A realized he was about to be struck by the scorch release, he swiftly activated lightning release to dissipate the magnetic force of the sand. The once tightly bound golden sand began to fall away under the influence of the lightning release, leaving Luo Sha momentarily bewildered. What the hell? It can be done like this? He had never witnessed Boruto's lightning release dismantling sand iron. Hence he had not anticipated that his magnetic release could be countered in such a manner. Nevertheless, it was not without effect. Yitsong, Scorpion, execute Plan B. Luo Sha commanded. Immediately, Luo Sha began to condense the golden sand, squeezing it from both sides towards A. With A cornered, his only option was to break through from above. Just as he prepared to act, a swarm of tiny red spheres appeared above him. He recognized them as the bloodline technique of that woman. With no alternative, it could only exert all his strength to flee backward. This was precisely one of Luo Sha's strategies, to compress the enemy's operational space for a speed-type ninja. The gap left was intended to guide A's retreat. Upon witnessing a follow the predetermined plan, Scorpion wasted no time, unleashing the strongest poison gas through his puppets. At that moment, Luo Sha completed a three-sided blockade, enveloping the toxin released by Scorpion within a massive circle of golden sand. A found himself with no means of escape and could only hold his breath, striving to break free from the sand's encirclement. The sand's speed was slightly slower, and despite A's desperate sprint, he managed to break through the poison gas, using his momentum to shatter Scorpion's puppet. Truly astonishing speed. But A, how long can you sustain it? Luo Sha taunted, reminiscent of a villain reveling in their triumph. With the injuries from earlier, compounded by the poison and the gas you've inhaled, can your battered body maintain such velocity? Then come and test it, A retorted defiantly. At that moment, a colossal figure appeared behind Luo Sha. A's fist, the size of a sandbag, struck Luo Sha squarely in the face before vanishing like thunder. Lightning clone. When did he do that? Scorpion pondered, realizing it was from the earlier Earth release, Earth Wall. It seemed that the Cloud Village ninja was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Struggling to rise, Luo Sha muttered, I was careless. I hope my handsome visage remains unmarred. Meanwhile, A seized the moment to consume several antidote pills, fortunate that the poisoning was not severe and could be managed. He prepared to adjust his breathing and launch another assault. But would Yitsong and Scorpion allow him this respite? Two puppets charged at a once more, while Yitsong unleashed his scorch release directly towards him. Left with no choice, A could only dodge and weave, desperately trying to evade. It was evident that A's downfall was imminent. Just then, a powerful water release technique surged from the forest. Water release, water dragon bullet. 3 water dragons surged towards Luo Sha, Yitsong, and the concealed Scorpion. Gentlemen, would you mind if we join the fray? A mocking voice rang out as 3 figures emerged slowly from the foliage. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Another proverb states, villains perish due to their loquacity. Yet, how could Luo Sha remain oblivious in this moment? Did he not notice the 3 formidable figures nearby? The Misty Village's Luo Sha gritted his teeth as he spat out those words. Upon seeing the newcomer with white hair, serrated teeth, and the Mist Village forehead protector, he recognized this as the short-lived genius, Ghost Lantern Manua. I must apologize. Your earlier poses were simply too magnificent for me to resist, Ghost Lantern Manua unabashedly declared. Now, if you would be so kind, please hand over the scrolls. You misty scoundrels, if you want the scrolls, come and take them. A retorted, unwilling to indulge their arrogance. Just now, I saved your hide. You scoundrel, you're no different from those from Sand Village. While the group wasted time exchanging barbs, Luo Sha was contemplating various strategies in his mind. Ghost Lantern Manua, a prodigy of the Ghost Lantern clan, was the only one capable of expertly wielding the 7 legendary ninja swords, but he was known to fear lightning release. Luo Sha rapidly analyzed the information at hand. Their situation was dire. They had expended considerable chakra in their earlier battle with A, and now they had sustained significant injuries from the water dragon bullet. Luo Sha surmised that Yitsong and Scorpion were likely in a similar predicament. He then voiced, Plan F, Yitsong, Scorpion. All 3 drew out their sealing scrolls and tossed them to the ground simultaneously. Ghost Lantern Manua, witnessing this, yelled, Qing, Qichao, stop them. Before the words left his mouth, Qichao charged towards Luo Sha, while Qing began forming hand seals, preparing to attack Yitsong, and Ghost Lantern Manua brandished a watermelon knife towards Scorpion. Before their assault could take effect, poisonous mist erupted from beneath Luo Sha and his companion's feet, enveloping them entirely. A, realizing his own precarious situation as he saw the Sand Village's actions, swiftly rose and sprinted towards Kalawai and Bamei. But Ghost Lantern Manua would not allow A to escape so easily. The moment he saw the poisonous mist rise, he understood that their close-quarters tactics had become ineffective. Qichao, having just sprouted bone spears, retreated before he could strike. Upon witnessing their attack on Sand Village yield no results, the 2 turned their focus towards A. Just as A was preparing to flee the battlefield, he was abruptly intercepted by the 2. Initially, the trio from Mist Village had aimed for A, as it was clear that 3 injured ninjas from Sand Village posed a lesser threat than 1 severely battered ninja from Cloud Village. However, the current dilemma was that the trio from Sand Village had become ensnared by the poisonous mist, which effectively countered the abilities of the Ghost Lantern clan and the Kagaya clan, with their options dwindling. It was evident that the ninjutsu originally intended for Yitsong had now redirected towards A. As Luo Sha and his companions utilized the poisonous mist to obscure their vision and repel the 2 from Mist Village, they refrained from launching any further assaults. The trio, invigorated by their spirits, seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield through earth manipulation. After a considerable time, they arrived at the predetermined rendezvous point. Upon reuniting, Scorpion promptly produced antidotes and distributed them to Rusha and Yetsong. It must be said that Scorpion's expertise in toxin crafting is remarkable within such a brief period. Both Rusha and Yetsong exhibited signs of severe poisoning, their bodies turning a deep shade of purple. Were it not for their formidable willpower, They might have lacked the strength to flee. After a brief respite, Rusha, having regained some composure, remarked bitterly on their oversight, expressing disbelief at how adept the ninjas from the hidden mist were at survival. Scorpion responded, acknowledging the circumstances, noting that the mist ninjas excelled in assassination and were unparalleled in their ability to conceal themselves within the world of shinobi. Yetsong lamented the missed opportunity to eliminate the Cloud Ninja, questioning the identities of the trio from the hidden mist and whether they possessed the capability to contend with an A-ranked opponent. Luo Sha, among these three individuals, one is a prodigy from the H-Zuki clan, another appears to belong to the Kagaya clan, and the remaining water-style ninja is named Ao, renowned for his sensory abilities. Scorpion, a sensory ninja, no wonder he could infiltrate the battlefield at such a propitious moment. Yakura, so, by your account, the individuals from Kumobikure are beyond salvation? Luo Sha, indeed, A excels in body techniques and lightning release, and currently, the configuration of the Mist Village precisely counters him. Not to mention that we have already rendered A incapacitated prior to this. Were he in optimal condition, the outcome could be uncertain. However, as it stands now, Scorpion, why the delight? We have expended considerable effort and resources, only for the fruits of our labor to be reaped by those from the Mist Village. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha's contentment swiftly dissipated. Reflecting on his journey thus far, when had Luo ever encountered such a significant setback? Yitsong also sensed the current tension in the atmosphere, yet had no viable solution. After a prolonged silence, just as Luo Sha contemplated conceding, Scorpion spoke. Luo Sha, can you sense their current situation? Upon hearing Scorpion's inquiry, Luo Sha immediately perked up. Of course, Scorpion, do you have a plan? Although we have distanced ourselves from the battlefield and sustained considerable injuries, we are likely not their match at present. However, what if we wait until they have defeated A? Scorpion slowly articulated his thoughts. With this, both Luo Sha and Yitsong comprehended the merit of observing from a distance. Consequently, Luo Sha wasted no time and activated the Eye of Sand technique to monitor the clash between the Mist and Cloud villages. Danzo felt as though spring had finally arrived. Previously, Saratobi Hiruzen not only returned the root ninjas, but also allocated substantial funds, resulting in a bountiful supply for Orochimaru's experiments. What? You claim these funds are for the root ninjas? Nonsense. Ninjas are mere tools, and tools do not require finances, as long as they are not left to starve. That suffices. Moreover, misappropriating public funds is an essential skill for any ruler, and Danzo merely perfected this talent. Nonetheless, he remained somewhat anxious, as he could not grasp Saratobi Hiruzen's pulse. Investigating the land of wind was within his comprehension, as was the land of earth. However, probing the border defenses between these two lands left Danzo utterly perplexed. Yet, in order to repay the trust of his dear friend, he resolved to deploy his trump card to undertake this bewildering task. As for himself, he intended to bide his time. It was not that he was unwilling to act. Rather, he had come to a realization. He was not yet a match for Saratobi Hiruzen. It was not due to a lack of ability, nor was it that his strategies were inferior. Instead, it was the disparity in the authority he wielded and the realms he could access compared to Saratobi Hiruzen, who occupied the position of Hokage. Saratobi could effortlessly dominate him from all sides, solely because Danzo was not the Hokage. All rational decisions are grounded in the acquisition and analysis of information. Danzo's inability to control the overarching situation doomed him to be unable to contend with Saratobi Hiruzen. If only I had stepped forward back then, Danzo mused to himself. Unbeknownst to him, a different seed was beginning to sprout within his heart. At Orochimaru's base, he was conducting experiments. According to Luo Sha's previous intel, Orochimaru deemed every conceivable carcinogenic method worth exploring. However, Luo Sha seemed to have overlooked one fundamental truth. The essence of a scientist is to question everything, from personal experience. During my time working under a PhD, all conclusions must be substantiated by data, and every problem must be quantifiable. This characteristic is a common flaw among most researchers. Orochimaru would not fully trust data that was not personally acquired. As for how to verify this, was it a challenge for a disciple of the Hokage? Prior to Luo Sha providing him with the means to create Hashirama, cancer, cells, Orochimaru had already begun gathering relevant data. The ninja world is vast, and the population of the Land of Fire is plentiful. With sufficient effort, one can invariably find individuals suffering from similar ailments. Even if suitable patients could not be located, it would not be impossible to utilize available case records for verification. Let us not forget that the medical department of Konoha is managed by his classmate and partner, Tsunade. Leveraging her connections to investigate all peculiar cases since Konoha's inception would be a simple task. As for the cost, if one banquet is insufficient, then two will suffice. Regarding intelligence from other villages, it seems that Root has increased its personnel and funding. What a fortunate coincidence. Thus, blessed by Providence, Orochimaru successfully acquired a wealth of information. After categorizing and organizing all the data using his self-created comparative classification method, he arrived at a conclusion. Nearly all clans within the ninja world had encountered Hashirama cells. Most of the time, These individuals were undeniably prodigies from various bloodline clans, exhibiting extraordinary talents from a young age, only to later perish under mysterious circumstances. Luo Sha, you are truly remarkable. Gaining access to this data, Orochimaru marveled once again at Luo Sha's extensive knowledge. Most of these individuals succumbed to bloodline diseases, which implies that by identifying the most gifted individuals within the relevant bloodline clans, particularly those associated with Yang release, there exists the potential to replicate Hashirama's powers, albeit perhaps not with release. Orochimaru licked his lips, continuing his analysis. The most renowned clan in Konoha associated with Yang release is the Akimichi clan, regrettably. This clan comprises only gluttonous prodigies. As for the other villages, the Land of Water possesses a relatively higher number of bloodline ninjas. Yang release pertains to the body, and the bloodline clans linked to the body include the Kagaya clan and the Hozuki clan. The Kagaya clan is known for its fierce nature, with very few being deemed geniuses. Conversely, the most illustrious talent of the Hozuki clan is none other than Hozuki Mangetsu. Hozuki Mangetsu had just emerged from a grueling battle. He did not anticipate that defeating an injured would prove so challenging, even under the relentless onslaught from him, Ao, and Akich. Managed to endure for such an extended period. One could only commend the resilience of a cloud ninja. At last, it was resolved. Ao, with an expressionless countenance, regarded the fallen A. What an exhilarating battle this has been, that scoundrel. Gleefully playing the role of vanguard, Kagaya Akich laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to his own wounds. Enough with the banter. Where are the scrolls? Hozuki Mangetsu inquired. I have already found them, Ao replied, producing 3 scrolls. After the battle concluded, I began my search. To be honest, had I not been poisoned by the Sand Village, we would likely have had a much harder time defeating him. Upon hearing Ao mention the Sand Village, a sense of unease crept into Hozuki Mangetsu's heart. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily asked, Ao, can you sense the positions of the Sand Ninjas? Ao's expression shifted dramatically. During the battle, he had been overly focused and relaxed his perception. Only upon Hozuki Mangetsu's reminder did he realize the gravity of the situation and hastily expand his sensory abilities. At that moment, after having rested for quite some time, Luo Sha reappeared before the 3 mist ninjas. Good evening, esteemed colleagues. What a splendid battle it was. I hope you do not mind our intrusion upon the battlefield. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Hozuki Mangetsu nearly shed tears of joy. Before he could speak, Kagaya Akich initiated an attack. You brat, even before I could finish my lines. Kagaya Akich was firmly ensnared by Scorpion's puppet. This is bad, Hozuki Mangetsu thought to himself. The Sand Ninjas had always posed a challenge to their squad, and if they were at full strength, they would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. At present, the beleaguered Hozuki Mangetsu, bound like a rice dumpling and still desperately struggling, gazes at the exhausted Ao, while assessing how much chakra remains within him. It is evidently a losing battle. However, this individual had not initiated an attack from the outset, leading Hozuki Mangetsu to believe he had grasped an opportunity. Thus, he spoke up, friends from Sunagakure, please reveal your conditions. Luo Sha's spirits lifted instantly. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure, unlike certain brash individuals. Kagaya Akichin, still writhing on the ground, bellowed, Who are you calling brash? Before the words could fully escape, a rag silenced him. Upon hearing Luo Sha's response, Akari Yukari felt a wave of relief wash over him. What is sand-hidden desire? Speak plainly. Nothing much, just adhere to our sand-hidden traditions, Luo Sha replied. What traditions? Yezong interjected eagerly. After extensive guidance, the once timid young maiden had surprisingly taken the initiative to respond. Luo Sha felt a sense of satisfaction. Opposite him, Akari Yukari was taken aback but chose not to dwell on it. Since the request had been made, it was only fitting to comply. Thus, Akari Yukari produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket, inquiring, will this suffice? Luo Sha expressed that the old Versailles deserves to perish. This damned aura of wealth is truly despicable. Chapter 55 concludes. Luo Sha harbored a profound disdain for those who engaged in ostentation, particularly for those who were adept at feigning superiority. When faced with a wealthy individual, he would, in other circumstances, be inclined to kneel and address that person as father. However, at this moment, he counted the bills in his hand, revealing a sense of satisfaction at the figures presented by the ghostly lantern of the full moon. Are there any other matters? Inquired the ghostly lantern of the full moon. Certainly, Luo Sha gestured for Scorpion to untie the bindings on Kagaya Akatsuki. I have heard that the Ghost Lantern clan is a prominent family in the Land of Water, is that correct? Indeed, came the reply. If we were to conduct business in the Land of Water, could you assist us? Luo Sha's true intentions began to surface. Business? Questioned the ghostly lantern of the full moon, somewhat perplexed. If you are contemplating espionage, you might as well abandon that thought. The Ghost Lantern clan would never betray. No, that is not my intent at all. The current Sunagakure is vastly different from what it once was. We are now pursuing a path of peaceful development. Have you heard of our Belt and Road Initiative? Luo Sha continued to elaborate. What on earth is that? Both the ghostly lantern of the full moon and his companions shook their heads in unison. Never mind, this matter cannot be clarified in haste. After this examination concludes, I shall arrange a meeting between your leader and my teacher. What do you think? Very well. I will discuss this with Lord Yuan upon my return. Though the ghostly lantern of the full moon was unsure of Luo Sha's true motives, he considered it prudent to comply temporarily in order to expedite his own departure. As for whether or not to meet, it mattered little. By that time, he would be safe and no longer fearful of Sunagakure. With the objective achieved, Luo Sha turned and departed with Yetsong and Scorpion. Finally, we are leaving. Full moon, what do you think Sunagakure's true intentions are? Qing sighed with relief. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire with Lord Yuan upon our return. We must hasten our retreat. The commotion we just caused was rather significant. Urged the ghostly lantern of the full moon. Let us make our way to the central tower without further incident. Having gathered the scrolls, the trio swiftly vacated the premises, leaving behind the fates of the Yun-In trio shrouded in uncertainty. In the wake of this experience, Luo Sha resolved not to pursue the collection of additional scrolls, instead making a beeline for the central tower. On the way, Yetsong posed a question. Luo Sha, why did you arrange a meeting with the Mist Village? There is no trade that necessitates their involvement at present. You are mistaken, Luo Sha replied, shaking his head. We have numerous needs that can only be fulfilled by the Mist Village. Such as? Because the Mist Village possesses the metallurgical techniques we require. Luo Sha elaborated. The land of water is isolated, and the Mist Village excels in silent assassination techniques, water-style ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. Their special forces, known as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, are particularly noteworthy. Scorpion's interest was piqued. I have heard of this unit. It is said that each of their ninja swords possesses unique abilities. And this mere 7-member team possesses the power to obliterate a nation. Luo Sha. Indeed, my target is the 7 ninja blades in their possession. These 7 blades represent the pinnacle of metallurgical craftsmanship in the current ninja world. The dull blade, Dogo, the lightning blade, Ya, the great blade, Jiaoji, the decapitating blade, the explosive blade, Feima, the twin blades, Pingdai, and the long blade, Fengxian. However, what connection does this have with the Akatsuki clan? CS still fails to comprehend Luo Sha's intentions in engaging with the Akatsuki's full moon. After all, the Akatsuki clan is responsible for the management of these 7 ninja blades. If we seek to acquire information about the 7 blades, targeting the Akatsuki clan would undoubtedly be our most strategic course of action. Raza continued. Let us not discuss other matters. Take the beheading sword as an example. If we could utilize the techniques of blood-sucking restoration on the puppets within our village, our puppets would become a new form of immortality. Suddenly, Scorpion's eyes sparkled with fervor, eager to dash to the hidden mist village and seize that ninja blade. Indeed, Scorpion, temper your excitement for the moment. The hidden mist will undoubtedly not consider these ninja blades as a bargaining chip. Raza hastily doused Scorpion's enthusiasm. Nevertheless, as long as we can acquire some of their forging techniques, this transaction will not be in vain. At that moment, Yakura chimed in. But what do we have to offer in exchange? To this query, Raza remained unfazed. Anything will suffice. Ninjutsu, puppet techniques, sealing techniques, or even our current city defense technologies. In trade, as long as both parties deem the price fair, a deal can be struck. Even if negotiations falter, attempting will incur no loss. Furthermore, he added, this could also serve to sow discord between the Kirigakure and the Kaigaka clan, correct? Scorpion promptly unveiled Raza's ulterior motive. Indeed, creating a rift between the Kaigaka family and the village through unofficial channels is quite different. Once word reaches the ears of the Mizukichi, the Kaigaku clan's private dealings with foreign ninjas will not be taken lightly, even for those who have formerly held the position of Mizukichi. Such an accusation could lead to severe repercussions for them in the hidden mist. Raza acknowledged his intentions candidly, yet Yakura expressed skepticism. Is it truly feasible to sever the ties between a ninja clan and its village with mere words? It seemed improbable to Yakura that such a rift could be created so easily, while it may be impossible to achieve such discord in one fell swoop. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they will inevitably sprout in due time, just as one might gradually increase a worker's burden. We must cultivate and extract their potential and time step by step to attain control. The same principle applies to the Kaigaka clan. If we persist, surprises will surely arise. Moreover, have we invested even a penny in this endeavor? Yakura then realized that Raza had only uttered a few words yet managed to secure a substantial reward and a potential surprise without any cost, turning a profit instead. Consequently, Yakura distanced himself slightly from Raza, feeling unnerved by his presence. It was wise to maintain a safe distance lest he be sold out and forced to count the coins. As they conversed, the trio arrived at their destination. A considerable number of individuals had already assembled. Raza found it peculiar that the Sunagakure had yet to arrive, and to his astonishment, the very Huangtu he had robbed was present. Upon spotting Raza, Huangtu's gaze turned fierce, and they exchanged a charged stare, each bearing the weight of enmity. Unable to endure the awkwardness, Yakura broke the silence. Hey, the Wagakure fellow, what brings you here? Yakura had calculated that Huangtu should not have gathered enough scrolls. Huangtu shot Raza a venomous glare before replying. I should not have been able to amass sufficient scrolls. But on my way here, I encountered a group of Sunagakure genin. What a bunch of incompetent teammates. Given Huangtu's remarks, the trio understood well what had transpired. Huangtu's presence indicated that only Raza's team from Sunagakure had passed the second exam. This realization ignited Raza's anger. They had offered significant assistance. Yet the others had been easily robbed. Indeed, even swine would be more astute. Huangtu chose to ignore Raza and his companions, retreating to a secluded corner to rest. Observant individuals would note that aside from Huangtu's team, no other Iwagakure ninjas were present. Clearly, Huangtu's account of the robbery did not capture the entire picture. At that moment, the trio from the Water Gate and the members of the Kaigaku clan, who had just acquired scrolls, also arrived. Thus, the second round of the Chunin exams came to an official conclusion. In the Land of Wind, at the Sunagakure plantation, Karura accompanied Chiyoba to inspect the village's harvest. During the absence of the Kazakage, Chiyoba exercised his authority, overseeing all internal affairs of the village. It was harvest time once again, and having endured the most arduous periods of Sunagakure, her appreciation for grain was beyond what most could fathom. The essence boiled down to 3 words: fear of hunger. However, times had improved. Chiyoba observed the bountiful fields, and reason whispered to her that the era of Sunagakure being held captive was over. From this moment forward, the village would no longer need to resort to war to address its food shortages. Karura, how is the cotton cultivation in the south faring? Chiyoba inquired. Karura, an exceptional talent in domestic affairs, was well versed in every aspect of data. Rest assured, Chiyoba, the cotton is in the process of being harvested, and the harvesting puppets crafted by Scorpion are remarkably effective. The village's puppeteers sing their praises. Upon hearing the villagers commend her grandson, even Chiyoba could not help but smile. What is the situation at the border with the Land of Earth? At that moment, a female ninja approached Chiyoba. The construction progress of the border fortress is on schedule. It is expected to be completed in 2 months. The defensive chakra cannons are in production, 80 complete, with some materials still pending. I have allocated funds and entrusted excellent Jonin to oversee the procurement, expected to return to the village within a week. With that, the female ninja adjusted her glasses. I entrust this to you, Yanoichi. During Kazakage-sama's absence, your assistance has been invaluable in maintaining the order of our village's internal affairs, Chiyoba praised. You flatter me, Lady Chiyo. It is my duty, Yanoichi humbly replied, further endearing herself to Chiyoba. Previously, Chiyoba had inquired about her background, an orphan of Sunagakure, possessing exceptional medical ninjutsu alongside her outstanding administrative capabilities. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, Yanoichi would undoubtedly succeed her in the future. In the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander had just completed a bandit extermination. This should be the last one, correct? He inquired. Indeed, Lord Hanzo. All bandits within the country have been thoroughly eradicated. Yahiko, there is no need for such formality. Have you given further thought to our earlier conversation? Lord Hanzo, I am deeply appreciative of your gesture, but we already have a teacher. Just as Yahiko responded, the other members of the Akatsuki organization returned to his side, including Nagato and Konan. Oh, are you referring to Jiraiya of Konoha? Hanzo's expression shifted, as it was rare for him, a demigod, to be rejected. Yes, Lord Hanzo, Yahiko affirmed, seemingly unfazed by Hanzo's reaction. We previously beseeched teacher Jiraiya to become our mentor. Without his guidance, we might have perished amidst the chaos of war. Jiraiya, you say? Hanzo appeared to ponder. If you are so insistent, then so be it. However, Yahiko, I need to ascertain one matter. Please speak, Lord Hanzo. What is your true stance? Are you acting for the sake of the Land of Rain, or for Konoha? It is undoubtedly for the Land of Rain. Without hesitation, Yahiko declared, regardless of the past, I am a ninja of the Land of Rain. Hans and Yahiko locked eyes for an extended moment. Observing the clarity in Yahiko's gaze and surveying the members of the Akatsuki, Hans reflected on their actions since their inception and chose to place his trust in them. Listen well, Yahiko, and you, members of the Akatsuki, Hans proclaimed with conviction, should there come a day when you dare to inflict harm upon the Land of Rain, I shall employ every means at my disposal, at any cost, to eradicate you. I, Hans of the Salamander, swear this in the name of the demigods. Upon hearing this, Yahiko resolutely replied, Lord Hans, rest assured, we shall guide the Land of Rain towards prosperity. Following Yahiko's assurance, Hans immediately commanded, Yahiko, from this moment forth, you shall assist me in managing the internal affairs of the Land of Rain. Yes, Lord Hans, Yahiko responded with excitement. However, unbeknownst to all, among the ninjas standing behind Hans, a pair of envious eyes simmered with a desire to eliminate Yahiko and his companions on the spot. In Sunagakure, Madara departed from the village. During his time there, he experienced the joys and sorrows of these mortals from their perspective. Initially aiming to observe Raza, he found himself somewhat swayed after interacting with several neighbors. If one could find fulfillment in reality, why remain ensnared in the illusions? Hashirama, if it were you, would you support this young rascal, Raza? Madara pondered once more about his dear friend. Memories of their shared experiences flooded back, from acquaintance to opposition, and ultimately to collaboration. Madara's life had been largely intertwined with this god of the ninja world. It seemed he had always lived in Hashirama's shadow, never fully believing in the strength of others, while Hashirama chose to trust in the next generation. Thus, at that moment, Madara resolved to explore the path of his cherished friend. Let me witness, Hashirama, whether the power of belief you speak of is right or wrong. Chapter 56. Day of Rest. Luo Sha is currently resting. After the conclusion of the second examination, he returned to the envoy's residence for reflection and recuperation. Other villages are similar, yet there seems to be something concealed in Sarutobi's gaze directed at Luo Sha, leading him to momentarily suspect that this LS has evolved into LBL. The telescope technique no longer aims at the women's bathhouse, but rather at the neighboring area, sending chills down his spine. During this Chunin exam, Luo Sha also recognized his shortcomings, particularly in taijutsu. Had it not been for A succumbing to poison early on, along with the more apparent weaknesses of Yitsong, he might not have been able to withstand A's attack speed. Perhaps he should consider activating the Mazarin, though it feels somewhat inappropriate to plagiarize techniques from his yet-to-be-born son. Luo Sha pondered this deeply, reflecting on the fact that he hadn't seen Jelaw in nearly 2 months, wondering how her thoughts had diverged so drastically. In the adjacent room, Scorpion is designing new puppets. It must be acknowledged that practical experience is indeed the best teacher. During the battle against the Allied forces, Scorpion felt a noticeable lack of fluidity while operating the chakra cannon. When the enemy discovered the puppet master's presence, the inadequately trained puppet master became an easy target. A solution must be devised. A puppet that balances offense and defense needs to be created. After considerable contemplation, Scorpion finally conceived a plan and decided to name his new puppet Scarlet Flow Amber. As for Yitsong, having successfully passed the second examination, she is reveling in the thrill of shopping. Her previous visit to Konoha was brief, limited to a taste of Ichiraka ramen, but now, with time before the third examination and a generous bonus awarded by the third Hokage for her outstanding performance, she is determined to reclaim the joy she had lost. Additionally, this being the first collective Chunin exam in the ninja world, merchants from various nations have converged upon Konoha, resulting in an unexpected prosperity that is irresistible to any girl who loves to shop. As for the others from Sunagakure, they were initially untroubled. But after Luo Sha inadvertently let slip a comment in front of the third Kazekage, their good fortune swiftly came to an end. Yitsong is not entirely aware of the specifics, only that those eliminated from the exam seem to harbor a strong resentment towards Luo Sha, often wishing to take a bite out of him. However, they are not the most unfortunate. The most tormented individual post-examination is undoubtedly A from Kumogakure. When his father learned that A had failed to pass the first examination, the furniture crafted from wood release was reduced to splinters in a fit of rage. This furniture, having endured the repeated assaults of the third raikage, still stood resilient. Consequently, one could often witness a dark figure descending from the skies at the outskirts of Konoha. Had it not been for the arrival of a Kumogakure team at the tall tower beforehand, Kumogakure would have certainly faced disgrace in the second examination. The failure of A's team directly implies that Kumogakure is unlikely to achieve commendable results in the third examination. It is worth mentioning that only the ninja teams from the 5 great nations successfully passed the second examination, with each village represented by one team. Recently, the third Kazekage has been rather busy. One task involves personally mentoring the younger generation in the village, while another is to collect debts from Iwagakure. Yes, you read that correctly. During the second examination, Luo Sha employed various tactics to compel the Earth Release user to sign a debt note for 3 million. Thus, following the conclusion of the examination, Luo Sha unhesitatingly submitted the debt note to divert the Kazekage's attention while also contributing to the village. Luo Sha was acutely aware at the time of signing that he lacked confidence in successfully collecting the debt. Hence, a diversion was necessary to safeguard his gains. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, the Kazekage could hardly relinquish it easily. Every morning, he would set out early to visit the neighboring Iwagakure building. Noki, being a formidable figure, consistently maintained a tough stance, declaring that while he had no money, he would not part with lives, resulting in a tense atmosphere whenever the Kazekage and Tsuchikage met. The Kazekage cannot concede, nor can the Tsuchikage afford to give in. Thus both parties find themselves locked in a stalemate. For Luo Sha, as long as the Kazekage remains preoccupied with this matter, he can continue to amass his wealth in silence. In the land of water, in the village of Kirigakure, Madara has returned to his base. Black Zetsu appears before him. Having witnessed the events in Sunagakure, Black Zetsu is acutely aware of the shifts in Madara's mindset. This cannot continue. Fearing that his plans may again be disrupted, Black Zetsu strives daily to guide Madara back onto the right path. His actions must not be overt, lest Madara detect any flaws. Fortunately, having endured in secrecy for millennia, he possesses considerable patience. As a seasoned manipulator, he understands that the most effective lies are those that contain a kernel of truth, with deception reserved for critical moments. Thus, he meticulously fulfills Madara's requests, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. Unbeknownst to Madara, Black Zetsu subtly influences the third Mizukage's decisions to address Sunagakure's demands to a limited extent. After completing this task, Madara once again falls into slumber. Hashirama thinks to himself, let me take a turn at this. In the land of rain, in a tavern, a drunken ninja is causing a ruckus. This ninja, named Nobita Tomokazu, was once a reliable aide to Hanzo the Salamander. Whether in battles against various nations or quelling internal dissent, he always led from the front, remaining fiercely loyal to Hanzo. However, that changed the day the organization known as Akatsuki entered Hanzo's line of sight. He perceived that the once trustworthy Hanzo had become wary of veterans like himself. What right does that little brat have to serve as Hanzo's aide? Tomokazu bitterly exclaimed. On the day of the bandit extermination, when Hanzo declared Yahiko would become his domestic aide, Tomokazu's jealousy boiled over. Why is this not mine? He silently lamented. The growing imbalance within him gradually propelled him into a pit of madness. I bled for Lord Hanzo. I bore wounds for the village of Amigakure. What right does that little brat have to rise and become Hanzo's right-hand man? Even in his drunken stupor, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead venting his frustration on the bottles and glasses around him. The tavern owner, witnessing the scene, could only call for the security team of Amigakure to handle the situation. At that moment, a patron at a nearby table silently observed the unfolding drama, recognizing a potential opportunity to exploit. In the land of wind, in Sunagakure, Yano Yu is preparing to inspect the construction progress of the Machino defense line. Recently, she received orders from Danzo to investigate the true state of the Sunagakure Machino defense line. For someone who has been lurking in Sunagakure for years, this task is not overly challenging. Having been professionally trained, she has been gathering relevant intelligence since the inception of this defense line. However, this particular command struck her as strange, lacking a core objective, specific direction, or focus on personnel. Such an investigation proves to be exceedingly difficult. It is akin to a boss stating, I want to build a machine. Under normal circumstances, the information one would need is, what type of machine, and for what purpose? What functionalities are necessary? The issue lies here. They refuse to disclose this information, leaving one to ponder. This is quite frustrating. Presently, Yano's emotions mirror this sentiment. Nonetheless, as a ninja, her professional integrity is commendable. She possesses the ability to discern her superior's intentions, a skill she has honed over time. Given that she has been activated for her long-term covert mission in Sunagakure, it stands to reason that the village requires a strategic deployment map of this defensive line or perhaps a topographical map. Her current reconnaissance is aimed at gathering such intelligence. Once this exploration concludes, she should be able to return to Kanahagakure. What will she do then? Years of living undercover have left her nerves frayed to the utmost. In times of extreme mental strain, individuals often alleviate their stress by envisioning the future. Perhaps she should establish an orphanage. The wish of a wandering priestess is surprisingly simple. In Kanahagakure, Danzo is in high spirits. Having regained power and with matters progressing exceedingly smoothly, he is once again filled with optimism for the future. Yet, each time he encounters Hiruzen Sarutobi, he occasionally feels an urge to strangle him. What is wrong with me? Danzo is astonished by such thoughts. After all, Hiruzen is his dear friend. How could he entertain such notions? Even for a hefty sum, it would be unacceptable. It seems the recent mental strain has led him to irrational musings. Danzo provides himself with a convenient rationale. At that moment, someone reported, Lord Orochimaru seeks an audience. Let him in, Danzo replied without lifting his eyelids. Shortly after, Orochimaru entered Danzo's office. Upon entering, Orochimaru stated, Danzo, I require a person. Who? Kisame Hashigaki. Danzo pondered for a moment. The genin from the Chunin exams, from the Mist Village? Indeed. Danzo fell silent. Under normal circumstances, he would simply dispatch a few agents to abduct him, but given the current situation, it would be prudent to wait until after the Chunin exams conclude. At that time, I shall endeavor to deliver him to you. That is not urgent. If I can procure what I seek first, this individual will hold little value, Orochimaru continued. Regarding wood release? Yes. What exactly? Danzo's interest was piqued. The meteorite from Star Ninja Village. Danzo did not comprehend why Orochimaru would need such an item, but he was unwilling to miss the opportunity to gain control over wood release. The burden of labor would not fall upon him, nor would the financial expenditure be his. Ultimately, he would be the one to benefit. Was further contemplation necessary? It was best to agree outright. In that instant, Danzo felt the advantages of power once more. He then inquired, how is the progress of your recent experiments? Orochimaru smiled faintly. All is proceeding smoothly. Data collection is essentially on schedule. With the experience gained from the previous replication, this experiment is hardly a challenge. Orochimaru licked his lips, noting merely a lack of suitable materials. The materials are already being gathered, Danzo replied nonchalantly. Even the finest ninjas from Root cannot be commanded so easily. I have said nothing, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru retorted. His demeanor as cold as ever. I have heard that the old man has tasked you with investigating the newly established defenses of Sunagakure? Why? Not to that extent. Against overwhelmingly powerful forces, all defenses are meaningless. However, I am curious as to why the old man would issue such orders. Orochimaru slowly articulated his speculations. Knowing that reconnaissance missions require considerable manpower, are you suggesting that Hiruzen is aware of our activities? Danzo, not easily fooled, quickly inferred Orochimaru's insinuation. I cannot say. After all, you are the leader of Root. What exactly do you mean? Danzo felt an inkling of frustration rising within him. Orochimaru appeared to be deliberately provoking something. Yet, he was drawn to this dynamic. It is nothing, merely that I hope Lord Danzo can keep this matter confidential for the time being. Orochimaru finally revealed his intent. That is understood. However, you surely desire more than just this, correct? Indeed, Lord Danzo. I also request your discretion regarding the matters concerning Raza. I hold a great admiration for that child. The people of Sunagakure, Orochimaru, are you not becoming overly entangled with them? Danzo was not suspicious of Orochimaru conspiring with Sunagakure. Rather, he found the depth of their connection disconcerting, particularly as he aimed to safeguard his village. It is of no concern, Lord Danzo. That child is quite exceptional. I understand. Then I shall not disturb you further, Lord Danzo. With that, Orochimaru departed from Route. Danzo silently repeated Orochimaru's name. Upon exiting Route, Orochimaru confirmed that he was not being followed before dispelling his transformation technique, reverting to White Zetsu. Is this sufficient? White Zetsu inquired. It is adequate. Black Zetsu replied with satisfaction. Their objective was merely to sow a seed. Undoubtedly, White Zetsu's disguise had been remarkably effective, even fooling someone like Danzo. Black Zetsu's plan was straightforward, to incite Danzo's discontent, instigate discord within Konohagakure, and redirect Danzo's attention towards Raza. Should Danzo take action against him, it would be even better. If not, it mattered not. As long as enmity was cultivated, other events would unfold naturally. This was a crucial lesson Black Zetsu had learned over millennia. Meanwhile, Raza remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lost in dreams of becoming the wealthiest in the ninja world. However, every one of his actions was meticulously observed by White Zetsu. Chapter 57. The Path to Prosperity as Days Passed. Following the second exam where all participants sustained varying degrees of injury, the leaders of each village, eager to leave a favorable impression on the daimyos and nobility and to showcase their village's prowess, unanimously opted for a period of recovery before proceeding to the next round of competition. Raza harbors a profound aversion to such matters, reminiscent of the time when, prior to the arrival of some inept leader, students were compelled to invest copious hours rehearsing performances. The current preparations seem tailored solely for the amusement of these illustrious figures, albeit now the focus has shifted to showcasing the prowess of their own ninjas. However, Raza recognizes the futility of altering the status quo. A surrender upon his entrance appears to be the most pragmatic course of action. Prolonged sojourns in Konohagakure have grown rather mundane, and he finds himself nostalgically yearning for the sands of the Land of Wind. Unbeknownst to him, Sunagakure has gradually become his true home. During this interval, Raza has not been idle. He has meticulously designed a plethora of products aimed at cultivating a promising future. Utilizing the shadow clone technique alongside coercion and persuasion of the village's lower-ranking ninjas, Raza has crafted numerous trinkets for sale in Konoha. The marketing strategy prominently boasts the allure of Sunagakure's puppet techniques, touting toys as regional specialties, cherished by the Kazekage since childhood, and serving as an introductory gateway to the art of puppetry. It is undeniable that Sunagakure's puppet techniques possess a captivating charm for those hailing from other villages, particularly the children of Konohagakure. True to its status as the foremost ninja village, the favorable economic conditions of these families have resulted in a burgeoning demand for Raza's puppet toys. Initially, all profits accrued belonged to Raza. However, following the transition of the third Kazekage, those earnings have since reverted to the village. It must be acknowledged that the third Kazekage is indeed a competent leader. During Raza's initial foray into this venture, he was not met with any opposition. Upon the completion of prototypes, the Kazekage took the liberty to inspect these creations to ensure that no secrets of the puppet technique were divulged. Such concerns were entirely unwarranted, as Raza and Sasori had already attained considerable mastery in the art of puppetry. The notion that Raza would commit such a foolish blunder as to leak confidential techniques is utterly absurd. Thus, in a spirit of idleness, the third Kazekage assigned those lower-ranking ninjas undergoing specialized training to Raza, treating them as mere refuse, entrusting him with the task of imparting knowledge and guidance to them. Will Luosha refuse? Unless one is utterly foolish, it would be a grave waste to neglect such a remarkable tool. In the following fortnight, these individuals embarked on a life filled with blessings that many could only dream of. Once Luosha's puppet toys became a commercial success, they eagerly surrendered the toy technology, transforming Luosha's creations into the village's invaluable assets. Luosha couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher, you truly possess an impressive knack for this." Not only did he spend not a single cent, but after perfecting the core technology and training skilled workers, he effortlessly plucked this ripe fruit into his own pocket. It was simply remarkable. Overwhelmed with despair, Luosha slapped himself hard several times in the bathroom. All I want is to earn a little money. Why must it be so difficult? After a profound reflection on his arduous entrepreneurial journey, Luosha realized that the fault did not lie within himself. Was he not diligent? Was he lacking in effort? Did he lack talent or technical skills? Did he lack the spirit of exploration or a sense of risk? None of these were the root causes. The fundamental truth could be distilled into a single phrase: the collective interest supersedes individual gain. In the recently liberated Shine village, the concept of personal benefit was virtually non-existent. The third Hokage, having reaped every advantage from Luo Sha, never pocketed a single gain for himself. Instead, he selflessly employed magnetic manipulation to mine resources, augmenting the village's finances for the sake of prosperity. For this reason alone, Luo Sha held no grievances against his mentor. Furthermore, it was evident that his mentor's sustenance was shared with the lower-ranked shinobi of Shine, differing only in quantity, but not in quality. Luo Sha could confidently assert that his mentor's entire wealth would not surpass 20,000 ryo. As the leader of a village, can one truly believe this? Recently, the financial resources Luo Sha had uncovered were swiftly appropriated by the third Hokage, who then graciously shared this knowledge with the lower-ranked shinobi of the village, enabling them to create toys to supplement their household income alongside their training. Not a soul unrelated to Shine reaped any benefit from this endeavor. Each time he witnessed this, Luo Sha couldn't help but inquire, "Sensei, do you think we are perhaps being too extreme in our approach?" To which his mentor replied, "Extreme in what manner? As a leader, one must expect some special privileges, should one not? No other Hokage in the entire shinobi world has exhibited such integrity as you." At that moment, the third Hokage gazed at Luo Sha with utmost seriousness. Luo Sha, becoming a Hokage is not about enjoying special privileges. It is about fulfilling the responsibilities that come with the title. Our village recognizes no such privileges. If it did, then Shine Village would have no reason to exist. Before Luo Sha could counter, the third Hokage continued. You previously proposed the core governance principle of allowing a portion of the populace to prosper first, which I dismissed. Have you ever pondered why? No, Sensei. When he initially suggested this, Luo Sha had merely borrowed from past experiences without considering why a strategy that had previously succeeded would be rejected by his mentor. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment and remarked, the notion of first prospering serves as a model for those still in poverty, inspiring them to follow suit and achieve wealth. This notion appears sound, yet have you considered whether these individuals would truly uplift those who follow them? The third Hokage paused before continuing. Given the previous economic structure of Shine Village, what do you believe would be the method for that portion of the populace to prosper first? Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Sha replied, mining. Immediately thereafter, the third generation of Fengying posed another inquiry. How many individuals in the village possessed the capability for mining at that time? Could it be that the impoverished villagers were unaware that engaging in mining could lead to prosperity? The silence of Luo Sha was palpable. The third generation of Wind Shadow continued. Even if a portion of people have amassed wealth through mining, what do you think they will do afterward? Although Luo Sha yearned to articulate the notion of advancing technology and exploring new avenues for wealth accumulation, the words that escaped his lips were, seek new mines and continue mining. After speaking, Luo Sha curled up on the ground like a shrimp devoid of its bones. I comprehend your perspective, which posits that economic development necessitates the concentration of the village's wealth, akin to a fighter who must first clench their fist. However, no one can guarantee that those who have tasted privilege will contemplate amassing wealth through the methods you deem advantageous. Much like a dog that has savored the taste of human flesh cannot be persuaded to revert to consuming excrement, he lamented. Yet, we could impose heavy taxes on these individuals through policy measures, thereby guiding them toward the developmental trajectory we desire. Luo Sha spoke with a hint of reluctance. Indeed, in an ideal scenario, it is feasible. However, these individuals will not passively acquiesce, the third generation of Wind Shadow replied, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. They will collude with influential figures, rally lower-ranking ninjas, and even resort to various forms of coercion against the populace, compelling the underprivileged to compete for scarce resources. Meanwhile, they will observe this turmoil from the sidelines, effortlessly claiming a substantial portion of the pie without lifting a finger. They will then sow discord, malign the village, and fracture its unity, for most individuals are oblivious to what tomorrow may bring. They are solely preoccupied with what they will eat this evening. Even if these individuals were to refrain from such actions, could we truly steer their direction through policy adjustments and achieve our objectives? The third generation of Wind Shadow countered. Why not? Luo Sha inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. He could not fathom why, under seemingly optimal conditions, the goals remained unattainable. Because humans are inherently fearful of the unknown, the third generation of Wind Shadow lamented. Once we adjust the tax policies, do you believe they will further exploit their subordinates? Or will they transcend their nature and invest considerable resources into forging an uncertain path? Luo Sha understood that in this world, those with a pioneering spirit are always in the minority. The vast majority of people, as long as they are not driven to the brink of despair, are unlikely to change for an uncertain future. In his past life, he had been nearly consumed by the grind. Yet he observed no inclination from his employer to undergo transformation. The reason is quite simple. The hardships of the corporate worker are intricately tied to the blissful existence of the boss. The profits the boss reaps are not merely from business dealings, but significantly from the surplus value generated by employees. The essence of making money can be distilled into 4 words: increasing revenue and cutting costs. When generating revenue becomes challenging, it is only natural to tighten expenditures. If one chooses not to work, the response is simply to either comply or exit. There is no shortage of people in society. A phrase the boss often reiterated based on his experiences. Noticing Luo Sha's silence, The third Hokage's voice resonated once more. Rosha, you are the most gifted ninja I have ever encountered. Your thoughts surpass those of everyone in the village. I believe you can excel in any position. However, the role of Hokage is simply not suited for you. Previously, Rosha would have been elated to hear such words, but now, inexplicably, a wave of despondency washed over him. The Hokage position entails immense responsibility and burden. Your excessive focus on personal gain and your overly idealistic perception of the interests of both the individual and the village indicate that you are not the successor I envision. After delivering these sentiments, the third Hokage departed. In that moment, Rosha realized that, regardless of the world, the essence remains unchanged. He let out a bittersweet laugh, filled with resignation and pain, acknowledging that he remained an ordinary mortal. From that point onward, Rosha willingly became a pawn in the hands of the third Hokage. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing the recent financial reports, and from the expression on his face, it was evident that the numbers were highly satisfactory. F2, standing nearby, also appeared pleased, as the delegation straightened their posture while gazing at the Hokage rock statue. The usually composed Shimura Danzo also exhibited a semblance of satisfaction, albeit briefly casting a glance at Hiruzen. The discussion on financial revenue came to a pause, transitioning to the upcoming third round of the Chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The attendees for this ceremony include not only the leaders of various villages, but also the lords, dignitaries, and wealthy merchants from different nations. This is an exceptional opportunity for our village to showcase its strength. The focal point this time will be the prowess of Team 7. Mito Kazumi astutely remarked. Their capabilities are indeed commendable, particularly Namake's Minato, who has previously experienced pursuing an enemy and successfully rescuing a Jinchuriki during his time in the Ninja Academy. However, this exam is of great significance, as the ninjas from other villages are also formidable. For instance, the young members of the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan present a challenge to Minato. Unconsciously, Hiruzen's mind drifted to the image of the Sand Village's chakra cannon. Danzo remained notably silent. After some time, Hiruzen seemed to arrive at a resolution, with a month remaining until the third round. I have decided to arrange for special training for these three genin and grant them the opportunity to observe the Book of Seals. What? Hiruzen, are you serious? The trio was taken aback by Hiruzen's determination. Danzo quickly interjected, the Book of Seals contains forbidden techniques. Hiruzen, are you certain about this? Indeed, Hiruzen affirmed resolutely. Danzo, we must have faith in the future jewels of our village. I believe they can achieve the impossible. Isn't this too early? Kazumi hesitated, considering they were merely 11 years old. To this, Hiruzen exuded confidence. Kazumi, we must trust in the children. They will not grow without the protection of our wings. Besides, Minato is a fine child who embodies the will of fire. Danzo couldn't help but scoff inwardly, realizing Hiruzen's ulterior motives in cultivating his own prot-gs. Seeing this, the others expressed no further opposition. Then it is settled. Inform Minato, Shizune, and Takayama to report to the Hokage's office tomorrow at noon. Understood, Hokage-sama. Is there anything else? Hiruzen inquired. At that moment, Danzo produced a small object from his pocket. This is a puppet that has circulated from the Sand Village. According to reliable intelligence, the Sand Village has amassed considerable wealth through trading these items. Hiruzen, we need to take this seriously. Hiruzen examined the puppet toy. It is quite finely crafted. Danzo, do you suspect the Sand Village is engaging in espionage with these? Yes. Has the Intelligence Division conducted any assessments? A member of the Umbu chimed in. The Intelligence Division has evaluated it, and the report indicates that these can only be classified as toys. There is currently no evidence of any espionage function or threat to our village. Is that so? Then let us not concern ourselves with it, Hiruzen concluded, recognizing the Sand Village's right to conduct trade as long as it does not pose a threat to their village. Yes, Hokage-sama. Well, since there are no further matters, we shall adjourn the meeting. Chapter 58. Commencement. The Land of Fire has recently experienced remarkable prosperity, largely due to the advancements brought about by the Chunin exams tourism, benefiting various industries. Luo Sha was exceedingly busy. Ever since entrusting the toy business to the village, he had embarked on a new venture. At that moment, he was accompanied by Scorpion and Yi Tsong, searching for a suitable shop, with several lower-ranking ninjas by his side. Hey Luo Sha, are you certain this is a wise course of action? Yi Tsong inquired, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably upon learning of Luo Sha's plans. Remain calm, Yi Tsong, trust me. This is not forbidden, Luo Sha attempted to reassure him, emphasizing the legitimacy of their undertaking. But do you know who the legitimate shopkeepers have behind them? Yi Tsong still harbored doubts. It's just the daimyo, after all. Why is it that the master can do it, yet I cannot? I have already communicated with our teacher about it. And what about the initial capital? Luo Sha boldly declared, the teacher has supported 3 million. That is ample. Where did the 3 million come from? Oh, it was provided by Yin Yin. Yi Tsong gasped in astonishment. In response, Yi Tsong could only remark, Lord Fengying is indeed formidable, managing to extract funds from a diminutive old man. What a scene, how appalling. As for Luo Sha, he had no time to attend to Yi Tsong's reaction. He had previously squandered too much time. With merely over 20 days remaining until the final round of the Chunin exam, Luo Sha must diligently prepare everything before it becomes too late. And what must he prepare? He would conduct himself as he always did during the World Cup, gambling, or rather, wagering. As a traveler from another world, Luo Sha felt a twinge of shame for having forgotten this lucrative industry. If not for Yitsong's prior extravagant purchases that significantly contributed to the gross domestic product of Konoha, these merchants would not have bestowed numerous lottery tickets as well. Upon encountering the lottery tickets, Luo Sha immediately realized the opportunity that lay before him. Thus, after an evening of profound dialogue with the third Kazekage, he, invigorated and spirited, set forth with his companions. The third Kazekage reassured him, saying, "Proceed with confidence. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the burden." After all, for the sake of 3 million, he would readily risk his life against the formidable Noki. This endeavor was essentially a calculated gamble, a risk worth taking. Furthermore, Luo Sha unveiled a comprehensive plan, brimming with aspirations such as community affection, various ambitions, and the establishment of idols. He believed that these initiatives could indeed flourish. Otherwise, the duplicating machine he had previously created for selling counterfeit exam papers would remain a wasted investment. Such a notion was unacceptable to Luo Sha, whose very essence was steeped in frugality. Thus, the inaugural session of the Shinobi World's gambling industry was underway, with Chairman Luo busily selecting a location for his enterprise. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just received intelligence indicating that the people of Sunagakure were in the process of selecting commercial premises. Seemingly intent on embarking upon a new venture, he held a firm appreciation for the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Umbu. Currently, the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure remained in a harmonious phase, expected to endure for a considerable duration, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The trade with Sunagakure continued to flow smoothly, placing Konoha in a position of advantage. Even if Sunagakure were eager to catch up, success in the near term was improbable. Therefore, Hiruzen adopted a tacitly approving stance towards Sunagakure's intentions to lease or sell storefronts. Moreover, given that Sunagakure was the first to consent to the joint examination of the Shinobi World and further alliances, he found no compelling reason to obstruct their endeavors. As for the consequences, on the bustling Hokage Avenue, Luo Sha was engaged in negotiations with a landlord. You see, this establishment has been vacant for quite some time. Continuing to remain closed would only incur losses, and given the exorbitant rent you demand, it is exceedingly rare to find tenants like us. Might you consider lowering the price? Luo Sha implored, his eager eyes fixed upon the landlord. Whether the landlord was moved by his plea remains uncertain, but he was undoubtedly repulsed. Listen here, young one from Sunagakure, the price I've set is already quite reasonable. You may inquire around. You'll find no one on this street offering a lower rate. When Luo Sha, feeling wronged, attempted to charm his way out of the situation but to no avail, he immediately turned hostile and remarked, "You might as well inquire what we, from the Sand Village, are capable of for the sake of money." With that, Scorpion promptly discarded the standard ninja attire from the Rock Village onto the ground. You are already aware of the incidents involving Lord Kazekage and Anoki, I presume? Behold, this is the attire of the ninjas from Rock Village who could not afford the fees for the Chunin exams. The landlord, of course, had heard about the notorious incident where the third Kazekage brandished an IOU while storming into the small Rock Village establishment. The spectacle was said to be utterly disgraceful. The behavior exhibited by the third Kazekage, well, it was something no ordinary person would dare replicate. Gazing at the discarded Rock Village uniform before him, he quietly inquired, "Did you strip this from them?" One could also interpret it as them having willingly removed it to settle their debts. Even this loincloth is part of the debt settlement? The landlord, terrified, instinctively covered his vulnerable parts, retreating to a corner in search of some semblance of safety. He then bellowed, "Very well, as you say, I shall lease the shop to you. But let it be clear, you must harbor no ulterior motives." Before Luoshu had fully comprehended the situation, Xie responded, "The monthly rent is 100 taels. If rented for a year, it totals 120 taels. Is that acceptable?" The boss nodded vigorously in agreement. "Very well, it's settled at 120 taels." In a state of trepidation regarding the landlord's potential change of heart, Arsha hastily secured the contract and reluctantly bid farewell. Why choose this location? Arsha, there were numerous shops more suitable than this one. It was only after the landlord's figure had receded into the distance that Yetsong posed the question. Scorpion, because we are the hidden sand village. Indeed, Scorpion was correct. And Arsha concurred. Yetsong remained utterly bewildered. With the shop now secured, the next phase of their plan could commence. Scorpion and Yetsong would oversee the renovations, aided by several lower-ranking ninjas, allowing Arsha to remain unconcerned. At present, he was diligently committing known intelligence to memory. As a limited oracle, Arsha understood that his current endeavors were merely a means of monetizing his knowledge, employing any method at his disposal. Thus, 3 days later, Arsha boldly set up a stall by the roadside. After his transformation, don't miss out, fresh intelligence hot off the press. Even if you don't buy, feel free to take a look. His bellowing voice left the entire village astounded. The act of selling information, while not insignificant, was traditionally conducted in secrecy among the villages, never openly acknowledged. This led to a plethora of onlookers, yet few willing to engage. Anticipating such a scenario, our Shah had made preparations in advance. Just then, the unfortunate GT Mangetsu, who had previously purchased counterfeit examination papers, made his appearance. GT Mangetsu remained utterly perplexed. Upon learning that the hidden sand village sought his assistance as a decoy, he felt an overwhelming desire to refuse. However, upon receiving an order from Master Yuan, he found himself unable to decline. The rationale provided by Master Yuan was quite straightforward. The Water Shadow has decreed that if the hidden sand seeks our aid during this examination, we should comply as much as possible without jeopardizing the village, to facilitate the development of amicable relations between the land of water and the land of wind. This revelation left him speechless. He had not anticipated that both parties were considering diplomatic relations. Nonetheless, it was not surprising given the quality of the ninjas from both the land of water and the land of wind, as well as geographical factors that rendered conflict implausible, fighting in the desert with water techniques or traversing the seas. It could be said that there had never been any substantial conflict of interest between them. Thus, with great reluctance, GT Mangetsu accepted the task. The shame of it all was palpable. This assignment was indeed a source of considerable discomfort for him. Yet, for the sake of his village, he had no choice but to brace himself and move forward. Dear customer, whose intelligence do you seek? Our Shah, now disguised, smiled obsequiously, his hands nervously rubbing together. From the land of water, GT Mangetsu. Many in the crowd recognized him, most aware that this was a test of the intelligence's authenticity. Ah, no problem. A mere 500,000 Rio, GT Mangetsu said, tossing a wad of cash to our Shah without a moment's hesitation before turning to leave. Observing this transaction, the onlookers began to chatter excitedly, though few approached the stall. Luo Shah, unhurried as ever, was aware that his lottery sales point had yet to undergo renovations. For now, it was merely a makeshift setup, and the time for performances was far off. All enterprises require the nurturing of patience, and this gambling venture was no exception. Danzo, well-versed in the art of management, understood this principle thoroughly. He realized that the longer the supply lines in war, the greater the likelihood of failure. Conversely, the struggle for power followed an opposite trajectory. Under his direction, the root organization began methodically establishing orphanages. This was a necessary course of action. Since the second Hokage instituted the ninja school system, children of appropriate age within the village invariably opted for enrollment. For Danzo, the options for personnel selection were limited. Moreover, the loyal villagers predominantly adhered to the Hokage, making it exceedingly difficult to sway them. Orphans, however, posed far fewer complications. With the ongoing turmoil since the establishment of the 5 great villages, sources were plentiful for those willing to accept. As for the quality of personnel, a sufficiently large base would inevitably yield a few exceptionally talented individuals. And regarding loyalty, it was a jest. They were nourished by Danzo's provisions and clad in garments provided by him. Would they owe allegiance to the Hokage or to Danzo? As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, everything was merely beginning. Danzo's visage, concealed beneath bandages, exuded a coldness akin to that of a venomous serpent. No longer willing to bear the brunt of Sarutobi's failures, he was awakening to his own potential. Yet, this was only the initial step. He would prove to his mentor that he was indeed a worthy heir to the Hokage. In stark contrast to the flourishing of Konoha, Suna was embroiled in its own turmoil. The situation in Awagakure was nothing short of chaotic. Following the second examination, only a single team from Awagakure had passed, which was already disheartening. Moreover, when the proctor brought out a participant clad in nothing but a single piece of cloth, Noki nearly suffered a cardiac episode. How could these disgraceful individuals not simply perish? Noki nearly shouted this in frustration, but managed to suppress the urge. To add insult to injury, when his son revealed that he had been coerced into signing a debt note for 3 million, Noki fainted outright. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing he did was grasp his son by the collar and shake him vigorously, exclaiming, "This is Suna. Suna, these money-grubbing fools. And you dare to sign a debt note? Is your attire worth 3 million? Anger surged within him, and he had no choice but to vent it on his son. Despite his slight frame, Noki was quite adept at administering a beating to his offspring. At that moment, the Kazekage arrived to collect debts. Initially wishing to avoid confrontation, Noki was caught off guard by a photograph presented by the Kazekage, which shattered his defenses. The image was quite simple. His son, Katsuchi, stood impeccably dressed among a group of nude men. Those who beheld it described it as a shocking sight. As for its origin, Luo Sha held the ultimate authority. Subsequently, upon entering, the Kazekage did not resort to threats or vandalism. He merely stated, "Lord Tsuchikage, you wouldn't want this photo to be circulated, would you?" That single remark prompted the obstinate old man to surrender unconditionally, gnashing his teeth as he retrieved 3 million from his private savings. The third Kazekage departed with the money under the gaze of Noki's father's murderer. Poor Katsuchi, after enduring a brutal beating, believed he had escaped his misery, only to discover the true nature of hell in the days to follow. In the ensuing days, Iwagakure began to tighten its belt to weather the storm. With no alternative, that Suchikage had even put forth funds meant for his coffin, necessitating a reduction in expenses for the accompanying ninjas to offset the losses incurred by their esteemed leader. Thus, they found themselves living on the same meager rations that Luo Sha had experienced upon his arrival, 3 meals of military rations, albeit the limited kind. Meanwhile, in Konoha, reports circulated of villagers losing chickens. Just as Noki was struggling to consume a chicken leg, he heard his subordinate report, Lord Suchikage. There are individuals outside engaged in information trading, seemingly related to this CH9 exam. Noki, spitting out a chicken bone, straightened his posture. Is the information credible? It seems so. I personally witnessed a participant from the land of water, Suki Mangetsu, purchasing a piece of intelligence. What was the price? If it was reasonable. Noki pondered. Despite his recent propensity for disciplining his son, he still had to consider Katsuchi. After all, he was his flesh and blood, not something to be remade. Approximately 500,000. 500,000. It was evident that this figure was one Noki was reluctant to accept, yet his desire was palpable. Thus, he faced a singular path, to engage in underhanded dealings. This was a task Noki approached without pressure. He had done it before. However, upon reflection, he realized this was in Konoha, and given the time-sensitive nature of the information, he could only grit his teeth and decide to wait a while longer to investigate the background of this information network before making any calculations. Understood, Lord Suchikage. Chapter 58. The Hunt. The grand opening of a new shop, an event that was hardly remarkable in Konoha, took place. What made this establishment noteworthy was that it was officially opened by Sunagakure in Konoha, situated along Hokage Avenue, and was aptly named the Ninja World Gold Rush Store. One must admit that the taste exhibited by Yakura was commendable. The shop's decor harmoniously reflected the characteristics of the Wind Country. One could easily recognize the unmistakable Syrian war-torn aesthetic. Upon witnessing this, Luo Sha was taken aback. I could do a better job with my feet, he exclaimed. Yakura's actions were undoubtedly driven by a motive, primarily, to save money. After Luo Sha scolded Yakura, she immediately began to whine, a behavior whose origin remains a mystery. Drawing upon his past experiences, Luo Sha felt compelled to placate her. Women, after all, tend to avoid acknowledging their mistakes, instead resorting to various tactics to sulk and evade responsibility. I can't go on living. You don't love me anymore. You don't care about me. And so forth. Typically, at such moments, men have little choice but to soothe their partners. Ultimately, regardless of the woman's transgressions, the man finds himself in the position of having to offer comfort, even if he secretly wishes to unleash a torrent of frustration upon her. But wait, Yakura was not his girlfriend. Realizing this, Luo Sha felt like a fool. After finally calming Yakura, he surveyed the rough decor once more and clenched his teeth to proceed with the opening. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. On the day of the grand opening, passers-by remarked that the shop was a waste of its name. Who would seek gold in a dilapidated ruin? In the face of the onlooker's skepticism, Luo Sha did not engage in idle talk. He employed his magnet release to refurbish the entire shop. The shimmering sand gold, combined with the Syrian decor, evoked the sensation that a wealthy individual from the Middle East had come to vacation there. With the allure of gold, curiosity about the establishment grew. As the atmosphere became increasingly charged, Luo Sha seized a loudspeaker and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss out. Today marks the grand opening of our Gold Rush store. Come one, come all, young and old." At this moment, the actors he had arranged began to inquire, "What is the purpose of the Gold Rush store? You have indeed approached the right person. Do you wish to turn a modest investment into a grand fortune? Do you aspire to achieve wealth overnight? Then come to our Ninja Realm Gold Exchange. With merely 2,000 Ryo, you stand a chance to win a staggering prize of 100 million. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment." Before Rasha could complete his introduction, the onlookers quickly discerned that this was nothing but a gambling establishment. Having rehearsed this many times, Rasha was well aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the crowd. Once again, the arranged accomplice articulated what many were reluctant to voice. How can this be deemed a casino? This is a legitimate form of gambling, endorsed by the Sand Village of the Wind Country, a proper village enterprise. Accomplice, what makes this any different? What does a gambler desire most, and what do they fear most? Rasha could confidently assert that no one in this world understands these sentiments better than he does. Reliable Rashi promptly stepped in. "I assure you, our establishment will not tolerate cheating, nor will anyone engage in deceitful practices. Any patron who emerges victorious will not be subjected to any underhanded dealings. Furthermore, we represent the Sand Village. No matter how much money one wins, we are fully capable of disbursing the amounts on-site without delay. This assurance is backed by our village's gold mine, and those interested may visit the Land of Wind for a first-hand inspection. Travel expenses will be reimbursed upon presentation of tickets." The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and it was evident that many were swayed. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe for persuasion, Rasha seized the opportunity to elaborate passionately. "Moreover, we pledge that 5% of the total gambling revenue will be allocated to charitable endeavors, such as providing for orphans. Everyone is welcome to send representatives to oversee this initiative, and we will publicly disclose all expenditures. What, then, is there left to hesitate about? Yet, amidst all this discussion, the methods of play have yet to be revealed. Rosa suddenly felt somewhat awkward. After all, he was merely a technician and this was his first foray into marketing, which made him feel rather unprofessional. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin. The concept was quite straightforward. The essence of this Chunin exam lay in the betting. Participants could wager on which village would ultimately triumph, who the final victor would be, and how many individuals from each village would emerge victorious. Bets could be placed on each match, with the odds varying based on the predicted difficulty. For instance, if Sunagakure emerged victorious, the odds would be 1-1. However, if one were to bet on all 3 members of Sunagakure winning, the odds would soar to 120. For specific payout amounts, one could refer to the display board. As he spoke, Scorpion deftly set up the display board that Rosa had prepared in advance. Instantly, the atmosphere around them grew fervent. Questions arose. Why were the odds for Kumogakure so high? Why were those for Konoha so low? Rosa explained leisurely. The strongest team from Kumogakure encountered an unexpected setback during the second exam and had to withdraw early. It is worth noting that this team included the current Raikage Sun. The remaining participants likely advanced due to mere luck, but the upcoming third exam will be a genuine test of strength. Oh, so that is how it is. The audience quickly grasped the reasons behind the fluctuating odds. Naturally, the lowest odds were attributed to Team Minato of Konoha. When asked why, it was a no-brainer. This was Konoha, where potential customers predominantly belonged to the village. It was obvious whom they would bet on to win. Almost immediately, a woman with golden hair and double ponytails slammed a box of currency onto the table, declaring, "I'm betting all in on Konoha's victory." Luo Sha was on the verge of laughter, for this was the legendary fat sheep. However, his amusement was premature. Among the remaining individuals, many were acquainted with Tsunade. Consequently, bets began to pour in. I wager on Sunagakure. I bet on Iwagakure, and some even placed their stakes on Kumogakure. Yet, no one placed a bet on Konohagakure. This was not the script he had anticipated, leaving Luo Sha feeling somewhat despondent. Not long after the announcement of the opening of the gold panning establishment in Sunagakure, news reached the ears of people from several other villages. Kumogakure, naturally, was enraged. The odds were too high, while Kirigakure and Konohagakure remained indifferent, as their stakes in the matter were minimal. However, Iwagakure's situation was markedly different. The IWA ninjas, having pilfered chickens for days, dreamt of a hearty meal. Upon hearing this news, their immediate reaction was one of despair over their lack of funds. Even placing a bet required capital. And how could Iwagakure muster any when they could scarcely afford a meal? Yet, Inoki was a cunning and shrewd individual. Such a person, under normal circumstances, would instinctively connect fragmented information or events to maximize his gains. The current situation was no different. Inoki quickly discerned the breaking point of the gambling game at the gold panning shop. With sufficient intelligence, he could derive substantial benefits from it. Undoubtedly, he had complete faith in his son, but the present circumstances indicated that Iwagakure stood to earn a significant sum from this competition. This prospect tempted Inoki, who had been suffering from consecutive economic blows, to take a gamble. He decided to test the waters with a modest wager. Thus, he retrieved 50,000 Ryo from his pocket and instructed Kuratsuchi to place the bet. The first match was Kuratsuchi versus Kirigakure's AO. Given Kuratsuchi's strength, victory seemed assured. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "Have the exam rules and match information been disseminated?" The Umbu responded, "The relevant information was delivered to the heads of each village yesterday, and receipts have been duly signed. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, what is the situation with that shop in Sunagakure?" "Sir Hokage, that establishment is essentially a casino, with the betting revolving around the outcome of this Chunin exam." The Umbu proceeded to report all the intelligence they had gathered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen found no cause for concern. After all, the Chunin exam was set to last approximately a week, to ensure the quality of matches and provide ample rest for participants. Certainly not for the purpose of collecting entrance fees. Coupled with Sunagakure's traditional need for funds, he felt reassured. "Should I place a bet?" he mused aloud, prompting the Umbu to kindly remind him. "It is said that Lady Tsunade has placed her bet on Konohagakure for a final victory." This statement caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart to skip a beat, and he immediately lost his inclination to wager, silently praying for Minato and his comrades. Never mind. Perhaps we should refrain from involving ourselves in this matter. By the way, how is the investigation into the recent chicken thefts around the village progressing? Hiruzen promptly shifted the topic. The chicken thieves are exceedingly cunning. The security department and the Umbu have been monitoring them for quite some time. Yet there has been little progress. Who is responsible? Sir Hokage, according to the security department's analysis, it is likely the work of ninjas from a rival village. The intent appears to be to provoke Konohagakure's strength. After all, chicken theft, while not significantly damaging, carries a deeply insulting connotation. This severely tarnishes our village's reputation. Inform the security department to expedite their investigation. If necessary, they may request assistance from the Hyuga clan. "Yes, Sir Hokage." In the root organization office, Danzo incredulously remarked, "Sunagakure intends to accept orphans?" "Indeed, Lord Danzo. They have even established a casino specifically for fundraising purposes, replied a root ninja. Danzo was not particularly worried about his ninja training program lacking sources. The ninja world was vast, and extra competition was inconsequential. However, he found the timing of Sunagakure intervention rather coincidental. Just as he devised a plan, Sunagakure presented a similar proposal, effectively resolving the financial issues that had long plagued him. This made the naturally suspicious Danzo ponder certain activities he favored. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered, if Sunagakure can do it, why can't I? A casino? That seemed promising. Danzo believed he had discovered a means to achieve financial independence. In terms of methods, style, ruthlessness, manpower, and expertise, those unrefined white gloves could hardly compete with the ninjas of the root organization. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo resolved to proceed. As for the initial funding, he could apply for the necessary expenses under the pretext of intelligence gathering. Surely Hiruzen would not deny him. He then inquired, what is the progress on intelligence gathering regarding the Sunagakure defenses? Lord Danzo, initial intelligence has just been received and is currently with the intelligence division. The original documents will be delivered to me shortly. Danzo thought to himself, it's about time to provide Hiruzen with something, and perhaps mention the funding matter as well. In the Sunagakure envoy's small building, Luosha was once again counting money. This time, his team included Yitsong and Sia, along with several lower-ranking ninjas from the Sand-Hidden Village. The third Kazekage observed from the side, genuinely impressed by the substantial amount of money amassed in a single day. After a prolonged period, the group finally completed their counting and could finally exhale in relief. After a brief respite, Raza disclosed that his calculated profits ranged between 4,000 and 90 million, not including Tsunade's share. This income was quite substantial. Before Raza could voice his thoughts, the third Kazekage interjected, stating that after reserving sufficient funds for compensation, the remainder should be sent back to the village to facilitate the expansion of the Sunagakure school. Raza yearned to exclaim that such an approach was unacceptable. However, upon observing the unanimous agreement among all present regarding this decision, he ultimately acquiesced. For he was a man concerned with his reputation. Yet the third Kazekage remained somewhat unconvinced. Raza, can we expect such revenue to be consistent? Perhaps we might consider establishing similar ventures in other villages. Luosha shook his head and remarked, this is rather improbable. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence can easily discern the immense profits involved. Moreover, among the numerous villages, it is likely that this particular situation is rather unique, allowing for only a fleeting opportunity to earn quick money.